Cracks and fissures appeared on the ground surrounding the spiritual blood pool palace. Watching this, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's faces tightened anxiously. "Move!" Golden Brow Ancestor barked. Instantly, golden rays of light burst out from his hand, cutting down. Zhu, Blood Knife, Myriad Flames, Lightning Hammer, and Sky Sword all acted. So Black Ice Ancestor had no choice but to throw other thoughts to the side and help out. With Golden Brow Ancestor and the others' efforts, the Lightning Tribulation's destructive force did not spread out further. However, terrifying lightning still rained down on the spiritual blood pool palace. Li Lu's face was as pale as it could be watching such terrifying tribulation lightning strike down again and again. Even a mid-level ancient god realm cultivator would be struck until there would be nothing left. On the other hand, Wang Wei, Zhu Feng, Zhou Su, and Tan Lin were close to jumping with delight. "Huang Xiaolong, die for me. You dying is so damn right." There was a gleam of madness in Zhou Su's eyes. The lightning tribulation went on for half an hour, yet showed no signs of ending. By now, both Golden Brow and Blood Knife's faces were ashen. The regular ancient god realm tribulation lightning lasted only a few seconds, but Huang Xiaolong's still did not end after half an hour. What kind of tribulation lightning was this? It is said that during the Chaos Era, when some peerless genius broke through to the ancient god realm, they attracted a kind of unique world-destroying tribulation lighting. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong's tribulation is precisely of that kind? Lightning Hammer Ancestor spoke, a deep frown between his brows. "Oh, world-destroying tribulation lightning?" Black Ice Ancestor went on. "Now that you mention it, I remember now. However, according to old records, among those peerless geniuses from the Chaos Era who came across this kind of tribulation lightning, it was hard to find even 1 out of 10 people that survived." There was lightness to Black Ice Ancestor's tone, but Zhu Yi was frowning. Is there any way to reduce this tribulation lightning's force? Although he hoped his son Zhu Feng could be with Li Lu, Huang Xiaolong was a genius of their fortune gate with an emperor-rank godhead. Losing even one was a great loss to the fortune gate. He was unwilling to see this. Sky Sword Ancestor shook his head. "If we interfere, it would only backfire. Maybe it would cause the tribulation lightning to be even stronger. At that time, even we won't be able to fully withdraw." "Big Master, we don't have any other way?" Li Lu harbored the last shred of hope as she asked Myriad Flames. Myriad Flames' ancestor shook his head. "No." Li Lu's face became a shade paler. As Golden Brow and Blood Knife remained anxious, another half an hour passed before the tribulation lightning stopped. The dark clouds above gradually dispersed, returning to a clear, bright sky. Everyone looked at the sky above the spiritual blood pool palace. Although the clouds dispersed, the tribulation lightning did not vanish, as if it was being held back by some force. Everyone exchanged doubtful glances. What was happening here? In the next moment, everyone saw the tribulation lightning covering the spiritual blood pool palace rumble as blue lights sparkled. The lightning in the air started to converge above the palace. This situation continued for a long time until all the streaks of lightning formed a pool of lightning liquid, rippling beautifully. This? Needless to say, everyone watching was astonished. This was the first time they witnessed something like this. There was someone that could actually turn lightning into liquid. Huang Xiaolong. Everyone couldn't help but look at Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting at the center of the lightning liquid pool. At this time, all their secret sky-eye techniques were blocked by that liquid, rendering them unable to see the situation inside. Black Ice Ancestor's eyes glimmered. Only she knew what she was thinking at this moment. Everyone quietly stared at the rippling pool of lightning liquid below. Not one person spoke. However, 10 days had passed, yet there were no changes to the pool of lightning liquid. When a month had passed without any changes, Black Ice Ancestor lost her patience, saying, "If this Huang Xiaolong hides inside for 100 years, do we have to accompany him here?" Zhu Yi solemnly asked. "What does Black Ice Ancestor suggests? Split this lightning liquid and we can see what's going on inside in a glance." Black Ice Ancestor replied. Blood Knife was enraged. Anyone could see that Huang Xiaolong had turned the lightning tribulation into liquid because it was beneficial to him. If this lightning liquid was split open, who could say that Huang Xiaolong would not suffer a backlash? The consequences were obvious. Before Blood Knife could shout, Golden Brow snapped, "Ridiculous!" His golden brows moved without wind as an overwhelming pressure burst out from his body. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Black Ice's heart stopped for a second, feebly arguing. "I was just suggesting, Senior Brother Golden Brow need not take it seriously." Golden Brow harumphed coldly, but no longer pursue the matter. Once again, everyone waited. Soon another month passed. Right at this time, the quiet lightning liquid suddenly emitted dazzling rays of light and it rippled rapidly. Surprised, all eyes stared fixedly at the lightning liquid's changes. A few days later, the people waiting outside noticed that the pool of lightning liquid was now smaller and it continued to shrink as the days passed. At one point, they could see the spiritual blood pool palace again. When half a month went by, Huang Xiaolong, who was seated inside the spiritual blood pool palace, opened his mouth and sucked in the lightning liquid as if it were water. Following that, radiant light erupted through the roof of the spiritual blood pool palace like a volcano, bathing everything in a radiant light. Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and the others found the glaring light to be uncomfortable and closed their eyes. Subsequently, Black Ice Ancestor and the others saw a giant primordial blue divine dragon fly to the skies, exuding boundless dragon might, disappearing into the void. Heaven and earth seemed exceptionally quiet for a few seconds before a figure flew out from the spiritual blood pool palace below at a speed so fast that Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Luo Yunjia, and even Li Lu could not capture. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong was standing in front of everyone, and they were staring at Huang Xiaolong without blinking. Especially Wang Wei, Zhu Feng, Zhou Su, and Tan Lin, they were looking intently at him. "Greetings, Gate Chief Zhu Yi, Big Master, Second Master, and several ancestors," Huang Xiaolong greeted. All of a sudden, Blood Knife Ancestor laughed out loud, joy in his eyes. "Peak mid-second order ancient god realm. Good, kid. Very good, very good." Recovering from his shock, Golden Brow Ancestor's mouth also stretched into a smile. Among the ancestors, only Black Ice Ancestor couldn't smile. Shock was written over Wang Wei, Zhu Feng, Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and Luo Yunjia's faces. They were filled with disbelief. Huang Xiaolong actually broke through to peak mid-second order ancient god realm in one go. When Li Lu broke through to ancient god realm with Myriad Flames Ancestor and Black Ice Ancestor's help, she only reached peak mid first. Li Lu finally laughed, happiness brimming in her eyes as she looked at Huang Xiaolong. How did you break through to peak mid-second order ancient god realm?" Black Ice Ancestor couldn't help demanding, making others looked at Huang Xiaolong again with inquiry. "There's no need to say if you don't want to," Golden Brow Ancestor amiably said. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Disciples' true dragon physique can absorb all kinds of energy, and at a faster rate than others. When I was attempting to break through, I not only refined the ancestral dragon fruit, but also absorbed almost all of the spiritual energy in Second Master's spiritual blood pool. It was probably because of these reasons that Disciple was able to advance to peak mid-second order ancient god realm. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's explanation, everyone turned to look at the spiritual blood pool. Only now did they realize its drastic changes. Sensing the weak amount of energy inside the spiritual blood pool, mouths were agape, looking incredulous. Blood Knife Ancestor's face twitched a few times. That spiritual blood pool took tens of thousands of years of effort to form, collecting numerous divine beasts' blood essence and chaos spiritual herbs. For many years, Blood Knife himself was reluctant to use the spiritual blood pool. Yet now, more than half of its energy was absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. Blood Knife Ancestor's heart felt as if it was cut into a dozen pieces, so painful that he almost collapsed. Second Master, are you all right?" Watching Blood Knife Ancestor's face twitched in pain, Huang Xiaolong asked in embarrassment. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's question, Blood Knife Ancestor let out a generous laugh, saying, "It's nothing, nothing. There's not much confidence we initially leaving this blood pool around. It's just right that you used it to break through to the ancient god realm. Recalling the fact that he had won the bet with Black Ice Ancestor and could now enter her treasury to pick one thing, Blood Knife's heart was slightly appeased. One of the treasures inside Black Ice Ancestor's treasury was sufficient to compensate for his spiritual blood pool. Thinking of this, Blood Knife Ancestor looked at Huang Xiaolong with a strange gaze. He really couldn't understand. How did Huang Xiaolong absorb more than half of the spiritual blood pool's energy? He knew very well how astounding such amount of energy was. In Blood Knife's opinion, even a 10th-order ancient god realm cultivator would explode from that much spiritual energy. However, Huang Xiaolong was fine. Was his variant true dragon physique monstrous to this extent? Myriad Flames Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and the others were so looking strangely at Huang Xiaolong. Their gazes were no different than looking at terrifying fierce beast that had just hatched from a giant egg. Facing these people's strange gazes, Huang Xiaolong was unusually calm. He wasn't afraid of Myriad Flames Ancestor or other ancestors discovering his 3 supreme godheads. Regardless, in the future, he would push everything out of the ordinary onto his variant 5 elements godhead. Your true dragon physique swallowed more than half of the spiritual blood pool's energy? You managed to break through to peak mid-second order ancient god realm because you refined the ancestral dragon fruit. Clearly, Black Ice Ancestor could not accept these as truths, and her face darkened as she barked. Huang Xiaolong, you dare conceal the truth in front of the gate chief and us ancestors? Do you know your sin? Blood Knife Ancestor retorted in anger. Old hag Black Ice, even if my disciple broke through to 3rd order ancient god realm, it has nothing to do with you, does it? Is he obligated to explain to you in detail how he broke through? Sneering, he added. Is it because you lost the bet that you're venting your anger on my disciple? Feeling slightly guilty, Black Ice Ancestor spoke even louder. Nonsense. Huang Xiaolong is our Fortune Gate's #1 genius disciple. I asked the details of his breakthrough out of concern, worried there might be something wrong with his true dragon physique. In a short 9 months, Huang Xiaolong swallowed more than half of the spiritual blood pool's energy, as well as the ancestral dragon fruit. Am I right? Are you all saying there is no problem with this? Doubt lingered in Myriad Flames Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and others' faces. Indeed, there was something fishy about this. Golden Brow Ancestor's eyes flickered, but just as he was about to speak, Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded, Big Master, Second Master, since Black Ice Ancestor does not believe me, disciple is willing to let Black Ice Ancestor inspect whether there is any problem with my true dragon physique and 5-element godhead. Huang Xiaolong extended his hand with a calm expression. He truly wasn't afraid that Black Ice Ancestor would find anything. Seeing this, both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor kept silent. Black Ice Ancestor walked up to Huang Xiaolong and a blue light flickered from her hand, entering Huang Xiaolong's body through his palms. It then arrived at his consciousness. Similar to the time on the battle stage when several ancestors inspected his godhead, there were 5 godheads hovering in Huang Xiaolong's consciousness: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A while later, Black Ice Ancestor found nothing suspicious after inspecting his entire body. However, it shocked her how much stronger Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique was after advancing to the ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong was currently a peak mid-second order ancient god realm, but perhaps not even a 6th order ancient god realm's physique was as strong as his. In front of others, Black Ice Ancestor dared not do anything underhanded to Huang Xiaolong. In the end, she could only retrieve her god force unwillingly. Watching this, Blood Knife Ancestor's face split into a wide grin. How is it, old hag Black Ice? Did you discover anything? Black Ice Ancestor merely snorted. Curious Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor also went up to check Huang Xiaolong's condition. Without exception, all of them inwardly praised his true dragon physique. Watching their reactions, Golden Brow, Blood Knife, and Zhui also felt curious, and went up to inspect Huang Xiaolong as well. Freak! You kid is a freak ah! Blood Knife Ancestor exclaimed at Huang Xiaolong. Perhaps not even the third-ranked Great Sage Divine Physique is as monstrous as your variant True Dragon Physique. Great Sage Divine Physique, Huang Xiaolong exclaimed inwardly. He knew that first among the 3,000 unique physiques was the Heaven's Dao Physique, possessed by the Son of Heaven's Dao, but the second and third-ranked physiques were never known to him. Now he found out that the third was named Great Sage Divine Physique. In the past, during the Battle of the Heavenly Court, we had seen a peerless genius disciple who possessed the Great Sage Divine Physique. Blood Knife Ancestor recalled with excitement about the past. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong's interest was piqued. Battle of the Heavenly Court? Second Master, what is this Battle of the Heavenly Court? Zhou Su, Tanlin, Luo Yunjie, as well as Li Lu were looking at Blood Knife Ancestor. It was obvious the four of them didn't know about it either. Zhu Yi took over the conversation, saying, "Originally, we planned to leave this matter for when you advance to the Ancestor God realm, but telling you all this now isn't a bad thing. In short, this Battle of the Heavenly Court is a gathering of our divine world's 100 million world surfaces elite disciples where they battle for a spot in the ultimate competition for first place." Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Zhou Su, and others were flabbergasted. The divine world's 100 million world surfaces elites. The All-Islands Great War not long ago was just the battle between geniuses of a single mainland in the Vientiane world. At that time, 1 trillion monstrous genius disciples from the entire divine world surfaces would come together to compete. What a scene that would be! Wang Wei and Zhu Feng revealed longing expressions. In fact, we do not have the qualifications to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Golden Brow Ancestor added, "In the past, it was our Master Ancestor who participated, which is why we're lucky enough to follow and spectate the battles." Huang Xiaolong and the others were astounded. Even Golden Brow Ancestor wasn't qualified to participate in the Battle of Heavenly Battle. Golden Brow Ancestor was the previous Fortune Gate Chief, his strength unfathomable. His cultivation was most likely above 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. Not even a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm is qualified to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. As if he saw the doubt in Huang Xiaolong and the others' eyes, Golden Brow Ancestor went on. "That's why you all knowing this now is useless, however. All of you are geniuses with Emperor-rank godheads. If you work hard and cultivate well, and if luck allows it, perhaps you can break through to the realm we did not. At that time, you will be able to participate in that battle." However, breaking through to that realm was easier said than done. Even Emperor-rank Godhead disciples merely had a bigger chance. Huang Xiaolong and the others gulped audibly. A peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm cultivator still wasn't qualified to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. In other words, only those above the Ancestor God Realm were qualified. Moreover, they merely had the qualifications to participate. In truth, our Vientiane world's Fortune Gate is just a branch. Subsequently, the Fortune Gate chief added another sentence. Both Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu were genuinely shocked. The Fortune Gate they were currently at was merely a branch of the main sect? Golden Brow Ancestor added, "The divine world has 70 to 80,000 Fortune Gate branches similar to ours. Among these branches, our Vientiane world's branch is ranked somewhere around 30,000. The overall force of our Fortune Gate's headquarters isn't something you can imagine at this point." Huang Xiaolong couldn't calm down after hearing this information. The divine world actually had 70 to 80,000 branches similar to the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate. Not to mention the fact that they were ranked somewhere around the 30,000s. Then, where is the main sect located? Li Lu asked. "This you will know after you break through to the Ancestor God Realm. It's useless to know about it now," Myriad Flame's Ancestor said, shaking his head. Ancestor God Realm. Huang Xiaolong's fists were tightly clenched with determination. He understood the underlying meaning of Myriad Flame's Ancestor's words. Unless they reached the Ancestor God Realm, they didn't even qualify to know the location of the main Fortune Gate. Strength. He needed to become stronger. Although he had advanced to peak mid-second order ancient god realm, in the vast divine world his strength was still too low. He must strive to break through to the ancestor god realm as soon as possible. All right, Now that Xiaolong has successfully broken through, everyone should disperse, Golden Brow Ancestor said. Everyone nodded before leaving in different directions. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor stopped Huang Xiaolong before he left and had him accompany them to Blood Knife's Cultivation Palace as they had something to say to him. Coming to the main hall, all three took a seat. Blood Knife Ancestor had a wide smile on his face as he said, Xiaolong, the fact that you could reach peak mid-second order ancient god realm in one go has exceeded our expectations, but you still need to make every effort to raise your strength. Strive to break through to early third order ancient god realm before the four mainland's new disciples battle. Golden Brow Ancestor added in agreement. That's right. Based on your true dragon physique, if you could reach early third order ancient god realm, you might be able to fight Yu Wuxin, perhaps win second place. The second place's reward is much nicer than the third place. Huang Xiaolong could only nod his head and agree. Blood Knife Ancestor laughed, looking at Huang Xiaolong's expression. During the apprenticeship ceremony, the two of us did not prepare any gifts for you. Since you advanced straight to peak mid-second order ancient god realm, tell us what gift you want. Seemingly agreeing with Blood Knife's words, Golden Brow Ancestor smiled softly as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's thoughts raced. A second later, he asked, Disciple wants to refine a kind of chaos spiritual pill, but is lacking three kinds of chaos spiritual herbs, the golden radiant needle mushroom, deep sea crystal, and enigmatic yang thistle. Blood Knife Ancestor pondered slightly before saying, I have the golden radiant needle mushroom, but not the other two. A small light flashed as Blood Knife took out an entirely translucent golden mushroom that emitted gentle light element force. Delight rose to Huang Xiaolong's face as he received the golden radiant needle mushroom from Blood Knife Ancestor's hand. In truth, Huang Xiaolong was just saying it out loud. He did not expect Blood Knife Ancestor to really have one of the chaos spiritual herbs. Even though there was only one, it saved him from searching high and low for it. Golden Brow Ancestor asked, I have neither the deep sea crystal or enigmatic yang thistle. What else do you want other than these? Huang Xiaolong threw all politeness out the window, saying, Disciple is currently searching for Chaos Grade 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, as well as Chaos Green Flame Spiritual Liquid, Chaos Ice Jade Spiritual Liquid. In a single breath, Huang Xiaolong gave over a dozen names of Chaos Spiritual Liquids that he needed to repair the pill blending tower. The long list rendered Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor dumbfounded. What do you want to do with so much chaos spiritual liquid? Golden Brow Ancestor couldn't help blurting out in a high tone. Some years back, Disciple obtained a divine artifact in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, but it was damaged. In order to repair it, Chaos Grade 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone and various types of chaos spiritual liquid are needed. Huang Xiaolong answered frankly. Repairing a damaged divine artifact required so many precious types of chaos spiritual liquid? Golden Brow and Blood Knife exchanged a glance. Is your divine artifact a top-rank chaos grade spiritual artifact? Blood Knife Ancestor asked. However, wasting over a dozen types of chaos spiritual liquid to repair a damaged top-rank chaos grade spiritual artifact isn't worth it. Shaking his head, Blood Knife Ancestor added, Moreover, Chaos Grade 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone is hard to find even in 100 million years. Finding it is harder than ascending to heaven. Take out your divine artifact. Let me have a look, Golden Brow Ancestor said. Huang Xiaolong wasn't at all worried that his two masters would be able to recognize the pill blending tower's origin. Thus, without any hesitation, he took it out for them to see. Looking at the ugly little tower with big and small cracks all over its body, lacking any extraordinary aura, Golden Brow and Blood Knife were feeling a little speechless. Huang Xiaolong wanted to repair such a little tower with rare and precious Chaos Grade 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone and various kinds of chaos spiritual liquid. Blood Knife Ancestor couldn't help saying, Xiaolong, this little tower, are you sure it needs Chaos Grade 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone and over a dozen types of chaos spiritual liquid to repair it? Neither of them could see what was precious about this ugly little tower. Huang Xiaolong nodded, a wry smile on his face. Probably, yes. That was what the little cow said, but it couldn't be wrong, right? Golden Brow Ancestor hesitated for a second before taking out 4 bottles from his spatial ring and said to Huang Xiaolong, "These are 4 types of chaos spiritual liquid that are on your list. As for the chaos grade 5-colored heaven refining stone and the other types of chaos spiritual liquid, I don't have them. However, you can try the Infinite Circles Commerce Hall. Some years back, I bought 2 kinds of chaos spiritual liquid from them." "The Infinite Circles Commerce Hall?" Huang Xiaolong repeated. Blood Knife Ancestor nodded. "This Infinite Circles Commerce Hall is one of our Divine World's super trading houses. They have more than 10 million branches scattered over thousands of Divine World surfaces, and they also have a branch in our Vientiane world, located on Wu Island. More than 10 million branches." Huang Xiaolong was slightly astonished. This Infinite Circles Commerce Hall's force covered so many Divine World surfaces. Following that, Huang Xiaolong asked about Wu Island and its location, which wasn't far from the Fortune mainland. Hence, Huang Xiaolong decided to stop by there a few days later on his way back to Green Cloud Island. Before that, he wanted to go over to the Sans Devil Steel and try refining it if he could. He then asked Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor other questions before taking his leave. Walking out from the assembly shrine, Huang Xiaolong saw Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and Luo Yunjie. The 3 of them were standing on the terrace in front of the Sans Devil Steel. In front of the steel, the 3 young men's faces were scrunched up in frustration. The 3 of them had most likely tried all methods they could think of, but there was no reaction from the Sans Devil Steel. In a few steps, Huang Xiaolong reached the terrace. Luo Yunjie noticed Huang Xiaolong's presence and greeted him. His action could be considered as amiable, whereas Zhou Su and Tan Lin both harumphed, then ignored Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded at Luo Yunjie as a greeting, then looked at the Sans Devil Steel. However, the viewing terrace wasn't big, and both Zhou Su and Tan Lin took the center space, which also blocked Huang Xiaolong's path. Seeing that Zhou Su and Tan Lin had no intention whatsoever to make room for him, Huang Xiaolong sneered before walking straight up between them. Before Huang Xiaolong's cultivation broke through to the ancient god realm, his true dragon physique strength was already overwhelming, and now, after his breakthrough, his body's toughness was comparable to a chaos spiritual weapon. Just this simple action of slipping between Zhou Su and Tan Lin sent both of them flying off the terrace. Both Zhou Su and Tan Lin exerted quite an effort to stabilize their bodies. The sharp pain in their shoulders felt as if the bones were broken. "Huang Xiaolong, you?" Zhou Su and Tan Lin were trembling in anger. "I what?" Huang Xiaolong's indifferent cold voice asked. "You want to fight? Will the both of you come together, or one by one?" Zhou Su and Tan Lin's faces turned red at Huang Xiaolong's words. In the end, the 2 of them could only glare at Huang Xiaolong, but their feet didn't move even half an inch. Judging from Huang Xiaolong's freakish breakthrough to peak mid-second order ancient god realm earlier, he could probably casually pinch them to death. They naturally wouldn't find trouble for themselves. Huang Xiaolong stood there, looking at the dark steel that seemed to absorb all light, suddenly feeling a closeness to it. This kind of feeling appeared out of nowhere. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback by this sudden feeling. This? Could this steel be related to Hell's Azura? The closeness Huang Xiaolong felt earlier came from his Azura King bloodline. He slightly pondered the matter, then his palm reached out to touch the Sans Devil Steel. The black surface felt cold under Huang Xiaolong's palm, yet other than coldness there was nothing. Huang Xiaolong activated his bloodline, causing Azura blood force to flow from his palm into the Sans Devil Steel. The result was unexpected to Huang Xiaolong, for the steel remained as before, unresponsive. Watching this, Zhou Su chuckled sinisterly. "Huang Xiaolong, seeing your serious expression just now, I really thought you had a way to refine the Sans Devil Steel. Who would have expected you to be just like us? The Sans Devil Steel doesn't give a damn who you are." Tan Lin snickered and chimed in. "Maybe he will do it a while later? When he refines the Sans Devil Steel, he'll surely attract the ancestors and gate chief." His tone was heavy with ridicule. Ignoring the 2 of them, Huang Xiaolong continued to study the Sans Devil Steel. Just now, the feeling that came from his Azura bloodline couldn't be wrong. Was the lack of response because his strength was insufficient? On the spot, Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead spun at high speed. Darkness element Godforce rushed out endlessly from his palm into the black steel. In the next instant, the Sans Devil steel that had stood there silently for countless millennia suddenly burst out in a dazzling black light. Zhou Su and Tan Lin's laughter died abruptly, staring at the black steel with mouths agape. Luo Yunjie was astounded as well. There's a reaction from the Sans Devil steel. The black rays of light coming from the Sans Devil steel grew increasingly stronger, exuding a cold darkness and a bloodthirsty aura that spread outward. The terrace Huang Xiaolong was standing on started to shake. Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and Luo Yunjie's bodies quivered as they watched the cold dark energy inching towards them. All three quickly backed away in fear. What is happening here? A sonorous voice demanded. A golden light first streaked across the sky from the assembly shrine. This was Golden Brow Ancestor. Subsequently, Blood Knife Ancestor, Lightning Hammer, and others arrived in a group. When the ancestors and gate chief arrived and saw the dazzling black rays of light from the black steel and feeling that dark and bloodthirsty aura, they were all shocked. How come? The Sans Devil steel? All eyes fell onto Huang Xiaolong's body like arrows. Xiaolong could actually cause the Sans Devil steel to react. Blood Knife Ancestor came to his senses and exclaimed in excitement. Golden Brow Ancestor too was so excited that his golden brows quivered. This kid, if he really can refine the Sans Devil steel, then Zhu Yi and the other ancestors' expressions were different from Blood Knife and Golden Brow. Others might not know, but they certainly did. Anyone who could refine this Sans Devil steel would not only obtain a top-rank Chaos-grade artifact, but also the treasures that Blue Lion Ancestor left behind 200 million years ago. Blue Lion Ancestor, other than his astounding strength, his hobby was to explore different perilous lands. Hence, when he was still alive, he found a lot of rare and precious treasures, one of which was precisely this Sans Devil steel. In the past, before Blue Lion Ancestor passed away, he had left word that any future disciple that could refine the steel and solve its mystery could inherit the treasures he left behind. Thinking of this, Black Ice Ancestor's expression was slightly ugly. For so many years, she had been studying the Sans Devil steel, intending to refine it. Amongst Blue Lion Ancestor's treasures, there was something she really wanted. But now, if Huang Xiaolong really managed to refine the Sans Devil steel, ignorant of others' thoughts, the Sans Devil steel became increasingly bright. Waves of dark energy rushed out like a fountain, spreading further. Huang Xiaolong's silhouette flickered in and out of view with the Sans Devil steel under the black light. Suddenly, an enormous blood-red eyeball emerged from the back of the steel. As the enormous blood-red appeared, the indescribable power coming from it made Golden Brow Ancestor and the others feel dread. Xiaolong, watch out! Blood Knife Ancestor, who was sensitive towards dark energy, shouted. Before Blood Knife could warn him, Huang Xiaolong was hit by a blood-red light from the eyeball. Like a broken kite, Huang Xiaolong was knocked backward, crashing on the square in the distance. Xiaolong! This was the scene Li Lu who just rushed over saw. Her beautiful face paled as she shouted Huang Xiaolong's name. In a flicker, she arrived at his side, holding him and feeding him healing pellet. Xiaolong, are you all right? Golden Brow Ancestor and the rest also reached Huang Xiaolong's side. Golden Brow Ancestor quickly sent a ray of golden light into Huang Xiaolong's body, inspecting his condition. Huang Xiaolong slowly stood up. Shaking his head, he said, I'm fine. Although the enormous blood-red eyeball's attack was strong, he had the innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead which could purify all kinds of dark energy. He would naturally be all right. Looking at the Sans Devil steel again, Huang Xiaolong frowned. He didn't expect his efforts to come to naught in the end. The enormous blood-red eyeball that appeared at the crucial moment was no doubt the steel's spirit. Currently, his strength was insufficient to suppress the enormous blood-red eyeball, but he had a 90% chance of refining it if his cultivation reached the Ancestor God realm. When Black Ice Ancestor saw that Huang Xiaolong failed, she inwardly breathed in relief. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu were walking on the streets of Fortune City. "Lure, you really don't want to follow me to Green Cloud Island?" Huang Xiaolong asked. In the last 2 days, his injuries caused by the Sand's Devil Steel's blood-red eyeball had completely healed, and he decided to return to Green Cloud Island in a day or two. Li Lu hesitated, but shook her head in the end. "My Fortune Divine art has reached a crucial period. Master won't allow me to leave the Fortune Divine Kingdom for too long." Huang Xiaolong pulled a face at Li Lu. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu laughed. "Enough, you and I are in the same sect now. There will be a lot of opportunities to meet." As they walked, they arrived at the entrance of Myriad Gods Manor. I'd better not go in." Looking at the Myriad Gods Manor, Li Lu's feet stopped moving and she shook her head. Knowing that she had worries in her heart, feeling awkward running into Yao Qi for example, Huang Xiaolong did not persuade her. Nodding his head at Li Lu, he said, "All right then." Huang Xiaolong took out 3 jade bottles from his spatial ring, saying, "These are some divine pellets I got from an ancient master's cultivation dwelling," adding, "Take these and refine them when you get back." Inside these 3 jade bottles were ancient golden Buddha divine pills that Huang Xiaolong found in the Ghost Buddha Depository during the All Islands Great War. Li Lu did not refuse. She took the 3 bottles and put them away into her spatial ring. However, she didn't pay much attention to these 3 divine pellets. After all, what kind of divine pellets did her master's myriad flames and black ice ancestor not have? Seeing Li Lu nonchalantly put the 3 bottles into her spatial ring, he didn't specifically explain to her what they contained, as she would know later. Li Lu then turned and left. Hang Xiaolong stood in front of the Myriad Gods Manor, watching her figure disappear among the flow of people on the streets. "Xiaolong!" Right at this time, a delighted voice called. In the next moment, Yao Qi opened the manor's main doors and fluttered out with a bright smile. Seeing Yao Qi, a smile formed over Huang Xiaolong's face. "Little Huang brat, not bad you've already advanced to peak mid-second order ancient god realm." A lazy voice sounded behind Yao Qi. Huang Xiaolong looked at the doors and saw a cow walking out. The golden-horned little cow. Huang Xiaolong grinned. "You already broke through to the ancient god realm. Naturally, I cannot be left behind." Seeing the little cow appear, it was no doubt it had successfully entered the ancient god realm. However, even with Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation realm, he was unable to see through the little cow's actual strength. Soon, Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, Ren Changhai, as well as Golden Dragon Gate's Song Qingli and Lu Zhua also walked out from the Myriad Gods Manor. Lu Zhua was slightly calmer compared to Zhu Huan, Ren Changhai, and the rest who greeted Huang Xiaolong in a hurry. Both Song Qingli and Lu Zhua called Huang Xiaolong Master Ancestor, shocking the others present. Although Lu Zhua and the others knew that Song Qingli and Lu Zhua's relationship with Huang Xiaolong wasn't simple, Huang Xiaolong being their master ancestor was out of everyone's imagination. But wasn't Huang Xiaolong a barbarian god sect disciple? When did he become these two people's master ancestor? Then again, Huang Xiaolong didn't explain and no one dared to ask. After entering the Myriad Gods Manor, everyone sat in the main hall. Huang Xiaolong came to know the situation over the last 12 months. In truth, the days at the Myriad Gods Manor were quite peaceful. Yao Qi suddenly thought of something and said, "Xiaolong, in the last 2 days, there have been rumors flying around, claiming that you killed the Spirit Lake cult's Chen Weiping, Wang Haiyao, and 7 other genius disciples." Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised. A frown creased his forehead, then relaxed as he sneered. At the time he killed Chen Weiping, Wang Haiyao, and the other Spirit Lake cult disciples, he certainly left no clues behind. No one could find out it was he who killed them, as there was no proof. Most likely there was someone deliberately releasing these rumors so the Spirit Lake cult would target him. Even if the Spirit Lake cult dared not harm him personally, the people around him would face troubles. Dragon Origin Sect, Twin Cities Sect. These two forces had grudges with him and dared to do something like this. Master Ancestor. The party spreading this rumor definitely has poisonous intentions. Song Qingli commented. Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand, saying, It's a small issue. He then took out a spatial ring, saying to Zhu Huan, "Here's 100 billion. Take it and go find some rumor spreaders in the city. Have them say that Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect are deliberately spreading such rumors when Chen Weiping, Wang Haiyao, and others were in fact killed by Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect disciples." Zhu Huan respectfully complied and received the spatial ring. The little cow guffawed, sounding like a sheep. "Xiaolong, I realize now that you've quite a lot of cunning tricks. Who on Fortune Mainland didn't know that both Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect had grudges with Huang Xiaolong? Now that he released another rumor, many would believe that the earlier news was the deliberate action of Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect. With the situation flipped, Spirit Lake Cult would be more inclined to believe that their disciples were killed by disciples of Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Tonight, we'll celebrate Xianxua's breakthrough to the ancient god realm, and tomorrow we'll have some fun. The day after, we'll return to Green Cloud Island." Everyone laughed happily. With 100 billion, those organizations indeed worked fast. The news that Huang Xiaolong wanted quickly spread at an even faster and even fiercer rate. In one day, all forces in Fortune City were talking about the same topic. Within a certain luxurious residence in Fortune City, the Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect experts who were previously laughing happily behind Huang Xiaolong's back after spreading those rumors were now flipping table mad. This matter is definitely that Huang Xiaolong's handiwork. Dragon Origin Sect's Hu Qi bellowed. Although Hu Qi's divine Qilin arms were destroyed by Huang Xiaolong, most of his injuries had completely healed after the efforts of Dragon Origin Sect's experts. Due to Huang Xiaolong, his position in the All Islands Great War fell out of the top 100, but a Fortune Gate elder still accepted him as a personal disciple. Every time Huang Xiaolong's name was mentioned, hatred swirled in Hu Qi's eyes. He could never forget the scene where his divine Qilin arms were crippled by Huang Xiaolong. Twin Cities Sect's Yang Liming was also shrouded in hatred. "There's nothing I want more than to chop off that bastard's flesh chunk by chunk." After having been defeated by Huang Xiaolong then forced to kneel in front of so many experts, there were still talks of him and Tan Lin kneeling to Huang Xiaolong even now. Shame. This was a shame he would never be able to forget. Dragon Origin Sect's Chun Kai frowned. This Huang Xiaolong's identity is no longer the same as it was in the past. He isn't just a barbarian god sect disciple anymore. Both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor highly value him, so we really don't have a way to deal with him. Just like Hu Qi, Yang Liming had been accepted as a personal disciple by a Fortune Gate elder, whereas Chun Kai, as one of the top 10, was now the disciple of a Grand Elder. His status in the Fortune Gate was quite high. At this time, Ouyang Yunfei, who was sitting in the lowest position, smiled a flattering smile, saying, "Several senior brothers, we may not be able to deal with that Huang Xiaolong, but we can take the Golden Dragon Gate's Hu Dan to vent some frustration. That Hu Dan is quite close to Huang Xiaolong. Using her to vent is a kind of compensation." "Hu Dan?" Yang Liming hesitated. "If Huang Xiaolong learns about it later, what will we do?" Ouyang Yunfei laughed. "If we don't force her and just win her over normally, it won't be too late to throw her aside once we've played enough. After all, both sides are willing. Even if Huang Xiaolong finds out about it, he can't do anything to us." With several senior brothers' extraordinary bearing and dashing looks, "That Hu Dan will definitely be infatuated with you till she loses her soul." Yang Liming and Hu Qi laughed out loud hearing Ouyang Yunfei's words. "Not bad, not bad. Ouyang Yunfei, your idea isn't bad at all. We'll act as you've said." Although Chun Kai didn't think it was a good method, he did nothing to stop them. On the third day, Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the others left Fortune City, returning to Green Cloud Island. This time around, Huang Xiaolong opted for the transmission array, directly transferring to Hua Prefecture City. Looking at the ever-bustling Hua Prefecture City, Huang Xiaolong was inwardly amazed. A year before, this place was the first Fortune mainland city they stepped into after coming from Green Cloud Island to participate in the All Islands Great War. Now, a year later, not only had he won first place, he was also accepted as Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's personal disciple. On top of that, He had broken through to peak mid-second order ancient god realm. We'll stay here in the Hua prefecture city for a couple of days, then continue back, Huang Xiaolong said as he was stepping out from the Hua prefecture city transmission array. Yao Qi was the happiest person hearing that. Night gradually came. Huang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged in a room of the courtyard they rented and took out a jade bottle from his ghost Buddha ring. Inside it was a golden Buddha pill refined by the ghost Buddha sect's chief Gue Fu. Looking at the golden Buddha inside the jade bottle, Huang Xiaolong circulating his god force and sucked the golden Buddha pill into his mouth. The golden Buddha formed from pill chi struggled incessantly, but with Huang Xiaolong's current strength combined with the restrictions placed over the jade bottle, even if the golden Buddha had the strength of 7th order ancient god realm, it would still be completely suppressed by Huang Xiaolong. Vast Buddhism energy was immediately absorbed by Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads upon having the pill enter his body, while purple grand mist aura flowed out from the purple dragon. When Huang Xiaolong was breaking through to the ancient god realm, he had absorbed a large portion of the purple grand mist aura. Thus the dragon had become visibly smaller. As he continued to refine the golden Buddha pill's energy and the purple grand mist aura, a faint fiery light glimmered where Huang Xiaolong's heart was. Subsequently, metallic fire glowed in his lungs, while his liver glowed azure and his kidneys blue. In the 4 groups of fire inside his body, the faint images of vermilion bird, white dragon, azure dragon, and black tortoise appeared. The 4 figures' mouths opened and closed in breathing. From the void above, streams of gray energy rushed down, merging into Huang Xiaolong's body. This, Huang Xiaolong was overjoyed. It's the 4 divine fires. After ascending to the divine world, the 4 divine fires had been in slumber in his body, without any movement. Who would have thought they would actually awaken now? Also, the gray chaos spiritual energy was much purer now compared to what he absorbed in the lower realm. Huang Xiaolong could clearly feel his true divine dragon physique actually becoming significantly stronger in a mere breath's time after the gray energy merged into his flesh. It was as if the gray energy he absorbed in the lower realm was nothing but leftovers, and this was the genuine chaos spiritual energy. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the chaos spiritual weapon in his body, the devil restraining tablet, was emitting golden rays of chaos spiritual energy, tempering Huang Xiaolong's true divine dragon physique. In the past, Huang Xiaolong felt that the devil restraining tablet's energy of high quality. But now, compared to the 4 divine fires' chaos spiritual energy, the difference was astounding. It was akin to a low-rank chaos-grade spiritual weapon compared with a top-rank one. As the 4 divine fires absorbed chaos spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong's refining speed increased at a tremendous rate. The medicinal energy within the golden Buddha pill rushed into his body like a great flood, while the purple grand mist aura from the purple dragon was flowing into his 3 supreme godheads and body several times faster. The night gradually cast the land in darkness. When the sun slowly rose over the horizon, Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating. He had completely refined the golden Buddha pill and felt as if his strength had risen considerably in one night. Huang Xiaolong was delighted. The 4 divine fires had awakened, which had increased his cultivation speed. He could now quickly advance to high-level ancient god realm, then the ancestor god realm would be within his reach very soon. If things kept progressing in the same manner, Huang Xiaolong could see himself advancing to late second order ancient god realm in 2 months. At this time, he extended his palm in front of him. Rolling spiritual energy appeared from the void, condensing into divine stones. A short while later, there were piles of divine stones on the floor in front of Huang Xiaolong, all of them mid-4th grade. 4th grade divine stones were considered quite good on the Vientiane world, extremely popular in the market. After he did a rough counting, he estimated that the number of 4th grade divine stones he could condense in a day could be exchanged to 5 to 600 million Shinbi, based on his current cultivation realm. 5 to 600 Shinbi a day was shocking. In a year, that was more than 100 billion Shinbi. More than 1 trillion in a decade. But Huang Xiaolong shook his head a moment later. Now that he had broken through to the ancient god realm, the amount of energy he needed had grown far more terrifying. In a night, He could completely refine a divine pellet refined by a master like the Ghost Buddha sect chief. Not to mention the 4 divine fires chaos spiritual energy and the purple Grandmist aura dragon's purple Grandmist aura. If these energies were converted into chaos spiritual pills, how many pellets would he need a day? That was why 5 to 600 million a day wasn't nearly enough. Looks like he had to speed up the search for the Chaos Grade 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, as well as the Chaos Spiritual Liquids needed to repair the Pill Blending Tower. After staying in Hua Prefecture City for a couple of days, Huang Xiaolong's group continued onward. This leg of the journey, Huang Xiaolong did not take the transmission array back to Green Cloud Island, instead choosing to fly toward Wu Island with Yao Qi and the others. At this point, Huang Xiaolong was more anxious to repair the Pill Blending Tower. Wu Island was a short distance from Hua Prefecture City. Their group flew for 4 days to reach their destination. Wu Island had a large land surface, the size of several hundred Green Cloud Islands. Due to the existence of the Infinite Circles Commerce Hall on this island, it was renowned in the entire Vientiane world. The 4 mainland's cultivators, including the Sea Tribe's experts in Vientiane world, came to Wu Island to trade and purchase things. The Infinite Circles Commerce Hall was one of the Divine World's trading giants, so the usually arrogant Sea Tribe's experts were as tame as little kitties here. Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, and the others flew toward Wu Island City. Even from the air, they couldn't see the other end of the island. This Wu Island City took up more than half of the island's area. It was also one of the biggest cities in the Vientiane world. In the air and on the ground were experts from various forces, riding different kinds of divine beast mounts. This scene was similar in every corner. Entering the Wu Island, one could see the Infinite Circles Commerce Hall's enforcement disciples patrolling the streets. Leading Yao Qi and the others, Huang Xiaolong went straight to the Infinite Circles Commerce Hall branch. However, when they reached the entrance and were about to walk in, they were blocked by a disciple standing guard at the door. The disciple pointed at Yao Qi, saying, "Our Infinite Circles Commerce Hall has a rule. Those below the ancient god realm aren't allowed to enter." Huang Xiaolong frowned. "Xiaolong, I can wait outside for you with Lu Zhua," Yao Qi offered softly. But right at this time, Huang Xiaolong saw a young man in a brocade robe, a heavenly god realm cultivator, walk out from the Infinite Circles Commerce Hall. Huang Xiaolong pointed at that person and questioned the disciple on guard at the door. "What about him? Isn't he a heavenly god realm strength disciple?" The Infinite Circles Commerce Hall guard disciple answered without any embarrassment. "He's from the Eternal Clan and is an exception." Then, he looked at Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, and others' attires, taunting, "You won't be able to enjoy such treatment." Huang Xiaolong wasn't wearing his Fortune Gate disciple robe at the moment. "Punk, are you sure you have the eyes of a human and not a dog's eyes?" The little cow snorted at the Infinite Circles Commerce Hall disciple guarding the entrance. That disciple was stunned for a second. Then his anger rose. "You!" The brocade-robed person that came out from the Infinite Circles Commerce Hall walked over. "What's the matter?" The guard disciple's face bloomed into a flattering smile and greeted, "Young noble Wangu Bifei," then briefly recounted what happened. After listening to the guard, Wangu Bifei glanced over at Huang Xiaolong's group, his gaze stopping on Yao Qi's beautiful face as well as her curvaceous figure, causing his eyes to light up. "Miss, do you want to go inside the Infinite Circles Commerce Hall?" Wangu Bifei smiled sheepishly. "I can bring you inside." He looked sympathetic as he added, "With Mrs. Beauty, why follow a small family disciple like him? I am a core disciple of the Wangu clan. If Miss follows me, you can enjoy treatment 1,000 times better than following this punk." Wangu Bifei's finger pointed at Huang Xiaolong. He then shook his head, implying that Huang Xiaolong was simply unworthy of Yao Qi. However, Wangu Bifei barely finished his words when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. In the next second, his body shot backward, crashing heavily into a stone decoration in the distance, shattering it and causing dust to fill the air. The guard was dumbfounded. Wangu Bifei struggled up from the ground, his eyes scarlet as he stared fixedly at the little cow. He was kicked by a cow just now. At this time, quick but heavy footsteps sounded from the hall before them, clearly rushing towards the entrance. "What happened here?" someone barked. A few seconds later, a group of guards appeared at the entrance, led by a middle-aged man. The noise of Wangu Bifei crashing into that stone decoration had alerted the Commerce Hall's experts. Head Supervisor Meng. When the guarding disciple saw who it was, his face brightened with joy as he hurried to him. "It's this punk!" He insisted on bringing in his maid into the hall. Young noble Wangu Bifei saw this and tried to advise him, but his mount actually kicked young noble Wangu Bifei. As Huang Xiaolong looked over, Meng Yuan was stunned when he saw his face, but recovered quickly. Cupping his hands and smiling, Meng Yuan said, "So, it's Fortune Gate's young warrior Huang Xiaolong. This one is Meng Yuan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Fortune Gate, Huang Xiaolong. The guard and Wangu Bifei's minds buzzed endlessly, and their eyes widened with shock as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. Wu Island was close in distance to Fortune Mainland. In recent days, the most talked-about subject by experts from various places was the newly risen genius disciple, the first-place winner in the All Islands Great War, Huang Xiaolong. His name sounded like a thunderclap in the guarding disciple and Wangu Bifei's ears. During the All Islands Great War's top 10 battle, Meng Yuan had gone to spectate, therefore, he recognized Huang Xiaolong at a glance. Seeing the party side smile and cup his fists in greeting, Huang Xiaolong could only reciprocate, "My pleasure." All of a sudden, Meng Yuan gave the guarding disciple a backhanded slap on the left side of his face. A stinging "pa" rang in the air and a big lump rose on that guard's face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. "Useless blind thing. Quickly go beg forgiveness from young warrior Huang," Meng Yuan coldly scolded. Even though the guard previously claimed that Huang Xiaolong wanted to trespass into the Commerce Hall, with his experience, how could he not understand what really happened? Although the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall was a giant among trading houses, the headquarters and the branch were two different matters. Even their Vientiane World branch president would need to be polite and courteous in front of Golden Brow Ancestor. Now, Golden Brow Ancestor's personal disciple came over, yet their guard was so blind as to treat Huang Xiaolong frivolously. This made Meng Yuan extremely upset. After knowing Huang Xiaolong's identity, the guarding disciple dared not hold any grudges. He stepped in front of Huang Xiaolong with a forced smile, bowing in apology. Due to this swollen left cheek, the disciple's smile was harsh to the sight. Huang Xiaolong nodded indifferently. With that, the matter was considered as forgotten. Seeing this, Meng Yuan had the guard disciple scram, then turned to Wangu Bifei at the side. "Young noble Wangu Bifei, as you can see, this is all a misunderstanding. Let the matter end here, what do you say?" Wangu Bifei's face darkened for a few moments, then said, "Fine. I'll give face to Head Supervisor Meng Yuan and take a step back in this matter. Huang Xiaolong, since your mount kicked me, as long as you let me handle it, this matter is considered settled." Meng Yuan slightly frowned. Everyone knew that a mount was equivalent to a battle pet, and many cultivators placed a high importance on their mounts. Wangu Bifei's request was taking an inch for a foot. "Sure." Huang Xiaolong nodded. Everyone present was stunned. Wangu Bifei did not expect Huang Xiaolong to agree so decisively. Wangu Bifei inwardly sneered, thinking this Huang Xiaolong must be afraid of my Wangu clan. Is he trying to patch up our relationship this way? Then this he still isn't stupid. Wangu Bifei strode toward Xianxia. However, just as Wangu Bifei reached the little cow, another burst of sharp pain came from his chest before he could even react as his body flew out, spurting blood in midair. The pain was so strong that he felt numb. "Huang Xiaolong, what is the meaning of this?" Wangu Bifei screamed in pain. Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly replied, "I agreed, but my mount did not. I can do nothing about that." At this point, how could Wangu Bifei not know that Huang Xiaolong played him? His face turned purple with anger, shouting, "Huang Xiaolong, you will regret this. My cousin is Wangu Zi. He won't spare you in the new disciples' battle." Riding on the little cow, Huang Xiaolong came to a stand in front of Wangu Bifei. The little cow then snickered, once again raising its leg before stomping down. Yet again, Wangu Bifei let out a heart-wrenching scream. So Wangu Zi is your cousin. I've been rude. Huang Xiaolong added. May I know if your cousin came with you? Wangu Bifei's face twisted in a grim sneer. What, you're afraid now? It's too late. The little cow gave Wangu Bifei another kick. If Wangu Zi is also here, go tell him I'm at the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall. Huang Xiaolong smiled a cold smile. Now that he had broken through to peak mid-second order ancient god realm, Huang Xiaolong genuinely wanted to spar with Wangu Zi to test his strength. Huang Xiaolong turned around, stepping through the entrance with Yao Qi and the others, led by head supervisor Meng Yuan. Before leaving, Meng Yuan felt a little guilty leaving Wangu Bifei just like that. Hence, he ordered several guards to heal his injuries. After some effort, Wangu Bifei could finally stand on his feet and pushed away the Commerce Hall's guards, staring icily in the direction Huang Xiaolong entered just now before turning to leave. In the guest hall, Meng Yuan invited Huang Xiaolong's group to sit and ordered tea to be served. Young warrior Huang Xiaolong, this time, several Wangu clan disciples came over to procure some things. Although Wangu Ziyu is not here, Wangu Dongqin is. Meng Yuan felt it was better to caution Huang Xiaolong. Wangu Dongqin? Huang Xiaolong looked confused. Meng Yuan explained. This Wangu Dongqin is also of one of the Wangu clan's genius disciples with an emperor-rank godhead. It's just that his reputation isn't as loud as Wangu Zi's. He has a mid-grade emperor-rank godhead and early second-order ancient god realm cultivation. In the Eternal Mainland's All Islands Great War, he ranked second, just below Wangu Zi. Huang Xiaolong calmly nodded. Soon, his tone changed, asking, Head Supervisor Meng Yuan, frankly speaking, my main purpose for coming here is to buy some Chaos-grade 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, and Chaos-grade Green Flame Spiritual Liquid, Ice Jade Spiritual Liquid. Does the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall have these things? Meng Yuan was shocked at Huang Xiaolong's request. He wants to actually buy so many Chaos Spiritual Liquid. On top of that, there was also the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone that was hard to come by in a billion years. A while later, Meng Yuan snapped out of his shock. He solemnly said to Huang Xiaolong, Young warrior Huang, at our branch we do not have a lot, but only a little of the Chaos Spiritual Liquid that you want to buy. May I know how much you want? Delight shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes hearing Meng Yuan's reply. He said, 100 drops of each kind, if not 50 drops will be fine as well. Meng Yuan nodded. We do have 50 drops. Please wait a while, young warrior Huang. I will send someone to bring them over. He took out a communication talisman and sent the order out. But we don't have the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone and other Chaos Spiritual Liquid at our branch. Meng Yuan further added, If young warrior Huang really needs them, you can try visiting other branches or even our headquarters. That's good. I thank Head Supervisor Meng Yuan. Huang Xiaolong smiled and said. Meng Yuan laughed. There is no need to thank me. Young warrior Huang came to our commerce hall and gave us a big business. It is we who should thank young warrior Huang. The two men laughed, exuding goodwill. Huang Xiaolong understood Meng Yuan was merely being polite. After all, materials such as Chaos Spiritual Liquid is not something that could be bought with money. Precious materials always had a lot of buyers. If it wasn't for his identity as a Fortune Gates High Emperor rank Godhead genius, as well as a personal disciple of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, he'd have never gotten a drop of Chaos Spiritual Liquid at the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall. Therefore, having Golden Brow and Blood Knife as his masters had quite a lot of benefits. Soon, someone from the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall sent over the Chaos Spiritual Liquids Huang Xiaolong had bought, 50 drops of every kind. Over 1.4 trillion. Even so, this was a discounted price Meng Yuan had given out of respect for Golden Brow and Blood Knife. Otherwise, 1.4 trillion was far from enough to buy these Chaos Spiritual Liquids. Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, Song Qingli and others were shocked and left speechless after hearing the price. Even Huang Xiaolong felt pain after taking out 1.4 trillion all at once. The residence at Fortune City he bought earlier was just slightly over 1.5 trillion. Although there was a fair amount of treasures in his spatial ring, Shinbi was limited. Paying for the chaos spiritual liquid nearly scraped Huang Xiaolong's meager amount of Shinbi clean. But fortunately, the All Islands Great War First Place receives 1 trillion Shinbi in rewards. If not for this reward, there was no way he could afford to buy these chaos spiritual liquids. It seems like he will have to think of ways to make some Shinbi. Head Supervisor Meng Yuan. I have something that I hope Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall can auction off for me, Huang Xiaolong said to Meng Yuan. After thinking through, he asked, May I ask what is the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall's requirement for auction items? Meng Yuan then explained to Huang Xiaolong the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall's requirements. For example, spiritual vein must be grade 4 and above, herbs must be 40 million years old and above, and artifacts must be refined by high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters. After hearing what Meng Yuan said, Huang Xiaolong took out all the grade 4 and grade 5 spiritual veins inside his spatial ring, as well as herbs ranging between 40 to 50 million years. In the end, after some thought, Huang Xiaolong took out one of the rewards given to the first-place winner of All Islands Great War, the ancient divine dragon armor. With his freak of a true divine dragon physique's toughness, it was irrelevant whether he would have this ancient divine dragon armor or otherwise. Hence, it was useless merely keeping it inside his spatial ring. As for grade 5 spiritual veins and 50 million years old herbs, they had lost most of their effectiveness for Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, it was better they were auctioned off in exchange for Shinbi. Seeing the grade 4 and 5 spiritual veins, and a large bunch of 40 to 50,000-year-old herbs, Meng Yuan felt surreal. Meng Yuan said to Huang Xiaolong, Young warrior Huang, if I am seeing right, this must be one of the All Islands Great War first-place rewards, the ancient divine dragon armor. Isn't it? You really want to take it out to auction? Huang Xiaolong nodded. I have the true dragon physique. Therefore, this armor is not necessary. Meng Yuan's mouth opened and closed several times, but no words came out. In the end, he nodded. Head Supervisor Meng Yuan. May I ask how much a piece of Chaos 5-colored Heaven refining stone costs? Huang Xiaolong asked. Meng Yuan pondered a little before answering Huang Xiaolong. A palm-sized piece is about 3 trillion. Huang Xiaolong laughed wryly. It looks like even if other Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall branches or their headquarters had the Chaos 5-colored Heaven refining stone, he would be hard-pressed to find 3 trillion Shinbi. The spiritual veins and precious herbs that Huang Xiaolong had were far from enough to pool 3 trillion in an auction. There was still a lot of good stuff inside Huang Xiaolong's spatial ring, such as Fire Phoenix Crystal that he had found inside the Immortal Phoenix Faith Palace when he had discovered the pill-blending tower. Other items included Ghost Buddha Sex, Lord Guifu's Ghost Buddha Ring, Ghost Buddha Divine Cauldron, also not to mention the giant tribe's Heavenly Devil Snake Swords, and Golden Buddha Pills. But these things were of use to Huang Xiaolong, thus they couldn't be sold. Soon, Huang Xiaolong's thoughts shifted to the 4 mainlands' new disciples' battles rewards. One of these rewards was 10 trillion Shinbi. Therefore, he would absolutely need to win first place in the 4 mainlands' new disciples' battle. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong inquired of head supervisor Meng Yuan about the auction. After learning that it would be held after 3 months, Huang Xiaolong requested Meng Yuan to place his money temporarily at the Commerce Hall as he planned to collect them 2 years later. Apart from that, Huang Xiaolong requested Meng Yuan to contact him if he received news about Chaos 5-colored Heaven refining stone. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong learned from Meng Yuan about the procedures that would take place after the auction concludes. Coming out from the Commerce Hall, Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, and the others planned to head back to Green Cloud Island. However, just as they stepped out of the entrance, they saw that a group of Wangu clan disciples, which was led by Wangu Bifei, was walking towards them from a distance. When Wangu Bifei spotted Huang Xiaolong, he loudly said to the young man with green eyes walking beside him, "Brother Dong Chan, that's him, Huang Xiaolong." Wangu Bifei pointed his finger at Huang Xiaolong with hatred roiling up in his eyes. The green-eyed young man's gaze fell onto Huang Xiaolong as he walked with Wangu Bifei and other Wangu clan disciples. 2 sides faced each other standing in front of the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall entrance. Invisible opposing currents collided again and again. The atmosphere was getting increasingly intense. Meng Yuan tried to say something, But Wangu Dongchun was one step ahead of him and said, Huang Xiaolong, the Fortune Mainland's All Islands Great War first place? Do you dare to go over to the duel field with me right now? Of course, if you dare not, then crawl out from between my pants and I will permit you to leave. Wangu Dongchun pointed under his crotch as he said that. Wangu Bifei and present Wangu clan disciples burst out into laughter. Fighting was prohibited on Wu Island, but there were dual fields where grudges could be settled. Looking at the group of laughing Wangu clan disciples, Huang Xiaolong suddenly smiled. His smile made Wangu Bifei and others feel uncomfortable. Sure, Huang Xiaolong crisply replied. He was the first one to leave. Together with Yao Qi and the others, Huang Xiaolong flew towards the duel field. Huang Xiaolong's action made Wangu Dongchun frown. Hesitating slightly, he too flew towards the duel field. Wangu Dongchun had heard that Huang Xiaolong had advanced to the peak of mid-second order ancient god realm in one go. However, he was fully confident that he could defeat Huang Xiaolong. Meng Yuan also followed behind Huang Xiaolong's group, bringing several guards with him. The duel fields were not far from the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall branch. In a short half an hour they reached the duel field. Huang Xiaolong entered the duel field first, followed by Wangu Dongchun. Both of them stood facing each other in the air. With these two people at the center, strong energy swirled around them. A crowd gathered, intently watching the two of them. Wangu Dongchun sneered coldly. It's really unfortunate that Fortune Mainland has unexpectedly fallen so far down. Even a peak late 10th order Heavenly God Realm disciple can win first place in the All Islands Great War. Looks like the Dragon Origin sect, Twin Cities sect, Heavenly Dan sect, and whatever other sects are all useless waste. Huang Xiaolong chuckled indifferently, asking, Does that mean you are stronger than those Dragon Origin sect wastes? Wangu Dongchun was taken aback, but there was a sharp gleam in his eyes as he realized that Huang Xiaolong was actually taking the roundabout way to say that Wangu Dongchun himself was a slightly stronger waste. Huang Xiaolong, very soon you will know whether I am a waste or not. Wangu Dongchun snorted. All of a sudden, his momentum rose to a peak. The strong energy swirling around the duel field's perimeter came to a sudden halt for a few seconds. Then, it started moving increasingly faster with Huang Xiaolong and Wangu Dongchun at its center, expanding outwards. As Wangu Dongchun's momentum broke out, his entire body was enshrouded by flowing golden flames. The golden flames caused space around Wangu Dongchun to warp unsteadily. Mid-4th order ancient god realm. Golden Qilin flames. Wangu Dongchun's strength actually reached golden Qilin flames. Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall's Meng Yuan was astounded. Not only Wangu Dongchun had advanced to mid-4th order ancient god realm, but he had also successfully cultivated golden Qilin flames. Highly talented Wangu clan disciples who had awakened their Qilin bloodline were able to cultivate their Wangu clan's Qilin divine art, enabling them to form Qilin flames from their bodies. Even so, there were grades to Qilin flames. From low to high were red Qilin flames, blue flames, golden flames, white flames, black flames, and purple flames. Some Wangu clan disciples were only able to form the red Qilin flames throughout their lives. Yet, red Qilin flames were effectively powerful and the disciples from the same realm could rarely withstand them. In comparison to red Qilin flames, blue Qilin flames were stronger, but golden flames were the third strongest in the ranks of Qilin flames. And Wangu Dongchun's Qilin flames were golden in color. Haha. Yes, golden Qilin flames. Wangu Dongchun let out a burst of complacent laughter. He said to Huang Xiaolong, My golden Qilin flames can even turn a 5th order ancient god realm cultivator into ashes. Huang Xiaolong, don't assume you're the greatest after breaking through peak mid-second order ancient god realm. In my eyes, you are no different than the Dragon Origin sect. Nothing but a waste. Naturally, I will spare your life out of respect for Golden Brow and Blood Knife. I heard that during the All Islands Great War, you made Tan Lin and Yang Liming kneel on stage. Today, I will make you kneel on this duel field. As Wangu Dongchun said this, the golden Qilin flames enshrouded him and became more vivid and vigorous, condensing into a Qilin flames armor on his body and exuded the might of a Qilin divine beast. Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall head supervisor Meng Yuan and other people were surprised by Wangu Dongchen's words. Meng Yuan exclaimed, "Wangu Dongchen has already reached the step of condensing an armor with his golden Qilin flames. His comprehension and control of the golden Qilin flames are no lesser than that Wangu Zi. Considering Wangu Dongchen's mid-fourth order ancient god realm strength and golden Qilin flames, Huang Xiaolong will certainly get defeated." And Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall's guards shook his head. Huang Xiaolong is Fortune Mainland's All Islands Great War #1, yet he couldn't defeat Eternal Mainland's second place. Fortune Mainland is getting worse compared to Eternal Mainland. Outside the duel field, Wangu Bifei and several other Wangu clan disciples were emboldened. "Brother Dongchen, settle Huang Xiaolong in one move. Make him kneel on his knees." Wangu Dongchen attacked. From afar, he resembled a mighty fire Qilin leaping at Huang Xiaolong. Arriving above Huang Xiaolong's head, his palm slammed down. Golden Qilin flames were rained down on Huang Xiaolong like a storm. Yao Qi's breathing stopped momentarily at this sight. Huang Xiaolong tilted his head, and suddenly, the crowd saw an azure dragon formed of azure fire fly out of Huang Xiaolong's body. As the azure dragon rushed towards the sky, a dragon's roar reverberated in everyone's ears. Golden Qilin flames that were raining down on Huang Xiaolong scattered as the azure dragon flew up. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon was flying straight at Wangu Dongchen, and its speed rendered the crowd stupefied. Wangu Dongchen was astonished as he saw that the azure dragon was growing increasingly bigger. Flustered, he used all of his strength and punched out with both of his fists. Great God-fiend fist! Golden Qilin flames danced as God-fiends appeared. Great force rippled through the air. The azure dragon extended its front claws. In that instant, Ara rumble. An echoing boom came from above and violent waves of aftershock flowed downwards. With this, the azure dragon's attack finally ended. However, before Wangu Dongchen could breathe a sigh of relief, a figure blurred in front of him. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through his chest as if a great mountain had smashed into him. Wangu Dongchen's body shot towards the duel field's ground. Huang Xiaolong stood in the air with the azure dragon circling around him. A blue and black dragon head appeared on Huang Xiaolong's back, exuding dragon might. Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall Meng Yuan and other people in the crowd, including Wangu Bifei's group of Wangu clan disciples, looked at the end of the duel field in bewilderment. They were hardly able to recover from their shock. The Qilin Flame's armor on Wangu Dongchen's body was covered in dust and had cracked from Huang Xiaolong's punch. Huang Xiaolong arrived in front of Wangu Dongchen in a single stride. Looking at the half-dead Wangu Dongchen, Huang Xiaolong smiled coldly and said, "It seems you're not stronger than the likes of Dragon Origin Sect." Huang Xiaolong punched Wangu Dongchen's chest. Outside the duel field, Wangu Bifei and Wangu clan disciples felt their heart jump out of their chest as they watched Huang Xiaolong's punch land on Wangu Dongchen's chest. Huang Xiaolong's punch sent Wangu Dongchen flying outside of the duel field, rolling over the ground towards the Wangu clan disciples' feet. Huang Xiaolong gave Wangu Bifei a piercing glance. This scared Wangu Bifei until his legs shook uncontrollably and his face turned ashen. "Anyone else wants to try the duel field?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Wangu Bifei and several Wangu clan disciples shook their heads, their eyes filled with tremendous fear. Huang Xiaolong returned to Yao Qi's side as the azure dragon fire retreated back and disappeared into his body. "Head Supervisor, farewell." Huang Xiaolong cupped his fists at Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall's Meng Yuan. Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall head supervisor cupped his fists in a fluster. A while later, while watching Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, and others leaving, he remained standing there for a long time. Head Supervisor Meng Yuan. This person, Huang Xiaolong, how could he be so strong? The guards mumbled as Huang Xiaolong's group disappeared in the horizon. A bitter smile swelled up in Meng Yuan's heart. That was not just strong, but it was monstrous. Even he had misjudged Huang Xiaolong's strength. At this time, Meng Yuan couldn't help but think about the Azure Dragon Divine Fire Huang Xiaolong summoned. What kind of fire was that? It was even more domineering than golden Qilin flames. This person, Huang Xiaolong, He is no less than Wanguzi himself. Another guard commented. Meng Yuan shook his head and said, I've met Wanguzi. Even though Huang Xiaolong is outstanding, he's still no match for Wanguzi. But Huang Xiaolong could probably fight with Yu Wuxin to a tie. 2 years have passed since Huang Xiaolong fought in the All Islands Great War battle. Now that Huang Xiaolong has injured Wangu Dongqin in the Four Mainlands New Disciples battle, Wanguzi will definitely retaliate, and that battle will be very entertaining. As the group of Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall's people praised and sighed, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the transmission array. Due to the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall's presence on Wu Island, not only there was a large transmission array, but it was also bigger than the one in Hua Prefecture City. After paying the required amount of Shinbi, they stepped onto the transmission array. In the void, chaotic currents were continuously emitted by the transmission array pillar of light. Since it took 10 days to reach Green Cloud Island, Huang Xiaolong used these 10 days for studying the Immortal Phoenix Divine Arts, as well as the ancient manuscripts and technique manuals that he had found in the Ghost Buddha Depository. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong also focused on comprehending the Purple Grand Mist aura. When Huang Xiaolong was breaking through to Ancient God Realm, a large amount of Purple Grand Mist aura was absorbed by his 3 supreme godheads. Hence, his comprehension reached a new degree. He had a feeling that his Grand Mist Parasite medium practice will soon achieve success. Yao Qi too was focusing on her cultivation. With the divine pellets and herbs that Huang Xiaolong had given her, Yao Qi's cultivation rose significantly faster. 10 days passed quickly. When the transmission array's light died down, Huang Xiaolong's group appeared on the Green Cloud Island's transmission array. Looking at the familiar surroundings, a feeling of being back home filled Huang Xiaolong's chest. The Green Cloud Island was the place where he had first arrived in the divine world. Therefore, in Huang Xiaolong's heart, Green Cloud Island was his home in the divine world, just like Martial Spirit World's Snow Wind continent in the lower realm. A day later, Huang Xiaolong and the others were back at Barbarian God Sect. Early on, Barbarian God Sect Chief Gue Ling had already left a group of Barbarian God Sect Grand Elders and Elders to wait for Huang Xiaolong's group at the edge of Barbarian God Mountain Range. Greetings, young Lord Huang Ancestor. Spotting Huang Xiaolong's group from afar, Gu Ling respectfully greeted loudly while kneeling on one knee. Barbarian God Sect Grand Elders and Elders knelt behind Gu Ling, greeting in sonorous voices. On the way back, Lu Zhua informed Gu Ling the same salutation that young Lord Huang received. Since Huang Xiaolong was the personal disciple of Fortune Gate Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, as well as he was being recognized as a master by the Great Whale Sect, Elephant Genesis Sect, and even Dralian Island's Golden Dragon Gate, it would be inappropriate for them to continue to address Huang Xiaolong by his name. There was no doubt that the Barbarian God Sect had submitted to Huang Xiaolong, who had climbed up a higher branch. Huang Xiaolong asked Gu Ling and everyone to rise. Sect Chief Gu, I am still a Barbarian God Sect disciple. You can just call me by my name in the future, Huang Xiaolong said. Gu Ling shook his head persistently, claiming he dared not. Seeing that Gu Ling was adamant, Huang Xiaolong let him be. Gu Ling had already prepared a celebration banquet in the Barbarian God Sect's Great Hall. After Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi had taken their seats, everyone sat down. As the banquet began, Gu Ling was the first to stand up and raise his wine cup to congratulate Huang Xiaolong. The way he looked at Huang Xiaolong was filled with reverence and borderline fanatical worship. Right? Borderline fanatical worship. The same fanatical worship shown from most of Barbarian God Sect disciples towards Huang Xiaolong. Gu Ling's reverence towards Huang Xiaolong had grown intense for many days, since the moment he had heard that Huang Xiaolong was first in the All Islands Great War, had been accepted as Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's personal disciple, and had successfully broke through peak mid-second order Ancient God Realm in one go. Gu Ling was followed by Lu Zhua, then Zhu Huan, Ren Changhai, Golden Dragon Gate Song Chengli, and others, each toasting to Huang Xiaolong's victory. The group of Grand Elders and Elders did not miss this opportunity to express their deep respect for Huang Xiaolong in front of him. A joyous atmosphere filled the great hall. After 3 rounds of wine, Huang Xiaolong asked about Barbarian God Sect and Green Cloud Island's overall situation. Gu Ling answered his questions in detail. In the period Huang Xiaolong went to Fortune Mainland to participate in the All-Island Great War until now, Barbarian God Sect and Green Cloud Islands had been quite peaceful. The sea tribes had not attacked again. Ouyang family, any movement on their side? Huang Xiaolong asked another question. Gu Ling hesitated for a second before answering. Ouyang family has allied themselves to the Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect. In a little over a year, their forces have expanded at a frenzy pace among Ouyang families surrounding islands. 7 of them have already submitted to Ouyang clan, but the superforce on Sixboards Island, the Seven Terraces sect, refused to submit, due to which the Seven Terraces sect chief, ancestors, grand elders and elders were all killed. Seven Terraces sect male disciples were reduced to become slaves in Ouyang family's mines, where they are mining day in day out, whereas female disciples were given as maids or playthings to Ouyang family male disciples. Gu Ling gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. He had met the Seven Terraces sect chief a few times in the past, and though they weren't exactly friends, they have had a good impression of each other. Never had he imagined that Seven Terraces sect chief would end up dying so miserably. Ouyang family has become increasingly rampant in recent months. Moreover, they have set up a sea gateway. All cultivators that pass close to Ouyang family's islands are forced to pay 100,000 shinbi. If this is not the worst, they also forcefully confiscated all the treasures from the bodies of the cultivators. Those that refused were killed on the spot, and their bodies were thrown into the endless sea as the food for those sea beasts. Barbarian God sect grand elders angrily chimed in one after another, indignant at Ouyang family's actions. Huang Xiaolong too was angry. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Ouyang family, to hell and damnation! The wine cup in his hands was crushed into dust. Although Ouyang family will not dare to attack our Green Cloud Island at the moment, I have received news that after Ouyang clan takes over Tang Mountain Island and Perennial Temple Island, their next target will be Dralian Island's Golden Dragon Gate and Berserk Lion Sect. Gu Ling added as his gaze shifted to Golden Dragon Gate's Song Qingli and Luzhua. Because Huang Xiaolong's base was Green Cloud Island, Ouyang family did not dare to blatantly attack Green Cloud Island for the time being, but they had no scruples attacking Dralian Island. Golden Dragon Sect's Song Qingli and Lu Zhua looked worried. Huang Xiaolong asked Gu Ling, "How long before do you think Ouyang family attacks Dralian Island?" Gu Ling respectfully replied, "Although Ouyang family has climbed up to Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect, and also received aid of experts from both forces, it'd still take them half a year to reign in Tang Mountain Island, Perennial Temple Island, and several other islands." Half a year. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Half a year was enough. In half a year's time, he can enter the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial ground to the end and refine a group of nefarious devil masters, as well as subjugate the nefarious devil tribe. This is the time when he will annihilate the Ouyang family. Hearing the news of Ouyang family's expansion, Huang Xiaolong was no longer in the mood to stay long at Barbarian God Sect, deciding to head to the nefarious Devil Tribe Island the very next day. On the same night, Huang Xiaolong visited the old man that he had rescued from the Soul Tribe dungeon years ago. After he had rescued that mysterious old man, Huang Xiaolong had arranged for him to stay in a residence in Barbarian God City, looked after by Barbarian God Sect elders. When the mysterious old man saw Huang Xiaolong walk in, his attitude towards Huang Xiaolong was just as bad as he used to have in the past. Huang Xiaolong had always been curious about this mysterious old man's identity. However, there was nothing he could do since the old man had always refused to tell him about it. Not to mention, there was also a restriction placed on the old man's body by a master which allowed neither Huang Xiaolong nor the little cow to search the old man's memories. Early next day, Huang Xiaolong, Song Qingli, and Lu Zhua left Barbarian God Sect. The plan was to return to Golden Dragon Sect with Song Qingli and Lu Zhua. After all, the nefarious Devil Tribe Island was a short distance from Dralian Island. Yao Qi, on the other hand, stayed behind at Barbarian God Sect to cultivate. Also, bringing Yao Qi to the nefarious Devil Tribe Island was a little inconvenient. Huang Xiaolong, Song Qingli, and Luzhua were already ancient God Realm masters. Their flying speed was faster than the flying ships. Therefore, they didn't consider taking South Hui City's flying ships services from Green Cloud Island to Dralian Island. Huang Xiaolong's group flew past South Hui City, and half a day later, they arrived at Dralian Island's Golden Dragon Gate. Golden Dragon Gate Grand Elders and Elders had long been waiting for Huang Xiaolong, Song Qingli, and Lu Zhua's arrival. Among the welcoming party, Huang Xiaolong spotted Lu Qingyang, the person who had sent someone to kill him. While Lu Qingyang, the Golden Dragon Gate Grand Elders and Elders were inwardly guessing Huang Xiaolong's identity, Huang Xiaolong spoke to Lu Qingyang, Grand Elder Lu Qingyang. Gazes from all around turned to Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang was stunned, but he asked politely, "Senior, do you know of me?" Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Do you still remember your Golden Dragon Gate disciple, Tang Hong?" Tang Hong. Lu Qingyang's heart tightened nervously. Laughing innocently, he said, "Senior is joking. There are hundreds and thousands of Golden Dragon Gate disciples. It is not possible for this Lu Qingyang to remember every disciple's name." A knowing smile flickered across Huang Xiaolong's face. "Is that so?" But Huang Xiaolong did not pursue the matter further, and continued flying into the Golden Dragon Gate Great Hall with Song Qingli, Lu Zhou, and the rest. As the Golden Dragon Gate had prepared a banquet early on, Huang Xiaolong had to participate in it. If not, he would have to see Song Qingli and Lu Zhou's disappointed expressions. Golden Dragon Gate Grand Elders and Elders were astounded when they saw that Ancestor Song Qingli and Gate Chief Lu Zhou invited Huang Xiaolong to take the main seat, whereas they both took the lower seat. Seeing shocked faces around him and after receiving Huang Xiaolong's permission, Song Qingli announced, "This is our fortune mainland all islands Great War first place, Senior Huang Xiaolong." In an instant, gasps of shock echoed in the Great Hall. No doubt Song Qingli's words had astounded the present Golden Dragon Gate Grand Elders and Elders. The All Islands Great War had ended about a year ago. The news that barbarian god sects Huang Xiaolong had won the first place had spread through various sects and forces big and small. Any forces that have qualifications to participate in the All Islands Great War knew about this. After learning Huang Xiaolong's identity, Golden Dragon Gate's Grand Elders and Elders respectfully toasted to Huang Xiaolong, except for Lu Qingyang, who seemed like he was sitting on needles. Dread tightened around his heart as he tried to guess when Tang Hong would have met Huang Xiaolong. What was the connection between them? Huang Xiaolong was indifferent as he noticed Lu Qingyang's unease. The next day morning, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow strengthened the Golden Dragon Gate's Grand Defense Formation, increasing the defensive formation's power over by many times. On the third day, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow left Dralian Island flying towards the nefarious Devil Tribe Island. As for Lu Qingyang, Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to deal with him personally. Thus he left this task to Song Qingli and Lu Zhua. After leaving Dralian Island, Huang Xiaolong summoned out the chaos spiritual beast Black Baboon to carry him and the little cow to the nefarious Devil Tribe Island. Based on the Black Baboon's speed, they could reach their destination in a day. It was already noon when Huang Xiaolong left Dralian Island. 5 to 6 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. "There's an island up ahead. Should we go and have a look?" the little cow asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. We'll rest here for the night and continue tomorrow." He then sent the chaos spiritual beast Black Baboon back and rode on the little cow, heading to the island that was not far ahead. But when they got closer to the island, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow heard screams and angry shouts. "The Black Devil battle armor is my family's ancestral item. You cannot take it away." "Your ass of an ancestral item? Our interest in the armor is your honor. Also, you can get lost now, and the girl stays." Subsequently, there were furious bellows and intense clashes of a battle. Huang Xiaolong frowned, his legs nudging the little cow to increase its speed. A few moments later, Huang Xiaolong saw that above the island in front of him, there was a group of disciples clad in brocade crimson gold robes. They were besieging a black brocade-robed young man, and not far from them stood 2 disciples in Ouyang family robes who were forcefully holding 2 female disciples captive. It was obvious these two female disciples were together with the black brocade-robed young man. Ouyang family. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed dangerously. Looking at the situation in front of him and thinking of what Gu Ling had mentioned earlier, Huang Xiaolong immediately understood what was going on. Looks like the Crimson Gold Disciples' force has submitted to Ouyang clan. Ouyang family is therefore forcefully collecting toll on this part of the sea region. The black brocade-robed young man's strength was not bad. It was at peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivation. However, the group of crimson-red robe disciples besieging him were not weak. Either they averaged at 9th Order Heavenly God Realm strength. And soon the young man was laden with injuries. If this continues, in less than 10 minutes, this young man is dead for certain. Huang Xiaolong patted the little cow's head. The little cow responded, seemingly without any action. Merely a purple lightning flashed in its eyes. The group of crimson gold robe disciples was sent flying in various directions. Their bodies charred black with fine streaks of purple lightning occasionally crackling. This was too sudden that everyone was stunned. The two Ouyang family disciples were astonished, and they turned towards Huang Xiaolong's to look at him. "Punk! Who are you? Dare to stick your nose in our Ouyang family's business." One of the Ouyang family disciples pointed at Huang Xiaolong and scolded while trying to conceal his apprehension. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to waste his time with this nonsense. With a casual lift of his hand, the Ouyang family disciple was split into two halves. The other Ouyang family disciple was deathly terrified. "Go back and tell Ouyang bin Ouyang Shuguang. Soon, I, Huang Xiaolong, will reap their lives," Huang Xiaolong coldly stated. "Get lost, Huang Xiaolong." When the Ouyang family disciple heard Huang Xiaolong's name, his body trembled violently but quickly fled in fear. Senior is none other than the All Islands Great War first-place winner, Senior Huang Xiaolong. The black-robed young man knelt in front of Huang Xiaolong, speaking respectfully. "This one is Nine Palaces Cult's Lin Chun. I am deeply grateful for Senior's saving grace." Looking at Huang Xiaolong, there was reverence in Lin Chen's eyes. The other two female disciples knelt in gratitude. Huang Xiaolong had the three of them rise and checked on their condition. Then he had them leave the island. The three disciples thanked Huang Xiaolong once again before flying away. "Then, are we still resting on the island up ahead?" The little cow pointed to the front. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "No, continue onwards." Since the island's forces had submitted to Ouyang family, it would be nothing but trouble resting on that island. Huang Xiaolong did not wish to delay any further. Hence, Huang Xiaolong summoned the chaos spiritual beast bulk baboon out again, continuing towards their destination. Deep into the night, thick cold and eerie fog dominated the air above the nefarious Devil Tribe Island. Black fog roiled, intimidating trespassers. Under the dim greenish moonlight, several figures appeared above the nefarious Devil Tribe Island. They were none other than Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the black baboon. Concealing their presence, in a turn of space teleportation, three figures flickered in and out under the moonlit sky. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had been there before. Due to their familiarity with the terrain, they arrived at the nefarious Devil Tribe ancestral burial ground within a short time of 5 hours. The sky was still dark when they reached the Yama Plains where the ancestral burial ground was located. So much thick death chi, nefarious chi, and energy roiled, that one could barely see their fingers. The last time he was at the nefarious Devil Tribe Island, his cultivation was only a 5th Order Heavenly God Realm, not even mid-5th Order Heavenly God Realm. At that time, he was twice as careful facing these thick rolling death chi, nefarious chi, and energy of Yama Plains. However, this time around these death chi, nefarious chi, and energy posed no threat to Huang Xiaolong at all. Huang Xiaolong disappeared into the darkness riding on the little cow. Chaos spiritual beast black baboon following closely behind them. This time around, other than the little cow, Huang Xiaolong had only brought chaos spiritual beast black baboon with him. Xiatu, Xiadu, and both cloud-devouring divine beasts, as well as his swarm of golden gorb insects had been left at the barbarian god sect. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 reached the entrance to the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial ground. With his eye of hell, Huang Xiaolong determined the positions of the 12 guardians. During his last visit, he had used a concealment method to sneak into the ancestral burial grounds as he was afraid that he'd be discovered by the 12 guardians. But things were different now. Huang Xiaolong used the sole attack of his eye of hell. Bursts of blood-red light enshrouded the 12 guardians in an instant and broke through their defenses, exerting control over them. The 12 peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Guardians were completely powerless to struggle against Huang Xiaolong. After the 12 guardians were under his control, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the black baboon swaggered in, breezing through the Imperial Great Killing Formation at the entrance to the nefarious Devil Tribe ancestral burial grounds. Within the ancestral burial grounds, death chi and nefarious chi rolled thick as clouds. In Huang Xiaolong's eyes, the death chi and nefarious chi looked denser than before, but he wasn't bothered. His archdevil supreme godhead spun at high speed, frenziedly swallowing the surrounding death chi, nefarious chi, and energy into his body. Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 flew further in of the ancestral burial ground, and soon, Huang Xiaolong saw the first tomb. When Huang Xiaolong was here during his first visit, he had checked all of the 90 tombs, from the 1st to the 90th. Therefore, during this time Huang Xiaolong went straight to the 90th tomb with the little cow. Roughly an hour later, Huang Xiaolong reached his target destination, 90th tomb. He stood in front of the tomb entrance and looked at the dense death chi and nefarious chi that were resembling a sturdy ancient city wall. Huang Xiaolong didn't ask for help from the little cow, nor had the black baboon open a path. He activated his archdevil supreme godhead and absorbed the death chi and nefarious chi that was in front of him. He wasn't able to break past the dense death chi and nefarious chi the last time he was here. But this time around he planned to absorb them to help him break through to late Second Order ancient god realm. While Huang Xiaolong entered the 90th tomb at the nefarious devil tribe ancestral burial ground, the Ouyang family disciple whom Huang Xiaolong had previously let go on purpose was kneeling on the floor of Ouyang family Great Hall, holding his breath in apprehension. A one-armed, silver-haired old man and a robust old man were sitting on the Ouyang family Great Hall main seats. These 2 old men were elders who were sent by Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect. Their names were Wu Ruiping and Lu Xiaodong. Both Wu Ruiping and Lu Xiaodong were ancient god realm elders who had came to assist Ouyang family in subjugating nearby islands' forces. Ouyang family ancestor Ouyang Bin and Ouyang family patriarch Ouyang Shuguang were both sitting in positions lower than Wu Ruiping and Lu Xiaodong, looking at them respectfully. Elders, I didn't expect for Huang Xiaolong to be back already, Ouyang Bin said, worry clearly written on his face. I have also heard that Huang Xiaolong has already broke through to peak mid-second order ancient god realm, with his fighting prowess. I'm afraid the average peak mid-third order ancient god realm cultivators are worse than him. Ouyang Shuguang woefully added. Wu Ruiping sneered with a disdainful tone. A scanty second order ancient god realm disciple already frightened all of you to this extent? What's there to be afraid of? Don't tell me that you both 7th Order Ancient God Realm Masters cannot deal with a 2nd Order Ancient God Realm disciple. Lu Xiaodong also had an icy expression as he said, It's just Huang Xiaolong. If it wasn't for him being a personal disciple of Golden Brow and Blood Knife, my pinky is enough to squash him to death. Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang smiled wryly. Of course they knew that Huang Xiaolong was just a 2nd Order Ancient God Realm disciple. But the problem lay in the fact that he was the personal disciple of Fortune Gate Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Who would dare to touch Huang Xiaolong? Wasn't that akin to seeking death? Don't worry, with Golden Brow and Blood Knife's identity, they will not interfere in Ouyang family's matters. Wu Ruiping added, Your Ouyang clan continues to expand. If Huang Xiaolong appears again, we will come out to help you flatten this roadblock. Lu Xiaodong then added, Huang Xiaolong is the Fortune Gate Ancestor's disciple. Our Twin Cities Sect's Tanlin is also a Fortune Gate Ancestor's disciple, and so is Dragon Origin Sect's Zhou Su. If he has a backing, then don't our Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect have a backing as well? Also, not to mention Lord Wang Wei is also my Twin Cities Sect's disciple. Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang finally felt reassured. The two elders are right. We were overly worried. Ouyang Shuguang laughed. Ouyang Bin chimed in. Huang Xiaolong said he will soon come to reap our lives. Then let us wait and see how he is going to do that. Within the 90th tomb, Huang Xiaolong sent a coffin cover flying with a punch of his fist, revealing a nefarious tribe expert's corpse lying inside. A complete corpse with its gold core. Huang Xiaolong couldn't hide his joy. It seems like my luck is not bad this time, considering the harvest from this initial tomb. Without further delay, Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and sucked the gold core into his body, absorbing its energy. Streams of pure golden-colored energy rushed out from the gold core. All of it was absorbed by Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads. In the past, it had taken Huang Xiaolong half a month to fully refine a nefarious devil gold core. But this time, Huang Xiaolong had absorbed all the energy within 10 minutes or so. Such shocking refining speed far exceeded the average 10th order ancient god realm cultivator. After Huang Xiaolong refined the gold core's energy, he employed the grand mist puppetry technique to refine the nefarious devil tribe master's corpse. Even without the little cow or the black baboon's help, Huang Xiaolong merely spent a few minutes to successfully refine the corpse into a puppet. This nefarious devil tribe master had late 4th order ancient god realm strength when he was alive. His name was Xiadong. Xiadong was similar to Xiatu, whom Huang Xiaolong had refined in the past, who had come from the Evil Heart Settlement. Xiadong was an ancestor of the Evil Heart Settlement as well. After the 90th tomb, Huang Xiaolong's group went to the next tomb, tomb number 91. 1 month flew by in a blink of an eye. During this 1 month, Huang Xiaolong averaged 10 tombs in a day, and the number of nefarious devil tribe experts that he had successfully refined into puppets had reached 23. The most powerful among them was of early 8th order ancient god realm strength. On this day, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and Black Baboon came to their 320th tomb's entrance. Huang Xiaolong's archdevil supreme godhead spun madly. It greedily devoured the death qi, nefarious qi, and energy lingering at the tomb entrance into Huang Xiaolong's body. All of a sudden, a dazzling light burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body, and his momentum peaked as he advanced to late 2nd order ancient god realm. As Huang Xiaolong's cultivation advanced to late 2nd order ancient god realm, it immediately increased his absorption speed. The little cow was not idle as its golden horns shot streaks of purple lightning into the tomb pathway, purifying and absorbing the cold energy within. At last, after 2 hours, the death qi, nefarious qi, and energy that were occupying the tomb were cleared. Huang Xiaolong heaved in relief. Close to the end, this tomb's death qi, nefarious qi, and energy were unusually thick, slowing their progress. Huang Xiaolong estimated another half a month's time when entering the deeper tombs. He'd also need the black baboons help clearing the death qi, nefarious qi, and energy. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the black baboon entered into the 320th tomb. After reaching the large coffin within the tomb, Huang Xiaolong flung away the coffin cover with a wave of his hand, revealing the situation inside. This coffin actually held 2 people. It was a man and a woman, 2 of the nefarious devil tribe experts' corpses. Judging from the way they were buried, these 2 were likely to be each other's life companions. Huang Xiaolong's gaze shifted to the 2 glowing nefarious devil gold cores. He had no intention to be polite. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and swallowed them into his body. These 2 nefarious devil gold cores contained a greater amount of energy as compared to any other's gold cores Huang Xiaolong had refined so far. The moment the 2 gold cores entered Huang Xiaolong's body, golden streams of energy rushed out like tidal waves. Shocked, Huang Xiaolong quickly sat down cross-legged. His 3 supreme godheads started spinning and began refining the energy. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong was entirely bathed in a golden halo. This went on for a day before the golden halo gradually dimmed and then disappeared. Only then did Huang Xiaolong stop and open his eyes. Subsequently, a wry smile appeared on his face. 2 nefarious devil gold cores from 8th order ancient god realm, and above apparently did not bring much improvement in his strength. After he had stepped into ancient god realm, His 3 supreme godheads' bottomless pits had become super bottomless pits. No matter how much energy he threw inside the pits, there was always this feeling that they would never get full. Until now, in these ancestral burial grounds, Huang Xiaolong had refined at least 40 ancestral nefarious devil gold cores, probably even 50. But yet, he had only risen to late Second Order Ancient God Realm from peak Mid-Second Order Ancient God Realm. Further down this road, how much terrifying amount of energy would he need in order to break through to 7th Order Ancient God Realm? Huang Xiaolong's head hurt as he thought about the Ancestor God Realm. Don't think about it now. He got up from the ground and flew towards the coffin and stopped above it. Then he began spinning the Grand Mist puppetry technique to refine the nefarious devil corpse into a puppet. However, as a precaution, Huang Xiaolong had the little cow and black baboon to help him. The 8th Order Ancient God Realm nefarious devil master whom he had refined earlier had a powerful remnant will that nearly resulted in Huang Xiaolong getting injured if things had gone wrong and out of control. While Huang Xiaolong was refining nefarious devil puppets at the ancestral burial grounds, Wangu Bifei and several Wangu clan disciples had brought the injured Wangu Dongchen back to Eternal Mainland. All of the Wangu clan experts were assembled at the Wangu clan headquarters Great Hall. A middle-aged man was sitting on the Great Hall center main seat with a domineering aura. He had thick brows and fleshy ears, and was clad in a purple robe with a Qilin emblem. This middle-aged man was none other than the current Wangu clan patriarch, Wangu Rui. In his seat, Wangu Rui was akin to an unsheathed sharp chaos-grade blade, and no one dared to look at him. Wangu Dongchen, Wangu Bifei, and several other disciples stood nervously in the hall. Although Wangu Bifei was Wangu clan's core disciple, he rarely had any chance to be in the same room as Wangu Rui. It was not only just Patriarch Wangu Rui, but he also didn't qualify to meet Wangu clan's grand elders up until now. Wangu Bifei felt his legs turning into jelly as he stood there facing Wangu Rui and all of the grand elders of Wangu clan. "You are Wangu Bifei?" Wangu Rui asked. "Why yes, Patriarch. I am Wangu Bifei." Wangu Bifei answered at once, quivering slightly. "Tell me in detail about what took place. Remember, do not conceal anything," Wangu Rui said. Although he had already heard everything about the incident from the Grand Elders, he wanted to hear Wangu Bifei speak about it personally. Wangu Bifei shuddered as he complied and nervously recounted the event in detail, not daring to lie or conceal anything. After listening to what had transpired directly from Wangu Bifei's mouth, Wangu Rui's fingers drummed the arm of the chair he was sitting on. Wangu Dongchen remained standing, his head lowered as he was trying to reduce his presence. None of the Grand Elders dared to utter a word. "Z, what are your thoughts about Huang Xiaolong?" Wangu Rui suddenly tilted his head to look at a scarlet-haired young man sitting on the first seat on his left. Strands of hair fell loosely over the young man's shoulders. He wore a faint smile on his lips. He did not carry any sense of urgency, but he was confident and amiable. Nonetheless, no one could simply ignore the determination in his eyes. This young man was Vientiane World Wangu clan's number of peerless genius Wangu Zi. Wangu Zi stood up and answered respectfully, "Huang Xiaolong is stronger than you, Wuxin." Then his tone changed, filled with confidence. "But I am confident to defeat him in 3 strikes, even without resorting to white Qilin flames." Huang Xiaolong had defeated Wangu Dongchen in 1 strike, but Wangu Zi was extremely confident that he could defeat Huang Xiaolong in 3 strikes, even without resorting to white Qilin flames. However, no one in the Great Hall felt Wangu Zi was boasting, including Wangu Rui. Wangu Rui nodded his head in satisfaction at Wangu Zi's answer. "Still, you should not underestimate Huang Xiaolong. In the coming 2 years before the 4 mainlands' new disciples battle, you can cultivate at the godly Qilin furnace. I will have several grand elders help you. Seize the time to break through to 6th Order Ancient God Realm before the 4 mainlands' new disciples battle starts." The godly Qilin furnace was one of Wangu clan's most precious treasures passed down through generations. Inside the godly Qilin furnace was the soul of a divine Qilin. Cultivating inside the furnace had unimaginable benefits to Wangu clan disciples who possessed Qilin bloodline. However, even Wangu clan grand elders were rarely granted permission to cultivate inside the godly Qilin furnace. Hence, it was inevitable that Wangu Dongchen, Wangu Bifei, and others were envious after hearing that. "Thank you, Patriarch." Wangu Zi beamed with joy. Wangu Rui turned his head in Wangu Dongchen's direction and dismissed them. "All of you, go back." Upon finding that Patriarch Wangu Rui had no intention to punish them, Wangu Bifei and several other Wangu clan disciples were inwardly feeling relieved. On the surface, though, all of them respectfully complied and retreated from the Great Hall. In a blink of an eye, another 2 passed. Huang Xiaolong was refining a nefarious devil gold core he had just obtained inside a tomb at the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial ground. Surging energy from the gold core rushed into every corner of Huang Xiaolong's body. The little cow could see Huang Xiaolong's body become bloated due to it. Huang Xiaolong pushed his 3 supreme godheads to their limits, frenziedly absorbing the seemingly boundless energy rushing out from the nefarious devil god core. Above Huang Xiaolong's head was the little cow's purple lightning cloud that was raining down lightning liquid, guarding him. 3 days and 3 nights later, Huang Xiaolong breathed out a sigh of relief. He had finally reached peak late second order ancient god realm. Just a little bit more and he could advance to third order ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong got to his feet. His heart was beating with joy as he looked at the row of nefarious devil puppets experts. During these 2 months, he had gone inside more than 60 tombs, increasing his number of nefarious devil puppets from 23 to 33. Not to mention the strongest of his puppets had the strength of peak early 10th order ancient god realm. Counting the other early 10th order ancient god realm puppet, Huang Xiaolong now had 2 10th order and above ancient god realm subordinates. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's group flew out of the tomb and was soon standing in front of the next tomb. This was their 451st tomb. Looking at the thick death qi, nefarious qi, and yin energy roiling at the entrance of this tomb, both he and the little cow felt their scalps go numb. The thick death qi, nefarious qi, and yin energy had surpassed the level of Huang Xiaolong's current strength to absorb them, even by force. Huang Xiaolong felt pity. But there was nothing he could do about it, except order the nefarious devil puppets to disperse them. Nevertheless, even after 4 days, the nefarious devil puppets were unable to completely disperse the thick death qi, nefarious qi, and yin energy. However, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were in no hurry as they stayed outside and cultivated while they waited. After half a month had passed, the death qi, nefarious qi, and yin energy that were accumulating at the tomb were finally cleared out. With the death qi, nefarious qi, and yin energy cleared out of the tomb, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow hurried inside with anticipation. With a stroke of his palm across the air, Huang Xiaolong sent the coffin cover spinning into the air, falling to the ground seconds later. When Huang Xiaolong saw the condition of the corpse lying within, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had explored over 400 tombs back to back, but had found only 33 complete nefarious devil corpses. This meant that he had obtained 1 complete nefarious devil corpse for every 10 or 11 tombs. Before entering this tomb, Huang Xiaolong was a little worried that the corpse inside it would be incomplete before entering. But now he was at ease. Judging from the death qi and nefarious qi flowing around the coffin, this nefarious devil tribe expert absolutely had above 10th order ancient god realm strength. This corpse's actual cultivation realm could only be known after refining it into a puppet. The only disappointment was that there was no nefarious devil gold core inside this coffin. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong directly began refining the corpse into a puppet. Huang Xiaolong's pupils shone purple as he spun the grand mist puppetry technique. A ray of purple light entered into the nefarious devil corpse between his brows. 33 nefarious devil puppets stood behind Huang Xiaolong in a pentagon formation with their hands forming various seals linking them together. Abundant soul force was gathered and it was channeled into Huang Xiaolong. This was an ancient method named 5 stars soul formation that could merge every person's soul force within the formation. Through the borrowed soul force from the group of nefarious devil puppets, Huang Xiaolong could smoothly refine nefarious devil experts' corpses above 10th order ancient god realm cultivation strength into puppets. Otherwise, even though Huang Xiaolong had the strength of a fourth-order ancient god realm, he still wouldn't be able to refine nefarious devil corpses belonging to 10th-order ancient god realm and above into puppets. The instant Huang Xiaolong's soul mark entered into the nefarious devil corpse's god sea, it was met with strong resistance from its remnant will. Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected for the remnant will of the corpse to be stronger than he was. In fact, it was far stronger than he had estimated. Despite his grand mist puppetry technique, it took Huang Xiaolong a lot of effort to suppress the corpse's remnant will. The two sides continued to collide repeatedly, lasting for more than 10 days before Huang Xiaolong felt the remnant will had weakened a little. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to be careless and continued refining the corpse. Ever since his three supreme godheads had absorbed the purple grand mist aura, Dragon's purple grand mist aura, Huang Xiaolong's soul had become extremely resilient. He had no problem holding on for another half a year. Half a month went by. From the time Huang Xiaolong had entered this tomb until now, roughly a month had passed when he finally succeeded in refining the nefarious devil tribe expert's corpse into his puppet. Late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. Huang Xiaolong learned that this nefarious devil was a late 10th Order Ancient God Realm master in his heyday. This nefarious devil tribe expert was named Xieli, a tribe patriarch who lived over 40 million years ago. Huang Xiaolong was beyond himself with delight, as this would make it a little easier for him to conquer the entire nefarious devil tribe. After successfully refining Xieli, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a hurry to go to the next tomb. Now that he was at the limit of the peak late second order ancient god realm, lately he was having a feeling that he'd be able to advance to third order ancient god realm in next few days. Thus, Huang Xiaolong sat down cross-legged and swallowed 5 golden Buddha pills simultaneously that were refined by Ghost Buddha sect chief Gui Fu. He then started circulating the 4 divine fires and began cultivating. Chaos spiritual energy surged down from the void like a waterfall. The little cow stared enviously at the gray chaos spiritual energy surging out from the void. Using its knowledge, the little cow could see that the chaos spiritual energy that was being absorbed by Huang Xiaolong was of high quality. With the continued cultivation using this chaos spiritual energy, not only Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique would evolve, but Huang Xiaolong's supreme godheads would also become more terrifying. This kid, where did he find these 4 great divine fires? The little cow contemplated. Despite its vast knowledge of the divine world, it couldn't see the 4 divine fires' origin. But the little cow knew that the 4 divine fires had existed even before the divine world was formed. 5 days later, the airflow in the tomb suddenly became stronger. A bright light exploded above Huang Xiaolong's head, followed by a low crisp noise of something breaking. It was several hours later when things gradually calmed down. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and saw that the little cow was observing him in a strange manner. He couldn't stand the look on the little cow's face and laughed. Huang Xiaolong teased, "Xianxia, what's so nice about me to look at me in that way? When compared to you, this cow will not even be able to lift her head up." The little cow sighed bitterly, looking sad and devastated. It has only been half a year since Huang Xiaolong had broken through to peak mid-second order ancient god realm yet he has already advanced to third order ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed in the ancient god realm was almost similar to his speed when he was still in the heavenly god realm. It was the norm that after cultivators stepped into ancient god realm, advancing every order took time, at least 20 to 30 times longer. In other words, if advancing from second order to third order heavenly god realm took a year, then advancing from second order to third order ancient god realm would take 20 to 30 years. But Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough ancient god realm orders were almost as fast as he breakthrough heavenly god realm orders. Huang Xiaolong grinned but said nothing and got to his feet. "Hurry up, we need to continue." Huang Xiaolong flew out from the tomb and went straight to the next one. Only 1 month's time was left before Ouyang family would attack Dralian Island. Huang Xiaolong hoped to use this remaining 1 month to add another nefarious devil puppet to his ranks if he could. If his cultivation hadn't broke through to third order ancient god realm, then Huang Xiaolong would have been slightly concerned. But now, his soul force was twice as strong. On top of that, He had the newly refined Xiali's late 10th Order ancient god realm strength to assist him. As a result, his confidence rose even higher. As Huang Xiaolong's group reached the 452nd tomb, Huang Xiaolong had Xiali and other 33 nefarious devil puppets clear out the thick death qi, nefarious qi and yin energy. The addition of Xiali greatly reduced the time needed to clear out thick death qi, nefarious qi and yin energy from the entrance. It only took as little as 6 days. But Huang Xiaolong was greatly disappointed as the nefarious devil expert corpse inside this tomb was incomplete and it didn't have a gold core. Reluctant to leave at this point, he headed to the 453rd tomb's entrance. He wanted Xiali and other puppets to clear a path quickly. However, the death qi, nefarious qi and yin energy at 453rd tomb were many times denser, and it took more than 10 days to clear them out. The result was just as depressing for Huang Xiaolong. The corpse inside it was also incomplete. Coming out from the 453rd tomb, Huang Xiaolong led the group to the next tomb entrance. After observing the situation at the entrance of this tomb, Huang Xiaolong gave up exploring any further and flew towards the ancestral burial grounds exit. With the power he currently possessed, it was sufficient for him to conquer the nefarious devil tribe and also annihilate Ouyang family. According to Gu Ling's words, Dragon Origin Sect and Twin City Sect had sent one elder each to protect Ouyang family. Both these elder strengths were early 10th Order ancient god realm. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong's group to come out front the burial grounds. Huang Xiaolong rode on the little cow while Xiali and other 33 nefarious devil puppets followed behind him. The awe-inspiring group flew straight to the nefarious devil tribe settlement. The nefarious devil tribe settlements were 400 to 500 in number. Therefore, conquering each one separately was going to be very time-consuming and troublesome. Huang Xiaolong had learned from Xiali's broken memories that the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral hall was the most sacred place apart from the ancestral burial grounds. And inside the ancestral hall was a nefarious devil holy bell. It could gather all nefarious devil tribe settlements' heads at the ancestral hall when it chimed. Nefarious devil tribe experts were gathered inside the great hall of nefarious devil tribe ancestral hall, when Huang Xiaolong was leading Xiali and 33 nefarious devil puppets towards the nefarious devil tribe ancestral hall. At the center of the hall, 4 nefarious devil experts sat in a row. Their physiques were clearly taller and bigger than others. Their auras were also the strongest in the great hall. These 4 were the heads of the biggest nefarious devil tribe settlements. Each one of them was a late 4th Order ancient god realm master. Seated below them in the Great Hall were the grand elders of 4 biggest settlements as well as the heads of other settlements. There were more than 500 nefarious devils in the Great Hall. This was the first time in the past several hundred years that all of nefarious devil tribe settlements' heads were gathered here. The atmosphere inside the Great Hall was tense and gloomy. I believe all of the settlements' heads know why we are gathered over here right now. One of the biggest settlements' head Xianxia of the Evil Heart settlement said as he broke the silence. We've obtained news that the Demon Buddha clan has joined with Ouyang family to attack our nefarious devil island in the next few days, Xia Luoxing said. He was the head of another big settlement called the Evil Ghost settlement. He then added, I've also heard that Ouyang family ancestor Ouyang Bin is personally leading Ouyang family and the Demon Buddha clan to attack our nefarious devil island. Ouyang family ancestor Ouyang Bin. The atmosphere in the Great Hall turned gloomier at the mention of Ouyang Bin. Ouyang family was the top force within 100 million miles of the sea region, and not just that, but Ouyang family's ancestor Ouyang Bin was a 7th Order ancient god realm master with a resounding reputation. If Ouyang Bin joined forces with the Demon Buddha clan to attack their nefarious devil island, it would be catastrophic for the nefarious devil tribe. Extinction. In the recent couple of years, Ouyang family has gained alliance with Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect. Their forces have expanded at a whirlwind pace. In this short time, over a dozen islands' forces have aligned themselves with Ouyang family. Head Xiaxia said with forlorn expressions. To this day, Ouyang family's forces have more than doubled in size. However, in the last 1 million years, our nefarious devil tribe's strength has sunk to the bottom. So much so that we couldn't even retaliate attacks from the Demon Buddha clan. With the addition of Ouyang family, we won't be able to withstand their attacks, even if the ancestral burial ground's imperial god-killing formation was activated. Head Xie Xiao sighed heavily. Does the heaven really want our nefarious devil tribe to perish? If our nefarious devil tribe really perishes, then I am a sinner to our nefarious devil tribe's generations of ancestors. Head Xie Xian lamented. Anyone has a suggestion? What are we going to do? Even if all of us die in the fight, never will we ever submit to the Demon Buddha clan. A small settlement head vowed as he rose determinedly from his chair. That's right. Even if all of us die fighting, we absolutely will never submit to the Demon Buddha clan or serve under Ouyang family. We'll fight to the death with them. All settlement heads of nefarious devil tribes stood up, filled with a desire to battle. There was a blood feud spanning over several generations between the nefarious devil tribe and Demon Buddha clan. It had especially escalated in the last 1,000,000 years. The Demon Buddha clan had killed countless of nefarious devil tribe's disciples, and this made all nefarious devils furious at the mere mention of them. Xie Shang, Xie Luoxing, Xie Shan, and Xie Xiao exchanged glances amongst themselves. Then we shall fight to the death with them. Xie Shang suddenly rose from his seat. Thick desire to battle surged from his stalwart figure. We'll inform the ancestors immediately, Xie Luoxing said solemnly. The nefarious devil tribe still had 4 ancestors with strength between late 6th and peak late 6th order ancient god realm. However, the 4 ancestors were cultivating in seclusion in a secret ground of the tribe for the last several thousand years and had not taken a single step outside. But now, they needed to alert these 4 ancestors, as they were at the brink of their entire tribe's annihilation. Just as Xie Luoxing and the other 3 heads were about to inform their 4 ancestors to leave their seclusion, an Evil Heart Settlement's elder rushed into the great hall with a scared and flustered look on his face. But at the same time he was strangely excited. Watching this sight, everyone's heart sank. Could it be that the Demon Buddha clan and Ouyang family's experts were attacking their nefarious Devil Island in advance? What's the matter? Xie Shang demanded. The furrows between his brows deepened. Head, there's... The Evil Heart Settlement elder stammered unintelligibly, looking extremely nervous. There's what? Xie Luoxing snapped at the elder, with an uneasy feeling in his heart. Were the Demon Buddha clan and Ouyang family really attacking them in advance? But why was this Evil Heart Settlement elder looking so excited then? A lot of experts. The Evil Heart Settlement elder could finally spit out a string of understandable words. Experts of our nefarious devil tribe. Nefarious devil experts. Everyone was in a daze listening to the elder's exclamation. Other than the 4 ancestors who were in seclusion at the secret ground, all nefarious devil tribe ancient god realm masters were assembled in the great hall. Where did these nefarious devil experts drilled out from? Where? Xie Xiao asked as he also found this to be a little strange. They have recently passed the evil fire city and are headed in this direction, towards the ancestral hall. The Evil Heart Settlement elder sounded extremely excited. Come, let's go out and see, Xie Shan said with a serious expression. Hence, Xie Shang, Xie Luoxing, Xie Shan, and Xie Xiao led all of the assembled nefarious devil experts outside of the ancestral great hall. As soon as they flew out of the ancestral hall's great hall, an overwhelming pressure submerged them like a tidal wave. All of the nefarious devil experts paled under this overwhelming pressure. This terrifying pressure was? All of them looked toward the horizon and saw a black-haired young man riding on an azure cow coming towards them. Behind him was a group of nefarious devil experts with crimson fires flickering in their eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 34 of them. There was a total of 34 nefarious devil experts. On top of that, all of these 34 nefarious devil expert strength was equivalent to that of the ancient god realm masters. Pressure that was coming from every single one of these nefarious devil masters had locked onto them like a prison. The lowest realm among them was still stronger than Xie Shang, Xie Luoxing, Xie Shan, and Xie Xiao. The 4 of them and all other nefarious devil settlements' heads sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked to the core. They were rooted to the spot. Not one person dared to move and were scared to even make a slight noise. Over 500 nefarious devil tribe experts stood dazedly like this, waiting for Huang Xiaolong's group to arrive. The little cow flew with Huang Xiaolong on its back. From afar, the two of them were surprised to see a large group of nefarious devil experts, including the 4 most powerful heads of the 4 biggest settlements, dazedly standing outside the ancestral hall. It couldn't be that they already knew that you wanted to conquer the nefarious tribe. Hence all of them are assembled at the ancestral hall waiting for your arrival, right? The little cow joked happily. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled at this. Just then, 4 figures whistled across the air at their fastest speeds towards the ancestral hall from the nefarious devil tribe's secret ground, arriving at a lightning speed. Obviously, the terrifying strength of Huang Xiaolong's group of nefarious devil experts, especially Xiali's, had alarmed the 4 ancestors. Greetings to 4 ancestors. Xiaxang and the others saluted hurriedly as they were jolted to their senses. However, the 4 nefarious devil tribe ancestors didn't even look at them. Their gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong, Xiali, and others. When their gaze fell on the last person, Xiadong, the 4 exclaimed, It's old patriarch Xiadong? Old patriarch Xiexian? Old patriarch Xie? The 4 ancestors exclaimed with uncertainty. Xiaxang, Xialuoxing, Xiaxan, and Xiaxiao quivered violently, looking again at the group of nefarious devil experts behind the black-haired young man. Aren't these experts their ancestors who had been lying in the ancestral burial grounds? How come all of these ancestors are resurrected? The astonishment in the eyes of all nefarious devil tribe experts was gradually replaced by suspicion and disbelief. Are they seeing ghosts in the daylight? A bunch of their old ancestors were resurrected. Wasn't this seeing ghosts in daylight? Honored old ancestors must have known that the Demon Buddha clan wants to annihilate our tribe. That's why they all came to life again. One of the settlement's head muttered dreamily. This is a heaven's blessing for our nefarious devil tribe. Suddenly, a settlement head knelt on the ground, crying tears of joy. He had thought that the annihilation of nefarious devil tribe was certain, but who'd have thought that the wind of change would blow? Their ancestors had risen from their tombs and had come back to life. This was akin to a ray of hope brightening their hellish nightmare. Then again, Xiaxang, Xiaxiao, and many others were doubtful. The 4 ancestors were feeling incredulous and astonished at the same time. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral hall. It's great patriarch Xieli? One of the 4 ancestors exclaimed loudly while staring fixedly at Xieli, who was standing behind Huang Xiaolong as he considered this possibility. The other 3 nefarious devil tribe ancestors, as well as Xiaxang, Xiaxiao, Xialuoxing, and Xiaxiao trembled hearing Xieli's name. Great patriarch Xieli. Over 1,000,000 years ago, the nefarious devil tribe was a united tribe. All of the settlements had one common head, who was under the governance of the great patriarch. Xiaxang, Xiaxan, and others distinctly remembered all of the past generations of the great patriarch that their tribe have had for the last tens of millions of years. You are right. I am Xieli. Xieli said to Xiaxang, Xiaxan, and others while standing behind Huang Xiaolong, after receiving his instruction to do so. The 4 nefarious devil ancestors shook. So did Xiaxang, Xiaxan, and everyone else. You are great patriarch Xieli? For real? One of the nefarious devil tribe ancestors suppressed the waves of shock in his heart as he asked Xieli disbelief. I, Xieli, was born with nether soul nefarious physique. I broke through a god realm at 15 years of age, a heavenly god realm at 40, and an ancient god realm at 150. Xieli stated solemnly. After cultivating for less than 500 years, I achieved 10th order ancient high god realm. If it wasn't for my accidental death when I was a late 10th order ancient god realm, I'd have stepped into ancestor god realm before my bone age would have reached 800 years. Listening to Xieli's words, the 4 nefarious devil ancestors trembled hard with excitement. That's right. According to old nefarious devil tribe records, great patriarch Xieli was indeed born with the nether soul nefarious physique. Hence he had an outstanding talent. He had broken through to god realm at 15, a heavenly god realm at 40, and ancient god realm at 150 years of his age. If it wasn't for his accidental death at that time, Xieli would have been an ancestor god realm master. Moreover, the nefarious devil tribe's youngest ancestor god realm master. At the time of the great patriarch Xieli's death, his cultivation realm was already at late 10th order ancient god realm. All of these secrets were recorded in nefarious devil tribe's old records. No one else could possibly know so many details about Xieli. Not to mention, Xieli and the other 33 nefarious devil experts had the genuine nefarious devil's innate physique. The nefarious chi exuding from their nefarious bones was also genuine. It was impossible that they were imposters. They were really the nefarious devil tribe's old ancestors. The more of this truth sunk into them, the more excited the nefarious devil tribe became. Of course, Huang Xiaolong's high-level grand mist puppetry technique played a big part in these nefarious devil puppets. Puppets refined through this technique have a strong vitality, to the extent that there is no noticeable difference between them and the living people. Due to this, the nefarious devil tribe did not suspect otherwise. Great Patriarch Xieli. Finally, one of the nefarious devil tribe ancestors knelt on his knees in salute. Greeting Great Patriarch Xieli. The other 3 nefarious devil tribe ancestors followed suit. Seeing the 4 ancestors' action, Xiaxang, Xiaxan, and the other settlement heads also knelt on their knees. All of you, get up, Xieli ordered. All of the nefarious devil tribe experts acknowledged respectfully before rising to their feet. After Xieli, all of the other refined nefarious devil puppets came out and stated their past identities and details as a proof. Greetings, Ancestor Xiaxian. Greetings, Ancestor Xiering. Voices of nefarious devil tribe experts echoed in the air for a long time. When nefarious devil tribe experts had finished greeting all of the 34 nefarious devils, old ancestors, Xieli spoke again. We know you all have doubts in your heart. In truth, all of us were resurrected from the ancestral burial ground with supreme chaos-level technique by the Master. Xieli respectfully indicated at Huang Xiaolong. Predictably, all nefarious devil tribe experts were shocked and turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. This black-haired young man used supreme chaos-level technique to resurrect Ancestor Xieli and other old ancestors. Master, all younger generations of nefarious devil tribe, hear my words. In the future, he is our master. Xieli's sonorous voice boomed. Master will surely lead our nefarious devil tribe back to its original glory as in the ancient times. Any nefarious devil descendants who prove to be disloyal to the Master will be punished as nefarious devil tribe's betrayers. Xieli's voice rumbled in the sky, traveling far into the distance. The nefarious chi from his body rose to a peak, covering all 4 directions of the ancestral hall ground. No one dared to utter a sound of objection. There was only a heavy silence. Greetings, Master. A breath after, Xieli turned to Huang Xiaolong, respectfully kneeling in salute. Greetings, Master. Xiaxian, Xiering and other nefarious devil puppets refined by Huang Xiaolong knelt down in salute. Their voices thundered in the air. Yet hesitation lingered on the 4 nefarious devil tribe ancestors and experts' faces. Accept a human as their master? This? Insolent. On your knees quickly and greet the Master. Xieli looked over his shoulder and snapped at the 4 nefarious devil tribe ancestors. The 4 ancestors' hearts jumped in fright. Greetings, Master. At last, the 4 ancestors went down on their knees in salute. Since this young man, even though he was a human, had resurrected nefarious devil tribe's old ancestors, as well as these old ancestors had also acknowledged him as their master, the only right thing they could do was to follow him. Xiaxan, Xiaxang, Xialuoxing, Xiaxiao, and other settlements' heads also knelt down, greeting Master Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded with satisfaction as the experts of nefarious devil tribe knelt before him. Conquering the nefarious devil tribe had been far smoother than Huang Xiaolong imagined. Though, if it wasn't for his success in refining Xieli and others into his puppets, he'd have faced great resistance from the nefarious devil tribe. After all, ancient races such as the nefarious tribe has their inherent notions. For one, they couldn't acknowledge a human as their master. Huang Xiaolong flew into the ancestral hall on the little cow. Xieli and the 33 nefarious devil's puppets followed behind. The others were then permitted to get up. After everyone stood up, they too headed inside the ancestral hall. They invited Huang Xiaolong, Xieli, and other old ancestor puppets to sit down. But on the other hand, the 4 ancestors and the group of settlement heads did not dare to sit down. They simply continued standing, straight as a rod, inside the great hall. Huang Xiaolong spoke first. He inquired the settlement heads about the reason for being assembled at the ancestral hall. The evil heart settlement head Xianxia hurried forward and answered Huang Xiaolong's question, respectfully. Huang Xiaolong was bewildered for a second. He then laughed loudly when Xianxia told him that the Demon Buddha clan and Ouyang family were soon going to attack the nefarious Devil Island. Ouyang family! Ouyang family! The little cow too snickered at his side. Looks like we don't need to make a trip to Ouyang family, right? Are Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang heading here? Huang Xiaolong asked. From what I've heard, only Ouyang clan ancestor Ouyang Bin is coming. Xiaxing answered. Only Ouyang Bin? Huang Xiaolong nodded. It didn't make much difference to Huang Xiaolong if he killed Ouyang Shuguang after he had killed Ouyang Bin. Huang Xiaolong subsequently asked some questions related to the Demon Buddha clan and Ouyang family's recent movements. He then had Xiaxing prepare for war. On the other hand, Ouyang family ancestor Ouyang Bin, as well as Ouyang family's several grand elders, Ouyang Sun, Ouyang Jiang and others, were currently sitting in the Great Hall of Demon Buddha clan's headquarters planning their attacks on the nefarious Devil Tribe. The biggest hindrance to annihilating the nefarious Devil Tribe is them hiding inside the nefarious Devil Tribe's ancestral burial grounds, the Demon Buddha clan ancestor Yao Yu emphasized. I agree. Once the nefarious Devil Tribe hides inside their ancestral burial grounds and activates the formation, we won't be able to touch a hair on their bodies, Demon Buddha clan patriarch Yao Duo said, frowning deeply. Ouyang family ancestor Ouyang Bin waved his hand as he smiled nonchalantly. All of you rest assured. Even if the nefarious Devil Tribe cowards hide in their ancestral burial grounds, I can sweep them out. Yao Yu and Yao Duo were pleasantly surprised at Ouyang Bin's implicated promise. May I know what good method ancestor Ouyang Bin ancestor has? Yao Yu couldn't help but ask. You'll know when the time comes, Ouyang Bin answered with an air of mystery. Both Yao Yu and Yao Duo exchanged a glance, inwardly trying to guess Ouyang Bin's method, as it would be improper for them to ask Ouyang Bin any further. Looking at Ouyang Bin's confident attitude, Yao Yu and Yao Duo were slightly reassured and relaxed. Ouyang Bin raised his cup and toasted. Cheers. Drink to our success in annihilating the nefarious Devil Tribe. Cheers. Yao Yu and Yao Duo both raised their cups high. The 3 of them threw their heads back and drank the wine from their cups in one gulp and laughed. Ouyang Bin was still laughing as he said, according to our prior agreement, after the nefarious Devil Tribe is annihilated, all the treasures within the nefarious Devil Tribe ancestral burial grounds will go to our Ouyang family. Naturally, Yao Yu chuckled and continued. The nefarious Devil Tribe's treasury will belong to Demon Buddha clan, and the ancestral burial grounds will belong to Ouyang family. Good. Ouyang Bin laughed heartily as the 3 people raised their cups again. 2 days later, Ouyang Bin, Yao Yu and Yao Duo led Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's experts as departed from the Demon Buddha Island, flying towards the nefarious Devil Island. Ouyang family had sent close to 300 ancient God realm experts, whereas the Demon Buddha clan had brought 30 experts. However, the great army after combining the 2 forces consisted of 50,000 high-level heavenly God realm disciples. An army of 50,000 disciples flying across the air was akin to an enormous cloud that leaves a momentary darkness on the ground below. When other islands' forces saw this mighty army, the color drained from their faces and they even forgot to breathe. Ouyang family, Demon Buddha clan. I heard they joined hands to attack the nefarious Devil Island. It seems the nefarious Devil Tribe is on the brink of genocide, erased from the divine world Hiran. The cultivators below side. Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's great army was closer to reaching nefarious Devil Island, while these other people were talking about their combined great army. Ancestor, spies have reported that the nefarious devil tribe is going all out in preparation for war. They plan to fight to the death against us. Ouyang Bin, Yao Yu and Yao Duo couldn't help laughing in disdain. Fight to the death? Ouyang Bin laughed louder. Merely a nest of benighted ants, even after knowing that they are no match against us. Yet they stubbornly clinging to that land. If it were me, I'd have sent away as many disciples away as I could. As long as there is hope, there is a chance to avenge others. Yao Yu chuckled. Isn't it better for us that they didn't run? By chance, if some of their elite disciples were to escape, it'd be a waste of effort to hunt them down afterwards. 3 days later, a great army stopped above the nefarious Devil Island. Strangely, the nefarious Devil Island seemed calm and peaceful, as opposed to the chaos and panic Ouyang Bin had imagined and expected. Ouyang Bin's brows scrunched up in a frown. Ancestor, below. Something is not right with the nefarious devil tribe. Should we send some people down there to check the situation? Ouyang family Grand Elder Ouyang Jiang asked. Brother Yao Yu, what do you think? Ouyang Bin turned to the Demon Buddha clan ancestor Yao Yu. Yao Yu shook his head and said, the nefarious devil tribe is probably pretending to be mysterious. What could have they come up with? But is also a good idea to send someone down there to check out the situation. Therefore, each of the two forces sent 100 people down to the island to investigate the situation. Before these 200 people had left for the island, Ouyang Bin had instructed them to report back after every 10 minutes. However, half an hour had passed without any news. The 200 people they had sent down were akin to pebbles that fell into the deep sea. Not just that, Ouyang Bin, Yao Yu, and the others had gotten a strange feeling. Right then, they saw a group of nefarious devil experts rushing out from the island below. The four in front who leading this group were none other than the four biggest settlements' heads: Xiaxang, Xialuoshing, Xiaxan, and Xiaxiao. Behind the four were other nefarious devil tribe settlements' heads, as well as grand elders, and heavenly god realm nefarious devil disciples. There were over 100,000 nefarious devil disciples, in fact, all of the nefarious devil tribe's heavenly god realm disciples. More than half of them were only low-level heavenly god realm. Only a small number of these disciples were of high-level heavenly god realm strength. Compared to the great army of Ouyang family and the Demon Buddha clan, the tremendous gap between the two opposing forces was evident. Demon Buddha clan ancestor Yao Yu chuckled as he watched Xiaxang and others leading out the nefarious devil great army. Xiaxang, who'd have thought that you would be so benighted to lead nefarious devil disciples to defend the nefarious devil island? Want to fight to the death against us? Yao Yu introduced Ouyang Bin to Xiaxang and his army. Let me introduce to you, he is Ouyang family's ancestor Ouyang Bin. Xiaxang, Xiaxan, and others took a glance at Ouyang Bin. Ouyang Bin spoke. Initially, ancestor, you intended to kill all of you so that nefarious devils would cease to exist in this world. However, I offer you one last chance. Submit to my Ouyang family and I will spare your lives. It's a pity that the nefarious devil tribe has already submitted to me. Therefore, they will not serve your Ouyang family. Exactly at this time, a familiar voice sounded. The voice came suddenly, stunning Ouyang Bin, Yao Yu, and the others. In the next second, the nefarious devil tribe's experts opened a wide berth in the middle, and Ouyang Bin's side saw a black-haired young man riding on azure-colored cow advancing towards them. Xieli and the other resurrected ancestors were nowhere to be seen. Huang Xiaolong, Ouyang Bin, Ouyang Sun, and most Ouyang family members were taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's presence. Clearly, they did not expect to see Huang Xiaolong here. Demon Buddha clan ancestor Yao Yu's side was also taken aback. Huang Xiaolong? Could it be that All Island's Great War first place Huang Xiaolong? Ouyang Bin, long time no see. Huang Xiaolong coldly greeted. Ouyang Bin calmed himself from the shock of seeing Huang Xiaolong and looked around. After he was sure that no other Fortune Gate experts were hiding in the vicinity, his heart was slightly at ease. Huang Xiaolong, in truth, attacking the nefarious devil tribe is Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect's order, he said after some hesitation. Regardless, Ouyang Bin felt a little guilty about mentioning Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect, He couldn't help mentioning them after he had seen Huang Xiaolong. Another truth was that Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect actually needed something from within the nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial grounds. Thus, it was an honest truth that attacking the nefarious devil tribe was the two sects' order. That's why I hope that you won't interfere in this matter. Ouyang Bin stressed. Ouyang Bin spoke humbly because he was apprehensive of Huang Xiaolong's backing. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, indicating a difference of opinion, and said, "Sorry to say this. Today not only will I interfere in this matter, but all of you must die here." Ouyang family Grand Elder Ouyang Sun was enraged by Huang Xiaolong's words. He couldn't help but shout at Huang Xiaolong, "Huang Xiaolong, don't think that you're so great just because you are the personal disciple of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Do you really think that we won't dare to kill you?" Ouyang Sun had barely finished his words when a figure flickered. In the next moment, everyone saw that there was a person hanging from Huang Xiaolong's hand. It was Ouyang Sun. Huang Xiaolong held Ouyang Sun up by his throat. Ouyang Sun's face had turned red, more like a deep maroon, as if he was going to die of suffocation at any moment. Ouyang Bin and everyone on his side of the army were astonished. Especially Ouyang Bin, Ouyang Jiang, and a few other Ouyang family were particularly astonished as they were aware of Ouyang Sun's strength. Even though Ouyang Sun's cultivation was only at mid-5th order ancient god realm, his real battle power was comparable to a late 5th order ancient god realm. Yet Ouyang Sun was captured by Huang Xiaolong and was being held by his neck. On top of that, Ouyang Sun looked utterly powerless to resist even in the slightest. In less than a year and a half, Huang Xiaolong's strength had reached such terrifying degree. Even Ouyang Bin was not able to see through the movement technique that Huang Xiaolong had used earlier to capture Ouyang Sun. "Huang Xiaolong, what do you want to do?" Ouyang Bin suppressed the shock in his heart and his expression darkened. "Release Ouyang Sun and I will let you leave unharmed." "Release him." Huang Xiaolong smiled while he shook his head. He then slapped Ouyang Sun with his palms. Ouyang Sun howled in pain, and soon after, to everyone's horror, they saw that Ouyang Sun's head was buried into his own stomach. Ouyang Bin, Ouyang Jiang, and Yao Yu were stupefied. "You killed him?" Ouyang Bin's face dropped. There was no change in Huang Xiaolong's expression. "I've already told you that all of you must die here." Ouyang Bin, Ouyang Jiang, Yao Yu, and experts on their side were outraged. But before they could utter a sound, an overpowering divine beast aura from ancient times surged from above, and within the next second, an enormous creature appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. This is a chaos spiritual beast?" Ouyang Bin, Ouyang Jiang, Yao Yu, and the rest were flabbergasted. The enormous creature that had appeared behind Huang Xiaolong was the top-grade chaos spiritual beast Black Baboon. It was over 30 meters in length. The moment Black Baboon appeared, it let out a roar. A burst of ferocity swept over Ouyang Bin and Yao Yu's faces, rendering them to retreat in trepidation. "Peak late 7th order ancient god realm?" Ouyang Bin's face turned ashen. So did everyone else's on his side of the army. No wonder Huang Xiaolong seemed fearless. He had a peak late 7th order ancient god realm chaos spiritual beast at his side. "Huang Xiaolong, so you assume that a peak late 7th order ancient god realm chaos spiritual beast would be able to kill all of us?" Ouyang Bin forcefully suppressed the waves of shock his heart. On the surface, his expression was solemn as he asked, "Did Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor give you this chaos spiritual beast in order to protect you? Even so, open your eyes. We have a great army of 50,000 heavenly god realm disciples. Killing you and flattening the nefarious Devil Island is easier for us than you think. I'm giving you a last chance. Leave now or don't blame me for being rude." Despite his anger at Huang Xiaolong for killing Ouyang Sun in front of him, Ouyang Bin was still wary of the two people standing behind Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, he still made an effort to control his killing intent. Huang Xiaolong did not say anything, but summoned Xieli, Xiaxian, and the rest of the nefarious devil puppets out. As Xieli, Xiaxian, Xiering, and the other 31 nefarious devil tribes' old ancestors appeared, air blasted endlessly through the surrounding space, as if these violent colliding currents were leaving this space warped. Ouyang Bin's side felt as if great mountains were pressing down on their torsos. Ouyang Bin, Yao Yu and others stared at Xieli, Xiexian, Xiering, and other nefarious devils on Huang Xiaolong's side. Ouyang Bin and Yao Yu's minds started buzzing. Disbelief written all over their faces. How can this be? How does the nefarious devil tribe have so many high-level ancient god realm masters? Ouyang Bin and Yao Yu both were 7th-order ancient god realm masters, but they clearly felt the pressure coming from Xieli, Xiexian, Xiering, and others. There were more than 20 nefarious devils stronger than them. Especially Xieli, the pressure coming from him was comparable to an ancestor god realm master. Ouyang Bin estimated that this nefarious devil's strength was at late 10th order ancient god realm. Maybe even peak late 10th order ancient god realm. Not to forget Xiexian and Xiering. They did not seem to be weaker than Xieli. They were likely to be 10th order ancient god realm masters as well. 3 10th order ancient god realm masters. Fear crept within Ouyang Bin and Yao Yu's hearts. If 3 10th order ancient god realm masters wanted them to be dead, it was simply too easy. Even though Ouyang family and the Demon Buddha clan had led a great army of 100,000, it was useless. A late 10th order ancient god realm was close to an ancestor god realm existence and not some mere force that could be hindered by an army of 100,000. Kill them. Precisely at this moment, Huang Xiaolong ordered coldly. Yes, master. Xieli, Xiexian, Xiering, and the other 31 nefarious devils answered respectfully. What? Master. Ouyang Bin, Yao Yu and others' minds felt like someone had hit them with a rod. These nefarious devil experts actually called Huang Xiaolong master. However, they didn't have time to think about that now as 33 nefarious devil pounced on them. Ouyang Bin and Yao Yu watched Xieli's palm slamming down on them. By reflex, they attacked and dodged at the same time. However, before Ouyang Bin and Yao Yu moved, they were struck by Xieli's palm and both of them exploded in an instant. They didn't even get a chance to scream. Witnessing this dreadful sight, Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan experts and disciples were filled with dread. Some even forgot to react. 33 nefarious devils rushed into the midst of Ouyang family and the Demon Buddha clan experts, reaping lives like the death god's scythe. Everywhere they passed, Ouyang family and the Demon Buddha clan's experts died and blood rained on the ground. The two forces' great army disciples died in large numbers at once like hail on a snowstorm. The 4 big settlements' heads, Xieshang, Xieluoshing, Xieshan, and Xieshao led nefarious devil tribes experts into Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's great army. As the army lost Ouyang Bin and Yao Yu's orders, they were in a form of disarray and crumbled quickly. The killings continued. Screams, wails, anger, and howling were all that was heard from nefarious Devil Island. Corpses piled high on the island ground. Blood gathered into small rivers, flowing down to lower grounds. Don't kill me. I am willing to submit. Less than half an hour later, there were Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan disciples defecting, begging for mercy, and it didn't take long for more and more disciples to give up resistance. They knelt on their knees, begging Huang Xiaolong to spare them. From the arrival of Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's great army until now, only 1 hour's time had passed. Wind blew, carrying the thick rusty scent of blood away from the nefarious Devil Island. Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the kneeling Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's people. He then ordered all the remaining ancient god realm masters to come out. 6 terrified people trembled as they walked out to stand in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong then ordered these 6 ancient god realm masters to lower their soul barriers and branded each of them with his soul mark. He then had Xieli lead people to clean up the battlefield and the hills of corpses. In the end, he accepted the remaining 45,000 of Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's army. All of Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's remaining 45,000 disciples were to be divided among the 4 big settlements. However, Huang Xiaolong had discovered useful intel from searching Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's remaining ancient god realm masters' memories. He had learnt that while Ouyang Bin and Demon Buddha clan were attacking nefarious Devil Island, Ouyang family patriarch Ouyang Shuguang had led an army to attack Perennial Temple Island and Dralian Island. Huang Xiaolong immediately left the nefarious island and rushed towards Dralian Island riding on the little cow. Xieli, Xiexian, Xiering, and all nefarious devil tribe ancient god realm masters above 6th order followed Huang Xiaolong, while the rest stayed to guard the nefarious devil island. Huang Xiaolong's group rushed without stopping using continuous space teleportation, racing against time. As Huang Xiaolong's group rushed to Dralian Island, Ouyang Shuguang arrived at Dralian Island. He was leading Ouyang family disciples' army as well as other forces experts who had submitted to Ouyang family. Ouyang Shuguang stood high in the air looking at the Golden Dragon mountain range below. Go! Have the Golden Dragon Gate ancestor and gate chief come out here to see me. Tell them they only have 5 minutes. Ouyang Shuguang coldly ordered an Ouyang family grand elder. Ouyang family grand elder Ouyang Chang courteously complied and then flew to the Golden Dragon Gate main building. Golden Dragon Gate ancestor Song Qingli and gate chief Lu Zhua, listen up. Our Ouyang family patriarch Ouyang Shuguang is giving you 5 minutes. If you don't show up and submit to our Ouyang family within the next 5 minutes, we will attack. Ouyang Chang threatened. If we attack, you all will have only one ending. To die miserably with your bodies shattered into pieces. Ouyang Chang amplified his voice with his god force and his words thundered to every corner of the Golden Dragon mountain range. People within 10,000 li could hear his voice. A while later, the sound waves of Ouyang Chang's voice stopped. 3 minutes passed away, but still there wasn't any movement from the Golden Dragon Gate. Ouyang Shuguang harumphed coldly at this. In the blink of an eye, 4 minutes ticked away. The 5 minutes deadline was seconds away and Ouyang Shuguang was about to give the order to attack. But suddenly, 2 figures flew out from the Golden Dragon Mountain Range Great Hall. Seeing these 2 people, Ouyang Shuguang sneered and said, "Still not stupid." Ouyang Chang smiled flatteringly at Ouyang Shuguang. He said, "Who isn't afraid of death under the heavens?" They delayed coming out until the last minute of the deadline. It's nothing but just trying to retain some dignity in the eyes of Golden Dragon Gate disciples. After we take over this Dralian Island, only Green Cloud Island is left in the surrounding sea region, Ouyang family grand elder Ouyang Xiaoyan stated with a smile. Patriarch, in truth, now that we have formed an alliance with Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect, we need not fear Huang Xiaolong. Even if we were to attack Green Cloud Island, Huang Xiaolong would not dare to retaliate. Ouyang Chang persuaded. That's right, I agree with Ouyang Chang. We should attack Green Cloud Island after we've dealt with Dralian Island. If Barbarian God Sect refuses to submit, we'll annihilate Barbarian God Sect. At that time, if Huang Xiaolong requests Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor to deal with us, Zhou Su and Tan Lin can plead with Sky Sword Ancestor. Also, Lord Wang Wei and Blue Empyrean Ancestor would not just watch us being attacked from the sidelines. They will definitely help us. Ouyang Xiaoyan chimed in. Yeah, Patriarch. There is no reason for us to fear that petty Huang Xiaolong. Other Ouyang family grand elders also persuaded Ouyang Shuguang. All strongly agreed to attack Green Cloud Island after they were done with Dralian Island's matters. In the last few years, since Ouyang family had climbed into Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect, other islands' forces had submitted to them wherever they went. Forces that refused to submit were all annihilated. This had subtly boosted the arrogance of these Ouyang family grand elders. Ouyang Shuguang was about to say something when he saw that Golden Dragon Gate ancestor Song Qingli and Gate Chief Lu Zhua had arrived in front of them. Therefore he stopped himself from saying it. Ouyang Shuguang waited for Song Qingli and Lu Zhua to bow to him. But instead, Song Qingli said, Ouyang Shuguang, our Golden Dragon Gate has formed an alliance with Barbarian God Sect. Therefore, we will never submit to Ouyang family. I'd like you all to leave now. Ouyang Shuguang and all of the Ouyang family was momentarily dumbfounded. An alliance with Barbarian God Sect? Ouyang Chang sneered and went on. Song Qingli, don't think that bringing out a small Barbarian God Sect as a shield will frighten us. Let me tell you, even if Huang Xiaolong was here today, you would still die for not submitting to our Ouyang family. Die without a body to be buried. After we have annihilated Golden Dragon Gate, we'll annihilate Barbarian God Sect too. Ouyang Xiaoyan snickered. Ouyang Shuguang glared at Song Qingli and Lu Zhua and said, "You have the final 3 minutes to consider, and I hope you will think it through before giving me your answer." "No need to think about it." Lu Zhua spoke loudly. "I will not submit to Ouyang family." Song Qingli and Lu Zhua flew back to the Golden Dragon Gate Great Hall. The sharp gleam in Ouyang Shuguang's eyes was akin to the piercing blade as he watched Song Qingli and Lu Zhua's figures. He ordered icily, "Attack! Annihilate Golden Dragon Gate. Spare no Golden Dragon Gate disciple." Ouyang family experts, as well as the experts of forces who had submitted to Ouyang family, felt their nerves stretched taut but respectfully complied with Ouyang Shuguang's order. They then flew forward and started attacking Golden Dragon Gate's grand defensive formation. Booming blasts echoed through the Golden Dragon mountain range. Bright lights rippled all over the Golden Dragon Gate as Ouyang family side's experts repeatedly attacked the grand defensive formation. A while later, Ouyang Shuguang couldn't help but feel astonished. The Golden Dragon Gate's grand defensive formation was more powerful than he had estimated. 40 to 50 ancient God Realm Masters attacked it over 30 times, and yet it remained intact. "Use divine artifacts and your most powerful attacks. I want this Golden Dragon formation to break in the next 10 minutes. Ouyang Shuguang shouted coldly. At Ouyang Shuguang's order, Ouyang Chang, Ouyang Xiaoyan, and the rest took out their divine artifacts and no longer thought of saving their energy. More and more powerful attacks landed on the Golden Dragon Gate's defensive formation. As soon as these powerful attacks began, the Golden Dragon formation swayed violently from impact and began to dim. Inside the Golden Dragon Gate Great Hall, where Golden Dragon Gate Grand Elders and Elders were supporting the Golden Dragon formation with their God Force, started looking paler as time prolonged. A few minutes later, rumble. In the next second, the whole Golden Dragon formation cracked and crumbled like a giant egg. The whole Golden Dragon mountain range quaked endlessly. All Golden Dragon Gate Grand Elders and Elders supporting the defensive formation were knocked into the air. Song Qingli and Lu Zhua tumbled to the ground with blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. Despair filled their hearts at this moment. Initially, they had thought that the Golden Dragon formation could hinder Ouyang family's attacks. After Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had strengthened it, no one had thought Ouyang family would bring more than 40 ancient God Realm Masters that were mostly 5th Order and 6th Order ancient God Realm. From outside the Grand Formation area, Ouyang Shuguang looked at the shattered Golden Dragon formation. He sneered as he looked coldly at Song Qingli and Lu Zhua. He raised one arm and waved forward, signaling everyone to attack. Kill! Ouyang Shuguang was the first person to rush in and descend at the Golden Dragon Gate main hall. Ouyang Shuguang strided into the Golden Dragon Gate Great Hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Both Song Qingli and Lu Zhua endured the pain of their injuries and stood up together with Golden Dragon Gate Grand Elders and Elders. I had said, if you do not submit, you all will die without a corpse to be buried. Ouyang Shuguang shook his head and said, pity that you didn't treasure the opportunities that I had given you. With that said, a bright light burst out from his body as he shot forward to kill Song Qingli and Lu Zhua. All of a sudden, a large hairy palm extended out from the void and slapped Ouyang Shuguang. Ouyang Shuguang's head jerked upwards in shock and his sight went dark. Boom! The entire Golden Dragon Gate Great Hall quaked and Ouyang Shuguang was embedded into the Great Hall floor. The group of Golden Dragon Gate Higher Echelon was dumbfounded. So were the group of Ouyang family experts that had just walked into the Great Hall. Chaos Spiritual Beast Black Baboon's enormous figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. Then it was Huang Xiaolong, Xieli, Xiaxian, and the rest. Master Ancestor! Huang Xiaolong! Song Qingli, Lu Zhua, as well as Ouyang family experts exclaimed almost simultaneously. Song Qingli and Lu Zhua were overjoyed and hastened to greet Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded and exchanged a few short words. His attention turned to Ouyang Shuguang on the floor. A suction force came from Xieli's palm and easily pulled Ouyang Shuguang off the floor. He then brought Ouyang Shuguang in front of Huang Xiaolong. Since Huang Xiaolong had the black baboon control its strength, Ouyang Shuguang was still alive. Huang Xiaolong, let go of our patriarch now. Let go of our patriarch. Ouyang Chang and Ouyang Xiaoyan bellowed in anger. Let go. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. He looked at Ouyang Shuguang in the eyes, slowly speaking each word. Ouyang Shuguang. To tell you the truth, I have killed Ouyang Bin. What? Ouyang Shuguang and Ouyang family experts were stunned for a moment, and exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible! I don't believe you. Ouyang Shuguang roared hoarsely, but everyone could hear the grief in his heart. I can't help it if you don't believe me, Huang Xiaolong said coldly as his index finger pointed at Ouyang Shuguang. Azura Qi from Huang Xiaolong's body condensed into an absolute soul finger force and pierced through Ouyang Shuguang's head between his eyebrows. An overwhelming devouring force came from Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead and devoured Ouyang Shuguang's God Force and blood essence. Ouyang Shuguang withered into a dried corpse in a short few seconds. After Ouyang Shuguang was injured by the Black Baboon, Xieli had sealed his Godhead's God Force. That's the reason Ouyang Shuguang was powerless while facing Huang Xiaolong's attack. With a slap of his palm, Huang Xiaolong had shattered Ouyang Shuguang's body into dust. Don't worry. Your son Ouyang Yunfei will soon go to hell to see you there, Huang Xiaolong reassured coldly. Everything happened so suddenly that the Ouyang family experts just watched in bewilderment when Huang Xiaolong devoured Ouyang Shuguang's blood essence and God Force. Their minds went blank and their eyes widened with shock. Patriarch! Kill Huang Xiaolong! Ouyang Chang, Ouyang Xiaoyan, and other Ouyang family experts came to their senses and they shouted in grief and fury. Their eyes turned scarlet as they leaped to attack at Huang Xiaolong. Watching Ouyang family experts coming at him with a murderous intent in their scarlet eyes, Huang Xiaolong rushed towards them instead of dodging. His fists punched out at the Ouyang family experts. Ouyang Chang, Ouyang Xiaoyan and the others' faces went ashen as they felt the force of Huang Xiaolong's fist surging towards them like endless tidal waves. Bang! Ouyang Chang and the rest were knocked backwards with great force. Their bodies tumbled in the air like broken-lined kites and then crashed into the great hall's walls. These Ouyang family experts were not at all weak, especially Ouyang Chang and Ouyang Xiaoyan. Their strength averaged mid to late 5th order ancient god realm. Even so, Huang Xiaolong hadn't even used a strand of God Force. Purely his true divine dragon physique's brute force was enough to send these Ouyang family experts flying. At this time, screams echoed in the great hall as Xieli, Xiaxian, and the rest of the 34 nefarious devil puppets moved through the large group of Ouyang family experts. Wherever they passed through, Ouyang family experts were sent flying out of the entrance or were crashed to the ground outside. Lastly, Xieli stood guard in front of the great hall entrance, blasting away all Ouyang family experts who tried to enter the Golden Dragon Gate Great Hall, whereas Xiaxian, Xiaoying and other nefarious devil puppets and experts rushed out, breaking into the midst of Ouyang family's army like wolves would at a herd of sheep. Huang Xiaolong too went outside on the little cow, leaping towards waves of Ouyang family army. The chaos spiritual beast Black Baboon followed behind Huang Xiaolong. With a swing of its arm, the Black Baboon easily swept away a large number of Ouyang family disciples. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong left riding on the little cow, leaving Xieli and the rest to clean up the scene. More than 30 spatial rings were added into Huang Xiaolong's Azura ring. Needless to explain, these 30-plus spatial rings had come from Ouyang Shuguang, Ouyang Chang, Ouyang Xiaoyan, and other Ouyang family experts. Counting Ouyang Bin, Yao Yu, and other spatial rings he had obtained earlier, Huang Xiaolong had collected over 70 spatial rings belonging to ancient God Realm masters. Ouyang Shuguang had led an army of close to 300,000 disciples to attack Golden Dragon Gate. Roughly 100,000 were killed and the remaining all had surrendered. Most of the island's forces that had submitted to Ouyang family before also chose to surrender this time as well. Late into the night, inside his room that was within one of the more luxurious residences of Golden Dragon Gate, Huang Xiaolong took out all the spatial rings he had obtained during the day and checked the items inside. Huang Xiaolong was delighted as he saw that the amount of Shinbi inside Ouyang Bin, Ouyang Shuguang, and other spatial rings was quite a sum. After a quick count, it was almost 10 trillion. Just inside each one of Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang's spatial rings was more than 1 trillion. Huang Xiaolong was initially worried that he wouldn't be able to collect enough Shinbi, to purchase the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone. He needed the stone to repair the pill blending tower. But now his worries were dissipated. Some days ago, the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall's head supervisor Meng Yuan had told Huang Xiaolong that the herbs and spiritual veins he had put up for auction had fetched a little over 1.3 trillion. Head supervisor Meng Yuan had also informed Huang Xiaolong that there had been news regarding 3 kinds of chaos spiritual liquids that Huang Xiaolong had requested, and hence, they were on their way to Vientiane World Branch. He was going to continue looking for the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone and other chaos spiritual liquids that Huang Xiaolong wanted. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong planned to head over to the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall once he had gotten the thing sealed under the Shredding Wind Mountain on Soul Islands. By that time, the 3 kinds of chaos spiritual liquids would have reached the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall branch as well. Early next morning, Huang Xiaolong left Golden Dragon Gate. Instead of going directly to Barbarian God Sect, he detoured to Ouyang family headquarters and Demon Buddha clan headquarters with just a small group of people, including Huang Xiaolong himself, the little cow, Xieli, Xiaxian, Xiaring, and a few more, making up a dozen of them. Though there were only a dozen of them, it was an enough amount of destructive power to deal with the 2 headquarters. A few days later, without exception, Ouyang family headquarters and Demon Buddha clan headquarters were completely destroyed by Huang Xiaolong, and the treasuries were naturally pocketed by him. The little cow laughed so wide that its mouth was lopsided when it saw herbs, divine pellets, and godheads piled up several hills high inside Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan treasuries. Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's wealth was shocking. Mountains of Xinbi far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation. Just Xinbi alone was more than 200 trillion. More than 200 trillion. Not just 20 billion, but more than 200 trillion. Huang Xiaolong reaped a bountiful harvest during this trip to Ouyang family headquarters and Demon Buddha clan headquarters. Along the way back to Barbarian God Sect, the little cow happily hummed a short, unknown tune. Its cow tail swayed left and right, but seemingly it was unable to find the right place. Back in Barbarian God Sect, Huang Xiaolong stayed for 3 months, as there was no hurry to rush to Soul Tribe's Soul Islands, and these 3 months, Huang Xiaolong spent his days studying the manual of various techniques and old records he had gotten from the Immortal Phoenix Faith Palace and Ghost Buddha Depository. At night, he cultivated and absorbed the 4 divine fires' chaos spiritual energy, as well as purple grand mist aura from the purple grand mist aura dragon. Occasionally, Huang Xiaolong would also give Yao Qi some guidance in her cultivation. Due to the 4 divine fires' chaos spiritual energy, as well as the purple grand mist aura, when the 3 months ended, not only Huang Xiaolong had solidified his recent Third-Order Ancient God Realm breakthrough, but his cultivation was also closer to reaching peak early Third-Order Ancient God Realm. What Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected at all was that after he had destroyed Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan, the surrounding islands' forces who had submitted to Ouyang family now ran to his door requesting to serve him. Huang Xiaolong did not refuse these people and accepted all of them. Huang Xiaolong left Barbarian God Sect 3 months later, heading to the Soul Tribe. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were quite leisurely, cultivating as they flew forward. It took them 10 days to reach Soul Islands at this relaxed pace. Compared to the last time Huang Xiaolong was there, the Soul Tribe was more guarded against trespassers, but at the same time the Soul Tribe's patrol disciples were just too weak. All of these patrol disciples were just decorations and nothing more in Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's eyes. The 2 of them easily reached the Shredding Wind Mountain on Soul Islands. But just as Huang Xiaolong and the little cow arrived above the Shredding Wind Mountain, the island shook violently as a terrifying energy surged from below and shot upwards towards Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. Both Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were stunned. "It's coming from the Soul Tribe headquarters." The little cow pointed as its eyes narrowed. "Isn't this the energy fluctuation of an Ancestor God Realm Master? Is there an Ancestor God Realm Master attacking the Soul Tribe headquarters?" Huang Xiaolong too was looking solemn. "Should we go and take a look?" the little cow asked. "Should we go and take a look?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head at the little cow's curiosity-induced question and said, "No need. Let's first break this Shredding Wind Mountain's formation and see what's sealed inside." His main reason for coming to Soul Islands was to get the item sealed at the belly of the Shredding Wind Mountain. Not to mention, an ancestor god realm master attacking the Soul Tribe was a perfect distraction to divert the Soul Tribe's attention, while Huang Xiaolong broke the mountain's prohibitive formation. Thus, without any further delay, Huang Xiaolong swiftly laid out several walls of formation to conceal himself and the little cow from being noticed by others, and then quickly began cracking the Shredding Wind Mountain's prohibitive formation. The formation around the Shredding Wind Mountain was called Chaos Traverse 9 Heavens Lightning Divine Formation, which could be easily suppressed by the little cow's purple lightning force. Currently, the little cow's strength was comparable to that of Huang Xiaolong's. In a short half an hour's time, the little cow broke the mountain's formation with Huang Xiaolong's help. A stone chamber appeared in front of them. Its stone door was covered with a layer of thick dust. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand as he stepped towards the stone door. The door opened, sending dust flying everywhere in the air. Huang Xiaolong stepped inside, the little cow following behind him. The stone chamber was about 10 square meters with a platform. There was a box on it. Other than this box, there was nothing else in this stone chamber. Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the platform and picked up the box. He could feel that the box was heavy and unusually cold. There were restrictions placed on the box, but Huang Xiaolong circulated his god force and easily opened it. However, Huang Xiaolong was astounded when he saw the contents of the box. It was a palm-sized object with a luster of a fine jade. It was shaped like a spiral shell. There was a tiny red half-moon symbol on its surface. Huang Xiaolong picked up the spiral shell out from the box as he frowned. The thing sealed in the belly of the Shredding Wind Mountain has just been an ordinary jade-like spiral shell divine artifact of an unknown grade? This is the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell. The little cow exclaimed in shock, staring at the thing in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell? Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow inquisitively. The little cow looked extremely solemn as it nodded and said, "Yes, the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell. This Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell is a Grand Mist spiritual artifact." Grand Mist spiritual artifact? Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in astonishment. This ordinary-looking thing that resembled a shell was in fact a Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Above Chaos spiritual artifacts were Grand Mist spiritual artifacts. According to what his master Golden Brow had said, the Vientiane World Fortune Gate branch merely had 2 Grand Mist spiritual artifacts. Yes, this Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell is a mid-Grand Mist spiritual artifact that could be used to defend and attack at the same time. The little cow further explained. What makes it more precious is this. Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell is a Grand Mist spiritual artifact of the soul. While it protects your soul, it attacks other people's souls. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock. A soul Grand Mist spiritual artifact. There were millions and millions of divine artifacts in the vast divine world, where the chances of finding a soul Grand Mist artifact was near to impossible. For instance, among every 100,000 divine artifacts there may be 0 soul-related divine artifacts, and even less chances of it being a Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Xiaolong, as long as you have this Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, it'd be much easier for you to condense your avatar when breaking through to Ancestor God Realm. The little cow was obviously excited as it continued. After you refine this Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, it will merge with your soul and will continuously strengthen it by absorbing the moon essence. Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong gazed excitedly at this almost ordinary-looking palm-sized spiral shell. This Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell actually could absorb moon essence by itself to strengthen his soul. What was the most difficult thing when breaking through to Ancestor God Realm? It was none other than strengthening one's soul. Only a strong soul capable of achieving perfection could form an avatar and break through to Ancestor God Realm. Then again, everyone's godhead is different at various ranks and elements, and so is the strength of the cultivator's soul. But Huang Xiaolong had 3 supreme godheads that greatly increased the difficulty of strengthening his soul to perfection. However, things would be much easier with the help of this Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell. A cultivator's godhead determines the strength of their soul. This also affects the talent of the avatar formed. For instance, The innate talent of Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads avatars was bound to that of a disciple with a supreme godhead. And of course there was a prerequisite. Huang Xiaolong must be able to strengthen his soul to perfection. Since learning about the magical effects of the moonjade heavenly spiral shell, Huang Xiaolong couldn't wait to refine it. It's weird. How did the Soul Tribe get their hands on the moonjade heavenly spiral shell? The little cow muttered to itself. And how did it end up being sealed in the belly of this shredding wind mountain? Does the Soul Tribe know its origin? This moonjade heavenly spiral shell's origin? Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow. Is there some big background to this moonjade heavenly spiral shell? The little cow nodded. This moonjade heavenly spiral shell belonged to the ancient heavenly emperor. Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted. The ancient heavenly emperor? The little cow said, "It's not unusual you don't know about the ancient heavenly emperor. To put it this way, the 100 million of world surfaces in the divine world are governed by the heavenly court. The supreme position in the hierarchy is the heavenly emperor, and the ancient heavenly emperor was the current heavenly emperor's master." Huang Xiaolong's mind buzzed for a long time. The heavenly court. The ancient heavenly emperor. The 100 million world surfaces in the divine world were under the heavenly court's governance. In his past life on Earth, there were myths about heavenly court, but Huang Xiaolong didn't expect the world he was in right now to actually have a heavenly court. Wait, could it be? A thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind and he blurted out, "Does that mean the heavenly court battle is held by the heavenly court?" Golden Brow, Blood Knife, and others had previously mentioned about the battle of the heavenly court, but had never given Huang Xiaolong any details. He also had never asked about it, and therefore was ignorant of the heavenly court's existence. Now that the little cow spoke about the heaven court, Huang Xiaolong connected the links. Yes, battle of the heavenly court is organized by the heavenly court after every 100,000 years. This is our divine world's biggest event. The little cow went on. Genius disciples that successfully enter the top 10 ranks in the battle of the heavenly court will be fully nurtured by the heavenly court and even receive guidance from the heavenly emperor. Intrigued, Huang Xiaolong continued asking some small questions about the heavenly court. A while later, both of them left the shredding wind mountain. They could still sense the powerful energy fluctuations from the ongoing battle at the Soul Tribe headquarters. After a second thought, Huang Xiaolong decided against joining in the fun. After all, he had successfully extracted the item sealed in the belly of the shredding wind mountain. One less trouble was better. And even though he had Xieli, Xiaxian, and other nefarious devil puppets, they were not enough firepower against an ancestor god realm master. With that, Huang Xiaolong's group smoothly left Soul Islands. More importantly, Huang Xiaolong wanted to find a secluded place so he could refine the moonjade heavenly spiral shell. A day later, Huang Xiaolong's group appeared above an uninhabited island. He planned to refine the moonjade heavenly spiral shell there. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow disappeared underground. When the preparations were completed, Huang Xiaolong took out the moonjade heavenly spiral shell. As the moonjade heavenly spiral shell was a grand mist spiritual artifact, it'd be quite difficult to refine it at his current strength. Therefore, as a precaution, Huang Xiaolong had Xieli, Xiaxian, and Xiaying assist him. The little cow guarded Huang Xiaolong from his side. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the ground. His 3 supreme godheads spun as he circulated his god force to wrap around the moonjade heavenly spiral shell. The instant Huang Xiaolong's god force wrapped around the moonjade heavenly spiral shell, it emitted ripples of glaring amber-colored lights, especially the red moon symbol at the center. And when Huang Xiaolong's god force attempted to enter into the moonjade heavenly spiral shell space, it was met with a strong resistance. Exactly at this moment, Xieli, Xiaxian, and Xiaying pressed their palms onto Huang Xiaolong's back, channeling their god force into his body. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads shone with radiance as his god force escalated. Soon, 10 days had passed. With Xieli, Xiaxian, and Xiaying's help, Huang Xiaolong's god force repeatedly collided with the resistance force until at one point it gradually weakened. Another half a month had passed, Huang Xiaolong completely shattered the moon jade heavenly spiral shell's resistance force. With muffled crackling noises, Huang Xiaolong's god force rushed into the moon jade heavenly spiral shell space. The color of joy rose to Huang Xiaolong's face. He carefully flicked a drop of his blood essence into the moon jade heavenly spiral shell. In that moment, the moon jade heavenly spiral shell's radiance multiplied. Huang Xiaolong spent roughly 2 months of refinement to get the moon jade heavenly spiral shell to fully integrate with his blood essence and soul as one. The moon jade heavenly spiral shell turned into a streak of light and entered into Huang Xiaolong's body between his brows, floating in his consciousness. Ripples of silvery light from the moon jade heavenly spiral shell fell on his 3 supreme godheads like soft drizzling rain. As his 3 supreme godheads absorbed the rain of light, they actually emitted a cheerful energy, and he could feel their god force increasing in the blink of an eye. This is... Before Huang Xiaolong could think further, a sharp pain exploded in head as some incoherent and broken memories flashed before his eyes. These broken memories were akin to a sharp blade digging at Huang Xiaolong's brain, and his face twitched from severe pain. The little cow had finally relaxed after seeing that Huang Xiaolong had successfully refined the moon jade heavenly spiral shell. But now that he grimaced with pain, the little cow was frightened and quickly blew out a cloud of purple lightning to ensure Huang Xiaolong's safety. It was fortunate that the broken memories which rushed into Huang Xiaolong's mind were few in number. A dozen of minutes later, the pain in his head subsided. On the other hand, the rain of light from moon jade heavenly spiral shell became stronger, integrating into his 3 supreme godheads. Huang Xiaolong was in a daze for quite some time. Seeing Huang Xiaolong was no longer in pain, the little cow huffed in relief and retrieved its purple lightning. Even so, it was carefully observing Huang Xiaolong's situation. As the time passed, 1 month went by. In this period, the little cow noticed there were layers of moonlight halo shining from Huang Xiaolong's skin, and it sensed he had grown stronger as well. In truth, Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected this strength to rise. But the amount of accumulated energy inside the moon jade heavenly spiral shell space was amazing. The rain of light over his 3 supreme godheads was none other than the energy inside the moon jade heavenly spiral shell space. The energy inside the moon jade heavenly spiral shell accumulated over for the past tens of thousands of years was akin to a vast ocean. After it was refined by Huang Xiaolong, the energy finally found an outlet, rushing out like a great flood. Step by step, Huang Xiaolong's strength rose at an astonishing speed. His cultivation, which was close to peak early Third Order Ancient God Realm, soon reached peak early Third Order Ancient God Realm, and began to race towards mid-Third Order Ancient God Realm. A little over a month later, a low crisp noise sounded inside Huang Xiaolong's body. He had broken through to mid-Third Order Ancient God Realm, yet endless energy was still rushing out from the moon jade heavenly spiral shell. His cultivation rose further, getting closer to peak mid-Third Order Ancient God Realm. The underground chamber was quiet. Xieli, Xiexian, and Xieying were sitting cross-legged in a corner, cultivating. After the little cow determined Huang Xiaolong wasn't in danger, it chose a comfortable corner and munched on a godhead. After Huang Xiaolong had dealt with Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan, the number of godheads collected was enough to last the little cow for quite some time. As the little cow had expected, almost a year had passed and Huang Xiaolong was still in slumber. The little cow started growing anxious as more days passed. Half a year was left for the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong needed to return to Fortune Gate 3 months before the battle began. If Huang Xiaolong remained unconscious for the next 3 months, the little cow would have to forcefully wake him up. After all, the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle was quite important to Huang Xiaolong. As the first-place disciple of Fortune Mainland's All Islands Great War, if Huang Xiaolong went missing, how badly would the other 3 mainlands laugh at Fortune Mainland? How would the Fortune Gate chief look at Huang Xiaolong? And at that point, probably even Golden Brow and Blood Knife would have a hard time explaining on his behalf. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong woke up a few days later, finally lifting the little cow's worries. "How do you feel?" the little cow asked with concern as it approached Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, it was looking at him with complex gaze. The little cow naturally noticed Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Fourth Order Ancient God Realm. Fourth Order Ancient God Realm. A feeling of speechlessness filled the little cow. A year ago, Huang Xiaolong had just broken through to Third Order Ancient God Realm, and now he was already a Fourth Order Ancient God Realm. Huang Xiaolong stood up. He couldn't restrain the laughter bubbling up inside his throat. Even he was surprised that refining the moonjade heavenly spiral shell's accumulated energy allowed him to break through several orders of cultivation and reach early Fourth Order Ancient God Realm. Huang Xiaolong hadn't dared imagine such a possibility in the past. Even though his cultivation speed was naturally fast, it was far from rising one big realm, from early Third Order to early Fourth Order Ancient God Realm in a short 1 year's duration. Fourth Order Ancient God Realm was the ceiling to mid-level Ancient God Realm Master. Once a cultivation broke past the ceiling, their strength goes through tremendous changes. "Come on, we're heading back," Huang Xiaolong happily said to the little cow. It was time he returned to Fortune Gate. Although there was still half a year until the Four Mainland's new disciples battle, returning earlier to the Fortune Gate was not bad either. He could enter the library to study some of the Fortune Gate style technique manuals. Without stopping to rest the whole way, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow reached Barbarian God Sect in a few days. Barbarian God Sect territories had undergone great changes. The Barbarian God City had expanded. There were herds of spiritual beasts in the forest, and the surrounding spiritual energy was richer. Various families and sects disciples could be seen coming in and out. After Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan were annihilated, Barbarian God Sect had become the center of power for the surrounding islands. Huang Xiaolong stayed a few days in Barbarian God Sect and then left with Yao Qi. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong gave Lu Zhua some tasks and told him that he could contact him if there were problems. He also left 2 Ninth Order Ancient God Realm nefarious devil puppets to protect Barbarian God Sect. Huang Xiaolong and his group stepped out from Wu Island's transmission array 10 days later and headed straight to the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall. However, at the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall, head supervisor Meng Yuan said to Huang Xiaolong with a bitter expression, "Young warrior Huang, initially, the chaos spiritual liquids that you wanted had already arrived from other branches, but a few months ago, they were all sold to people from Wangu clan." Huang Xiaolong's expression sank. All of them were bought by people from Wangu clan. He had specifically requested Meng Yuan to keep the chaos spiritual liquids for him no matter what. Meng Yuan explained weakly, "Wangu Zi came over personally and bought them. Our Commerce Hall vice president agreed. I had no other option." Wangu Zi. A cold light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. No doubt Wangu Zi did this intentionally. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental, buying all of the same chaos spiritual liquids that he needed? What about the chaos 5-colored heaven refining stone? Huang Xiaolong suppressed his displeasure and asked Meng Yuan. "From the information we received, 3 years ago, someone bought 3 pieces of chaos 5-colored heaven refining stone from our headquarters." Meng Yuan went on, "He's an elder of the Clear Spirit World's Shao family, named Shao Ting." Clear Spirit World? Huang Xiaolong looked at Meng Yuan with doubt. In these past years, Huang Xiaolong had learned about the surrounding neighbors of Vientiane World, but there was none called Clear Spirit World in his recollection. The divine world was boundless, and if this Clear Spirit World was a long distance away, he might not be able to arrive there in the next 10,000 years. Meng Yuan guessed Huang Xiaolong's worry in a glance. He smiled and said, "Young warrior Huang, worry not. Although this Clear Spirit World is a little far from our Vientiane World, you can reach there through Void Sky World's transmission array." Huang Xiaolong was obviously relieved after he heard Meng Yuan's words. He knew of the Void Sky World. Indeed, it was close to the Vientiane World. In the vast divine world, the bigger world surfaces has grand-scale transmission array built, such as the Void Sky World that Meng Yuan mentioned. The Void Sky World's transmission array could transfer people straight to another world's surfaces. Huang Xiaolong roughly estimated that it'd take him around 1 year's time to reach Void Sky World from Vientiane World. 1 year's journey was not too long. But the transmission fee for traveling from Void Sky World to Clear Spirit World was not cheap. Meng Yuan hesitated briefly, then elaborated. For cross-world transmissions like this, one person needs to pay at least 200 billion. 200 billion. For one person. Huang Xiaolong was a little shocked, just a little. For other common ancient god realm cultivators, 200 billion was an exorbitant amount. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong was also bound to bring the little cow with him as well as Xieli, Xiexian, and Xiering. 5 people. That came up to 1 trillion. 1 trillion could buy a residence in Fortune City. Fortunately, since Huang Xiaolong had destroyed Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's headquarters not long ago and pocketed their treasuries, he was a rich man. Still, he felt reluctant to spend 1 trillion on transmission array. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong asked some questions about Xiao family and elder Xiao Teng. He learned from Meng Yuan that Xiao family was one of the hegemon of Clear Spirit World. Their status in Clear Spirit World was almost equivalent to Fortune Gate in Vientiane World, and that Xiao Teng was a First-Order Ancestor God Realm Master. First-Order Ancestor God Realm. Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed slightly. Looks like this has become troublesome. Under these circumstances, even if he managed to reach Clear Spirit World, getting the 3 pieces of chaos 5-colored heaven refining stone from Xiao Teng would prove difficult. A while later, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi walked out from the Commerce Hall. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong went to collect 1 trillion gained from his auctioned items. He gave Meng Yuan the remaining amount, which was a little over 300 billion, as a token of appreciation to keep an eye on any news related to the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, Chaos Spiritual Liquids, Deep Sea Crystal, and Enigmatic Yang Thistle. Although Meng Yuan was the head supervisor of Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall, 300 billion was absolutely not a small amount to him. He promised Huang Xiaolong's request, smiling from ear to ear. Xiaolong, when the time comes, you really want to go to Clear Spirit World? Yao Qi asked after they left the Commerce Hall, sounding worried. According to what Meng Yuan had said earlier, the Clear Spirit World was exceptionally turbulent and disliked outsiders. Disciples below Ancestor God Realm rarely returned alive. Furthermore, this time, Huang Xiaolong's target Xiao Teng was an Ancestor God Realm Master. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Huang Xiaolong smiled reassuringly at Yao Qi and added, there's still Xianxia with me, and if there's an enemy, Xianxia can let out a fart. Even an Ancestor God Realm is guaranteed to explode into dust. Yao Qi giggled, then admonished Huang Xiaolong, never serious. Then Yao Qi thought of something and burst into a fit of giggles. The little cow rolled its eyes at Huang Xiaolong, objecting, Master, I'm afraid that if the other side was to let out a fart, then we would be dust as well. Yao Qi couldn't help but laugh louder. These 2 jokers. They did not stay any longer on Wu Island and flew back to Fortune Mainland on the same day. Huang Xiaolong was bound to go to Clear Spirit World. Regardless of the cost and trouble, he must acquire the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone. Wanguzi. Huang Xiaolong then remembered Wanguzi had intentionally purchased all the Chaos Spiritual Liquids he needed. A murderous intent towards Wanguzi flitted into Huang Xiaolong's eyes. You better would have not used those Chaos Spiritual Liquids, or else I will cripple you in the 4 mainlands new disciples battle. Completely crippled. Waste. The Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall had actually found all the Chaos Spiritual Liquids Huang Xiaolong needed. In other words, as long as he would have won the first place in the 4 mainlands new disciples battle, he would have received the Metal Source Chaos Spiritual Liquid in addition to the Chaos Spiritual Liquids he would have bought from the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall. This way he would have had all the Chaos Spiritual Liquids needed for repairing the Pill Blending Tower. But Wanguzi was 1 step ahead of him and had bought 6 kinds of Chaos Spiritual Liquids. One can imagine the fury burning in Huang Xiaolong's heart. Several days passed and Huang Xiaolong's group was back in the Myriad Gods Manor in Fortune City. Huang Xiaolong stayed in Myriad Gods Manor for a few days. He then had Yao Qi stay there longer, whereas he returned to Fortune Mountain Range alone. When he arrived at the Fortune Mountain Range's 9 Boundaries Summit 9 Boundaries Tower, Hu Dan was fuming in anger. Her cold gaze was fixed on the 3 people in front of her, Yang Liming, Hu Qi, and Ouyang Yunfei. In the last 1 year or so, Yang Liming, Hu Qi, and Ouyang Yunfei had entangled her endlessly. Especially Yang Liming and Hu Qi had often used their identities to suppress and make things difficult for her. For example, in task delegation, They both had made the disciple in charge give Hu Dan tasks that were the most difficult to complete. At another instance, Hu Dan's monthly allowance of divine pellets and spirit stones that's given to every disciple was always deducted through various excuses. The most annoying thing was that every time Hu Dan wanted to cultivate inside the Nine Boundaries Tower, the disciple in charge of the Nine Boundaries Tower collected a fee which was 100 times higher than that of the other disciples. For disciples who were below Ancient God Realm, like Hu Dan, only need to pay 10 Ancient Exudes pills every time. But Hu Dan had to pay 1,000. Hu Dan knew very well that these were all tricks played on her by Yang Liming, Hu Qi, and Ouyang Yunfei. Ever since she had dismissed their attempts to woo her, they had been using these foul tricks against her. When senior brother Huang returns, I will tell him what all of you have been doing, every single thing. Hu Dan glared at the three jerks, anger dancing in her eyes. Senior brother Huang? Yang Liming chuckled maliciously. Hu Dan, don't think of using Huang Xiaolong to suppress me. Do you really think the three of us are afraid of Huang Xiaolong? Once we get the opportunity, we'll deal with Huang Xiaolong once and for all. Ouyang Yunfei's gaze turned venomous, glaring at Hu Dan when she brought out Huang Xiaolong's name. He was already aware that Ouyang family headquarters was destroyed by Huang Xiaolong, and he had also killed his grandfather Ouyang Bin along with his father Ouyang Shuguang. Hatred roiled in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to chop Huang Xiaolong into 1,000,000 pieces. Skin Huang Xiaolong alive. Hu Dan, let me tell you the truth, Hu Qi sneered. Our Fortune Gate young lord and senior brother Wang Wei doesn't find Huang Xiaolong pleasing at all, and they'll get rid of him sooner or later. He wouldn't even manage to protect himself. If you're smart, you should know what to do. Hu Qi's words made Hu Dan's pretty face tighten in worry for Huang Xiaolong. Can't protect myself? A cold, indifferent voice sounded behind Yang Liming, Hu Qi, and Ouyang Yunfei. Hearing this familiar voice, Yang Liming, Hu Qi, and Ouyang Yunfei subconsciously quivered. All three slowly turned back in fear and saw Huang Xiaolong striding towards them from the distance. Elder brother Huang, Hu Dan cried out, her face beaming with happiness. She rushed to Huang Xiaolong's side in an instant. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded at her. Elder brother Huang, they... Hu Dan pointed vengefully at the trio of Yang Liming, Hu Qi, and Ouyang Yunfei. Don't worry, I'll deliberate my fair judgment for you. Huang Xiaolong reassured her and then turned to look at the trio in front of him with cold eyes. Although Huang Xiaolong did not know the details, he could roughly make a guess from everything he had just heard. It seems like Yang Liming, Hu Qi, and Ouyang Yunfei are in a real hurry to die sooner. He hadn't even finished looking into their troublesome conduct. But these clowns have already been jumping around as they liked. Huang Xiaolong walked towards the three of them. Huang Xiaolong, what are you doing? Yang Liming shouted. He warned Huang Xiaolong, we are at the Fortune Gate and fighting is prohibited here. Don't you dare attack us. I'm a personal disciple of Elder Sun Peng. How dare you? Hu Qi shouted loudly, but his words were cut off when Huang Xiaolong's hand clutched his throat. Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei were scared. They didn't even see how and when Huang Xiaolong caught Hu Qi. Hu Qi was terrified as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. His heart fell to the bottom of an ice cave as he felt this murderous intent coming from Huang Xiaolong. Hu Qi did not doubt anymore that Huang Xiaolong would dare to kill him. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Huang Xiaolong said as he looked at Hu Qi's terrified face. The corners of his lips curved into a smile. Hu Qi dazed for a second. The terror in his heart slowly subsided. Looks like Huang Xiaolong is still wary of Fortune Gate's rules. Also, since they were personal disciples of Fortune Gate elders, Huang Xiaolong didn't have the guts to kill them. What? Huang Xiaolong, are you afraid? Let me go this instant then. Hu Qi sneered proudly and added, but this matter won't end here. When I go back, I will ask my master to sue you in front of our young lord. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's other hand clenched into a fist and punched straight into Hu Qi's chest. The force from Huang Xiaolong's fist passed through Hu Qi's chest and came out from his back. A blood-curdling scream escaped Hu Qi's mouth as his body flew backwards. Everyone could see the appalling bloody hole in Hu Qi's chest. The abrupt turn of events rendered Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei deathly pale. I said I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't teach you a small lesson. Huang Xiaolong's expression was frosty. Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei's faces twitched at Huang Xiaolong's words. This is a small lesson? Both Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei could see that the punch from Huang Xiaolong had crippled Hu Qi almost entirely. Huang Xiaolong turned around and looked at Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei. Just this much was enough to make Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei to back away in dread. Senior brother Li Qingwen. Save me! Yang Liming screamed all of a sudden. Li Qingwen, the disciple in charge of the 9 Boundaries Tower, was hiding nearby. He flew out hearing Yang Liming scream. At this point, he could no longer stay hidden. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to Wang Wei or Yang Liming's master. Though, on the other hand, he could not afford to offend someone like Huang Xiaolong. Brother Huang, junior brother Yang Liming, and the others were just joking. Don't take it seriously. Let's end this matter here, what do you say? Li Qingwen could only lower his attitude and try to persuade Huang Xiaolong. If Brother Huang chooses to cultivate here at the 9 Boundaries Tower, I will surely select a good place for brother. Huang Xiaolong looked from Yang Ming to Ouyang Yunfei, and then at Li Qingwen as his lips curled into a sneer. Who is your brother? Scram or don't blame me for being rude. Give him a good place when he would come to cultivate? What a joke. The Fortune Divine Kingdom 1000 Spirit Mountain spiritual energy was 1,000,000 times better than the 9 Boundaries Tower. Why would he need to come here to cultivate? Even though Huang Xiaolong was not aware of the exact relationship between Li Qingwen and Yang Liming, since Yang Liming had called for Li Qingwen's help, it meant they were better acquainted. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong naturally chose to ignore Li Qingwen. Scram! Li Qingwen didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to dismiss him by telling him to scram. His face sank while he endured in anger, saying, Huang Xiaolong, I. Before Li Qingwen could finish his words, he was slammed away by an enormous hand. He crashed to the ground and didn't move anymore. It was the Black Baboon who slammed Li Qingwen. Li Qingwen was just an early 7th Order ancient God Realm disciple. Hence, how could he withstand the Black Baboon's attack? Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother to see Li Qingwen's condition, and simply continued walking towards Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei. Though his current strength could easily defeat Li Qingwen, he didn't want to expose his strength at this moment. Suddenly, Yang Liming gritted his teeth and waved his hand at Huang Xiaolong. Several hundred black beads flew towards Huang Xiaolong. In a sway, Yang Liming had escaped a few hundred meters away. These black beads were called star soul beads that Yang Liming had gotten from an ancient cultivation dwelling. One star soul bead was refined from one planet. Each contained horrifying fire and lightning element energy. Once it met with collision, star soul bead would explode, which could destroy a small mainland. Yang Liming believed as strong as Huang Xiaolong was, he would still suffer heavy injuries. Huang Xiaolong watched as several hundred black beads flew towards him. Although he did not know what these black beads were, he felt the overwhelming destructive power inside them. Just as he was about to wave them away, the little cow shouted, "Wait!" Huang Xiaolong's halted immediately. In the next second, lightning crackled from the little cow's golden horns, forming a net made with streaks of lightning. Several hundred black beads were collected by this lightning net in an instant. The little cow sighed in relief at the result. Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei had already fled into the distance. Huang Xiaolong didn't have time to ask the little cow what the black beads were as his hand grasped through the void. Yang Liming and Ouyang Yunfei shrieked in pain and plummeted to the ground. Yang Liming fared better as he fainted upon his crash. But Ouyang Yunfei, on the other hand, was spitting white foam from his mouth. His eyes turned white as he fainted into oblivion. Huang Xiaolong still held back slightly against Hu Qi and Yang Liming, but towards Ouyang Yunfei, Huang Xiaolong had no scruples. That palm strike completely crippled Ouyang Yunfei. With Ouyang family almost annihilated, he won't let Ouyang Yunfei live to annoy him. Let's go, Huang Xiaolong said to the stunned Hu Dan and flew away leisurely. Hu Dan came to her senses and quickly chased after Huang Xiaolong. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left, the 9 Boundaries Tower incident spread like wildfire among Fortune Gate disciples. After Huang Xiaolong separated from Hu Dan, he returned to the Fortune Divine Kingdom. When Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, their first sentence to him was, "Kid, you bring us trouble as soon as you return." At this, Huang Xiaolong smiled sheepishly and asked, "That's not trouble at all. Don't tell me I dared to make trouble for two masters?" Golden Brow and Blood Knife laughed at Huang Xiaolong's words. "Kid, you just couldn't stay still when you came back in Green Cloud Island. Could you? Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect have clamored all the way here in regards to Ouyang family's matter. You'd better behave for a few days and prepare for the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle." Golden Brow Ancestor added, "I received news that Wanguzi is preparing to break through to 6th Order Ancient God Realm." Attempting to break through to 6th Order Ancient God Realm. Huang Xiaolong was a little shocked at hearing this news. Huang Xiaolong didn't expect Wanguzi to be this strong. He had estimated Wanguzi to have advanced only until late 5th Order Ancient God Realm. That's right, he's going to break through to 6th Order Ancient God Realm. Blood Knife Ancestor nodded his head and sighed. True to his top Emperor rank Soul Jade Godhead, a peerless genius Wanguzi's talent is indeed shocking. Within the next 10 years, Wanguzi could step into 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Golden Brow Ancestor commented with a taut expression, "I have heard that Wanguzi has been cultivating for only 200 years. In 1,000 years, he's likely to break through to Ancestor God Realm." Blood Knife Ancestor went on, 1,000 years? That's rare in the history of Vientiane world. In general, Ancient God Realm cultivators' cultivation speed slows down after breaking through to 7th Order Ancient God Realm. This decreased speed in cultivation becomes more distinct once they reach late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. As a result of this, there are many cultivators who are stuck at peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm for 10,000 years, and still haven't been able to break through to Ancestor God Realm. Blood Knife Ancestor had acknowledged and evaluated Wanguzi's cultivation talent to be higher than expected. This was apparent from his estimation that Wanguzi could advance to Ancestor God Realm within 1,000 years. After all, even the Fortune Gate's most talented disciple, Wang Wei, had to cultivate for 3,000 years before he advanced to Ancestor God Realm. 1,000 years. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Based on his current cultivation speed, he probably could break through to Ancestor God Realm in 100 years. Golden Brow Ancestor noticed Huang Xiaolong muttering to himself and said solemnly, "Xiaolong, there's no need to feel down. Though your godhead rank is not as high as Wanguzi's, you have the true divine dragon physique. And not to mention, your luck is not bad either. You can definitely break through to Ancestor God Realm in 5,000 years. 5,000 years? Huang Xiaolong was astonished for a second, but then smiled wryly. He couldn't even imagine how far he would have gone after 5,000 years. There is also Yu Wuxin from Dark Elf Mainland. From the news we've received, he was sent into the Dark Elf tribe's perilous land to cultivate. He was able to significantly raise his strength to peak late 4th Order Ancient God Realm. We suspect that before the Four Mainland's new disciples battle, he'd be able to break through to 5th Order Ancient God Realm. Blood Knife emphasized to Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, no matter what, you must strive to break through to 4th Order Ancient God before the Four Mainland's new disciples battle. We understand this is going to be very difficult for you. Golden Brow Ancestor chimed in. But as long as you advance to 4th Order Ancient God Realm, combined with your true divine dragon physique, you can at least fight Yu Wuxin. Originally, we had hoped that you could at least win 2nd place, as we didn't expect Yu Wuxin to likely break through to 5th Order Ancient God Realm after entering into the Dark Elf tribe's perilous land. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor spoke together, as if singing a duet. Huang Xiaolong was speechless. These two old men were clearly implying that he was no match for Yu Wuxin. On top of that, were they already settling for him getting 3rd place because of this? And most importantly, they didn't even ask him about his current cultivation realm before drawing these conclusions. Huang Xiaolong had concealed his aura. Therefore, unless Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor specifically probed Huang Xiaolong's cultivation realm, they wouldn't be able to tell it just from the surface. A while later, Huang Xiaolong walked out from his two masters' cultivation palace. From there, he headed to Li Lu's brimming snow palace instead of his own cosmos palace. However, before Huang Xiaolong had reached the brimming snow palace, he came across Myriad Flame's ancestor and Black Ice ancestor. In truth, Huang Xiaolong didn't have a good impression of old hag Black Ice. However, due to rules, Huang Xiaolong stepped up and saluted. Greetings, Myriad Flame's ancestor, Black Ice ancestor. Myriad Flame's ancestor's attitude could be considered to be amiable towards Huang Xiaolong. He smiled at Huang Xiaolong and asked, "Come to see Li Lu?" Huang Xiaolong nodded and answered, "Yes." But Black Ice ancestor was upset and coldly warned Huang Xiaolong. Li Lu has entered the seclusion to cultivate, so don't go there to disturb her. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Seclusion. Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor had already told him that Li Lu had come out from seclusion. Why was this old hag telling him a blatant lie? Was it to purposely hinder him? On second thought, Huang Xiaolong knew exactly why Black Ice ancestor would do so. According to Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor, Black Ice ancestor always had the intention of stringing Wang Wei and Li Lu together. Moreover, everyone could clearly see Li Lu's attitude towards him. Considering all of this, no wonder Black Ice ancestor found him displeasing. Huang Xiaolong also knew that old hag Black Ice ancestor and Wang Wei's Master Blue Empyrean were cousins. This was the main reason why Black Ice ancestor was so keen on Li Lu being Wang Wei's companion. Of course, she also saw Wang Wei's influence and talent. Huang Xiaolong, I know your relation with Li Lu was very good in the lower realm, and even now in the divine world. Black Ice ancestor spoke in an icy tone. She went on, "Strength is everything here in the divine world. Even though your talent is not bad, you're still too weak. In the future, you'd better not come looking for Li Lu anymore." Earlier Black Ice ancestor had claimed Li Lu was in seclusion as an excuse, but now, she was clearly stating her true intention. In the future. In other words, never see Li Lu again. Despite Huang Xiaolong's good mood, fury erupted in his heart. Whom I want to see is my business. Huang Xiaolong's expression was extremely cold. You can't decide that for me. Black Ice ancestor was dumbstruck for a second. Outraged, she barked, "Insolent! Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? How dare you rebel against elders? I'll teach you how to respect elders on behalf of your masters." Black Ice ancestor moved barely, but a tempest of ice shards formed around her, piercing towards Huang Xiaolong. The surrounding heaven and earth was covered in ice. Huang Xiaolong's face tightened. He didn't expect the old hag to attack him despite her identity as a high-level ancestor god realm and also a fortune gate ancestor. With his fourth-order ancient god realm strength, he was completely powerless to resist against a high-level ancestor god realm's attack. Huang Xiaolong noticed that even his thoughts were frozen and he was unable to move. He watched helplessly as sharp ice shards were about to pierce through him, but from out of nowhere, rays of golden light shot across the sky and shattered all of the flying ice shards. Black Ice ancestor's figure swayed unsteadily and her face grew a little pale. Space rippled as two figures stepped out from the void and stood in front of Huang Xiaolong with their backs turned towards him. Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor arrived. Black Ice, my disciple doesn't require you to teach him anything. Golden Brow stated indifferently and added, and I hope this will not be repeated again. Otherwise, I won't have a choice but to face against your Black Ice divine arts in a sparring match to teach you a lesson in return. Black Ice ancestor looked gloomy. Then she harumphed coldly and sped away, turning into a streak of ice blue light. Myriad Flame's ancestor looked on helplessly. He then greeted Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor before leaving. That old hag is becoming more and more arrogant these days. Does she really think Wang Wei is bound to be the next Fortune Gate chief? Blood Knife spoke angrily as he looked in the direction from where Black Ice ancestor had left. Golden Brow was slightly frowning. Judging from the current situation, Wang Wei has a higher chance of succeeding the gate chief position than Zhufeng. Blood Knife ancestor's mouth opened and closed silently as he knew that Golden Brow ancestor was right. Wang Wei's strength, talent, and even prestige were higher than Zhufeng. Huang Xiaolong was intrigued as he listened to his master's conversation and asked, "Masters, can you tell me more about this matter, in regards to Fortune Gate chief succession? Since you asked, we'll tell you about it." Golden Brow Ancestor went on solemnly. "The position of our Fortune Gate chief changes in every 30,000 years. As long as a disciple with Emperor rank Godhead reaches mid-level Ancestor God Realm, they are qualified to compete for the Gate chief position. Mid-level Ancestor God Realm, Emperor rank Godhead and above Genius." Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he said, "Then Wang Wei and Zhu Feng are mid-level Ancestor God Realm Masters?" Blood Knife Ancestor shook his head. "Not Zhu Feng. His cultivation is at peak late Third Order Ancestor God Realm. In 100 years he could break through to Fourth Order Ancestor God Realm by the time they elect the next Gate Chief. As for Wang Wei, 10,000 years ago, he already broke through to Fourth Order Ancestor God Realm. Although, we don't know anything about his current strength." Golden Brow Ancestor's expression was solemn as he said, "Wang Wei, that child is unfathomable. I guess he has already broken through to Fifth Order Ancestor God Realm. Moreover, he uses an ancient chaos grade technique for cultivation. Due to this, his strength cannot be compared to an average Fifth Order Ancestor God Realm. Be careful when you come across him in the future." Blood Knife Ancestor looked solemn as well. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. He had guessed that both Zhu Feng and Wang Wei were Ancestor God Realm Masters. But the extent of Wang Wei's strength exceeded his imagination. Fifth Order Ancestor God Realm with the battle power higher than the average Fifth Order Ancestor God Realm Masters. What did this mean? Did it mean that apart from Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and several other ancestors, Wang Wei was the strongest person in Fortune Gate? After all, there were only a handful of Fortune Gate Grand Elders who had managed to reach the Fifth Order Ancestor God Realm and above cultivation. Master. Then when exactly will be the new Gate Chief selected? Huang Xiaolong asked thoughtfully. Blood Knife Ancestor glanced at Huang Xiaolong and laughed. "What? Are you thinking about the next Gate Chief position? Although your talent is higher than Zhu Feng, your current strength is still very low. And there's only 150 years until the new Gate Chief is selected. Forget about mid-level Ancestor God Realm. Be content with your cultivation even if it reaches 7th Order, 8th Order, or even 9th Order Ancient God Realm by then." Golden Brow laughed as well, adding, "Instead, better focus on getting 3rd place in the Four Mainlands New Disciples battle." Huang Xiaolong sounded depressed as he said, "Masters, don't look down on me." Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor laughed even louder. "Do you think it's easy to break through to 7th Order Ancient God Realm? The 7th Order Ancient God Realm is the hardest ceiling of Ancient God Realm." Golden Brow teased. "Zhu Feng took more than 100 years to advance from 6th Order Ancient God Realm to 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Just because Zhu Feng took more than 100 years to advance from 6th Order Ancient God Realm to 7th Order Ancient God Realm does not mean I will too. Isn't it? More than 100 years?" A light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He had realized that he needed to put in more effort in his cultivation. There was a little over 150 years' time left until the next Gate Chief selection. Huang Xiaolong was confident he could break through to Ancestor God Realm by then, but mid-level Ancestor God Realm was going to be harder. There was a heaven and earth difference between 1st Order and 4th Order Ancestor God Realm. In Ancestor God Realm, advancement for each order was difficult. Even more so, trying to advance Ancestor God Realm's first 4 orders in 150 years was near to impossible. Wang Wei, for example, had stepped into 4th Order Ancestor God Realm 10,000 years ago. Deducing from this example, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor had guessed that Wang Wei most likely had broken through to 5th Order Ancestor God Realm by now. In other words, given Wang Wei's talent, it took him 10,000 years to advance to 5th Order Ancestor God Realm from 4th Order Ancestor God Realm. Golden Brow Ancestor said, "You need not worry about Black Ice Ancestor, since we have got your back." His expression turned cold as he continued, "Even if she is Li Lu's master, she cannot force you and Li Lu to stop interacting. That's right, with us here, you don't need to worry about this." Blood Knife Ancestor patted his chest reassuringly. "If this happens again, tell me and I'll give that old hag's ass a few stabs with my knife." Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but burst out laughing at his master's promise. Both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor let out a hearty laughter. They left a short while later after spending some more time with Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong hesitantly looked in the direction of Brimming Snow Palace, but then he returned to Cosmos Palace instead. Li Lu will soon learn about what happened today. He was simply eager to know her decision. As expected, not long after Huang Xiaolong returned to Cosmos Palace, Li Lu came over. Li Lu walked in, and the moment she saw Huang Xiaolong, she apologized. "I'm sorry about today. I apologize on behalf of my master. Don't be angry, okay?" She looked nervously at Huang Xiaolong. That pitiful expression made his heart ache. Huang Xiaolong was still somewhat upset, but now his anger disappeared completely. He smiled and said affectionately, "You are not your master and she is not you, so no need to apologize on her behalf. Don't worry, I won't get angry with you, even if I am angry with that old hag." Li Lu laughed hearing that and said teasingly, "You are not allowed to call my master an old hag. Standing on your master's side and not your hubby's, you should be punished." Huang Xiaolong deliberately raised his palm as he said that. Li Lu's face turned red and she dodged away. "You are? Whose hubby? I am not talking to you anymore." Her voice drifted in the air as her figure whistled away. Huang Xiaolong watched Li Lu until she was out of sight. Shaking his head, he turned to walk towards the Cosmos Palace secret chamber. Inside, Huang Xiaolong took out a chaos spiritual herb he had found in the Ghost Buddha depository and swallowed it as he began cultivating for that night. While Huang Xiaolong had entered the secret chamber to cultivate, inside a certain palace in Fortune Mountain Range, Cheng Zongwei and Chen Wenjiang were indignant. In front of them were Hu Qi and Yang Liming, who had been injured by Huang Xiaolong. Cheng Zongwei and Chen Wenjiang were respectively Hu Qi and Yang Liming's masters. "Huang Xiaolong has crossed the line." Cheng Zongwei angrily smashed the teacup in his hand, shattering it to pieces on the floor. "I am going to the gate chief to sue him. He is relying on Golden Brow and Blood Knife to become lawless. He has the guts to violate the rules." Chen Wenjiang's express was scarily frosty as he said, "Even if we were to sue him in front of the gate chief, he is likely to turn a blind eye. Do you expect him to punish a high emperor rank godhead disciple because of this? With the Four Mainland's new disciples battle around the corner, Gate Chief is looking forward to him winning the third place to bring some glory to Fortune Gate. Though we can't do anything about Huang Xiaolong, can't we deal with that insignificant of an outer disciple, Hu Dan?" A cold glint flitted across Cheng Zongwei's eyes. "I have heard that Huang Xiaolong has bought a residence in Fortune City, and Yao Qi is living in that myriad god's manor." Chen Wenjiang hesitated. "Yao Qi? If at all in the future, Huang Xiaolong connects the dots and finds out this is related to us, we can't escape Golden Brow and Blood Knife's wrath." Cheng Zongwei snickered. "Who says we're going to do anything ourselves? Yang Liming comes from Twin Cities sect. In a way, he is Wang Wei's junior brother, and also, Yang Liming is close to Tan Lin, therefore we don't need to do anything ourselves." A cold darkness enshrouded the Nine Nether Palace. Wang Wei was sitting in the main seat of the Nine Nether Palace's main hall as coldness spread out from his body. "Eldest senior brother, that Huang Xiaolong is too rampant. Ah, he just doesn't respect you at all. Everybody knows Yang Liming is your junior brother. Yet, Huang Xiaolong actually attacked Yang Liming in front of so many disciples and almost completely crippled him." Seated in a position lower at the side, Tan Lin cautiously continued, "What does he mean by this? Does he think that the entire Fortune Gate belongs to him and he can do as he pleases?" Wang Wei remained expressionless at Tan Lin's questions. It made Tan Lin curious about what Wang Wei was thinking. But then Wang Wei suddenly spoke. "How is your progress with Sky Sword Ancestor's Sky Sword Cannon?" Tan Lin was dazed for a moment, but then grinned proudly. "I haven't let eldest senior brother down. My Sky Sword Cannon has reached the 3rd level, and I have successfully condensed the Heart Sword. If it wasn't for the innate sword spirits that eldest senior brother gave me to refine, I certainly wouldn't have been able to condense the Heart Sword in such a short time." Wang Wei nodded. "Not bad. Now that you have broken through to 3rd Order Ancient God Realm, and with the awakening of your Dawn Radiance Physique's blood for a second time, your strength has greatly increased. The average 4th Order Ancient God Realm cultivators are no match against you. Tan Lin smiled. This is all due to eldest senior brother's nurturing. Unnoticeable green light glimmered in the depths of Wang Wei's eyes as he said sternly, but you would still be unable to defeat Huang Xiaolong in the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle that will take place in half a year's time. Then his tone softened. Still, no need to worry because I have obtained 2 more innate sword spirits. Along as you refine these 2 innate sword spirits, your Sky Sword Cannon can reach the 4th level in half a year, thus forming a sword intent. Bright lights flashed around Wang Wei's hands and 2 green sword spirits appeared. Each of the 2 green sword spirits was half a meter long, resembling 2 snakes. Lights rippled across their lengths full of spirituality and contained a large amount of energy and profound sword intent. Joy rushed to Tan Lin's face when he saw these 2 innate sword spirits and thanked Wang Wei. Many thanks, eldest senior brother. Please rest assured, eldest senior brother. As long as I can form sword intent, during the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle, I will beat up Huang Xiaolong until his own mother would fail to recognize him. Tan Lin had been following Sky Sword Ancestor to learn the Sky Sword Cannon, and undoubtedly understood how powerful the Sky Sword Cannon's 4th level sword intent was. Sword intent, as the term implies, is a sword of intent which is formed instantly upon one's intention or determination, invisible and untraceable yet deadly. The most terrifying thing about it is that it disregards the enemy's physical toughness and attacks their souls. In other words, regardless of their great physical strength, the enemies would be at the complete mercy of Tan Lin. Wang Wei went on. After you have successfully formed sword intent, it will be enough to deal with Huang Xiaolong. However, I want the Chaos Spiritual Herbs as well as the low-grade Chaos Spiritual Artifact from your 3rd place rewards. Tan Lin smiled and said, that would be an honor. If the eldest senior brother wished, he can also have all of my 3rd place rewards. Wang Wei inwardly nodded with satisfaction. Tan Lin was still as tactful as he had expected. Huang Xiaolong, everyone seems to be certain that you will win 3rd place in the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle in half a year. Just wait and enjoy when Tan Lin defeats you. Wang Wei thought to himself. That scene really made him look forward to the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle. Another 3 months went by in a blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Huang Xiaolong was busy reading various technique manuals and records in the Fortune Gates library. While at night, he was diligently cultivating at Cosmos Palace, absorbing the 4 divine fires, chaos spiritual energy, and purple grand mist aura. On occasions, Huang Xiaolong would go over to Li Lu's brimming snow palace, or Li Lu would come over to his Cosmos Palace. Huang Xiaolong felt a little surprised that in these 3 months, the heavenly Dan Sec's Luo Yunjie had become a frequent visitor to his Cosmos Palace, always carrying wine with him. Since Luo Yunjie was showing goodwill, there was no reason for Huang Xiaolong to reject him. And not to mention, Luo Yunjie was a genius disciple with emperor-rank godhead after who had the backing from the heavenly Dan Island. Luo Yunjie was also Myriad Flame's ancestor's disciple. To top it all, there was no grudge between them. In these 3 months, Huang Xiaolong discovered that Luo Yunjie's personality was affable, someone worthy to be friends with. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to become good buddies. Luo Yunjie had just arrived at Huang Xiaolong's Cultivation Palace carrying his Heavenly Dan Island's Heavenly Dan wine as usual. Brother Huang, you need to be wary of Zhou Su and Tan Lin, Luo Yunjie said as he raised his cup. I have heard that Zhou Su and Tan Lin vowed to defeat you in the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle. Huang Xiaolong raised his own cup and clinked against Luo Yunjie's and asked with a smile, Is that so? Zhou Su and Tan Lin? Truthfully, he couldn't even remember who they were. Luo Yunjie reminded Huang Xiaolong after seeing his nonchalant reaction. It seems like Sky Sword Ancestor has been favoring Zhou Su quite a lot in recent years. Sky Sword Ancestor has used all possible methods to nurture him. To increase Zhou Su's strength, he is even willing to take out the Chaos Spiritual Pill that he has been saving for a long time. He even allowed Zhou Su to enter into the Sky Sword boundary to train. Zhou Su's cultivation has not only risen to mid-3rd order ancient god realm, but he has also succeeded in merging his Sky Sword cannon with his Azure Dragon Chi and created the Azure Dragon Sword Chi unique to him. Huang Xiaolong was astonished at all this new information. Zhou Su's cultivation has already reached mid-third order ancient god realm? Azure Dragon Sword Chi unique to Zhou Su? Huang Xiaolong looked eager to see how unique it would be. And Tan Lin's progress is equally impressive as Zhou Su's. Luo Yunjie rambled on. From the news I have gathered, he has advanced to peak early third order ancient god realm and has succeeded in forming Heartsword. Currently, he is focusing on forming Sword Intent. It is said that there's a good chance he would succeed. Sword Intent. Huang Xiaolong was not familiar with Sky Sword Ancestor's Sky Sword Cannon. Luo Yunjie explained, Sword Intent is extremely powerful. With the power of a single thought, it could invisibly kill the enemy without a trace, as it directly attacks the soul. Strong as your physical body might be, it is useless. Long ago, when Sky Sword Ancestor's cultivation was still at third order ancient god realm, he had managed to kill a late fourth order ancient god realm cultivator with his Sword Intent. Huang Xiaolong's eyes gradually narrowed as he continued listening. This Sword Intent sounds quite powerful, since a third order ancient god realm could kill a late fourth order ancient god realm cultivator. This was almost heaven-defying. However, Tan Lin's little plot was erroneous in regards to his plan of using Sword Intent for the purpose of defeating Huang Xiaolong. Of course, only Huang Xiaolong and the little cow knew that his soul was very close to being as monstrous as his super-strong physique. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong had also refined the Moonjade Heavenly Spiral Shell. The Moonjade Heavenly Spiral Shell not only could enhance his soul's defenses, but also execute soul force attack. As the sky darkened, Luo Yunjie returned to his own cultivation palace. Huang Xiaolong stood on the roof of Cosmos Palace, deep in thought. When he was refining the Moonjade Heavenly Spiral Shell, he had seen some broken memories, and in these past few months he had organized them in his mind. These broken memories actually belonged to the ancient Heavenly Emperor. The ancient Heavenly Emperor was killed by the current Heavenly Emperor. In short, the current Heavenly Emperor usurped the throne. Huang Xiaolong also had learned that the ancient Heavenly Emperor had a great treasure forged from numerous precious chaos and grand mist spiritual materials named Ancient Heavenly Court. This Ancient Heavenly Court had taken the ancient Heavenly Emperor 100 million years of painstaking efforts to make it the #1 divine artifact of the divine world. And this Ancient Heavenly Court divine artifact had fallen somewhere in the Devil Abyss along with the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Devil Abyss. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Xianxia, do you know the divine world's Devil Abyss? Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow who was lazily crunching on a godhead. Devil Abyss. The little cow suddenly jumped up with its cow hair standing on end of its tail. The little cow's unusual reaction made it apparent to Huang Xiaolong that it definitely knew what the Devil Abyss was. Why are you asking about the Devil Abyss? The little cow demanded, ignoring Huang Xiaolong's question. Its expression was obviously telling him that he should not be inquiring about the Devil Abyss. Huang Xiaolong half-jokingly asked, Is the Devil Abyss very scary? The little cow nodded solemnly and said, Very scary. Especially scary and super scary. It said scary 3 times in a row. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded and wondered, Is the Devil Abyss really that scary? Huang Xiaolong had managed to decipher from the broken memories within the Moonjade Heavenly Spiral Shell that the divine world's greatest divine artifact was called Ancient Heavenly Court, which had fallen into the Devil Abyss. There were very few clues related to the Devil Abyss though, and most of them were vague. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong was inquiring the little cow about the Devil Abyss. On second thought, Huang Xiaolong decided to tell the little cow about the broken memories within the Moonjade Heavenly Spiral Shell. The little cow was akin to his natal beast, who would never betray him. Hence, there was nothing wrong in letting the little cow know. What? The ancient Heavenly Emperor is dead. The divine world's greatest artifact actually fell into the Devil Abyss. The little cow exclaimed in shock again and again as it listened to Huang Xiaolong. Its eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. The ancient Heavenly Emperor is dead. This news was too shocking for the little cow. If this news spread out, one can simply imagine the waves of shock it would bring to the divine world. In the past, the ancient heavenly court had an unimaginable high prestige. Wherever the ancient heavenly emperor's decree had appeared, all the forces of divine world had adhered to it unquestioningly. Some of the very old monsters who were still alive had been the ancient heavenly emperor's subordinates when he reigned the divine world. These old monsters were all great masters, and each of them had powerful resources under them. Due to this, the current heavenly emperor still needs to treat them with great politeness. If these old monsters learned the ancient heavenly emperor was killed by the current heavenly emperor, they were likely to slaughter him, leaving a bloody path to the heavenly court. A long time later, the little cow calmed down slightly. Really unimaginable, ah! The ancient heavenly emperor who has been missing for billions of years actually died at the hands of the current heavenly emperor. The little cow couldn't help but lament. You have seen the ancient heavenly emperor? Huang Xiaolong asked casually. The little cow surprised him as it nodded and said, Of course! I have even fought him a few times. Huang Xiaolong was at a loss for words at the little cow's bluff. This was really an explosive news. The little cow had actually fought with the ancient heavenly emperor a few times. Huang Xiaolong had thought that the little cow was the reincarnation of a great character, but he had never imagined it to be this much exceptionally great. The number 1 divine artifact ancient heavenly court is in the devil abyss. But soon the little cow frowned deeply. Huang Xiaolong listened quietly. The little cow subsequently said to Huang Xiaolong, The devil abyss is a zone in between our divine world and the devil world. The horror of devil chi in devil abyss is unimaginable to such an extent that a high-level ancestor god realm master would die coming in contact with even a small amount of devil chi. And that too just from devil chi on the outer edge of devil abyss. The devil abyss's devil chi is comparable to the devil world's devil mountain holy land. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. The average high-level ancestor god realm master would surely die if they were slightly contaminated with the devil chi on the outer edge of devil abyss. Then, how terrifying is the devil chi in the depths of devil abyss? Therefore, don't think about the divine world's greatest divine artifact ancient heavenly court at this point. The little cow added, But if you advance to high-level ancestor god realm, you probably can withstand the devil chi in the outer edge. However, the problem is, we don't know if the ancient heavenly court in the outer edge of devil abyss. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Not sure. The memories are too scattered. I could only determine that it's inside the devil abyss. High-level ancestor god realm? In this case, after he breaks through to high-level ancestor god realm, he must make a trip to the devil abyss. The divine world's greatest artifact, ancient heavenly court, has a treasury containing countless top grand mist grade pills that are beneficial to your cultivation. The little cow went on. The ancient heavenly court divine artifact's power is unrivaled. Once, the ancient heavenly emperor simply threw the ancient heavenly court and easily destroyed several hundred world surfaces. Several hundred world surfaces. Huang Xiaolong's mind could barely imagine that scene. This degree of strength and power was out of his scope of understanding at the moment. Forget about the ability of destroying several hundred world surfaces. Merely destroying Vientiane world in one strike was unimaginable for Huang Xiaolong. All world surfaces in the divine world were rooted to the divine world, linked like a great tree. A peak late 10th order ancestor god realm striking with all their might at a world surface was akin to an ant attacking a mountain, simply immovable. Gradually though, Huang Xiaolong's chest burned with a new desire. What kind of a battle would it be, where he could arm his true dragon physique and the ancient heavenly court divine artifact? The next day, Huang Xiaolong didn't go to the Fortune Gates library, but stayed inside his Cosmos Palace to comprehend the purple grand mist aura. After a long time of refining and comprehending the purple grand mist aura, Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads Godforce had blended together, extremely close to a complete integration. The day Huang Xiaolong's Godforce completely integrates with the purple grand mist aura into one entity would be the day when Huang Xiaolong successfully cultivates the grand mist parasitic medium. The grand mist parasitic medium technique was much harder to cultivate than he had initially thought. This was apparent from the fact that even though he had 3 supreme godheads, true dragon physique and high comprehension ability, as well as the purple grand mist aura dragon that he had refined, Yet he had not entered the first stage of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. No wonder in the vast universe, only 2 people have succeeded in cultivating this technique. Huang Xiaolong had been feeling more urgent about raising his strength, ever since he had learned that one of the requirements for a Gate Chief candidate selection was mid-level Ancestor God Realm Cultivation Realm. He had only 150 years to achieve this. As long as he reached the 4th stage of the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium and the Pill Blending Tower was successfully repaired, he had a high chance of advancing to mid-level Ancestor God Realm before his set deadline. Just as Huang Xiaolong felt that he was about to completely integrate his Supreme Godhead's God Force and the purple Grand Mist Aura, the communication talisman in his Azura ring shook. Huang Xiaolong had to stop for this because he specifically used this communication talisman to keep in contact with Yao Qi. Huang Xiaolong took out the communication talisman and his divine sense swept over it. A cold glint flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Yao Qi was passing a message from Lu Zhua in recent days. There was an increase in the number of deaths of Barbarian God Sect and surrounding islands forces disciples who had allied with Barbarian God Sect. Even the elders and several grand elders were killed. So far, there were more than 500 deaths in total. But they were unable to find the perpetrators responsible for all these deaths. Could it be Dragon Origin Sect? Or Twin Cities Sect? Perhaps Wangu Clan? These 3 forces held grudges against him and were the only ones who would dare to do something like this. Huang Xiaolong took out another communication talisman and issued an order to the nefarious Devil Tribe to cooperate with Barbarian God Sect to find out the people behind this incident. When this was done, Huang Xiaolong's mouth curved into a cold sneer. It better not be him who finds out who's behind this, or he'd have that person end up like Ouyang family, completely disappeared from the face of this world. Shortly, Huang Xiaolong left for the Myriad Gods Manor located in Fortune City. In a few days, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and others would lead him and all the other participants to the 4 mainlands' new disciples battle. Hence Huang Xiaolong decided to see Yao Qi before he departed. However, when Huang Xiaolong reached the Myriad Gods Manor, Xiadong, the nefarious Devil Tribe ancestor who had followed him to Fortune City, informed him that Yao Qi had been out since early morning. She went out early in the morning. Huang Xiaolong did not take it to heart when he heard that. He had known that Yao Qi liked shopping. Thus, Huang Xiaolong sat in the main hall, sipping tea as he waited for Yao Qi to return. This tea was rare in the divine world. It was called the Bright Moon Tea and its leaves could only be brewed in the spiritual spring water. The tea's refreshing taste lingered on Huang Xiaolong's taste buds after every sip. Huang Xiaolong suddenly thought of his parents from his past life. Both of them had loved drinking tea the most. Huang Xiaolong wondered if he would ever have a chance to return to Earth to where he had lived in his past life. For a moment, he felt a strong desire to bring them some of this several thousand years old tea to taste. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but smile as he pictured their shocked faces on their first sip. 1 hour soon passed by as Huang Xiaolong waited in the main hall. Seeing that Yao Qi had yet to return, he took out his communication talisman. But just as he was about to send Yao Qi a message, a flustered barbarian god sect female disciple ran into the hall. She was momentarily stunned at seeing Huang Xiaolong, but the next second she was overjoyed. She cried out anxiously, "Young lord, Sister Yao Qi has met with trouble." During the time Yao Qi had stayed at Barbarian God Sect, she had grown close to several female core disciples. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong had brought them over to Fortune City to accompany Yao Qi. However, these Barbarian God Sect female core disciples' cultivation was not high and it ranged between 7th order to 8th order heavenly god realm. Trouble? What happened? Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. His divine sense spread outward from the Myriad Gods Manor in 4 directions instantly as he asked the female core disciple, "Where is she?" "At Old Star Street," she answered swiftly and then added, "When Sister Yao Qi bought some alchemy materials from a shop on Old Star Street, they accused her of stealing their chaos spiritual herb sword Qi grass, clamoring to strip off her clothes in order to check." Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Xiaolong's figure had disappeared from the main hall in a flicker. Inside a shop called Righteous on Old Star Street, Yao Qi and 4 Barbarian God Sect female core disciples were glaring at the group opposite to them in indignance. An obscure light flitted in the shop owner Ma Yihai's eyes as he watched Yao Qi's angry expression, especially when her bosom moved as her breathing quickened in anger. Have you thought it over clearly then? Whether you will strip naked and let us check if you stole our things? Or will you obediently follow me to the room and let me check it myself? Ma Yihai smiled lecherously at Yao Qi. Don't worry. If we determine that you did not steal our shop's chaos spiritual herb sword chi grass, we'll let you leave. You are despicable. Yao Qi glared at Ma Yihai. All of you will regret this. Regret. Ma Yihai didn't believe in Yao Qi's warning at all. I'd like to know what regret tastes like. Can you tell me what it tastes like? By the way, I forgot to tell you that I am Ma Family Island's core disciple. You have 3 more minutes to consider. After 3 minutes, I'll let you know what regret tastes like. Ma Family Island? Yao Qi was inwardly surprised. Although Ma Family Island did not stand shoulder to shoulder with Dragon Origin Island or Twin Cities Island, the island ranked in the top 30 among tens of thousands of islands of Fortune Mainland. Ma Yihai detected the change in Yao Qi's expression and understood Yao Qi knew about Ma Family Island. Ma Yihai felt proud and exerted more pressure on Yao Qi. How is it going to be? Do you know how to decide now? Just as Yao Qi opened her mouth to retort, an icy voice rang in the shop. No need to consider. Ma Yihai and his cronies were taken aback, but Yao Qi's group of women was overjoyed when they heard this voice. Xiaolong. Yao Qi was pleasantly surprised looking at Huang Xiaolong, who had appeared beside her stealthily. How come I appear here? Huang Xiaolong finished Yao Qi's question and chided. Didn't I tell you to take Xiexian, Xiering, and others with you when you leave the manor? But you simply don't listen. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's angry face, Yao Qi dared not say anything to refute him. She timidly shook his arm and softly apologized. I will listen to you in the future. No wonder you sounded so righteous even after stealing our chaos spiritual herb sword chi grass, since there's someone backing you. Humph. Ma Yihai jeered as his gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong's robe. Fortune Gate Inner Disciple? Ma Yihai pointed his finger at Huang Xiaolong's face. Punk. Even if you are a Fortune Gate Inner Disciple, interfering in our Ma Family Island's business will only lead to negative consequences for you. So, get lost now. Huang Xiaolong was clad in Fortune Gate's Inner Disciple robe. An identity as a Fortune Gate Inner Disciple held a lot of respect in other people's eyes, where these people would go to lengths to flatter them. But on the other hand, a Fortune Gate Inner Disciple held no such importance in Ma Yihai's eyes. Ma Yihai's disrespectful attitude towards a Fortune Gate Inner Disciple stemmed from the fact that one of the Ma family's ancestors was a Fortune Gate Grand Elder. Not just that, there are several Fortune Gate Elders who were from the Ma family. Then again, he alone was more than enough to deal with a mere inner disciple. He knew quite a few of Fortune Gate's talented disciples, including the core disciples. Ma Yihai himself was a mid-5th order ancient God Realm master. Get lost. A devilish smile spread across Huang Xiaolong's face. In the next second, a streak of light flashed and others saw Ma Yihai screeching in pain as one of his arms was cut off by Huang Xiaolong. Blood spurted out non-stop from his severed shoulder. Right from the moment Huang Xiaolong had heard Ma Yihai accuse Yao Qi of stealing and had demanded her to strip naked, he had been a dead man in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Tell me, who told you to do this? Huang Xiaolong's eyes were emotionless. He felt there was something strange to this incident, and he was sure Ma Yihai was instructed by someone. You! A little panic flitted in Ma Yihai's eyes, but he soon regained his composure and glared venomously at Huang Xiaolong with a tinge of bloodlust. How dare you? But Ma Yihai couldn't finish what he wanted to say as another streak of sword chi flashed. Ma Yihai's scream shook the shop as Huang Xiaolong severed his other arm. Speak! Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned icier. He did not bother to scour Ma Yihai's soul, as Huang Xiaolong wanted to vent out the rage filled inside his heart. Yao Qi and Li Lu both were Huang Xiaolong's reverse scale, and those who dared to touch his reverse scale must prepare themselves to experience his wrath. The shop's guards distinctively felt Huang Xiaolong's killing intent, but they did not dare to make any move. They had just witnessed Huang Xiaolong easily cut off Ma Yihai's arms. I fuck your mother. Ma Yihai endured the throbbing pain coursing through his body and swore loudly, "I'm going to annihilate your whole family." Huang Xiaolong sneered, and in a flash of sword chi, Ma Yihai's legs were cut off from his thigh. Yao Qi closed her eyes and turned away. "I'm giving you one last chance." Huang Xiaolong pointed the tip of his sword at Ma Yihai. I will tell you, someone gave me 10 billion to do this." Ma Yihai screamed. "That person was completely obscured in black. I don't know who that person was." 10 billion was no small sum for Ma Yihai, not to mention his target was only a weak heavenly god realm. That person had also told him that Yao Qi had no backing. Therefore, Ma Yihai had agreed without much thought. Ma Yihai had thought that a heavenly god realm cultivator would have nothing but a weak backing, in case they had one. Therefore, he was very confident in his ability to smoothly complete this task. Never had he imagined a Fortune Gate inner disciple to be so powerful, who could easily cut off his limbs. "What is going on here?" The group leader of the Fortune Gate Law Enforcement Patrol disciples shouted as his group arrived at the scene. Hope rose to Ma Yihai's face when he saw the patrol group leader, and he shouted, "Younger brother Peng Rong, save me." This pair of adulterous couple brazenly rushed into my shop in broad daylight and tried to steal my shop's herb elixirs. They even cut off my arms and legs. Law Enforcement Patrol Team Leader Peng Rong was astonished by seeing Ma Yihai's miserable state, especially because he knew Ma Yihai's identity and status. Peng Rong's gaze followed Ma Yihai's venomous gaze towards Huang Xiaolong. Because Peng Rong was standing behind Huang Xiaolong, he couldn't see his face, but he had a feeling that Huang Xiaolong's back looked familiar. Right at that moment, Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder at Peng Rong. Peng Rong finally got a good look of Huang Xiaolong's face. A thunderclap shook Peng Rong's mind. Huang Xiaolong. Ma Yihai may not have recognized Huang Xiaolong, but it was impossible for Peng Rong to not recognize him, since Peng Rong was a Fortune Gate's core disciple as well as the leader of a law enforcement team. During the last All Islands Great War, his patrol team was on duty around the square. He had seen each of Huang Xiaolong's stage battle up close. Huang Xiaolong. Peng Rong stammered awkwardly. Ma Yihai and the shop's guards were dazed for a moment after hearing Huang Xiaolong's name from Peng Rong's mouth. Their eyes widened in shock as they turned to look at him. Huang Xiaolong. Ma Yihai was stupefied in disbelief while panic gripped his heart. He is Huang Xiaolong. How was that possible? This Fortune Gate inner disciple was actually Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze swept over Peng Rong's face briefly, but then he ignored him and returned his attention to Ma Yihai. There was dread in Ma Yihai's eyes, but before he could utter a sound, a force from Huang Xiaolong's hand pulled Ma Yihai in front of him. That's when Ma Yihai suddenly felt someone prying into his memories. With Huang Xiaolong's powerful soul force, he soon finished scouring Ma Yihai's memories. Huang Xiaolong frowned as he found out that Ma Yihai was telling the truth. Ma Yihai truly did not know the identity of the person who had asked him to cause trouble for Yao Qi, as he had concealed himself when they had their meeting. Huang Xiaolong subsequently slashed out with his mulberry sword, splitting Ma Yihai into two, right in front of the Fortune Gate Law Enforcement Patrol team. Seeing Ma Yihai die so horribly left the Fortune Gate Law Enforcement Patrol team ashen. Peng Rong didn't look good either. Ma Yihai was a Ma Family Island's core disciple, but now he was killed right in front of Peng Rong. If this matter were to spread out, Ma Family's Fortune Gate elders wouldn't spare him at any cost. Huang Xiaolong merely turned around and said to Yao Qi, "Let's go." He left, bringing along Yao Qi and the 4 barbarian god sect female core disciples with him, as if nothing had happened. Peng Rong hesitated. Stop Huang Xiaolong from leaving. But his limbs trembled when he thought of Huang Xiaolong's backing, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. In the end, Peng Rong could only watch Huang Xiaolong leave. The rest of the Law Enforcement Patrol team naturally did not dare to stop Huang Xiaolong either, since Peng Rong had let him leave. Back in Myriad God's Manor, Huang Xiaolong was in a bad mood. Any man would be angry after knowing that his woman was nearly stripped naked on the streets. More than once there was a cold glint in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Disciples, elders, and even grand elders of Island's forces who had allied with barbarian god sect were consecutively killed. And now, someone targeted Yao Qi. Huang Xiaolong was certain that these two matters were connected. Dragon Origin Sect? Twin Cities Sect? Wangu Clan, maybe? Or other forces? If it were some other forces, perhaps they aimed to make him suspicious of Dragon Origin Sect, Twin Cities Sect, and Wangu Clan to escalate the conflict between him and them. Watching Huang Xiaolong's heavy expression and silence, Yao Qi felt like a child who had done something wrong. She stood silently, not daring to make any noise. Yao Qi had assumed Fortune City to be safe, which is why she had only brought the barbarian god sect female core disciples with her and had left Xiaxian and other nefarious devil tribe experts to guard the manor. Nefarious devils like Xiaxian and Xiering were born with a tall and burly physique. Therefore they were too eye-catching, which made it inconvenient for Yao Qi to take them with her everywhere she went. Who'd have thought something like this would happen? Huang Xiaolong was still angry, but when he saw Yao Qi's lowered head and cautious manner, half of his anger disappeared. In a couple of days, I'd be heading to the 10,000 Elephant Mountain with Masters for the Four Mainlands New Disciples battle. In the next few months, I'd worry less if you would stay inside the manor. Huang Xiaolong went on as a way of explanation. Dragon Origin Sect or Twin Cities Sect could be behind the incident today. Yao Qi nodded. All right. Huang Xiaolong comforted her. After I return from the Four Mainlands New Disciples battle, I'll accompany you for a month. Yao Qi's head jerked up, but her expression was a little dazed. She let out a peal of laughter after confirming Huang Xiaolong was not angry anymore. That's a promise, and there better be no regrets later. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Whoever breaks this promise is a big scoundrel. Yao Qi pouted. A big dummy. Huang Xiaolong revised. But Yao Qi's lips pouted higher. A big lecher. Looking at Yao Qi's cherry lips pouting so high, he found them especially enchanting and couldn't resist himself moving closer to her. Following that, muffled grunts of protests echoed in the main hall. Huang Xiaolong stayed at the Myriad God's Manor for 3 days, but on the 4th day he was summoned back to Fortune Divine Kingdom by his 2 masters. Get ready. Tomorrow we'll set off to the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Blood Knife told Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong acknowledged by answering yes. We already know about the incident from a few days ago at Ma Family's shop. A golden light flickered in Golden Brow Ancestor's eyes as he said that, Don't worry, we'll take care of it. Although the main target of this incident was Huang Xiaolong, he was their personal disciple, and any action against him was equivalent to provoking the 2 of them as well. We will have Li Chaoxing take care of that little doll Yao Qi, since she is our disciple's future wife, so you don't need to worry about her safety. Do your best in the Four Mainlands New Disciples battle. Blood Knife Ancestor added. Huang Xiaolong's joy was obvious from his face. Li Chaoxing was one among the more powerful and influential Fortune Gate Grand Elders. If Li Chaoxing was willing to look after Yao Qi from time to time, she would definitely be safe. I thank 2 masters. Huang Xiaolong said gratefully. How is Yao Qi's? That doll's talent? Golden Brow Ancestor asked suddenly. Huang Xiaolong didn't expect Golden Brow Ancestor to ask this. Despite not knowing Golden Brow Ancestor's intention, he honestly answered, Yao Qi has the top king rank profound spirit godhead, and she has the unique ice jade physique ranked into the top 1,000. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor exchanged a glance, and each saw their own surprise mirrored on the other's face. Neither of them had expected Yao Qi's talent to be so high. This level of talent was possessed by only a rare few within several 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples. How about this? After the Four Mainlands New Disciples battle ends, I will arrange for Li Chaoxing to accept Yao Qi as his personal disciple. What do you think? Golden Brow Ancestor spoke seriously. There were a few ways Fortune Gate accepts new disciples. One was through the All Islands Great War. Another way was an elder or grand elder accepting personal disciples on their own accord. However, the disciple's talent must meet Fortune Gate's requirements. Yao Qi's talent sufficiently met Fortune Gate's requirements to become a grand elder's personal disciple. Huang Xiaolong was truly happy to hear that Master Golden Brow Ancestor would arrange Li Chaoxing to accept Yao Qi as his personal disciple. How could he not agree with such a good thing? He knew that Yao Qi would be beyond the moon when she would hear this news. Moreover, after Yao Qi becomes Li Chaoxing's personal disciple, Dragon Origin Sect and Twin Cities Sect would have to think twice if they wanted to make a move against Yao Qi. A while later, Huang Xiaolong was beaming as he walked out of his master's cultivation palace. Back in Cosmos Palace, Huang Xiaolong couldn't wait to send the news to Yao Qi through their communication talisman. In the Myriad Gods manner, Yao Qi was very happy after she read Huang Xiaolong's message that she could barely sit still. After talking with Yao Qi for a while, Huang Xiaolong calmed down and began cultivating. He sat cross-legged inside the Cosmos Palace's secret chamber. His liver, lungs, heart, and kidneys were glowing in 4 different colors: azure, metallic white, red, and blue. These 4 glows were none other than the Azure Dragon Divine Fire, White Tiger Divine Fire, and Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. Chaos spiritual energy rolled down from the void into Huang Xiaolong's body. After his cultivation had advanced to 4th Order Ancient God Realm, the 4 divine fires had grown quite a lot, and the gray chaos spiritual energy that he had absorbed was much richer. The chaos spiritual energy entered from the crown of Huang Xiaolong's head, tempering and nurturing his true dragon physique, his internal organs as well as his godheads. The moon jade heavenly spiral shell was spinning in Huang Xiaolong's consciousness, emitting silvery light of moon essence that was absorbed by Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads. Huang Xiaolong's soul had grown much stronger within these few months. As the moon jade heavenly spiral shell spun, it absorbed moon essence from the void into its mouth. Other than the moon essence energy, there were streams of a light purple energy from the purple grand mist aura dragon. After absorbing the purple grand mist aura, the half-moon symbol on the surface of the moon jade heavenly spiral shell shone increasingly bright and gradually grew bigger into a full moon. Even though Huang Xiaolong had recently become the owner of the moon jade heavenly spiral shell, he needed to break through to the Ancestor God Realm to fully refine this mid-grand mist spiritual artifact. There were several floors inside the moon jade heavenly spiral shell. Huang Xiaolong could only enter the first floor with his current god force, but he had a feeling that the several floors that came after the first floor contained a big secret that was related to the ancient heavenly emperor. There was only 2/3 of the purple grand mist aura dragon left by now. Huang Xiaolong roughly estimated that he would finish refining this purple grand mist aura dragon by the time he would break through to 7th Order Ancient God Realm. At that time, Huang Xiaolong would have to enter the extraterritorial devil battlefield once more to look for more grand mist aura. The night passed as Huang Xiaolong cultivated. Moonlight faded with the darkness as dawn approached on the horizon. Huang Xiaolong stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes, as his cultivation had reached the peak early 4th Order Ancient God Realm. There were 2 months left before the 4 mainlands' new disciples battle. By that time, Huang Xiaolong hoped to advance to mid-4th Order Ancient God Realm. Soon, Huang Xiaolong left Cosmos Palace and arrived at the Assembly Shrine. He spotted Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and Luo Yunjie already waiting at the entrance. But Li Lu's presence surprised him the most. Could it be? Li Lu wanted to laugh when she saw Huang Xiaolong looking at her with a silly expression on his face. "Luer, you won't be going to the 10,000 Elephant Mountain with us, right?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Why can't I?" Li Lu blinked her spirited eyes. That expression of hers made Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and Luo Yunjie's heart race. Huang Xiaolong dazed for a second. She's really going. Although Li Lu was an emperor-rank Godhead Genius disciple along with being a personal disciple of Myriad Flame's ancestor and Black Ice ancestor, she had not yet participated in the 4 mainlands' new disciples' battle. Therefore, this time, she wanted to follow and spectate the strengths of the other 3 mainlands' disciples. Both Myriad Flame's ancestor and Black Ice ancestor had agreed with Li Lu's request without much thought. After all, spectating the battle could widen Li Lu's horizon and enhance her cultivation path in the future. At this time, Golden Brow ancestor, Blood Knife ancestor, Myriad Flames ancestor, Black Ice ancestor, and Sky Sword ancestor walked out from the assembly shrine. These 5 ancestors were in charge of leading this group to the 10,000 Elephant Mountain this time. As soon as Black Ice Ancestor walked out, she spotted Huang Xiaolong standing beside Li Lu. Her old face sank immediately as she let out a cold harumph. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent and didn't bother to look at that old face. Golden Brow Ancestor and the others pretended like they didn't see anything as they led few of the disciples out of the Fortune Divine Kingdom to the Fortune Gate headquarters main hall. The other 6 participating disciples, Wu Qian'er, Zhang Guo, Guo Yuanhui, Chun Kai, Tao Ming, and Sun Chong were already waiting at the Great Hall. Other than these 6 disciples, each of their respective masters who were Fortune Gate Grand Elders, were also going to tag along to the 4 mainlands' new disciples' battle. Wu Qian'er and the other 5 felt envious when they saw Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Luo Yunjie, and Huang Xiaolong. They would be lying if they said they were not envious. Just being able to cultivate inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom was enough to turn their eyes green with envy. Huang Xiaolong took a quick glance at the 6 of them. After 3 years of cultivating at the Fortune Gate, Wu Qian'er and the other strength had improved significantly. Wu Qian'er and the divine beast Snow Phoenix that lived inside the Snow Phoenix flute had left a deep impression on Huang Xiaolong during the All Islands Great War from a little over 3 years ago. A while later, the group departed from the Fortune Gate. A group of over 20 people flew out of the Fortune Gate Great Hall towards the transmission array. The transmission array couldn't directly transfer them to the peak of 10,000 Elephant Mountain, but they were able to arrive at the nearest place called the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom. Then again, the Fortune Gate's transmission array could not send Huang Xiaolong's group directly to the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom either. They had to change more than a dozen transmission arrays to reach there. It took Huang Xiaolong's group 2 days to arrive at the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom since the Fortune Gate's transmission array had lit up. The Fortune mainland had tens of thousands of kingdoms of various sizes. However, only the Fortune Kingdom was built by the Fortune Gate, while the rest were built by other families and forces on Fortune mainland. Huang Xiaolong's group stayed a night at the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom as they had planned to travel towards 10,000 Elephant Mountain the next day. 1 month later, the group finally reached the 10,000 Kingdom by traveling the entire way through the transmission arrays, stopping to rest in between. Huang Xiaolong saw an enormous stone elephant in front of the square when he stepped out from the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom's transmission array. This stone-carved elephant was several hundred zhang tall and exuded an ancient fierce beast aura. A stone carving can actually exude a wild fierce beast aura? Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked, and so were Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Luo Yunjie, and other disciples. All of them stared fixedly at the stone carving. All of you are wondering why there is a fierce beast aura coming from that elephant stone carving, right? Golden Brow Ancestor asked them as he saw their shocked expressions, but then continued to explain by answering his own question. In fact, this elephant stone carving is an actual ancient divine elephant turned into a stone. A real divine elephant turned into a stone, not a stone carving. Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, and the others couldn't hide their shock. According to the old records, a supreme master used a petrifying technique to turn a divine elephant into a stone in the Desolate Era. Sky Sword Ancestor elaborated, "This divine elephant has been standing here for 5 billion years. 5 billion years." Huang Xiaolong and the others felt the nerve on their own faces twitch. This was too unbelievable. 5 billion years had passed, yet this petrified divine elephant continued standing in its place, despite how much heaven and earth and empires had changed. Shortly after, Huang Xiaolong suddenly thought of something. Could this Desolate Era divine elephant be still alive? Unfortunately, the little cow had not accompanied him, and there was a high possibility that it could know more about this divine elephant. Huang Xiaolong tried to use his divine sense to penetrate within the petrified divine elephant, but it was to no avail. In the past, most of us had tried using various methods to move this petrified divine elephant, but none of them worked. All of our strongest attacks were unsuccessful in leaving even a slightest mark on its body. Blood Knife Ancestor lamented and added, "But we think this divine elephant did not die. It merely fell into a deep slumber." Huang Xiaolong's eyes faintly glimmered with excitement. "All right, now, enough about this divine elephant. Let's go find a place to stay. Then head to the 10,000 Elephant Mountain tomorrow, Sky Sword Ancestor said. Several ancestors led the group of disciples out from the transmission array square. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong glanced once more at the divine stone elephant. He inwardly deciding to bring along the little cow in the future to see if there was a way to resurrect this divine elephant. The group soon found a place to stay after leaving the square. Although the 10,000 Kingdom was adjacent to the Fortune mainland, it was not on the Fortune mainland, hence it did not fall under the Fortune Gate's governance. It was governed by a mysterious patriarch of the 10,000 Elephant clan. No one has much knowledge of the 10,000 Elephant clan's origin. According to some people, the 10,000 Elephant clan had appeared soon after the arrival of the petrified divine elephant. Regardless of the different versions of speculations, it was an undeniable fact that the 10,000 Elephant clan was an ancient family of Vientiane world, even older than the Vientiane world Fortune Gate or Wangu clan. Even Fortune Gate and Wangu clan were wary of the 10,000 Elephant clan. It was fortunate that the 10,000 Elephant clan had only guarded the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom and had never expanded their forces. Most importantly, they had maintained a peaceful relationship with Fortune Gate, Wangu clan, and even Dark Elf tribe. Moments after Huang Xiaolong's group left the 10,000 Elephant Square, a group of people stepped out from the transmission array. This was the Wangu clan group. The person leading the Wangu clan group exuded an aura of piercing ferocity. And this man was none other than the current Wangu clan patriarch Wangu Rui. Half a step behind him were Wangu clan's three ancestors Wangu Junfei, Wangu Ren, and Wangu Haoyuan. Standing behind the three Wangu clan ancestors were several Wangu clan grand elders as well as Wangu Zi, Wangu Dongchen, and the rest of the 10 participants. Wangu Zi walked in step with Wangu clan grand elders. His gait was strong and steady, and his eyes shone bright, full of life, resembling a starry night sky, akin to the two radiant suns in the daylight. Wangu Dongchen walked beside Wangu Zi. He was significantly stronger as compared to the time when they were on Wu Island 2 years ago. Wangu Zi, Wangu Dongchen, and other disciples' reactions were similar to Huang Xiaolong's when they saw the petrified divine elephant as they stepped out of the transmission array. This was also their first time seeing the petrified divine elephant. Soon, Wangu Rui briefly told the Wangu clan disciples about this petrified divine elephant like Golden Brow Ancestor had told Huang Xiaolong and the others. They were extremely astonished when they heard about the duration it has been standing there unscratched. Patriarch, is there any way to resurrect this divine elephant? Wangu Zi asked after some time had passed. Wangu Rui smiled and said, a way to resurrect the divine elephant? Of course there are few ways. One of it is to cultivate the 10,000 Elephant clan's divine elephant evolving dragon art to the pinnacle, while the other one is through the blood of the 10,000 Elephant King. No one in the 10,000 Elephant clan has reached the pinnacle of divine elephant evolving dragon art? A Wangu clan grand elder asked eagerly. Ancestor Wangu Junfei, who was standing beside Wangu Rui, snorted, the pinnacle? He questioned in return, do you think the divine elephant evolving dragon art is easy to cultivate? There are a total of 40 stages in the divine elephant evolving dragon art. Throughout the several generations of 10,000 Elephant clan's patriarch, 10th stage was the highest that they could reach. Even the current patriarch Xianxia, who is hailed as the most talented genius in 100 million years, has only reached the 9th stage. Many people in the group were shocked at this information. Xianxia, the current patriarch of the 10,000 Elephant clan, had only reached the 9th stage in the divine elephant evolving dragon art. Patriarch Wangu Rui had once told Wangu Zi that Xianxi's strength was way stronger than Wangu Rui himself and was unfathomable to a great extent. How about the blood of the 10,000 Elephant King? Wangu Zi asked. Do you know the meaning of the 10,000 Elephant King? Wangu Rui shook his head as he asked the question. He eventually said, the 10,000 Elephant King is a divine elephant who was born of heaven and earth at the time of Grand Mist era. Even the ancient heavenly emperor was vigilant about him, as the 10,000 Elephant King could pierce a hole through the hell with a single stomp of his leg. The group of disciples, including Wangu Zi, quivered in apprehension and no longer dared to speak a word about the 10,000 Elephant King's blood. If what Wangu Rui said was true, then just one hair from the 10,000 elephant king's leg could kill a cultivator as strong as Wangu Rui for 10,000 times consecutively. Then, is there any other way apart from these two methods? Wangu Zi asked again. Only Wangu Zi dared to ask so many questions in front of Wangu Rui, while other Wangu clan disciples were too scared to say a single word in front of him. Wangu Rui shook his head. There may be other ways, but I am not aware of them. I only know these two. In fact, the main reason why the 10,000 Elephant clan has existed for so many years and formed the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom is to resurrect the petrified divine elephant. This has been the 10,000 Elephant clan's sole mission for billions of years. Everyone was shocked at this new information. And the 10,000 Elephant clan has an ancestral order which states that anyone who can resurrect the petrified divine elephant will get recognized as the master by the 10,000 Elephant clan. Ancestor Wangu Haoyuan suddenly added. Ambitious light shone from Wangu Zi, Wangu Dongqin, and the other disciples' eyes as they stared fixedly at the petrified divine elephant. The person who resurrects this petrified divine elephant could become the master of the 10,000 Elephant clan? This? Wangu Zi's breathing quickened slightly. What does it mean to be recognized as the master by the 10,000 Elephant clan? Since a long time a rumor had been circulating the Vientiane world which claimed that whichever sect or family, regardless of their power and influence, could conquer the entire Vientiane world if they were recognized as the master by the 10,000 Elephant clan. Conquer the entire Vientiane world. Wangu Rui, Wangu Junfei, Wangu Ran, and Wangu Haoyuan exchanged a look among themselves when they saw the feverish look in disciples' eyes. They knew exactly what was on their minds, but they also knew that for billions of years, countless of ancestors had tried to think of different ways to resurrect the petrified divine elephant without any success. While Wangu Zi's group was learning and talking about the divine elephant, Huang Xiaolong was inside his room at their temporary accommodation. He was engrossed in studying some of the techniques that he had found in the Ghost Buddha depository when someone knocked on his door. Huang Xiaolong put away all of the technique manuals into his azure ring and opened the door. It was Luo Yunjie standing there. Brother Huang, I have heard that the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom Royal City's blazing wine is quite good. Since we're here, let's go and try it out. Luo Yunjie happily invited Huang Xiaolong. All right then, let's go. Huang Xiaolong didn't refuse, as he had already planned to go out for a stroll. Soon, they both stepped out and were on their way. After some inquiring, they found out that the blazing wine was served only at the blazing restaurant. Therefore, they were soon headed towards it. Halfway through to the blazing restaurant, Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie ran into several Wangu clan disciples. One of them was Wangu Dongqin. Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised running into Wangu Dongqin, but as soon as Wangu Dongqin spotted Huang Xiaolong, a murderous aura surged from his body. Brother Zi, that's Huang Xiaolong. Wangu Dongqin's voice was filled with hatred as he pointed Huang Xiaolong out to Wangu Zi. Wangu Zi. Huang Xiaolong's eyes fell on Wangu Zi after he heard Wangu Dongqin call his name. Both of them stared at one another. Wangu Zi's gaze turned into a maelstrom of sword lights as he looked at Huang Xiaolong, attacking him in an instant. Huang Xiaolong didn't dodge. His archdevil supreme godhead spun, devouring all sword lights until nothing was left. Wangu Dongqin and other Wangu clan disciples were shocked at this outcome. They were aware about the great strength of that ancient technique Wangu Zi had just executed, but they had never imagined that Huang Xiaolong could break the attack so easily. Wangu Zi was also surprised because Huang Xiaolong had easily broken through his attack without any action. You are Huang Xiaolong? Wangu Zi asked with indifference. And are you the one who bought all of those chaos spiritual liquids? Huang Xiaolong asked suddenly, instead of answering Wangu Zi. For a second, Wangu Zi was caught off guard. But then he smiled with a gleam of smugness in his eyes. That's right, I bought all of them. Why? Do you want to buy them from me? Wangu Zi deliberately paused before continuing. You can buy them. It's not a problem at all. I used over 2 trillion Shinbi to buy them. You can give me 20 trillion Shinbi and I'll sell them to you. His smug smile deepened. Obviously, Wang Zi didn't plan to sell his chaos spiritual liquids to Huang Xiaolong. but was just toying with him. Wang Guzi, don't be so greedy, Luo Yunjie interjected. You want to sell the things that had originally cost you 2 trillion Xinbi for the price of 20 trillion Xinbi? Wang Guzi slightly glanced at Luo Yunjie and asked, And you are? I am Fortune Gates Luo Yunjie. Luo Yunjie answered. Never heard of that name. Wang Guzi shook his head and completely ignored Luo Yunjie. Luo Yunjie's face turned red with anger and then purple with shame. He was an emperor-rank Godhead genius disciple, and even though his reputation was not as dazzling as Huang Xiaolong's, Wang Guzi ought to have heard of him. But Wang Guzi had deliberately dismissed him, claiming to have never heard of him. This was contempt. Naked contempt. Luo Yunjie, is it? Wang Gudongchen sneered coldly and said, I have heard of you. I have heard that during the All Islands Great War stage battle, you didn't even have the guts to battle Huang Xiaolong when he was your opponent, and you nearly pissed yourself before admitting the defeat immediately. You're that Luo Yunjie who had pissed himself, aren't you? The group of Wangu clan disciples burst into laughter. So, it's this kid? I was wondering why his name sounded so familiar. Brat, if you nearly pissed yourself just by seeing Huang Xiaolong on the battle stage, then you would definitely shit yourself when you meet our brother Z later on it. Wangu clan disciples' cackling laughter grew louder, attracting the surrounding people's attention. Pedestrians on the street stopped and watched, anticipating a good show. You all! Luo Yunjie's eyes turned red, and he was about to attack the Wangu clan disciples in rage. Sensing this, Huang Xiaolong extended out his arm to block him. Luo Yunjie paused for a second and saw Huang Xiaolong shake his head, indicating him to stop being reckless. They were at the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. Earlier, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and Sky Sword Ancestor had reminded the to not get into trouble here. Wang Guzi raised his hand to indicate Wangu clan disciples to stop laughing. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, You can have those chaos spiritual liquids for free, if you manage to withstand 5 strikes from me on the battle stage. Initially, Wang Guzi had thought that he could easily defeat Huang Xiaolong in just 3 strikes. However, since Huang Xiaolong had broken his previous attack effortlessly, Wang Guzi had gained a new perspective and now believed that he could defeat Huang Xiaolong in 5 strikes instead of 3. This shift in Wang Guzi's perspective indicated that he had already evaluated Huang Xiaolong to be stronger than his initial expectation. Not to mention, a few years back, no disciple could withstand a single hit from Wang Guzi during the Eternal Mainland's All Islands Great War. Therefore 5 strikes was like a very high praise in Wang Guzi's eyes. To top this all off, Wang Guzi's strength had greatly increased from cultivating inside the godly Qilin furnace during these last 2 years. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, revealing a sinister smile as he answered, Sure. 5 strikes? I'll fulfill your wish. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to pull Luo Yunjie away, Wang Guzi spoke, If you fail to withstand 5 strikes from me, you won't just lose your opportunity to get the chaos spiritual liquids for free, but I also promise that I will cripple both of your hands on behalf of Wangu Dongchen. Wangu Dongchen sneered. Huang Xiaolong, aren't you feeling regretful now? Huang Xiaolong coldly retorted. I am indeed regretful. I regret that I didn't waste all 3 of your legs. 3 legs. Wangu Dongchen's reaction was a bit slow. When he realized what Huang Xiaolong meant, he was enraged and roared at him. Huang Xiaolong, I'll cripple you in this instant. He rushed towards Huang Xiaolong, but his action was brought to an abrupt halt as Wang Guzi clutched Wangu Dongchen's shoulder. Huang Xiaolong pulled Luo Yunjie, and both of them turned and left. Wangu Dongchen roared in fury, while he watched Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie leave. Huang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you, he screamed as he struggled to break free of Wang Guzi's grip. Wang Guzi suddenly loosened his hand and coldly said, Then you go and kill him now. Wangu Dongchen was rendered silly. Hesitation flickered over his face, but in the end, he chose not to chase after Huang Xiaolong. He still had some self-awareness and knew that he was no match for Huang Xiaolong. Though his strength had risen significantly in the last 2 years, Huang Xiaolong wasn't idle. After leaving the Wangu clan disciples behind them, Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie headed towards the blazing restaurant. Once they arrived there, they found themselves a good table and sat down. Luo Yunjie was still fuming, and as soon as the waiter came to their table, he ordered 10 jugs of blazing wine. After taking down their order, the waiter couldn't help but hesitated. "Young master, our restaurant's wine is not cheap, each jug." But before he could finish his sentence, Luo Yunjie threw his spatial ring angrily onto the table. The waiter was dumbfounded as he saw the endless waves of Shinbi inside the spatial ring. Without a word, the waiter turned around and hurried away to bring the wine. Moments later, the blazing wine was served to Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie's table. They speedily gulped down one bowl after another, emptying 2 jugs in a very short time. Only then did most of Luo Yunjie's anger subside. "Wait until the stage battle. I'll help you vent out your anger against Wanguzi," Huang Xiaolong promised. Luo Yunjie replied, "Good brother, I'm happy to hear you say this. That's enough for me. Come, continue to drink with me." He didn't take Huang Xiaolong's words to heart, as everyone was aware of Wanguzi's talent and strength. Even before the 4 mainland's new disciples' battle began, Wanguzi was generally acknowledged as the first-place winner. Luo Yunjie knew that Huang Xiaolong was very strong, but he also believed that Wanguzi was much stronger than Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong could understand why Luo Yunjie didn't believe in his promise, but he chose to remain silent. It wasn't in his nature to explain himself. What a blowhard! He actually dared to say he would deal with Wanguzi. A young man snorted disdainfully at the far end of the restaurant. This young man was clad in a deep goldenish-purple brocade robe. He had an extremely thick black eyebrows, and his pupils were so black that they looked as if they were dyed with ink, giving others an eerie feeling. Huang Xiaolong had noticed this young man since the moment they had entered the restaurant. Judging from his attire, he was most likely one of the Dark Elf tribe's disciples who was participating in the upcoming 4 mainland's new disciples' battle. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong could see that this young man was stronger than Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and Luo Yunjie. This obviously meant that this person was none other than Yu Wuxin. Only the Dark Elf tribe's #1 genius disciple, Yu Wuxin, had this high level of strength. Yu Wuxin, whether I can or cannot deal with Wanguzi seems to have nothing to do with you, Huang Xiaolong stated indifferently. Could it be that since you weren't able to defeat Wanguzi, you think that others might fail as well? Yu Wuxin was stunned when Huang Xiaolong uttered his name. He had remotely expected Huang Xiaolong to guess his identity. "You are Huang Xiaolong?" Yu Wuxin's ink-black pupils were fixed on Huang Xiaolong. An unnoticeable infinite swirl appeared in the depths of Yu Wuxin's eyes. This was the divine destruction eye art, a powerful ancient divine art that he had cultivated. This technique could render a sane person completely insane, unbeknownst to the victim. Not to mention, Yu Wuxin had simply used this divine art technique, disclosing his cruel and poisonous personality, as a reaction to just one sentence by Huang Xiaolong. The corners of Yu Wuxin's lips curved into a cold sneer. Not even an early 6th-order ancient god realm cultivator could detect his divine destruction eye art until it was too late and had ended up with a heavy soul damage. If this black-haired young man is really Huang Xiaolong, he's soon bound to turn into a fool. However, a few minutes passed yet Huang Xiaolong was still sitting there and happily drinking his wine with Luo Yunjie. Nothing had changed about him. Yu Wuxin felt very confused. What is going on? How could he be fine? Disbelief prompted Yu Wuxin to circulate the god force from his emperor-rank dark nether godhead. In an instant, the darkness element god force surged and the swirls in his pupils enlarged, further empowering his attack on Huang Xiaolong. But no matter how hard he circulated his god force, Huang Xiaolong remained unaffected, happily drinking and talking with Luo Yunjie. Out of nowhere, a resounding explosion in Yu Wuxin's mind jarred him silly as it sounded like a giant fart. His mind buzzed for a long time. The powerful swirls in his pupils disappeared as he was seeing stars. Yu Wuxin's dark nether godhead spun again and a veil of darkness enveloped his mind. Only then did the echoes of explosions inside his head gradually stop. Even so, Yu Wuxin's face was as white as a sheet. He looked at Huang Xiaolong as if he had seen a ghost and fled from the restaurant in a state of panic. without even paying for his food and drinks. Luo Yunjie watched as Yu Wuxin scrambled out of the restaurant with an extremely pale and scared face. Yu Wuxin, the same young man who was acting incredulous and haughty just a few moments ago. However, Lu Yunjie found these contrasting reactions mildly surprising and nothing more. Therefore, he simply continued drinking with Huang Xiaolong. Sneering inwardly, Huang Xiaolong glanced in the direction in which Yu Wuxin had taken off. This was only a small lesson for Yu Wuxin. Huang Xiaolong decided to wait until they met once again on the battle stage to deal with Yu Wuxin to his heart's content. After all, they were in the 10,000 elephant royal city. It'd be quite a lot of trouble if he disabled Yu Wuxin. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie left the blazing restaurant. Within the grounds of a certain residence, Wangu Dongchun said to Wangu Zi, "Big brother Zi, I heard that Yu Wuxin and Huang Xiaolong got into a conflict at the blazing restaurant. But then for some unknown reasons, Yu Wuxin suddenly ran out from the restaurant in a fluster." Wangu Zi was astonished. There was such an incident? Wangu Dongchun nodded his head with certainty. The matter has spread like wildfire and the information is definitely true. It seems like Huang Xiaolong is harder to deal with than what we had thought initially, Wangu Zi said sullenly. Although we don't know the ins and outs of this incident, it looks like Yu Wuxin might have eaten a hidden loss at Huang Xiaolong's hand, since he ran out in fluster unexpectedly. This Huang Xiaolong probably used some kind of a secret technique on Yu Wuxin that caught him off guard in a sneak attack. This can be the only explanation for why Yu Wuxin suffered a hidden loss at Huang Xiaolong's hands. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong's strength is no match for Yu Wuxin's. Wangu Zi nodded in agreement. He then said, "Still, this also proves that Huang Xiaolong is not weak. Then, Big Brother Zi, are you really confident about defeating Huang Xiaolong within 5 strikes?" Wangu Dongchun hesitated before he asked. But since he already blurted out the question before realizing, he was now more worried that he had upset Wangu Zi. Afraid of causing a misunderstanding, Wangu Dongchun waved his hands and hastened an explanation. "What I mean is, Huang Xiaolong might have cultivated some kind of secret technique, and he might be able to use it to dodge Big Brother Zi's 5 strikes. A nonchalant smile spread over Wangu Zi's face. A secret technique? Any secret technique are dregs before absolute strength. Just watch closely when the time comes because I'm going to make Huang Xiaolong vomit blood with just 5 strikes. In 5 strikes, Huang Xiaolong will be nothing but dregs." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Fortune Gates group left the 10,000 elephant royal city. From outside the city gates, they flew north all the way for 3 days until they arrived at the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea's water was a brilliant scarlet, just like real blood. It was smoothly rolling in waves emitting vapors of hot air from the sea surface. However, instead of the scent of blood, these vapors smelled of a faint exotic fragrance. Everyone felt extremely refreshed as they inhaled the gentle sea breeze. Curiosity crept up Huang Xiaolong's heart. Could there be a treasure buried in this blood sea? Otherwise, where did this exotic fragrance come from? However, when Huang Xiaolong secretly used the Eye of Hell to explore the bottom of the sea, he was met with a great resistance at about 100 zhang below the sea surface, which hindered him from looking any deeper. Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and the other disciples were scrunching their brows, and it looked like they all had the same intention as Huang Xiaolong and had also gotten the same result. The edge of Li Lu's white dress swayed lightly while a white and black sword light was flickering across her beautiful eyes. "All of you don't need to explore any further," Myriad Flame's ancestor suggested. He then added, "In fact, there is nothing at the bottom of this blood sea." Huang Xiaolong and the others nearly choked on their own saliva at Myriad Flame's ancestor's words. "There is nothing on the seabed? We have already explored the Blood Sea in the past, even its seabed. Other than some dilapidated ruins of an ancient city, there is nothing else down there," Sky Sword Ancestor explained. "Dilapidated ruins of an ancient city?" Huang Xiaolong contemplated. In his opinion, Sky Sword Ancestor and the others merely were not able to find the Blood Sea's secret, but that did not mean there was nothing there. What else could explain the Blood Sea's exotic fragrance and the scarlet waves? However, There are some strange blood monsters in the blood sea that suck human blood. Everyone be vigilant when flying over it and try to maintain at least 500 meters height from the sea surface. Golden Brow Ancestor cautioned the disciples. Blood monsters that sucks human blood. Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and everyone else faces stretched taut with nervousness. Even Li Lu was looking a little pale. With Golden Brow Ancestor leading in front of them, everyone leaped into the air and flew towards the 10,000 Elephant Mountain that was located at the center region of the Blood Sea. It would take them 5 to 6 days to reach the 10,000 Elephant Mountain given their speed and the vastness of the Blood Sea. The group had been flying for a while when suddenly a ray of blood light shot towards them at a startling speed from the Blood Sea. It was so fast that even a fourth-order ancient god realm cultivator would have struggled dodging it. It targeted Li Lu, but just when it was meters from hitting her feet, Huang Xiaolong slashed it with his mulberry sword and sliced it off. Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and the rest of the disciples saw that the bloodlight was actually a squishy creature that slightly resembled a fish. They felt disgusted just by looking at it and goosebumps ran down their necks. "Are you all right?" Huang Xiaolong asked with a concern as he flew to Li Lu's side. Li Lu shook her head. "I'm all right." The group didn't stop for a long time and soon resumed flying. Huang Xiaolong stayed beside Li Lu the entire way, and all blood monsters that had appeared were killed by them. These blood monsters were generally very weak. Most of them were at 4th order ancient god realm strength or even below, while the 5th and 6th order ancient god realm strength blood monsters were rare. Black Ice Ancestor was in a very bad mood the entire way, as she watched Huang Xiaolong flying beside Li Lu. To top it off, their close interaction soured her mood even further. When Huang Xiaolong noticed Black Ice Ancestor's foul face, he deliberately held Li Lu's hand in front of her. Black Ice Ancestor's expression was extremely ugly with anger when she saw this. If it weren't for Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's presence, Black Ice Ancestor would have, long ago, shot an ice-sealing heaven and earth attack at Huang Xiaolong. "What are you doing?" Black Ice Ancestor snapped when she saw Huang Xiaolong hold Li Lu's hand. "Luer's palm is hurt, hence I am healing her," Huang Xiaolong stated without turning red and looking calm as a breeze. "Luer." Hearing Huang Xiaolong call Li Lu so intimately made the frost in Black Ice Ancestor's eyes turn into an ice cave. Never had she imagined that Huang Xiaolong would lie so blatantly in front of them. Anyone could clearly see there was no injury on Li Lu's hand. Since she has an injury, it should be treated. According to our Fortune Gate rules, brothers and sisters of the same sect should help each other out. Blood Knife Ancestor said in Huang Xiaolong's support. He then continued and praised Huang Xiaolong. "You did very well." Everyone else was dumbfounded and had strange expressions on their faces. Black Ice Ancestor nearly vomited blood in extreme rage. Li Lu's cheeks turned slightly red as pulled out her hand from Huang Xiaolong's. After all, Black Ice Ancestor was one of her masters, and she still had to show respect for her thoughts. Black Ice Ancestor's face looked slightly better after Li Lu withdrew her hand from Huang Xiaolong's, but she still continued looking at him frostily. If her gaze could kill, Huang Xiaolong would have been already dead, pierced 100 times over. However, Huang Xiaolong, who was on the receiving end of Black Ice Ancestor's frosty look, completely ignored her. Black Ice Ancestor had always found him displeasing from the very beginning, and she had also been trying to match Wang Wei and Li Lu. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong did not find it necessary to endure her negative attitude towards him. As the group flew onwards, the sky gradually darkened. As they had plenty of time, Golden Brow Ancestor decided to stop and rest for the night on a deserted island and continue on their journey the next day at dawn. Sitting beside Li Lu around the bonfire, Huang Xiaolong's thoughts drifted to the time when he had fought the mysterious Fang Chu in the lower realm. Until now, he had always wondered who could have been Fang Chu's main body, and what was his status. Since Fang Chu was an avatar, his main body's cultivation realm must have been at least the ancestor god realm or above. Additionally, Fang Chu also had the 5-element godhead, in other words, he would have had 5 avatars in total. But Huang Xiaolong had killed one of them, there were 4 more avatars left. Huang Xiaolong wondered how strong were these remaining 4 avatars? "Li Lu, come over here." At a bonfire further away, Black Ice Ancestor called Li Lu over with a sullen face as she watched Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu sit close together. Li Lu looked at Huang Xiaolong with a troubled expression. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly in reply, as he did not want to cause Li Lu any trouble by sandwiching her between him and Black Ice Ancestor. Taking the cue from Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu stood up and walked over to Black Ice Ancestor's side. Zhou Su and Tan Lin were sitting across from Huang Xiaolong and gloated as they watched the scene. Huang Xiaolong, a few days ago in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, I heard Wang Guzi say that he was going to defeat you in 5 strikes. Zhou Su taunted. 5 strikes? That's not right. Tan Lin was dramatically shocked. Our junior brother Huang Xiaolong is our Fortune Gates All Islands Great War first-place disciple. Aren't 5 strikes too less? Won't he be able to withstand more than 5 strikes from Wang Guzi? The two made fun of Huang Xiaolong as they followed up on each other's sentences. Wu Qian'er, Gui Yuanhui, Tao Ming, and the others did not dare interject. But Luo Yunjie was different. In front of Wang Guzi, I say that you two won't be able to stand even 1 strike from him. Luo Yunjie sneered at Zhou Su and Tan Lin. Zhou Su harumphed in anger. Luo Yunjie, are you looking for trouble now? Do you think you can eat a few pieces of meat being Huang Xiaolong's dog? Tan Lin snorted. I'll roll you into a meatball on the battle stage. Luo Yunji sneered disdainfully. Considering the two of you, Tan Lin, you still don't have the strength to roll me into a meatball. Tan Lin laughed out loud. I know you've succeeded in condensing the fire of the Dan Dragon. So what? I don't believe in the slightest that you can block my sword intent. Sword intent? The 4th level of Sky Sword Ancestors' Sky Sword Canon. Wu Qian'er, Gui Yuanhui, Tao Ming, and other disciples were genuinely shocked. Correct, the 4th level of Sky Sword Canon. Tan Lin admitted smugly. Moreover, I have broken through to mid-3rd order Ancient God Realm. Therefore, even if you are a mid-4th order Ancient God Realm cultivator, you still won't be able to dodge my sword intent. Wu Qian'er, Gui Yuanhui, Tao Ming, and the others were astonished. Tan Lin had actually broken through to mid-3rd order Ancient God Realm in such a short time. Tan Lin was very satisfied with Wu Qian'er and the others' expressions, and his pride ballooned, prompting him to throw Huang Xiaolong a provocative look. Huang Xiaolong, shocked, aren't you? Don't worry, on the battle stage. I will be merciful towards you that I will only make you kneel on the stage. Just like what you did to me the last time. Tan Lin's face was a little distorted by the end of his words. When he recalled how Huang Xiaolong had made him kneel on the stage in front of various Fortune Mainland's sects and families, an overwhelming killing intent soared in his heart. But due to Fortune Gate's rules that forbade disciples from killing each other, Tan Lin couldn't kill Huang Xiaolong. On the other hand, humiliating Huang Xiaolong was not a problem at all. The incident where Huang Xiaolong had cut off Mai Hai's arms and legs had been contained, therefore Tan Lin, Zhou Su, and the other disciples did not know about this, or else he wouldn't be so smug and have the guts to taunt and provoke Huang Xiaolong to his face. After all, Mai Hai had been a mid-5th order Ancient God Realm master. Even though Tan Lin was as strong as he believed and was confident in the power of his sword intent, had he known about Mai Hai's incident, he wouldn't taunt Huang Xiaolong time and again. It was impossible for Tan Lin to disregard the cultivation gap between him and Mai Hai, who was a mid-5th order Ancient God Realm master, and kill him like Huang Xiaolong did. Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to be bothered with Tan Lin and Zhou Su. He reached out and picked up the meat roasting on the bonfire and handed a piece to Luo Yunjie, saying, "This roast black dog meat is fucking fragrant. This roast black dog meat is fucking fragrant." Anger rushed to Tan Lin's head watching Huang Xiaolong ignore him in such a blatant manner. "Let's drink some wine," Huang Xiaolong said as he took out the blazing wine that he had bought at the 10,000 Elephant Royal City's blazing restaurant. Both he and Luo Yunjie each grabbed a wine jug and gulped to their satisfaction. "This wine is fucking good," Huang Xiaolong said delightfully. Tan Lin's face turned green as he shook in anger, but Zhou Su pressed a hand on Tan Lin's shoulder and reassured him, "No hurry. There is only a little over a month left until the 4 mainland's new disciples battle, so let him be proud for a few more days." Tan Lin harumphed coldly in Huang Xiaolong's direction. He took a piece of meat from the bonfire and bit into it, but no matter how good it tasted, he found it completely bland. The night passed peacefully. Early the next day, the Fortune Gates group resumed their journey. For the next few days, the group continued traveling in a similar pattern, flying during the day and resting on deserted islands at night, until the 6th day when they finally reached the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and the other disciples were amazed as they looked at the great mountain that was taller and wider than they could ever imagine, floating above the Blood Sea. Though Huang Xiaolong didn't know how big this 10,000 Elephant Mountain was, he was sure that it was not smaller than the Green Cloud Island. It was astonishing that there was actually such an enormous island floating in the air. To top it off, there was nothing in the surrounding that was propping it to stay there. After realizing this, Huang Xiaolong wondered how this 10,000 Elephant Mountain could remain levitated. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but think that there was a great mystery to this 10,000 Elephant Mountain, and things were not as simple as it seemed on the surface. In truth, this 10,000 Elephant Mountain reminded Huang Xiaolong of the Heavenly Mountain in the White Tiger Galaxy in the lower realm. The Heavenly Mountain was a divine artifact. But what about this 10,000 Elephant Mountain? What was it exactly? Also, what was the connection between this 10,000 Elephant Mountain and the petrified divine elephant in the 10,000 Divine Elephant Kingdom? Lot of questions swarmed Huang Xiaolong's mind. Shortly after, Golden Brow Ancestor led everyone to descend at the slope of the mountain. In the distance, there was a metropolis twice the size of Fortune City. The new Disciples battle stage is at the peak of the 10,000 Elephant Mountain, so we'll go there on the day of the competition. Until then, we'll stay at the Golden Will City, Golden Brow Ancestor stated. No one objected to Golden Brow Ancestor's plan. They flew in an orderly manner to the Golden Will City metropolis in the distance. Since this was the 10 disciples' first time visiting the Golden Will City, Golden Brow Ancestor briefly told them about the city along their way. They learnt that the Golden Will City was built by the joint efforts of Fortune Mainland, Eternal Mainland, Dark Elf Mainland, Primal Chaos Mainland, as well as the Sea Tribes. Hence, the Golden Will City had 5 city castellans that were sent by each force as their representatives. A while later, the group entered into the Golden Will City. The Fortune Gate city castellan named Wang Shi had been waiting for them at the city gates with a group of people. Wang Shi was a Fortune Gate Grand Elder, an old man of average features. But Huang Xiaolong felt that Wang Shi seemed a little hostile when he looking at him. Huang Xiaolong made an internal note of Wang Shi's hostility towards him. On the other hand, he believed that the reason for Wang Shi's hostility would surface in time. When the round of greetings finished, Wang Shi led Golden Brow Ancestor and the rest into the residence that they had already arranged for them. The residence was grand, imposing, and the environment had rich spiritual energy. Though it couldn't be compared to the spiritual energy inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom, it was better than Huang Xiaolong's Myriad Gods Manor. Huang Xiaolong guessed that there was a high-grade 5 spiritual vein sealed under the Golden Will City, and the residences in this area were close to the center of the spiritual vein. The residence had a lot of rooms, enough to accommodate all of them with their own private courtyards. On top of that, each courtyard had a restrictive formation that made things convenient for Huang Xiaolong and the other disciples to cultivate with ease before the 4 mainlands' new disciples battle began. Huang Xiaolong took a stroll around the courtyard that was arranged for him, and then went inside his room to activate the courtyard's restrictive formation. He laid another formation around his room before finally sitting down cross-legged to cultivate. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached the limit of peak early 4th Order Ancient God Realm. He had a feeling he could break through to mid-4th Order Ancient God Realm in the next few days. Thus Huang Xiaolong decided to enter seclusion until he broke through to mid-4th Order Ancient God Realm. Huang Xiaolong circulated the 4 divine fires inside his body, and soon after, the chaos spiritual energy rushed down from the void like a waterfall within him. Concurrently, the purple Grand Mist Aura Dragon started emitting a purple light and moon jade heavenly spiral shell, a silvery moonlight. Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads became even more radiant. Times flew by as 5 days passed. Inside the room, Huang Xiaolong was completely enshrouded by the chaos spiritual energy, purple Grand Mist Aura, and silver moon essence. Suddenly, these 3 energies rippled. turning into waves, and then a high tide. Rumble. The chaos spiritual energy, purple grand mist aura, and silver moon essence exploded suddenly. Shocking energy rose inside Huang Xiaolong's body and spilled out like fireworks. Mid-fourth order ancient god realm. This exploded chaos spiritual energy, purple grand mist aura, and silver moon essence roiled backward and was completely swallowed up by Huang Xiaolong. When he finally stopped, an hour had passed. As Huang Xiaolong had activated the courtyard's restrictive formation along with an additional formation around his room, his breakthrough did not alert others in the residence. Huang Xiaolong stood up and walked out of his room to the small yard outside and began practicing with his sword. In the next instant, sword chi started crisscrossing in the yard. These rays of sword chi floated like water in the air, but strangely none of them flowed out of the yard area. They were also ever-changing. Sometimes they exuded penetrating sharpness, sometimes they were as gentle as the drizzling rain, and the other times they became violent or even sullen without any warning. At one point, all the rays of sword chi merged into a dragon, but then the dragon scattered into flowers in the next moment. Dazzling sword chi flowers bloomed in the yard, and it was an amazing sight. These exceptional sword moves were attributed to Huang Xiaolong's efforts and knowledge of using the Azura sword skill as the foundation, which he had then further developed through the combination of several technique manuals from the Ghost Buddha Depository, the Immortal Phoenix Palace, Barbarian God Sect, Golden Dragon Gate, as well as Fortune Gate, in combination with other sects' sword techniques. This new sword technique did not have anything fancy, but it enabled him to combine his knowledge about the law of water, fire, earth, metal, wood, wind, and lightning elements. The blooming sword chi flowers in the yard suddenly crumbled into sword raindrops, falling to the ground. This rain gradually rose to a storm, and a murderous aura filled the yard with rumbling thunder and streaks of lightning. Lightning has a great destructive power, and destruction was also the main intention of Huang Xiaolong's new sword technique. Huang Xiaolong circulated his god force, and the raindrops of sword chi suddenly expanded and exploded in the air. A myriad of sword chi resembling several radiant suns shot out in all directions. Huang Xiaolong stopped after practicing his new sword technique after 2 hours and stood in the yard. The new sword technique he had created was unpredictable and powerful, but it consumed a lot of god force. Huang Xiaolong took out several ancestor-grade divine pellets and threw them into his mouth all at once. Shortly after, he recovered 90% of his god force. Looks like I will have to ask for Xianxua's guidance for mastering the vitality of lightning element force. Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. There were still several weaknesses to his new sword technique, and despite its powerful attacks and unpredictable changes, it lacked vitality. Huang Xiaolong believed that sword technique shouldn't just kill people, but it should also be able to save lives. Similarly, the little cow's purple lightning not only contained a great destructive power, but it also contained the ability to birth vitality. When Huang Xiaolong's new sword technique would reach the point where it could save people's lives, he would consider this as its minor completion. I say, Brother Huang, you finally came out. Footsteps sounded, and in the next moment, a delighted Luo Yunjie walked into Huang Xiaolong's courtyard. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Perhaps there's a good wine in this Golden Will City? Indeed, there's good wine here in the Golden Will City named blood wine. Luo Yunjie laughed and went on, hearsay? They use water refined from the blood sea to make this wine and enhance it by adding bloodgrass, blood ganoderma, and other precious herbs. But there is something more famous than blood wine in Golden Wheel City. Golden beads. Golden beads. Huang Xiaolong looked at Luo Yunjie with confusion in his eyes. Luo Yunjie nodded. These golden beads are natural spiritual energy beads spit out by a special volcano not far from the outskirts of Golden Will City. Swallowing these golden beads not only raises one's strength, but also tempers the physical body and strengthens the soul. Do you know why these golden beads attract cultivators from all around, throughout the seasons? They all come for the golden beads? Huang Xiaolong asked in return. Luo Yunjie grinned. That's right. The majority of them come for the golden beads, and luckily, the time of our arrival coincides with the period when the volcano will spit out these golden beads. Are these golden beads useful to ancestor god realm cultivators? Huang Xiaolong asked. This is not the case. Luo Yunjie shook his head. It is only useful to those below the ancestor god realm, however. Just the fact it could strengthen the soul is enough to have ancestor god realm cultivators flocking towards the volcano. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie left the residence together, heading straight to this volcano. In reality, the golden beads didn't stir Huang Xiaolong's interest hugely, but he was merely curious since these could strengthen the soul. Now that he had the moon jade heavenly spiral shell, he didn't feel any fervor towards these golden beads. On the way, Luo Yunjie told Huang Xiaolong, the volcano spits out golden beads only 3 to 4 days in a year, roughly 10,000 golden beads. Thus, most of the cultivators that find these golden beads use them for cultivation. You won't be able to buy these golden beads even if you had money. It didn't take Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie long to arrive at the volcano area. When they arrived, Huang Xiaolong could see cultivators from various sects and families waiting. Many of them were high-level ancient god realm masters. The two of them chose a spacious area that was empty and waited like the other cultivators did. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the surroundings with his divine sense. He discovered that both Zhou Su and Tan Lin were there as well, along with Chun Kai and Sun Chong. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong also found Li Lu and Wu Qian'er. Needless to say, Huang Xiaolong was happy seeing Li Lu. Just as he was about to make his way over to them, the crowd stirred. People from the Sea tribe are here. It's Guogang. Every year when the volcano spits out the golden beads, anyone that finds 2 golden beads and above must give a payout of 1 golden bead to Guogang. He is bullying us to a great extent. What can we do? His father is Guojin. Some human race cultivators complained amongst themselves with hatred. Huang Xiaolong followed everyone's gaze and saw a young man with icy blue hair and frosty blue eyes walking over with an arrogant gait. He had a group of Sea tribe guards following behind him. Just as Huang Xiaolong was getting curious about Guogang's identity, Luo Yunjie informed him, his father is Guojun, the Sea tribe's city castellan. Huang Xiaolong immediately understood the situation with Luo Yunjie's simple sentence. The Golden Will City had 5 city castellans and Guogang's father Guojun was one of them. However, the Sea tribe's power was stronger than Fortune Gate, Wangu clan, Dark Elf tribe, and even Primal Chaos mainland. Therefore, Guojun had indirectly become the head of the 5 Golden Will City castellans. In other words, Guogang could walk sideways in Golden Will City without any repercussions. No wonder he was arrogant enough to collect 1 golden bead from people who found 2 or more golden beads at the volcano. This was obviously robbery. But Huang Xiaolong decided to remain unaffected. If Guogang does not provoke him, then he was not so idle as to butt heads with Guogang. Then again, if Guogang did manage to find trouble with him, then Huang Xiaolong didn't mind leaving Guogang's corpse lying on the ground. Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie then walked over to Li Lu and Wu Qian'er in the crowd. Li Lu was an enchanting beauty of cold temperament, and Wu Qian'er was also a rare beauty. The two of them standing together naturally attracted a lot of eyes from the crowd. Quite a few were actually salivating inwardly. However, as both of them were clad in Fortune Gate's inner disciples' attire, most of the people did not bother them, except the 3 annoying flies buzzing around them. "To Mrs. We would be very happy to get to know you. We are disciples of Long Rule Island. My name is Changji Qingshan." Quite a good-looking and carefree young man courteously said to Li Lu and Wu Qian'er. "This one is Changji Hongfei." The other young man with emerald-colored pupils introduced himself. "And this one is Changji Lingxiao." A tall and burly young man said following the first 2. Huang Xiaolong had almost reached where Li Lu was standing and overheard the 3 introductions and nearly laughed out loud. Changji Qingshan? Changji Hongfei? Why do their names sound like Japanese manga characters such as Ichikawa, Umamoto on Earth? Long Rule Island? Huang Xiaolong had heard of the Long Rule Island, which was one of the top 10 islands under the Dark Elf mainland. On the Dark Elf mainland, the Long Rule Island status was more or less equivalent to Dragon Origin Island and Twin Cities Sex statutes on Fortune mainland. It wasn't strange that these three young men dared to strike a conversation with Li Lu and Wu Qian'er despite knowing they were Fortune Gate inner disciples. "We are not interested in getting to know you." Wu Qian'er directly rejected them, adding, "Please leave." Li Lu did not say anything at all, agreeing in silence. Changji Qingshan, Changji Hongfei, and Changji Lingxiao were stunned. As they had approached Li Lu and Wu Qian'er with confidence, it had never crossed their minds that Wu Qian'er would directly reject them. Changji Island was one of the top 10 islands of Dark Elf mainland. Moreover, the three of them were Changji Island core disciples. It could be said on Changji Island that they were the people who could summon the winds and rain. Usually, girls were the ones who threw themselves at them, yet now, Li Lu and Wu Qian'er didn't even look at them. However, the three of them weren't angered at all. Instead, Li Lu and Wu Qian'er's coldness ignited their excitement and interest. This felt very refreshing to them compared to the girls who threw themselves at them all the time. "Leave? Two misses must be joking. Are the two misses' names written here?" Changji Qingshan said, a shameless smile hanging on his face. "That's right. If you can stand here, why can't we?" "Two misses. Did you also came here for the golden beads? We know some tricks in finding golden beads. How about we discuss some of these tricks with you?" The three Changji Island core disciples stood their ground, clearly having no intention of leaving. Wu Qian'er frowned, as she could see these three Changji Island's core disciples were no weaklings. They were at least at the fourth order ancient god realm strength, hence using force to make them leave would be futile. But then she suddenly spotted Huang Xiaolong and her beautiful eyes brightened immediately. A smile spread over her face as she called out, "Senior brother Huang, senior brother Luo." A smile melted away the coldness from Li Lu's face. Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie smiled and nodded at the girls, greeting them politely. However, Changji Qingshan's group frowned in displeasure at both of their presence. "The three of you, leave now or I can't guarantee what will happen to all of you." Huang Xiaolong stood beside Li Lu as he said this indifferently to the three Changji Island disciples. Changji Qingshan smiled coldly, "Then I'm curious to see what will happen to all of us." He had barely finished his words, and a scream escaped his mouth as his body shot out like a meteor and crashed onto the boulder in the distance. His face was red and swollen. Changji Hongfei and Changji Lingxiao's face tightened. Neither of them saw when and how Huang Xiaolong attacked Changji Qingshan. "Who are you?" Changji Hongfei asked boldly, as he did not want to sound terrified. "Even if you are a Fortune Gate disciple, we'll have the city castellan Wang Shi hold you responsible for this and make him give us an account for injuring our Changji Island's disciple." "Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong answered indifferently. "Huang Xiaolong." Changji Hongfei and Changji Lingxiao's faces paled as they heard Huang Xiaolong's name. They were so scared that they did not dare to utter another sound. The two immediately scrambled to pick up Changji Qingshan and ran off. Li Lu's eyes bent slightly in laughter, and she said to Huang Xiaolong, "Looks like you've got a big reputation. They ran away the moment they heard your name." Huang Xiaolong was the Fortune Gate All Islands Great War first-place disciple as well as a high emperor rank genius disciple. This information had spread through the four mainlands long ago, and any first-rank forces worth their salt would have heard about Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, it was not an empty flattery when Li Lu said that Huang Xiaolong has gotten a big reputation. Huang Xiaolong chuckled and insistingly said, "If you two say out your names, they would be just as terrified." Wu Qian'er smiled. "Still, our reputation is not as loud as senior brother Huang's." Due to the big crowd, many people did not notice what just took place. However, Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Qin Jai, and Sun Chong, who were not too far away, had been paying attention to Li Lu and Wu Qian'er. They witnessed this incident closely. "That Changji family's disciple is an early fourth order ancient god realm, right? I am surprised he couldn't even take one hit from Huang Xiaolong." Chun Kai said in shock. "Getting rid of an early fourth order ancient god realm disciple is no big deal." Tan Lin didn't take the matter seriously. "My sword intent can do the same, just as easily." Naturally, with senior brother Zhou Su and senior brother Tan Lin's strength, Huang Xiaolong is no match for you. Sun Chong flattered. However, Guogang is a trouble. Zhou Su glanced at Guogang in the far distance. The area around Guogang was deserted, except for his guards. Other cultivators did not dare to be in their proximity, making Guogang's group to stand out even more. Since we are Fortune Gate disciples, Guogang won't have the guts to collect golden beads from us, right? Tan Lin said, but his voice slightly faltered and didn't sound convincing. It had only been a few days since their arrival at the Golden Wheel City, but they had already heard about Guogang's overbearing and arrogant conduct. Therefore, there was a good chance that Guogang really didn't give a damn about whether they were Fortune Gate disciples or not. Right at that moment, Changji Hongfei's group that was just beaten up by Huang Xiaolong came in front of Guogang. Changji Hongfei smiled and bowed, and then said something to Guogang. Guogang glanced at Li Lu's group where Huang Xiaolong was still standing with her group. When his gaze fell upon Li Lu and Wu Qian'er, his frosty blue pupils shone with delight. As Guogang was about to walk towards Li Lu, the ground quaked and swayed all of a sudden. The volcano is about to spit out the golden beads, someone exclaimed excitedly. These had been the typical signs before the volcano had spat out the golden beads in the past. In the distance, smoke and fire soared to the sky from the volcano's crater. In the next second, small golden reddish beads shot out from its mouth along with the blazing fire. Some disciples who were too close to the volcanic crater swiftly retreated. The way hot lava and tephra were flying out from the volcano was horrifying. Even an ancestor god realm master would be injured if they got splattered with lava or struck by a volcanic rocks. In the past, there was a high-level ancient god realm cultivator who had gotten splattered by lava and was incinerated until nothing was left. The crowd could see several disciples who were too slow to retreat, getting struck by lava and the volcanic rocks that were flying out from the volcanic crater. The scorching heat burned a hole through their flesh in an instant. These disciples fell to the ground like tumbling trees, rolling and screaming in pain. A few disciples were completely inflamed, and in a few breaths, they were turned into a pile of glimmering ash that was carried away by the wind. The remaining crowd that was waiting to search and collect the golden beads turned slightly pale at this sight. Not to mention, some people who were visiting the volcano for the very first time looked deathly pale. They had heard horrifying stories about this volcano, but they had dismissed them as exaggerated rumors. But now they were witnessing it with their own eyes. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong's group was standing almost 100 li away from the crater. Therefore, they were less affected by splattering lava and tephra, except for a couple of volcanic rocks that had flown at them. These volcanic rocks were easily dispersed by Huang Xiaolong with a wave of his hand before they could get any closer to them. 10 minutes had passed, but the ground's quaking and swaying did not subside. Instead, it became more vigorous as the volcanic eruption intensified, spitting out more lava and tephra as time went by. Huang Xiaolong frowned at the increased number of lava splatters and volcanic rocks that were falling on his group. His only option was to have Li Lu, Wu Qian'er and Luo Yunjie to retreat further away with him. Other cultivators also retreated again and again. What is going on? Why is the volcanic eruption so intense this time? The last time when this volcano had erupted with this much intensity was 3,000 years ago. In general, the more intense the volcanic eruption, the more golden beads will be spit out. Really? That's right, 3,000 years ago when this volcano had erupted with such similar intensity, it had spat out over 50,000 golden beads. A lot of people were astonished when they heard this number. Over 50,000 golden beads. That is 5 times more than the usual amount of beads that would erupt from the volcano. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Wu Qian'er and Luo Yunjie retreated once again until they were 300 li away from the volcanic crater. The volcanic eruption went on for 2 more days before it gradually weakened and died down on the 4th day. The moment the cultivators were certain that the eruption had died down, everyone rushed up towards the crater. Huang Xiaolong's group of 4 also went forward. The splatters of lava were still exuding an alarmingly high degrees of heat, and the golden beads were buried underneath them. This made it very difficult to spot them with naked eyes. To top it all off, this lava also has the ability to hinder the divine sense or any secret exploration techniques, making it further difficult to find the golden beads. On top of that, these golden beads were also extremely fragile under the palm force, thus restricting cultivators from flipping away the lava to look beneath. Most of the disciples could only resort to the most primitive methods of looking for the golden beads, such as using a divine artifact or other things to push away the lava. This scene reminded Huang Xiaolong of a group of children playing in the mud. Some of the stronger high-level ancient god realm disciples flew straight towards the volcanic vent because there were more golden beads closer to the crater. However, the heat and flames around the volcanic crater were overwhelming. Even a peak late 10th order ancient god realm master didn't dare to get too close to it. The closest they could get was 30 li from the crater. "I'll go inside to take a look," Huang Xiaolong said to Li Lu, Wu Qian'er and Luo Yunjie, and he disappeared in a blur. Luo Yunjie wanted to stop Huang Xiaolong, but he was already a dozen li away. Watching Huang Xiaolong's figure, Luo Yunjie's mouth opened and closed silently, not knowing what to say. "Senior brother Huang will be fine, right?" Wu Qian'er asked with a deep concern and added, "I have heard that the waves of flames around this volcanic crater contains fire poison. In the past, some 10th order ancient god realm disciples had discovered after a month or two that the fire poison had entered their bodies. By that time it was already too late, as their bodies were rotted by it. Extremely gross. Brother Huang has his true dragon physique. He'll be fine, probably," Luo Yunjie answered, but he wasn't feeling confident. "Why don't I call Brother Huang to come back right now?" Li Lu shook her head. "It's fine. Xiaolong knows what he's doing." Li Lu understood Huang Xiaolong more, compared to the other two. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had arrived at the border of 30 li distance from the volcanic crater. Waves and waves of alarming flames and heat were spreading outwards from the crater, and even Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique was struggling to endure it. He was feeling as if he'd be incinerated into a pile of gray ash at any moment. He immediately circulated the 4 divine fires to protect his body. As expected, the moment he circulated the 4 divine fires, the heat waves within 100 zhang around Huang Xiaolong were devoured by the 4 divine fires, and he was left completely unharmed. These 4 divine fires were Huang Xiaolong's trump card, and he wouldn't have dared to come this close to the volcanic crater by relying on his true dragon physique alone. Huang Xiaolong continued to fly closer towards the crater, beyond the 30 li distance. Who is this Fortune Gate disciple? Doesn't he want to live anymore? It seems to be Fortune Gate's Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Some late 10th order and peak late 10th order ancient god realm cultivators, who were waiting at the 30 li distance boundary from the crater, exclaimed in shock when they saw Huang Xiaolong fly closer towards the crater. A few of them recognized who he was. Huang Xiaolong ignored these people as he flew onward, until he was only 10 li distance from the crater. At this point, the waves of fire were almost viscous, dominating the 10 li radius from the crater. Even with Huang Xiaolong's 4 divine fires, he struggled to advance by another foot. Huang Xiaolong calculated that the golden beads were most likely to have fallen around this 10 li distance. Once the volcano had spit them in the air, Huang Xiaolong began searching for the golden beads in that area. A 10 li distance was quite close to the volcanic crater, and the lava accumulated here was several hundred meters thick. It was 10 times harder to find golden beads under this thick blanket of lava. Waving away the lava with palm force clearly was not an option. Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed, deep in thought. Will it work if I use the Archdevil Supreme Godhead's force to suck the lava away? All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he immediately put it into action. He saw the lava below him move slightly, and then, a golden reddish bead flew out from underneath. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling ecstatic seeing a golden bead fly out. He quickly grabbed it and increased the suction force from his Archdevil Supreme Godhead. Soon, another golden bead flew out. The second bead. Subsequently, in less than a second, the third golden bead flew out, then the fourth, the fifth. In less than 5 minutes, over 100 golden beads were hovering around Huang Xiaolong. It was fortunate that there were no other sect or family's disciples near him, or their eyes would have fallen to the ground in astonishment. Huang Xiaolong collected the 100+ golden beads into his ghost Buddha depository, then flew to another area and continued to collect more with his Archdevil Supreme Godhead. 2 hours later, Huang Xiaolong had collected all golden beads around the circumference of 10 li boundary from the crater. His bountiful harvest had exceeded his expectations, as there were over 4,000 golden beads. Over 400,000 golden beads. If this information was to leak out, other cultivators who were also searching for golden beads would go insane. Huang Xiaolong broke the record of collecting the largest number of golden beads. Although Huang Xiaolong had found more than 4,000 golden beads, heaven and earth spiritual treasures like golden beads were never considered too much. Hence, Huang Xiaolong decided to search for more golden beads in other areas. After some thought, Huang Xiaolong set his sights on moving closer to the distance of 7 or 8 li from the volcanic crater. Although it was only a distance of 2 to 3 li difference from the crater, the waves of fire and unbearable heat were extremely terrifying. However, Huang Xiaolong estimated the extent of his safety by considering the combination of his true dragon physique and the 4 divine fires, and decided that he'd probably be fine. Not forgetting his 3 supreme godheads, even if the fire poison were to seep into his body, it won't be harmful to him. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and flew closer toward the volcanic crater, and soon stopped when he reached the 7 to 8 li distance. As he had estimated, despite the short 2 li, waves of fire here were far stronger. Fire poison was so dense that they had taken the shape of snakes. Even though these poisonous snakes were only as thick as an adult's arm, one snake was capable of melting a whole mountain range. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong was more careful as he moved forward, pushing the 4 divine fires to the limit, devouring the fire-poisoned snakes that attacked him. At the same time, his 3 supreme godheads' godforce formed an ice element godforce which created an ice shield around him. Although this ice element godforce shield was a little weak to defend against the fire-poisoned snakes, it still managed to fence out some heat. Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated as his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's suction force enveloped the lava on the ground in front of him. Immediately, one after another golden bead flew out from it. However, the lava here was thicker and had greater resistance, therefore it took a lot more effort to collect the golden beads in this area. Not to forget, Huang Xiaolong had to defend against the fire-poisoned snakes as well, and his god force was depleting at a rapid rate. Huang Xiaolong started struggling to hold on after 10 minutes had passed, despite his true dragon physique's speedy recovery. Barely 20 minutes had passed when Huang Xiaolong had to retreat to 10 li distance boundary from the volcanic crater and swallow down a divine pellet to recover his god force. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong once again flew inwards for approximately 20 minutes to collect the golden beads, before he had to escape back to recover at the 10 li distance boundary. He kept repeating this whole routine again and again. Although this method took more time, the harvest was bountiful. 3 hours later, Huang Xiaolong had scoured all the areas within 7 to 8 li distance from the volcanic crater. However, Huang Xiaolong was slightly disappointed. The number of golden beads that he had just collected was only slightly higher than before and did not meet his expectations. This time, Huang Xiaolong had found over 10,000 golden beads. After taking this into consideration, Huang Xiaolong did not plan to explore any closer to the volcanic crater. Hence he retreated to 15 li distance to collect the golden beads. He then further retreated to 20 li distance from the volcanic crater. It had taken Huang Xiaolong only 1 day to sweep through all of these areas. Looking at the setting sun on the horizon, there was a big smile on his face. At this time, at 50 li area distance, Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Chun Kai, and Sun Chong were slowly searching for golden beads. All of them were wearing big smiles on their faces, as each of them had gotten a good harvest, especially Zhou Su and Tan Lin. Both of them had found 15 to 16 golden beads. "It's dusk now, we should leave and come back tomorrow," Zhou Su said to the other 3 with a smile. "If our luck for tomorrow is as good as today's, we might be able to break the highest record." At night, their vision was limited and they could hardly see the ground. Therefore, they couldn't continue searching for the golden beads. Hence some people were already leaving. Tan Lin looked at the armors on their bodies and smiled. "Our ancient fire element armors are really not bad. Though we spent a good few $100 billion on them, it was worth it. Their armors helped them to withstand the waves of fire as they entered the 50-li distance from the volcano. Otherwise, they would have struggled to get to this point just relying on their own strengths. I overheard someone saying that they saw Huang Xiaolong in the 30-li distance area. Chun Kai added, I wonder how he is doing? Zhou Su sneered. Just an idiot. He thinks the deeper he goes the more golden beads he could find? The amount of lava on the ground is much thicker closer to the volcanic crater. It's 10 times harder trying to find golden beads through that amount of lava. I'd say he probably found less than 10 golden beads. 10? It's already great luck if he could find even one. Tan Lin snorted and went on. Who can say for sure? Maybe he didn't even find a single golden bead, as the fire waves further inside are more intense, even for his true dragon physique. Maybe he's already dead. Senior brother Tan Lin is right. Even the late 10th Order ancient god realm masters only dared to go as far as 30 li from the volcanic crater, but Huang Xiaolong actually went further beyond that. Therefore, I refuse to believe that Huang Xiaolong could withstand the fire waves that even the late 10th Order ancient god realm masters couldn't. Sun Chong laughed. Right at this moment, a figure whistled through the air from behind them and the four of them turned to look who it was. They were rooted on the spot. A person was flying in their direction at a very high speed. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was soon right behind Zhou Su's group. He glanced at the four people as he flew past them. Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Chun Kai, and Sun Chong's eyes were a little dazed as they dumbly watched Huang Xiaolong fly away. Just moments ago the four of them were talking about Huang Xiaolong meeting his demise. But now, not only he was alive but had returned without a scratch. Even if he didn't die, it doesn't mean he found any golden beads inside. Tan Lin came back to his senses and sneered. The four of them also flew back. Huang Xiaolong spotted Li Lu, Wu Qian'er, and Luo Yunjie shortly after. All three smiled when they saw him return. Li Lu's hanging heart finally fell back to her chest. How is it? Luo Yunjie anxiously walked towards Huang Xiaolong as he asked. Huang Xiaolong understood Luo Yunjie's question as he smiled and answered, a lot. Luo Yunjie took a guess. About 20? Huang Xiaolong laughed and left the answer hanging in the air. Since Huang Xiaolong didn't answer, Luo Yunjie thought, is that admittance? Damn! You really found 20 beads? I used every method that I could possibly think of, yet only found 3. Luo Yunjie looked dramatically depressed. Li Lu and Wu Qian'er looked at Huang Xiaolong with eyes slightly widened in surprise. Neither of them thought Huang Xiaolong would find as many as 20 golden beads. Senior brother Huang, you found so many golden beads, you should give each of us one. Wu Qian'er joked. No problem. Huang Xiaolong didn't even hesitate when he answered. 1. Huang Xiaolong grinned inwardly. In one day, he had collected close to 20,000 golden beads. Wu Qian'er was merely joking. She didn't expect Huang Xiaolong would really agree to give each of them one golden bead. Come on, let's go back. Huang Xiaolong smiled and said. The group of 4 flew back to the Golden Will City. Not far from them, Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Chun Kai, and Sun Chong looked upset. They had overheard Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie's conversation. Huang Xiaolong actually had found 20 golden beads. Zhou Su's gaze swept around and spotted Guogang and his guards checking every leaving disciple's spatial rings. A scheme formed in his mind. After a scheme appeared in his mind, Zhou Su chased after Huang Xiaolong's group with a bright smile on his face. Tan Lin and the other 2 were dubious of Zhou Su's action. At this point, Li Lu, Huang Xiaolong, Wu Qian'er, and Luo Yunjie also saw Guogang and his guards blocking everyone's path and checking through their spatial rings for golden beads, while they were returning from the Golden Beads volcano to the Golden Will City. Huang Xiaolong continued flying with Li Lu and others toward the Golden Will City. Stop right there. When Huang Xiaolong's group was about to fly past Guogang's checkpoint, one of the guards barked as he blocked their path. The guard frowned slightly, recognizing the Fortune Gate disciple robes worn by Huang Xiaolong's group, and softened his expressions as he spoke. Don't you know the rules? Everyone must be checked before they are permitted to leave. Are these Golden Will City's rules? Huang Xiaolong asked indifferently. The guard glared at Huang Xiaolong stating, "Our young Master Guo's words are the rules here." "Excuse me, I don't think your young Master Guo's words can be considered as rules." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. The guard's slightly amiable expression turned cold in an instant. "Punk, don't think that just because you are a Fortune Gate disciple, we won't dare to deal with you. In Golden Will City, whoever dares to violate our young Master Guo's words ends up being extremely miserable, irrespective of their identity." "How much miserable do you mean by extremely miserable?" Huang Xiaolong said with a hint of bloodthirst. The guard was enraged by Huang Xiaolong's words. A cold metallic glint flashed as a long blade appeared in his hand. "What's going on here?" Guogang came over with several of his guards. Under the setting sun, Guogang's icy blue hair emitted a demonic blue glow as it hung loosely over his shoulders. Coming to a halt in front of Huang Xiaolong's group, Guogang stared fixedly at Li Lu and Wu Qian'er's faces and smiled. "So it's Fortune Gate's Miss Li Lu and Miss Qian'er." When Changji Hongfei had told him about Li Lu, Guogang had sent people to investigate the identities of Huang Xiaolong's group. Both Li Lu and Wu Qian'er kept silent. The smile on Guogang's face did not diminish despite the two young women's silence, and he introduced himself. "I am Guogang, and Golden Will City's city castellan Guo is my father." He went on, "Everyone that looks for golden beads, regardless of who they are, their spatial rings must be checked before they could leave. This is a rule, therefore, although two young misses are Fortune Gate disciples, I cannot make a special exception." Guogang even made a troubled face as he said this to look genuine. However, Guogang didn't take notice of Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie during this entire exchange, as if both men were invisible like the air. "Everyone looking for the golden beads must be inspected before they can leave?" Wu Qian'er's temper flared up. "Does this volcano belong to your family? We have searched very hard for these golden beads. So why should we give you one? What gives you the authority to make such unjustifiable demand?" Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie exchanged a glance, as they both gave Wu Qian'er a silent thumbs up. The cultivators nearby also cheered for Wu Qian'er in their hearts when they heard her words. Guogang's frosty blue eyes were focused on Wu Qian'er. "Miss Qian'er, maybe you aren't aware, but indeed, this volcano belongs to our family because it was first discovered by us. The fact that anyone can come here to look for the spiritual energy golden beads is nothing but our generosity. Therefore, it is warranted that we collect one golden bead from those who find two or above." The corner of Guogang's lips curved into a sinister smile. Wu Qian'er was indignantly speechless. Guogang's face was too thick as he lied with his eyes open. Everyone could come here to look for golden beads because his family were generous. This volcano was discovered by their family? The surrounding cultivators were also angry listening to Guogang's words, but no one dared to refute. "You say this volcano was discovered by your family?" Huang Xiaolong interjected. "I say this volcano is discovered by me. Not only this volcano but the 10,000 Elephant Mountain is also discovered by me." The surrounding cultivators burst into laughter at Huang Xiaolong's words. "Haha! I think the entire Vientiane world is discovered by me." Luo Yunjie chimed in from the side. The laughter grew louder. "That's it, if you can say that since this volcano was first discovered by your family then it belongs to you. Then I can also say that this Vientiane world was discovered by me, therefore the whole Vientiane world belongs to me, right?" Guogang's smile disappeared as his face darkened. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie like he had just noticed the two of them. "Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie, is it?" Guogang sneered coldly. "Huang Xiaolong, I know that you are the Fortune Mainland's All Islands Great War Champion, and also a personal disciple of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. However, this high-profile identity is useless here. I have heard that you're quite an arrogant person." Killing intent flickered in the depths of Guogang's eyes as he said this. "Until now, those who have dared to act arrogant in front of me are all dead. Died miserably. Even if you are Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's personal disciple, I would have you crippled just the same. You have one last chance. Each of you obediently take out one golden bead and offer it to me with both hands. Then only I can let you leave safely." Guogang was no longer hiding his killing intent. It seemed like if Huang Xiaolong did not hand out a golden bead, Guogang was really bent on crippling him one way or the other. In Vientiane world, Sea Tribe was the most powerful force. The combined forces of the three mainlands, Fortune Mainland, Eternal Mainland, and Dark Elf Mainland could barely stand against the Sea Tribe. Hence, the Sea Tribe was always condescending towards the human race. Although Fortune Mainland, Eternal Mainland, and Dark Elf Mainland were human race forces, the three mainlands had always been in competitive dynamics with each other. If it was not a matter of life and death, it was impossible for these three forces to cooperate. Zhou Su, who had chased after Huang Xiaolong, came up to him and said with a smile, "Huang Xiaolong, I overheard that you found more than 20 golden beads. Young Master Guogang merely wants 4 golden beads. So don't throw away your life over just 4 golden beads. That's so not worth it." More than 20. Greed flitted across Guogang's eyes when he heard Zhou Su's words. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, "I forgot to tell you that there is another rule, which states that no matter who finds more than 10 golden beads, they have to give half of it to me." Half! Luo Yunjie was angered, shouting, "You must be sick down below! Must be sick down below!" Li Lu and Wu Qian'er blushed red. Wu Qian'er even glared at Luo Yunjie, this indiscriminate guy. On the other hand, the surrounding cultivators looked at Guogang's crotch as a reflex action. Guogang's legs squeezed together for a moment, being stared at by so many pairs of eyes. "Go cripple them," Guogang bellowed in anger, waving his hand at his guards, and added, "I want all the golden beads on them." Immediately, the guards behind Guogang all rushed up to Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie. Guogang's guards were all 8th Order Ancient God Realm Masters. Luo Yunjie retreated a step in shock. Guogang actually ordered his guards to cripple them. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. Though he had left Xiexian and Xiering at Fortune City to protect Yao Qi, he had brought Xieli and several other 9th Order Ancient God Realm Nefarious Devil Masters to accompany him. Brutality flashed across Guogang's face as he watched his guards rushing towards Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie. Although Guogang knew that things would get a little troublesome if he crippled Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie, as Fortune Gate would not let this matter slide, he was still confident that the Fortune Gate would not dare to harm him. The Guo family was one of the top 12 prominent Sea Tribe families. On top of that, his eldest uncle was the Guo family's patriarch, and his grandfather had been the previous Guo family patriarch as well as a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Master. In this Vientiane world, there wasn't a person he was afraid of. Just as the guards reached Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie, all of a sudden, more than a dozen nefarious devil experts appeared beside them. Nefarious chi soared to the sky. These nefarious devil experts' enormous palms slapped at the guards, and in the next moment, bodies flew and undulating screams reverberated in the air. These guards were quick to rush at Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie. Thus they were knocked away even faster. A few of the guards got rammed into Guogang, and he too was knocked tumbling backward as he was caught off guard. The changes were too abrupt that the crowd was shocked, including Luo Yunjie as well. Guogang's guards crashed to the ground here and there, and most of them were heaving out air rather than breathing it in. Apparently, it looked like they would stop breathing in the next second. Guogang had Guojin backing him, thus Huang Xiaolong decided not to kill him right away. However, those guards were a completely different story, and Huang Xiaolong had ordered Xieli and other nefarious devils to kill all of them except Guogang. Guogang pushed away the guard who had knocked into him, and got up from the ground in a fury. A startling amount of killing intent was roiling in his frosty blue eyes. This was the first time someone had dared to hit him. Huang Xiaolong. Guogang gritted his teeth through every word, his face distorted with anger. "You are dead, you will die miserably. Not even your master's golden brow ancestor and blood knife ancestor can save you now. No one in this Vientiane world can save you." Guogang's words reverberated in the air. Zhou Su, who had retreated far away, was surprised by the presence of the nefarious devil experts, but he still gloated silently at this scene. Although there were several nefarious devil experts at Huang Xiaolong's side to protect him, he was as good as dead for attacking Guogang. Huang Xiaolong might not know Guogang's identity, but Zhou Su surely did. The Guo family behind Guogang was a giant force. Huang Xiaolong was completely indifferent at Guogang's words as he walked towards him. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want to do? Guogang shouted. He was a little flustered when he saw Huang Xiaolong coming over. This was the first time he felt apprehensive. Huang Xiaolong stood in front of Guogang, flashing him a smile, and without a word, punched out a great void divine fist at Guogang's chest. Guogang howled like a dog as Huang Xiaolong's fist struck his chest. Guogang felt like his chest had sunk in. Even though Guogang was Guojin's son, his talent was just a tad better than the common fortune gate genius disciples. This was due to his lackadaisical attitude in his cultivation, which had left Guogang's foundation extremely wobbly. Even though with almost 500 years of cultivation, it had only reached the peak of early Fourth Order ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong was about to land another punch on Guogang, when several powerful momentums rushed from the Golden Wool City's direction and appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong and the others in the blink of an eye. The Sea Tribe's experts. Obviously, the situation here had alerted these Sea Tribe experts. Each of these 3 Sea Tribe experts were exuding an overwhelming pressure, especially the tall old man in front. Just a glance at him made others feel suffocated. An Ancestor God Realm Master. The tall old man was surely an Ancestor God Realm Master, and stronger than an average First Order Ancestor God Realm Master, most likely a Second or Third Order, or even Fourth Order Ancestor God Realm Master. The crowd at the volcano area paled and trembled under the pressure of an Ancestor God Realm Master. Young Master, are you all right? The tall old man descended in front of Guogang. Before he could even answer, Guogang was lifted up by a gentle force. A blue glow enveloped Guogang, and his injuries were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Guogang beamed with joy when he saw the tall old man. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong and bellowed in fury, "Steward Xiao Fei, you came at the right time. Kill that damn stray. Kill him." The tall old man was none other than Steward Xiao Fei, Guojin Mansion's steward. Xiao Fei looked over his shoulder at Huang Xiaolong as if he was looking at a dead person. He had always executed Guogang's orders without hesitation, even if the other side was a Fortune Gate disciple. Xiao Fei's momentum surged and became boundless and overwhelming to such an extent that it seemed like the sky had changed its color. Even the movement in the volcanic crater halted temporarily. However, just as he was about to make a move, his actions paused as if he was respectfully listening to someone talking. Then, without a word, Xiao Fei swept up Guogang and disappeared in a flicker on the spot. The other 2 Sea Tribe experts also left following Xiao Fei, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They left just like that? In the distance, Zhou Su's schadenfreude smile stiffened at this outcome. In truth, Huang Xiaolong, Luo Yunjie, Li Lu and Wu Qian'er also didn't expect this to happen. "Let's go," Huang Xiaolong said to Li Lu, and she nodded in agreement. However, before leaving, Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on Zhou Su for a second. Zhou Su's heart palpitated feeling Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left, the crowd of cultivators cheered. Tan Lin arrived at Zhou Su's side while watching Huang Xiaolong's figure, and coldly said, "I didn't expect Huang Xiaolong's luck to be so good that he was able to escape this disaster so easily." Zhou Su pulled himself together and said coldly, "His good luck cannot follow him around for his entire life. Guogang is someone that holds grudges, and he'll definitely think of a way to deal with Huang Xiaolong. It is impossible for Golden Brow and Blood Knife to be by his side at all times. Hence he's going to be dead sooner or later." On the other side, Huang Xiaolong's group had just returned to the Golden Wool City, and Huang Xiaolong was summoned by Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, Black Ice Ancestor, and Sky Sword Ancestor. The moment Black Ice Ancestor saw Huang Xiaolong, she icily questioned right away, "Huang Xiaolong, does the Fortune Gate still exist in your eyes? Do you still remember Fortune Gate's rules? Causing trouble everywhere you go. Do you realize how big of a problem you have caused us this time?" Her voice increased. "Why aren't you on your knees and apologizing? Kneel and apologize?" Huang Xiaolong knew that Black Ice Ancestor and other ancestors were already aware about what had happened, and it was not his fault. Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned cold. At this moment, blood knife ancestor's lazy drawl could be heard. Old hag Black Ice, Xiaolong is not your disciple. Then what are you so much excited for? The two of us as his masters haven't said a word. And even if Xiaolong is to be punished, you are not the one to make that decision. Hearing blood knife ancestor called her old hag, fury rose to Black Ice ancestor's face. You! Enough! Golden Brow ancestor broke off the two ancestors' argument and added, the fault of this matter is not on Xiaolong, as Guogang still did this despite knowing Xiaolong's identity. Isn't it like insulting the fortune gate on purpose? In fact, Xiaolong taught him a lesson to respect Fortune Gate. Therefore, he should be praised. Black Ice ancestor snorted coldly, but did not speak in contradiction. Sky Sword ancestor said, merely Guojin is not an issue here, but the problem is the Guo family who is backing him. It's somewhat troublesome if they pursue this matter. Golden Brow ancestor replied nonchalantly, just the Guo family, and the Guo family does not represent the entire sea tribes. Our Fortune Gate can't be afraid of a mere Guo family, right? Perhaps there were only a scarce few people that dared to say so in the entire Vientiane world. This was domineering. With Fortune Gate's deep foundation, they indeed did not need to dread a mere Guo family. Moreover, the Vientiane world Fortune Gate was just a branch. If the Guo family was to attack Fortune Gate, the Fortune Gate headquarters would not sit still. But, Xiaolong, in this half a month's time, if there is nothing important, you better stay inside the residence. Golden Brow ancestor's tone changed as he advised Huang Xiaolong. The Four Mainland's new disciples' battle is around the corner, so focus on your cultivation. Huang Xiaolong obediently complied. In truth, even if Golden Brow ancestor have not suggested it, Huang Xiaolong had already planned to focus on his cultivation until the day of the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle. Close to 20,000 golden beads were enough to support his cultivation. Also, he aimed to successfully cultivate the Grand Mist parasitic medium before the start of the new disciples' battle. Golden Brow ancestor, Blood Knife ancestor, and other ancestors cautioned Huang Xiaolong over several things before they allowed him to leave, whereas Black Ice ancestor was sullen the entire time and didn't utter a single word. Back in his own courtyard, Huang Xiaolong once again practiced his sword skills for a while and returned to his room at midnight. Inside his room, Huang Xiaolong took out 10 golden beads and swallowed all of them in one go before he began cultivating. These golden beads were formed at the core through countless millennia of condensation. An average 7th-order ancient god realm cultivator would usually swallow only 1 golden bead for cultivation. Therefore, swallowing 10 golden beads like Huang Xiaolong had done was unprecedented. The instant the 10 golden beads entered Huang Xiaolong's body, abrupt scorching streams of energy erupted within him. These were akin to magma entering his internal organs. The 4 divine fire spirits inside Huang Xiaolong's body came to life. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger were opening their mouths, and greedily swallowing the fire spiritual energy rushing towards them. At the same time, his 3 supreme godheads spun as the fire element spiritual energy flooded into his 3 supreme godheads like roaring waves. In an instant, the purple Grand Mist Aura Dragon and Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell started shining radiantly. Huang Xiaolong soon entered an ethereal state. By the time he woke up, the sun had already risen. These golden beads can really strengthen the soul. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed inwardly at this discovery. After one night of cultivation, not only his true dragon physique was stronger, but his soul had also improved significantly. It was almost comparable to the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell nurturing his soul with moon essence for the duration of a whole month. These golden beads are worthy of being spiritual energy beads. Huang Xiaolong was in a good mood. In fact, there was a visible difference, as Huang Xiaolong had swallowed 10 golden beads simultaneously. Then again, Huang Xiaolong hadn't yet fully utilized the Moon Jade spiritual Heavenly Spiral Shell. Otherwise, the moon essence absorbed from the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell was far more nurturing than the golden beads. Huang Xiaolong walked out from his room. Under the warm sunshine, Huang Xiaolong practiced his fist and palm technique. His current techniques had surpassed the original Great Void Divine Fist, Earthen Buddha Palm, and Absolute Soul Finger. He combined the strengths of the palm, fist, and finger techniques from Barbarian God Sect, Golden Dragon Gate, Immortal Phoenix Palace, and the Ghost Buddha Depository, creating some unpredictable and more powerful new techniques. Some days ago, after Huang Xiaolong had destroyed the Ouyang family and Demon Buddha clan's headquarters, he had gotten the two forces' secret techniques manuals. He had integrated these into his new fist, palm, and finger techniques. After a while, Huang Xiaolong stopped practicing as he heard footsteps. Even without looking, he knew it was Luo Yunjie who had come to visit. As expected, moments later, Huang Xiaolong heard Luo Yunjie's unique sonorous voice. "Brother Huang, look what I brought." Huang Xiaolong saw Luo Yunjie carrying 2 jugs of a good quality wine as he turned around. A feeling of speechlessness filled him. Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Won't you be focusing on cultivation? If not, sooner or later your master will make you face the wall." When they were still in the Fortune Divine Kingdom, Luo Yunjie had always looked for Huang Xiaolong to drink wine with him. Due to this, Myriad Flame's ancestor had punished him by making him face the wall for a whole month. Luo Yunjie grinned. "If I can drink and talk with Brother Huang about the world, I am willing to take 2 months of punishment." Huang Xiaolong smiled. Luo Yunjie doesn't have many hobbies. One was alchemy refining, and the other was wine. Wine was their mutual hobby, though. The Heavenly Dan Island placed utmost importance on alchemy refining, and Luo Yunjie was the Heavenly Dan Island's #1 genius in alchemy refining among the younger generation. Needless to say, Luo Yunjie was quite skillful in alchemy refining. Hence, Huang Xiaolong gained a lot of knowledge whenever he got to discuss about alchemy refining with Luo Yunjie. Then again, Huang Xiaolong's alchemy refining speed astounded Luo Yunjie. After a few cups of wine, a soft golden light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's palm as he took out 30 golden beads from his spatial ring, and soon after that waves of fire appeared in the yard. Luo Yunjie dazedly looked at the 30 golden beads in Huang Xiaolong's palm. After some time passed and Luo Yunjie finally reacted, "Damn! You actually found 30 golden beads." 30 beads? Huang Xiaolong laughed. "These are for you." Luo Yunjie shook, stammering, For me? All?" He looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Only then did Luo Yunjie was certain Huang Xiaolong was not playing a joke on him. His hands quivered as they reached out to receive the 30 golden beads from Huang Xiaolong's hand. For a second, Luo Yunjie's eyes turned red and it looked like he was crying. Huang Xiaolong teased, "What's a big sturdy guy like you crying like a damsel for? It's just 30 golden beads. There's nothing to cry about." Originally, Huang Xiaolong wanted to give Luo Yunjie a few hundred golden beads, but that sum was a little alarming, and no secret can remain hidden forever. If the matter were to leak out, it'd bring him unwanted troubles. "Good brother, come drink." Luo Yunjie smiled with ease. "Drink." Unsaid words were passed through the wine. In the blink of an eye, 3 days came and went. In these 3 days, Huang Xiaolong swallowed 10 golden beads to cultivate every night, while comprehending the Grand Mist aura. His strength had increased quite a lot. All of a sudden, as Huang Xiaolong was comprehending the Grand Mist aura, purple light enshrouded his body. His 3 supreme godheads quivered, emitting ripples of purple light, and inside his godheads, his god sea was shining a radiant purple. Huang Xiaolong's heart raced with insane joy. After years of tireless efforts, his godhead's god force was now completely integrated with the purple Grand Mist aura. His Grand Mist parasitic medium cultivation was successful. He was the 3rd person in the whole divine world who had successfully cultivated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. He calmed down after a while and began circulating his god force following the first stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium's cultivation method. In an instant, his 3 supreme godheads' god force flooded through several unique meridian points in Huang Xiaolong's body. His 3 supreme godheads began spinning faster. Huang Xiaolong immediately noticed that his 3 supreme godheads were spinning 30 times faster than before. This meant that the speed at which his 3 supreme godheads would absorb energy was 30 times faster. Now, he would be able to refine 30 golden beads at one time instead of 10. It was shocking for Huang Xiaolong when he had refined 10 golden beads simultaneously, But now he was lost for words to express his feelings, as he could refine 30 golden beads simultaneously. Huang Xiaolong took out 30 golden beads and swallowed all of them together for the purpose of refining them. The night passed and Huang Xiaolong had completely refined all 30 golden beads' energy. Huang Xiaolong radiated with vigor as he estimated that he could break through to late 4th Order Ancient God Realm, 5th Order, 6th Order, and even 7th Order Ancient God Realm faster than he had previously anticipated. Now that he had successfully entered the first stage of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, repairing the Pill Blending Tower was his next goal. A cold glint flitted across Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he recalled that Wang Guzi had deliberately bought all the chaos spiritual liquids from the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall that Huang Xiaolong needed for repairing the Pill Blending Tower. 5 strikes. At the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, Huang Xiaolong also remembered clearly that Wang Guzi had said he would defeat him in 5 strikes. The Four Mainland's new disciples battle was about 2 weeks away, yet Huang Xiaolong suddenly felt like the time was moving too slow, as he was eager for the new disciples battle to begin. Huang Xiaolong had heard from Luo Yunjie that Wang Guzi, Wang Gu Dongchen, and other Wanggu clan members had already arrived at the Golden Wheel City. On top of that, Wang Guzi and Guogang had grown close lately. From what Luo Yunjie had mentioned, someone had seen the two of them drinking wine together at a restaurant, while Guogang had been clamoring to Wang Guzi to help him teach Huang Xiaolong a lesson on the battle stage. In the days after, Huang Xiaolong remained in his courtyard, swallowing 30 golden beads and cultivating the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. After he had successfully cultivated the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, his 3 Supreme Godheads' speed in refining the purple Grand Mist Aura Dragon was many times faster. Additionally, with the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell's Moon Essence and the 4 Divine Fires' Chaos Spiritual Energy, Huang Xiaolong felt his strength was enhancing every day. Occasionally, Huang Xiaolong would go visit Li Lu. On one of these occasions, he gave Li Lu several hundred golden beads. Based on Li Lu's cultivation speed, several hundred golden beads were enough to last her a decade. Li Lu had dazed for half a day in shock after she had seen the several hundred golden beads in Huang Xiaolong's hand. As for Wu Qian'er, Huang Xiaolong only gave her 5 golden beads. 2 weeks went by in the blink of an eye. The day of the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle had finally arrived. In the main hall, Golden Brow Ancestor scrutinized Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, and the others, then said, "Once we return to the Fortune Gate, whoever can enter the top 10 ranks in the new disciples' battle will be given additional rewards by our Fortune Gate on top of the new disciples' battle's rewards." The 10 disciples' eyes brightened visibly as they wondered what would be the Fortune Gate's luxurious rewards. Blood Knife Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and Black Ice Ancestor also said some encouraging words to the disciples before 20+ people departed the Golden Wheel City and flew to the 10,000 Elephant Mountain Peak. The Golden Wheel City was located on the slope of the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Given their speed, the group would reach the peak in 2 hours. At this moment, the first rays of dawn were peeking from the horizon. 2 hours later, the group reached the mountain's peak, and the sky had brightened by then. There was an enormous square on the peak of the 10,000 Elephant Mountain that could accommodate more than 10,000 people. A large crowd had gathered at the center of the square, and most of these people were Vientiane World's top forces experts. Vientiane World's top forces experts would always come to spectate stage battles of this magnitude that involved the Four Mainlands. However, there was an area that was guarded by the Golden Wheel City's army, where only the sex elders and above could enter. When Huang Xiaolong's group arrived, it stirred the crowd at the square. "Fortune Gate's people are here." The black-haired young man behind Golden Brow Ancestor, is that Huang Xiaolong? I have heard that during the All Islands Great War, Huang Xiaolong defeated Dragon Origin Sex Zhou Su, while he was still a peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. Not to mention, Zhou Su's cultivation was already at early 3rd Order Ancient God Realm at that time. Maybe the Fortune Gate deliberately made such a rumor. How can a peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm defeat an early 3rd Order Ancient God Realm Master? Everyone gossiped amongst themselves. Almost everyone's gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong's body. Hearing these talks, Zhou Su's expression turned increasingly ugly. 3 years ago, he, the Dragon Origin Sect's #1 genius disciple who had already reached early Third Order Ancient God Realm, was defeated by Huang Xiaolong, an unknown disciple who was still a peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm from a small barbarian god sect. That was the biggest humiliation of his life. Huang Xiaolong, just wait. On the battle stage, I will wash away the previous humiliation by defeating you miserably. A cruel gleam shone in the depth of Zhou Su's eyes. Huang Xiaolong just ignored Zhou Su. Around the battle stage on the east, west, north, and south there were newly erected viewing stages. The Fortune Gates viewing stage was located on the east. Huang Xiaolong and the others went up to the viewing stage on the east side. Wang Shi was already waiting on the viewing stage. He quickly walked up to greet Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and the other ancestors. The 5 ancestors nodded in acknowledgement, and then sat down on the chairs that were arranged in a row on the stage. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, and the others stood behind them. As for Wang Shi, he took a seat below the 5 ancestors. There was some time before the stage battles began. The Wangu clan, Dark Elf tribe, and Primal Chaos Mainland's forces had yet to arrive. Huang Xiaolong took the time to observe the battle stage. The battle stage was square-shaped, 20 zhang tall, and about 20 meters wide on each side. The 4 sides of the battle stage were filled with carvings of divine elephants, as if they were carved by nature itself. Looking at these carvings of divine elephants, it inevitably reminded Huang Xiaolong of the petrified divine elephant at the 10,000 Elephant Royal City Square. Each of these divine elephant carvings looked exactly the same as the petrified divine elephant at the square. Huang Xiaolong thought that these divine elephant carvings were exact copies of the petrified divine elephant, merely a smaller version. While Huang Xiaolong was observing these divine elephant carvings, all of a sudden, the crowd was in a commotion. It's the Wangu clan people, Wangu clan patriarch Wangu Rui, and there's also the 3 ancestors, Wangu Junfei, Wangu Ren, and Wangu Haoran. The scarlet-haired young man behind Wangu Rui is Wangu Zi. I have heard that he has already broken through to the 6th Order Ancient God Realm. Moreover, with his innate talent, his actual battle prowess is comparable to a 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Although Huang Xiaolong is the Fortune Gate All-Island Great War Champion, he's far from being comparable to Wangu Zi. He probably won't be able to take even one hit from Wangu Zi. Wangu Zi, who was following behind Wangu Rui, furtively glanced in Huang Xiaolong's direction as if to say, "Do you hear that? Even various forces experts believe that you won't be able to take one strike from me. The 5 strikes that I gave you earlier were to save you some dignity." Wangu Rui's group went up to the viewing stage on the west side, right opposite the Fortune Gates viewing stage. Golden Brow Ancestor. Wangu Rui cupped his fists at Golden Brow Ancestor in greeting after sitting down. Amongst the Fortune Gates ancestors, only Golden Brow Ancestor was worthy of his greeting. Golden Brow Ancestor cupped his fists and returned the greeting, "Patriarch Wangu." On the surface, both Fortune Gate and Wangu clan's relationship was still courteous and amiable. Not long after the Wangu clan had arrived, the Dark Elf tribe and the people from the Primal Chaos mainland arrived consecutively. The Dark Elf tribe's patriarch was a tall and lean old man with green eyes and sharp-pointed ears named Yukue, a very strange name. The person leading the Primal Chaos mainland group was the Black Wind cult leader as well as the sect chief of Barbarian Shaman sect. The Primal Chaos mainlands, just like its name suggests, was a chaotic land, with its forces always fighting without unity. The Black Wind cult and Barbarian Shaman sect forces were the 2 strongest forces of Primal Chaos mainland. The disciples participating in the new disciples battle were these 2 forces' genius disciples. Although the Black Wind cult and Barbarian Shaman sect were the 2 strongest forces of Primal Chaos mainland, they couldn't be compared to Fortune Gate, Wangu clan, and Dark Elf tribe. Even if the Black Wind cult and Barbarian Shaman sect joined forces, they were still a mile behind Fortune Gate. All 4 mainlands' forces had arrived at the square. The battle for which everyone had been waiting with anticipation was about to finally begin. The 4 mainlands took turns to host the new disciples battle. During this term, it was the Fortune Gate's turn to host, and the MC was none other than Wang Shi. Wang Shi stood up and after silently obtaining Golden Brow Ancestor's permission, appeared on the battle stage at the center. He looked around and announced in a sonorous voice, "The 4 mainlands participants please come to the stage to draw lots. Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Luo Yunjie, Wang Guzi, Wang Gudongqin, Yu Wuxin, and other participants all stepped out and landed on the center stage in a single leap. Subsequently, the participants took turns to walk up to the assigned box and put their hands inside to draw a number. A short while later, each of the participants held a numbered stick in their hands. Huang Xiaolong had gotten the stick with the number 1 inscribed on it. He was one of the first participants to battle on the stage. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second. Then a faint mocking smile lifted the corners of his mouth, thinking that his luck was quite good in getting the first match. He did not particularly take the scheme behind him getting the stick inscribed with the number 1 to his heart. For him, whether it was the first match or the last match made no difference. In truth, he was looking forward to battle Wang Guzi in this first match. But it seems like the heavens did not hear Huang Xiaolong's wish, as the other person who drew stick inscribed with the number 1 was a disciple of Black Wind cult from the Primal Chaos mainland, named Gu Jianan. Gu Jianan? Although Huang Xiaolong hadn't paid much attention to the participants from the Primal Chaos mainland, he had heard of Gu Jianan because he was the Primal Chaos mainland's All Islands Great War first-place disciple. First-place disciple of Primal Chaos mainland? Huang Xiaolong found this interesting and the smile on his face deepened. The crowd was in an uproar when Wang Shi announced that the first match was between Huang Xiaolong and Gu Jianan. The various sex experts were obviously excited. It was very interesting that the Fortune mainland's number 1 champion was going to battle with the Primal Chaos mainland's number 1 champion. Wang Guzi, Zhou Su, and other participating disciples returned to their assigned viewing spots respectively. Only Huang Xiaolong and Gu Jianan stayed on the battle stage. Everyone's gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong and Gu Jianan. You guys say, who will win? Of course it's going to be Huang Xiaolong. 3 years ago, Huang Xiaolong was still a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm when he defeated the early 3rd order ancient god realm Zhou Su. I have heard that 2 years ago Huang Xiaolong successfully broke through to peak mid-2nd order ancient god realm from peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. What? He broke through to peak mid-2nd order ancient god realm from peak late 10th order heavenly god realm in one go? Impossible. This is definitely a rumor. Breaking through to peak mid-1st order ancient god realm is already hard to believe. Discussions waved through the crowd. Huang Xiaolong and Gu Jianan stood on the opposite sides from each other, without moving. Gu Jianan's physique was on the smaller side, about 5 feet 5 inches tall, which was distinctly shorter compared to Huang Xiaolong's 5 feet 9 inches height. But Huang Xiaolong noticed Gu Jianan's palms and arms were thick and rough. Huang Xiaolong judged that Gu Jianan must have cultivated similar technique to Hu Qi's divine Qilin arms. This one is Black Wind cult's Gu Jianan. Please enlighten me. Gu Jianan looked solemnly at Huang Xiaolong as he cupped his fists. Huang Xiaolong was the popular choice for 3rd place in this term of 4 mainlands' new disciples battle, and Gu Jianan had heard of Huang Xiaolong's extraordinary battle prowess. Huang Xiaolong was one of 3 people he was most unwilling to meet on the battle stage. Fortune Gates Huang Xiaolong, please enlighten me. Huang Xiaolong returned the courtesy. Just as Huang Xiaolong finished speaking, Gu Jianan's body suddenly enlarged. Right in front of everyone's eyes, his 5 feet 5 inches tall figure doubled in size, becoming bigger and taller than 5 feet 9 inches tall Huang Xiaolong. Black symbols filled the surface of his skin, especially on both of his arms, and the sleeves of his robe burst into fragments. Green veins bulged up under his skin as 2 black scorpions formed from the black symbols on his body. This pair of scorpions were 5 to 6 times bigger than the regular scorpions. They were entirely greenish-black with lines of arresting red symbols on their backs. This is the Black Wind cult's Black Demon poisonous body. Successful cultivation of this technique not only increases the cultivator's defense, but their body also becomes poisonous from head to toe. In order to cultivate this Black Demon poisonous body, the cultivator requires to soak inside the toxic liquid for a long period of time, enduring the excruciating pain the whole time. An average person would find it very difficult to cultivate this technique successfully. On his arms are the ancient poisonous green demon scorpions. Extremely toxic. Gu Jianan actually managed to tame a pair of green demon scorpions. The green demon scorpions had disappeared for several tens of thousands of years, right? Judging from the situation, it seems like these two green demon scorpions have completely integrated with Gu Jianan's black demon poisonous body. Even though Huang Xiaolong is stronger than Gu Jianan, it is going to be a hard win for him against Gu Jianan. Given Gu Jianan's black demon poisonous body and two ancient green demon scorpions. On top of that, Gu Jianan has actually broken through to peak late Third Order Ancient God Realm. Just half a step more, and he would break through to Fourth Order Ancient God Realm. When Gu Jianan exposed his black demon poisonous body and a pair of ancient green demon scorpions, the crowd was in a furor of excitement. Below the battle stage, Tan Lin said to Zhou Su via a voice transmission, Huang Xiaolong won't lose in the first round to Gu Jianan, right? If that's the case, we won't be able to defeat him personally. I didn't expect Gu Jianan to be actually so strong. No wonder he can win the first place in the Primal Chaos mainland. Zhou Su frowned. Even Zhou Su himself did not have the confidence to defeat Gu Jianan after seeing his black demon poisonous body and a pair of ancient green demon scorpions. His confidence was further affected as he also learned that Gu Jianan had already broken through to peak late Third Order Ancient God Realm. On the Fortune Gates viewing stage, Black Ice Ancestor sneered coldly, if Huang Xiaolong loses right in the first match, that's going to be a big joke. Then he doesn't humiliate just the Fortune Gate, but also the entire Fortune Gate mainland. And if that happens, I will request the sect chief to revoke his Grand Elder benefits upon our return to the Fortune Gate. Blood Knife Ancestor was about to retort, when all of a sudden on the battle stage, Gu Jianan attacked. He leaped into the air with both of his palms aimed at Huang Xiaolong. Even before Gu Jianan's palm attacks reached Huang Xiaolong, something roiling and greenish-black surged towards him. The pair of ancient green demon scorpions on Gu Jianan's arms flew out and landed in front of Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye. Soon after, two poisonous stings struck at Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Just as everyone thought Huang Xiaolong would retreat or dodge, a wooden sword appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. In the next moment, the crowd saw an extremely bright sword light flash across the air. The two green demon scorpions screeched sharply as streaks of green-colored blood appeared on their backs, and they tumbled backward. Gu Jianan plummeted from high in the air, with blood spurting out from his chest. The spectating experts saw that there were two long swords cuts starting from Gu Jianan's chest to his waist. Gu Jianan was sucking. The crowd fell into a heavy silence, experts sucking in a breath of cold air. Gu Jianan, who had the black demon poisonous body and the two ancient poisonous green demon scorpions, along with being a peak late Third Order Ancient God Realm Master, was defeated just like that. What was that sword technique just now? Even Sky Sword Ancestor was stunned. He then turned to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, and said as he sighed, Huang Xiaolong is actually the best candidate to inherit my legacy. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor merely chuckled. We don't mind if you are willing to pass your Sky Sword inheritance to Xiaolong. Blood Knife Ancestor laughed and said. Myriad Flames Ancestor laughed hearing their conversation. We have known that Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique is monstrous, but who'd have thought that his sword skill would be just as monstrous? His words showed his appreciation for Huang Xiaolong. Only Black Ice Ancestor's old face was as cold as her name. Blood Knife Ancestor's gaze swept over Black Ice Ancestor's face and he taunted, Black Ice Ancestor? Huang Xiaolong won against the Primal Chaos Mainland's Gu Jianan in the first match, adding glory to our Fortune Gate, and it is the entire Fortune Mainland's glory. When you return to the Fortune Gate, shouldn't you request the sect chief to reward him? Black Ice Ancestor had no way to refute Blood Knife Ancestor's words. In order to save herself from humiliation, Black Ice Ancestor said coldly after a brief pause, if he wins the first place in this term's New Disciples battle, I will definitely request the sect chief to increase his benefits, regardless of your suggestions. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor frowned at her words. Win first place in this term's New Disciples battle? Anyone knows of Huang Guzi's strength. Hence he was the popular and uncontested choice for first place in most people's mind. Black Ice Ancestor demanding Huang Xiaolong to win first place was requesting for something impossible. Black Ice Ancestor sighed to herself in relief at Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's expressions. Black Ice Ancestor suddenly recalled the time when Huang Xiaolong had broken through to peak mid-second order Ancient God Realm, and she had lost the bet with Blood Knife Ancestor. At that time, Blood Knife Ancestor had taken one of her most precious treasures, the profound ice armor. This had made her heart bleed blood. She had collected numerous precious chaos-grade materials over 100,000 years to forge that profound ice armor. Moreover, in order to forge the profound ice armor, she had invited a master above Ancestor God Realm which had cost her over 10 trillion ah. Over 10 trillion ah. Blood Knife, I had lost a bet with you at the time when Huang Xiaolong broke through to Ancient God Realm. How about we make another bet this time? Black Ice Ancestor continued to tempt Blood Knife Ancestor. If Huang Xiaolong manages to win the first place during this term, then you can select one thing from inside my Black Ice treasury. However, if you lose, I want the profound ice armor back as well as your spiritual blood pool. Black Ice Ancestor stared fixedly at Blood Knife Ancestor with a burning gaze. Blood Knife Ancestor blurted out without thinking, "Not betting." Everyone knew it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to win the first place in the New Disciples battle. Therefore Blood Knife Ancestor was not sick in the head to bet with Black Ice Ancestor on this. Choose 2 items? Black Ice Ancestor was unwilling to give up. But Blood Knife Ancestor shook his head as he declined her offer. Even after Black Ice Ancestor had increased to 4 items from her treasury, he still shook his head in refusal. In the meantime, Wang Shi had already announced Huang Xiaolong's victory in the first match and Huang Xiaolong had returned to the Fortune Gates viewing stage. Naturally, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, and Myriad Flames Ancestor said a few words of praise to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong stood beside Li Lu, secretly holding her small hand. A faint pink hue crept up her face. She gave Huang Xiaolong a fierce stare and pulled her hand out from his hold. In the subsequent second, third and fourth matches, everything went smoothly. Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Luo Yunjie, Wu Qian'er, Gu Yuanhui successfully entered into the top 20. 6 disciples also entered successfully into the next round from the Eternal Mainland. 5 disciples from the Dark Elf tribe, and the Primal Chaos Mainland had a lower number, merely 3 disciples. Huang Xiaolong and the others went up once again to draw lots to determine their opponents for the second round match. Unlike the first round match, this time, Huang Xiaolong didn't draw the stick with a number 1 inscribed on it. However, he drew a stick with a number 2 inscribed on it. Number 2? Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the rest of the participants' sticks and he discovered that another stick for the second number was actually in Dark Elf Mainland's Yu Wuxin's hand. Wang Guzi, Yu Wuxin, and Huang Xiaolong were the 3 disciples everyone paid the most attention to. Therefore, when Huang Xiaolong and Yu Wuxin drew the sticks for the second lot, the crowd stirred with excitement. Huang Xiaolong is actually going to battle Yu Wuxin in the second round, and it's another fight between 2 number 1s. This is simply too exciting. Although Huang Xiaolong's strength is startling, he most likely will lose in this round. I have heard that Yu Wuxin had entered into the Dark Elf tribe's perilous land and also the capital of the Ghost Domain, while surviving a hellish training. Half a year ago, he also broke through to late 4th Order Ancient God Realm, not to mention, he received the capital of the Ghost Domain King's inheritance. That is not necessary. Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique is very strong. It's true Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique is very strong. However, Yu Wuxin has succeeded in cultivating the Ghost Domain's ghost body that is as strong as Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique. Even though Huang Xiaolong and Yu Wuxin were yet to start their battle, the crowd below was already in a furor. On the viewing stage, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, and even Myriad Flames Ancestor were frowning. In the second round, Huang Xiaolong's opponent is going to be Yu Wuxin? Like most of the experts in the crowd, they were also concerned. Even though Huang Xiaolong was quite strong, he was still lacking by a mile as compared to Yu Wuxin. If Huang Xiaolong were to lose this match, he won't even enter the top 10. This matter must be investigated, Golden Brow Ancestor stated solemnly. In the first round, Huang Xiaolong's opponent was Gu Jianan, and in the second round, his opponent is Yu Wuxin. Both Gu Jianan and Yu Wuxin were among the more powerful participants, as both of them were ranked as #1 disciples in their respective mainlands. This cannot be a coincidence. Blood Knife Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor and Myriad Flames Ancestor read the underlying meaning of what Golden Brow Ancestor just said. Did Wang Shi tamper with the lots? Sky Sword Ancestor sounded solemn as he defended. Wang Shi is one of our Fortune Gates people. He won't do this, right? Myriad Flames Ancestor also felt that it was impossible for Wang Shi to do so. Black Ice Ancestor agreed loudly. Although the stage battles are overseen by Wang Shi, Huang Xiaolong is the one drawing the lots. This can only be attributed to his bad luck and has nothing to do with Wang Shi. Black Ice Ancestor's heart bloomed like a flower when Huang Xiaolong actually drew Yu Wuxin as his opponent. However, she kept calm on the surface as it wouldn't be appropriate to show her delight in front of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Whether it is his bad luck or a scheme against him, we'll know after investigation. Golden Brow Ancestor stated indifferently. The second round's first match was between Zhou Su and a Wanggu clan disciple named Wanggu Chong. Huang Xiaolong and the others retreated back to their respective viewing stages, leaving behind Zhou Su and Wanggu Chong on the battle stage. Back on the viewing stage, Blood Knife Ancestor said majestically, "You do not need to get under too much pressure or feel stressed when battling Yu Wuxin. Just do your best." Golden Brow Ancestor added, "Just make use of the advantages of your true dragon physique, and you might be able to fight with him to a draw." A wry smile rose to Huang Xiaolong's face. "Don't feel too much pressure or feel stressed." He looked far from being stressed or feeling like he was under pressure. "Yes, two masters, don't worry. I will do my best." Huang Xiaolong could only reply so, while thinking if he should display his full strength. At this time, Li Lu reached out to hold Huang Xiaolong's hand. He saw the worry in her eyes. Huang Xiaolong gave her a reassuring smile. All of a sudden, the crowd exclaimed. On the battle stage, Zhou Su and Wanggu Chong made their moves. The momentum from Zhou Su's body was alarming. An enormous azure dragon floated out from his body and attacked Wanggu Chong as numerous rays of sword chi shot out from its body. In an instant, Wanggu Chong, a late third-order ancient god realm, was forced back repeatedly. "Good." Black Ice Ancestor smiled and nodded. "This Zhou Su is indeed our Fortune Gates #1 disciple. He actually broke through to 4th Order Ancient God Realm in such a short time. He has successfully created some unique sword chi by integrating the Sky Sword Cannon with his Azure Dragon, right? Its power is indeed amazing." Sky Sword Ancestor smiled happily and said, "Zhou Su's compression in sword cultivation is very high." Zhou Su was Sky Sword Ancestor's disciple, and he also felt happy when his disciple performed well. Few moments later, Wanggu Chong was injured by Zhou Su's Azure Dragon Sword Chi and fell off the battle stage. Zhou Su won the battle easily by using merely 6 moves, from the beginning until the end. Zhou Su returned to the viewing stage accompanied by loud cheers. He glanced in Huang Xiaolong's direction. The provocation and smugness in his eyes were very obvious. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent to Zhou Su's provocation. He descended onto the stage in a single leap almost at the same time as Yu Wuxin. The crowd immediately quieted down. Standing on the battle stage, Yu Wuxin looked coldly at Huang Xiaolong. Even though Yu Wuxin had lost to Huang Xiaolong, while using his Divine Destruction Eye art in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, Yu Wuxin was still confident to easily destroy Huang Xiaolong in this battle. Wanggu Zi and Wanggu Dongchen watched Huang Xiaolong and Yu Wuxin intently. "Big Brother Zi, how many moves do you think Huang Xiaolong can take from Yu Wuxin?" Wanggu Dongchen asked. Even though both of them knew that Yu Wuxin had suffered a loss at Huang Xiaolong's hands in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, their thoughts were also similar to Yu Wuxin's. They also thought that Huang Xiaolong was no match for Yu Wuxin. "Probably 100 moves. Wanggu Zi answered solemnly. 100 moves. Wanggu Dongchen was genuinely shocked. Is Huang Xiaolong that strong? Yu Wuxin most likely broke through to 5th Order Ancient God Realm a long time ago. Initially, Wangu Dongchen had thought it was not bad if Huang Xiaolong could barely take 30 moves from Yu Wuxin. He didn't expect that Wangu Zi would think Huang Xiaolong could withstand 100 moves from Yu Wuxin. Light glimmered in Wangu Zi's eyes. My intuition tells me, Huang Xiaolong is far stronger than what we can tell from the surface. He will be able to take 100 moves from Yu Wuxin. But it's a pity that I won't get an opportunity to defeat him myself. Wangu Dongchen glared hatefully at Huang Xiaolong's figure. Count him lucky. On the battle stage, Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned to look at Wang Shi and said, Wang Shi, can we start? His tone seemed to voice another meaning. Personally, he did not hold a good impression about Wang Shi. During his time in the Golden Will City, Huang Xiaolong had learned the reason behind Wang Shi's hostility towards him. Wang Shi was Wang Wei's great-uncle. After learning this, Huang Xiaolong could understand Wang Shi's attitude towards him with more clarity. In addition to this, his suspicion that Wang Shi was tampering with the lots deepened after he drew Yu Wuxin as his opponent in this second round. Battle, Wang Shi said as his face sank after hearing Huang Xiaolong call him by his name. But he still announced for the battle to begin. Battle! Wang Shi's voice reverberated through the square. Huang Xiaolong made his move right at this instant. Rumble. A terrifying momentum broke out from Huang Xiaolong's body, similar to a volcano erupting suddenly. After being in a slumber for 1,000,000 years, lava and tephra flew out in all directions. Huang Xiaolong pushed his true dragon physique to its limits. Boundless dragon chi spread out from the stage as one black and another blue dragon heads appeared on Huang Xiaolong's back. Yu Wuxin had yet to react when Huang Xiaolong's figure enlarged in front of his eyes. Then, Huang Xiaolong's fist force roiled towards him. Alarmed, Yu Wuxin was about to raise his arm to defend himself, but he felt a great force smashed into his chest, as if he was struck by a divine mountain and he was sent flying backward. Yu Wuxin vomited mouthfuls of blood in midair, dyeing half of the stage crimson red, and then crashed heavily on the edge of the stage. Booming sounds came from the battle stage. Huang Xiaolong stood where Yu Wuxin initially stood, with his hands clasped behind his back. Wangu Zi, who had just said that Huang Xiaolong could withstand 100 moves from Yu Wuxin, was stupefied. So was Wangu Dongchen, who had thought that Huang Xiaolong could only last 30 moves before he was defeated by Yu Wuxin. Zhou Su, who was feeling smug after he had defeated Wangu Chong, was equally stupefied. Tan Lin, Luo Yunjie, and others were stupefied as well. Li Lu and Wu Qian'er's cherry mouths were agape with astonishment. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, who had reassured Huang Xiaolong to remain calm and had advised him to try his best by using his true dragon physique, were staring dazedly at Yu Wuxin, who was lying on the stage. The most interesting of all the reactions were Black Ice Ancestor's colorful expressions, while her chest rose and fell. Only she knew whether she was excited or angry. A dark green light glimmered in the Dark Elf tribe patriarch Yu Kuei's eyes as he suddenly stood up. Otherwise, he had been silent the whole time. Wangu clan patriarch Wangu Rue, the Black Wind cult leader, and barbarian shaman sect's chief had different thoughts regarding the scene that had just unfolded in front of them. The entire square was deathly silent for a few seconds, and then everyone exploded in shock. How is this possible? Don't tell me Yu Wuxin deliberately lost to Huang Xiaolong. This is hard to say, but perhaps they had a secret agreement. Otherwise, how could Huang Xiaolong defeat Yu Wuxin with just one strike? For sure Huang Xiaolong must have offered some benefits to Yu Wuxin, so that he would lose on purpose. The crowd was getting increasingly noisy. Most of them refused to believe what they had just witnessed. Refused to believe Yu Wuxin had lost to Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, in just one move, Huang Xiaolong sneered to himself as he listened to these voices that were denying his victory. The majority of these people came from the Eternal Mainland and Dark Elf Mainland. Even quite a few were Sea Tribe's people. Sea Tribe? Probably instructed by Guo Gang. At this time, Yu Wuxin slowly struggled up on the stage, while staring fixedly at Huang Xiaolong as his face distorted with a killing intent. The white of his eyes had completely turned black. In fact, his entire body was changing as black symbols wriggled over his skin, and soon covered him from head to toe. Even more shockingly, The black symbols on Yu Wuxin's body kept changing, forming images of evil ghosts. Ghost domain's ghost body. Several people in the crowd exclaimed. There was an amazement in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he was surprised that Yu Wuxin could still stand on his feet, especially after exerting 70% of his true dragon physique strength during his first move. It seemed like he had underestimated Yu Wuxin. Judging from Yu Wuxin's current momentum, not only he had broken through to 5th Order Ancient God Realm, but had already reached peak early 5th Order Ancient God Realm. Ghost Domain's ghost body? This is quite similar to his Azura Frigid Chi. Huang Xiaolong. Yu Wuxin's pair of emotionless eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong, while he bit every word as he spoke. Go to hell for me. He circulated the ghost chi in his body, and various evil ghosts appeared behind him. However, just as Yu Wuxin was about to attack, a figure flickered in front of his eyes. Huang Xiaolong attacked first, punching with his fist. This time, Huang Xiaolong exerted his physique's 100% force. In a moment of panic, Yu Wuxin raised his arm to defend, and managed to block Huang Xiaolong's punch. However, when Huang Xiaolong's fist struck Yu Wuxin's arm broke, and Huang Xiaolong's fist flew straight to Yu Wuxin's chest. Yu Wuxin was sent flying off the stage, similar to a broken-lined kite, crashing on the ground outside the square. His body jerked once and twice, then no longer moved. The disciples from the Eternal Mainland started clamoring at Yu Wuxin's defeat, and Sea Tribe's voices were stuck in their throats. A while later, Wang Shi retrieved his eyes from Yu Wuxin's body and announced the result with complicated feelings. In front of the crowd's eyes, Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly returned to the Fortune Gates viewing stage. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor looked at Huang Xiaolong, but neither of them knew what to say to him. Wuqianer had starry eyes as she looked at Huang Xiaolong and asked, Senior Brother Huang, what is the name of your fist technique, which you used in the battle just now? Huang Xiaolong smiled. Invincible Supreme Number 1 Hegemon Divine Fist. Wuqianer had a dazed look on her face. Then puff, she burst into laughter. Beside her, Li Lu too was smiling like a flower after the rain. Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, and Myriad Flames Ancestor chuckled at Huang Xiaolong's answer. From the corner of his eye, Huang Xiaolong saw Zhou Su and Tan Lin's wax-colored faces. He asked with a fake concern, Zhou Su and junior brother Tan Lin, aren't you two feeling well? Huang Xiaolong's question drew others' attention to Zhou Su and Tan Lin. Zhou Su and Tan Lin quickly squeezed out a smile, while shaking their heads and insisted, No, no. As uncomfortable as their hearts felt, they did not dare to say a word in front of everyone. Huang Xiaolong inwardly sneered, and then turned his attention to the center battle stage, praying that these two won't meet him on the stage in the top 10 battle, or he'd pack them up nicely. Since the last few years, these two clowns have been jumping too much. Do they really think that after cultivating so-called Azure Dragon Sword Chi or the 4th level Sword Intent, Huang Xiaolong is a soft persimmon that they could squeeze and mold as they liked? In truth, the scene where Huang Xiaolong sent Yu Wuxin flying off the stage with a punch was still replaying inside Zhou Su and Tan Lin's minds. That scene made their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. A God Realm Master who had obtained the Ghost Domain King's inheritance, as well as successfully cultivated the Ghost Domain's ghost body, was actually sent flying by Huang Xiaolong with one punch. Confident as they were, they knew there was a large gap in strength between them and Yu Wuxin. If they were to come across Huang Xiaolong on the battle stage, the more Zhou Su and Tan Lin thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. Now, the third match of the second round had begun. This match was between Wang Guzi and Luo Yunjie. Luo Yunjie had a bitter expression on his face. Everyone had thought that Huang Xiaolong had bad luck when he had drawn Yu Wuxin as his opponent, but as compared to Huang Xiaolong, Luo Yunjie felt his luck was 100 times worse when he drew Wang Guzi as his opponent. His mother! Luo Yunjie swore under his breath as he looked at Wang Guzi standing opposite to him. If his opponent wasn't Wang Guzi, based on his strength, he had a high chance of getting into the top 10. Now, there was no hope at all. In truth, he already could imagine his miserable ending in a little while. Luo Yunjie. Wang Guzi's mouth split into a smile. I know you are Huang Xiaolong's good friend. We met in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, right? Luo Yunjie sneered. Wang Guzi, you can stop with your damn nonsense and make your move. As soon as he finished saying that, flames danced on the surface of Lu Yunji's body as his treasure fire godhead spun as fast as it could. Wang Guzi laughed when he saw Luo Yunjie play with fire in front of him. Wang Guzi's figure flickered as Lu Yunji attacked him. The spectating crowd saw white flames appear from Wang Guzi's body. Furthermore, within the white flames was a black glow. White Qilin flames. On top of that, it's evolving into black Qilin flames. Everyone watching was flabbergasted. From low-grade to high-grade Qilin flames, it starts from red flames, blue flames, golden flames, white flames, black flames, and then purple flames. Even some Wangu clan elders had merely reached white Qilin flames in their cultivation. Therefore, never did they imagine Wang Guzi to have reached the stage of white Qilin flames that were in the process of evolving to black Qilin flames. Although it was only a small portion of black flames, they were still black Qilin flames nonetheless. Such a talent was really the first in tens of thousands of Wangu clan history. Wang Guzi pushed his palms outwards, and the white Qilin flames surged toward Luo Yunjie and collided with Luo Yunjie's treasure fire. Akin to water meeting a scary fire, Luo Yunjie's treasure fire evaporated in an instant. In the next moment, Luo Yunjie was struck by Wang Guzi's palms. Luo Yunjie screamed in pain as he was knocked out of the stage. His chest was scorched black with Qilin flames still burning his flesh and spreading rapidly to the other areas of his body. Luo Yunjie was entirely inflamed in the blink of an eye. Everyone on the Fortune Gate's viewing stage became very anxious. At this point, Huang Xiaolong reacted. His lightly clapped his palms and his frigid force enshrouded Luo Yunjie. Wang Guzi's white Qilin flames were suppressed and then extinguished completely. This scene shocked the spectating crowd. Firstly, they were shocked because Luo Yunjie's treasure fire godhead's fire was defeated easily by Wang Guzi's Qilin flames, and secondly, Huang Xiaolong's frigid force actually suppressed Wang Guzi's Qilin flames. Wang Guzi was inwardly shocked. He knew very well how powerful his Qilin flames were. Although he had not reached the black Qilin flame stage, he had touched the edges of advancing to the black Qilin flames. To top it off, an average ancient divine armor would be incinerated in an instant by his current white Qilin flames, without exception. Huang Xiaolong, you actually dare to interfere in the stage battle, and blatantly violated the stage battle's rules. Wang Guzi sharply reprimanded. City Castellan Wang Shi, how are you going to judge this matter as a Fortune Gate Grand Elder? That's right. Huang Xiaolong must be punished for violating the rules. Revoke his participation qualification. Cancel Huang Xiaolong's participation qualification. Wang Shi, even if you are a Fortune Gate Grand Elder, are you going to cover up for Huang Xiaolong in this situation? Immediately, experts who belonged to Eternal Mainland forces clamored loudly, swaying the crowd. Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly. Wang Guzi, I don't think you are an idiot to this extent. Luo Yunjie flew out of the battle stage. The battle between you two had already ended. May I know which rule have I violated in rescuing him? Are you the Wangu clan's #1 idiot, who don't even know the stage battle rules? If you are not clear about the rules, I can recite them to you one by one. Fortune Mainland's experts exploded into laughter hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Wangu clan's #1 idiot. Ha ha! Some Heavenly Dan Island's disciples deliberately laughed louder than everyone. Huang Xiaolong's words really helped them vent their anger. Cool. Even some Dark Elf Mainland and Primal Chaos Mainland's experts laughed unrestrained. Wang Guzi was Wangu clan's #1 genius disciple, yet he was now labeled as Wangu clan's #1 idiot by Huang Xiaolong. This was really new and refreshing. Looking at the laughing faces from various forces experts, as strong as Wang Guzi's will was, his face turned purple like an eggplant. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong, killing intent erupted in his eyes. However, he couldn't find any reason to retort, as Huang Xiaolong was right. Huang Xiaolong ignored Wang Guzi and quickly fed Luo Yunjie a few healing divine pellets and channeled light element god force through his palms into Luo Yunjie's body to speed up his healing. However, Huang Xiaolong had to admit the Qilin flames were indeed overbearing. In a mere few breaths' time, Luo Yunjie's entire body was burnt, and it was not so easy to heal him completely. Looking at Luo Yunjie's dire state, killing intent rushed to Huang Xiaolong's heart. At first, he had some scruples for crippling Wanguzi, but now there was none. Huang Xiaolong helped Luo Yunjie back to the Fortune Gates viewing stage. Before Huang Xiaolong turned away, his piercing gaze fell on Wang Shi. When Wanguzi had used the battle stage rules as an excuse to disqualify Huang Xiaolong's participation, Wang Shi had kept his silence instead of defending him despite knowing he did not violate any rules. This was beyond hostility, this was pure loathing. The competition went on, and soon the second round of matches came to an end. Participants who successfully entered the top ranks were Fortune Gates Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, and Tan Lin, Wangu clans Wanguzi, Wangu Dongqin, as well as a disciple named Wangu Huang, 2 disciples from Dark Elf mainland, and 2 disciples from the Primal Chaos mainland. Now, all the top 10 disciples, please come to the stage to draw lots for the third round matches. Wang Shi instructed. Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Wanguzi, and the other 7 disciples descended onto the stage. The Fortune Gate's 3 disciples were the first ones to draw lots, followed by the Wangu clan disciples, Dark Elf tribe disciples, and lastly, the Primal Chaos mainland disciples. Huang Xiaolong drew the stick with number 3, and the other person who held the stick with the same number was Zhou Su. Huang Xiaolong was full of smiles as he looked at Zhou Su, whereas Zhou Su's face turned white and then uglier, as if he had swallowed a fly, looking at the stick in his hand. On the other hand, the 2 disciples who drew sticks with number 1 were Tan Lin and Wangu Dongqin. Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, and the others retreated to their respective viewing stage, while Tan Lin and Wangu Dongqin remained on the battle stage. Back on the Fortune Gates viewing stage, Huang Xiaolong spoke first. Junior brother Zhou Su's Azure Dragon Sword Qi is very powerful. Later on the stage, junior brother Zhou Su, please show mercy. Please show mercy? Zhou Su's face twitched. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh, and a hint of laughter could be seen even in Li Lu's eyes. This guy always makes others laugh. At this time on the battle stage, Tan Lin and Wangu Dongqin's battle had started. Tan Lin held a green sword in his hand, while in Wangu Dongqin's hand was a long blade. Sword Qi and blade Qi crisscrossed across the entire stage area. But, judging from the situation, Tan Lin had completely fallen downwind. Everyone could see that Tan Lin was repeatedly getting beaten, and if it wasn't for his slightly higher sword skill and successful cultivation of the 4th level Sky Sword Cannon, Tan Lin would have lost by now. Tan Lin's cultivation realm was just at the mid-3rd order Ancient God realm, whereas Wangu Dongqin's cultivation had already reached the peak late 4th order Ancient God realm. The gap in their strength was too big, not to mention Wangu Dongqin's battle prowess was higher than average among the peak late 10th order Ancient God realm. Among all of the participants during this term, Wangu Dongqin's strength in itself was sufficient for him to enter the top 10. As expected, a short time later, Tan Lin stumbled and rolled off the stage, struck by Wangu Dongqin's golden Qilin flames. The third round's second match was between Wanguzi and a disciple from the Dark Elf mainland. As soon as they both had gotten up on the stage, the Dark Elf mainland disciple immediately admitted his defeat. When it was the third round's third match between Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Su turned to Sky Sword Ancestor and said, "Master, Huang Xiaolong and I are brothers of the same sect, and it will inevitably hurt our feelings if we fight on the stage. So, there's no need to battle, I willingly admit defeat." Everyone was a little dazed listening to Zhou Su's words. Huang Xiaolong sneered to himself as he listened to Zhou Su's words. Zhou Su was making himself look magnanimous, as if he was someone who treasures the same sect brethren. Therefore, he deliberately was making way for Huang Xiaolong to win this match. Sky Sword Ancestor smiled and nodded his head. All right. Black Ice Ancestor was full of praise for Zhou Su. Zhou Su, this child is not bad. He is magnanimous and takes into consideration the bigger picture. Unlike a certain selfish disciple that only thinks of himself, this is rare. Unlike a certain disciple? A faint furrow appeared between Huang Xiaolong's brows. This black ice ancestor was insinuating that he was selfish, while accusing him of being unwilling to consider the bigger picture as well as lacking love for his sect brethren. According to Black Ice Ancestor, he should learn the magnanimity from Zhou Su by throwing in the towel like Zhou Su had done. Only then would he be considered as caring towards his sect brethren. Blood Knife Ancestor snorted. Sect brethren love? Consider the bigger picture? I don't think so. Who doesn't know Xiaolong's strength? If they battle, Zhou Su is going to lose for sure. Now, he doesn't even dare to go up to the battle stage. This is throwing our Fortune Gate disciple's reputation to the dumps. Zhou Su's expression turned ugly, but he did not dare refute Blood Knife Ancestor. He stood quietly and lowered his head. Since Zhou Su first threw in the towel, Huang Xiaolong won the third match. The subsequent fourth and the fifth matches also ended quickly. From the Fortune Gate, only Huang Xiaolong entered into the top 10, Wangu Zi and Wangu Dongchen from Wangu clan, and one disciple each from Dark Elf Mainland and Primal Chaos Mainland. Like before, the 5 disciples took turns to draw a lot to determine their opponents. Huang Xiaolong once again drew the stick that was numbered 1. And this time his opponent was Wangu Zi. When Huang Xiaolong and Wangu Zi saw the numbers in their hands, their eyes met in midair. Invisible killing intent sparked between them. The crowd at the square exploded like a ton of lit-up explosives at this result. Since Huang Xiaolong had defeated Yu Wuxin, he and Wangu Zi had naturally become the 2 most eye-catching genius disciples in this term's 4 mainland's new disciples battle. You all say, who will win? I still think it'd be Wangu Zi. Although Huang Xiaolong is very strong, he's still lacking when compared to Wangu Zi. Wangu Zi has successfully cultivated Wangu clan's universe-crossing sword formation. Universe-crossing sword formation. This is a supreme sword formation that a Wangu clan's ancestor had found from the Buddha world several 100 million years ago. This formation consists of 999 sharp swords. One needs powerful soul force to successfully cultivate this technique and also skilled control of the swords. Otherwise, how could they control 999 swords? Voices from the crowd rose and fell as everyone talked with their companions. Although more than a few people thought that Huang Xiaolong could win this match, the majority leaned on Wangu Zi's side and was quite firm in believing Wangu Zi would win the first place. After all, Wangu Zi's strength was common knowledge amongst these experts. It was no secret that Wangu Zi had broken through to 6th Order Ancient God Realm by cultivating inside Wangu clan's godly Qilin furnace. Not to forget, Wangu Zi's Soul Jade Godhead was a High Emperor Godhead, with a rank of 168. Even though Huang Xiaolong has the true dragon physique, and his 5 Elements Godhead was also a High Emperor rank Godhead, it only ranks 458th. One had a rank of 168, while the other was 458, and this difference was too great. As the crowd talked, Wangu Dongchen and the others retreated from the battle stage, leaving only Huang Xiaolong and Wangu Zi on the battle stage. Watching Huang Xiaolong's figure on the battle stage, Blood Knife Ancestor suddenly turned to Black Ice Ancestor and said, "Old woman Black Ice, you did say if Huang Xiaolong wins first place, you will request the sect chief to increase Xiaolong's benefits. You haven't forgotten about this, right?" Black Ice Ancestor frowned, as she had said that before Huang Xiaolong had fought Yu Wuxin. But now, she was realizing that Huang Xiaolong was stronger than she had expected. Rest assured, if Huang Xiaolong really wins first place, I will not renege on my words. Black Ice Ancestor sneered and went on. However, I don't think Huang Xiaolong can defeat Wangu Zi. My previous offer still stands, where I will give you 4 pieces of treasures from my treasury if Huang Xiaolong wins first place. But if Huang Xiaolong loses, you return the profound ice armor to me and I want your spiritual blood pool. How about it? Do you dare to bet with me? Blood Knife Ancestor hesitated. Though Huang Xiaolong had displayed unexpected strength, he was still a mid-4th Order Ancient God Realm. Like most people, Blood Knife doubted, could Huang Xiaolong defeat Wangu Zi? Right at this time on the stage, Huang Xiaolong said to Wangu Zi, "I remember that in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, You had said that if I can take 5 strikes from you, you would give me all the chaos spiritual liquids that you bought from the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall. Wang Guzi laughed wantonly at Huang Xiaolong's words and looked at Huang Xiaolong as if he was looking at an idiot. Huang Xiaolong, I was just joking at that time. You won't be such an idiot as to take it for real, are you? I didn't expect you're an idiot to that extent. Although he was still confident to defeat Huang Xiaolong, given the strength Huang Xiaolong had shown so far, Wang Guzi knew that Huang Xiaolong could definitely take 5 strikes from him. Therefore, Wang Guzi definitely won't admit what he had said back in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. Seeing that Wang Guzi had reneged on his promise, a sharp glint flitted across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Wang Guzi laughed nonchalantly, seeing the ferocity and killing intent on Huang Xiaolong's face. His mocking tone changed as he said, "Then again, if you can win against me, I will give you those chaos spiritual liquids." Although he was no longer confident to defeat Huang Xiaolong in 5 strikes, he still had the confidence to defeat him. Cold lights glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, but he did not say anything, as he guessed that there would be a latter part to Wang Guzi's words. As expected, Wang Guzi continued, "But, if you lose, I want 300 golden beads." He looked at Huang Xiaolong with a burning gaze at the thought of 300 golden beads. 300 golden beads. Everyone around the battle stage looked at Huang Xiaolong with eyes widened in shock, and gasps sounded from the various corners. Does Huang Xiaolong really have 300 golden beads? As Huang Xiaolong heard Wang Guzi demanding for 300 golden beads, a faint frown appeared between his brows for a moment, then disappeared just as quickly. It looked like the matter about the 30 golden beads that he had given to Luo Yunjie and the 5 golden beads to Wu Qian'er had spread out. If not, Wang Guzi wouldn't have said something like this. Huang Xiaolong trusted Luo Yunjie. Thus he believed that the news wouldn't have leaked from his mouth, and it didn't seem to be Wu Qian'er either. Most likely it was Zhou Tanlin and the other disciples who might have heard or seen something, and deliberately leaked the news to Wang Guzi. Fortunately, he had given Luo Yunjie only 30 golden beads at that time. Therefore, Wang Guzi must have estimated that he had about 300 golden beads in his hand at the most. Deal. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Since Wang Guzi knew he had golden beads, it was unnecessary to conceal the matter. Greed shone in Wang Guzi's eyes as Huang Xiaolong admitted he had 300 golden beads. However, how can I be sure that you won't renege again? Huang Xiaolong's tone changed as he took out a spatial ring and added, "Inside here are 300 golden beads. Where are those chaos spiritual liquids?" Golden rays of glimmering lights shone out from the spatial ring, reaching 4 sides of the battle stage as Huang Xiaolong lifted the restrictions on the spatial ring. Wang Guzi's burning gaze intensified, and he immediately took out several bottles of chaos spiritual liquids. Similar to Huang Xiaolong, he also wiped off the restrictions on the bottles, and immediately, resplendent glows shone out from the bottles. After both sides confirmed their items, they handed them to Wang Shi for safekeeping. Wang Guzi looked at Huang Xiaolong and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Huang Xiaolong, do you think you can win against me just because your frigid god force can suppress my Qilin flames? I know that your true dragon physique is very strong, but today, I'm going to test for myself if your physique is really as strong as the rumors outside claim it to be." Waves of dark green flames appeared from Wang Guzi's body just as he finished speaking. In the next moment, the crowd saw something that looked like jade, but also like steel appear on the surface of Wang Guzi's body, and covering him like an armor of scales. A violent momentum rushed out from his body, which spread across the whole stage and beyond. What is this? A unique physique? No. It feels more like an ancient physique tempering divine art. Could it be the ancient crystal beast body divine art? Experts in the crowd were shocked watching the changes in Wang Guzi's body, as each of them speculating the similar possibility. As the crowd discussed below the stage, Wang Guzi had completely pushed his momentum to the peak without any restraint, and air blasted consecutively in the air due to the pressure coming from his body. The peak of early 6th Order Ancient God Realm. What a terrifying pressure, much stronger than the average 7th Order Ancient God Realm Masters. As Wang Guzi completely displayed his strength, There were sparks of white Qilin flames dancing in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong was also surprised at the changes happening to Wan Guzi. Wan Guzi had actually succeeded in cultivating an ancient physique-tempering divine art, the crystal beast body. There was a period in ancient times when physique-tempering divine arts had gained a wave of popularity, resulting in tens of thousands of physique-tempering divine arts being created. The crystal beast body was one of the most powerful physique-tempering divine arts, ranked within the top 100. It had an alarming power, and to top it all off, it was ranked 13th. 13, a ranking that made others heart tight with astonishment. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's momentum also soared, letting out a reverberating roar. A ferocious aura swept out from his body, resembling a giant beast from the deepest of hell. Everyone was astounded as they watched the changes happening to Huang Xiaolong's body. Layers of dark golden scales covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. Then sharp-pointed spikes grew out from Huang Xiaolong's knuckles, both of his elbows and knees, glistening in cold lights. His eyes turned deep red that they were almost ink-black, so much so that not a single trace of emotions could be seen in them. The coldness in his eyes made the crowd suck in a breath of cold air. Is this also an ancient physique-tempering divine art? It is said that Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique can transform and evolve. Maybe this is his true dragon physique's appearance after transformation? The crowd thought and speculated after seeing Huang Xiaolong's frightening appearance. On the Fortune Gates viewing stage, Blood Knife Ancestor pondered as he looked at Huang Xiaolong's figure and said, "This is a bloodline's power." Golden Brow Ancestor nodded with a smile and said, "I am really curious. How many secrets does this kid have?" Bloodline power was rare to begin with, and the people who could actually initiate their bloodline power were not just rare, but scarce. Hence, Wang Guzi's eyes narrowed as he watched the changes in Huang Xiaolong's body. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong attacked, exerting his full force as he swung his fist at Wang Guzi. Wang Guzi snorted with disdain, and instead of dodging Huang Xiaolong's attack, he rushed towards him to launch a counterattack. Rumble. Booming thunders shook the whole battle stage. The two figures retreated at the same time after the collision. Wang Guzi felt his arms go numb from the impact. Disbelief filled his eyes as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. In that exchange, they were equally matched. How is this possible? His body was tempered over the years by numerous chaos spiritual liquids and had countless fortuitous adventures. On top of that, he had also successfully cultivated the ancient crystal beast body divine art. Not to mention, he had broken through to peak early 6th Order Ancient God Realm Master. Yet despite all of these accomplishments, he was unable to suppress Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique ranked 4th on the unique physiques list, he was currently just a mid-4th Order Ancient God Realm cultivator, which meant that there was a big difference of 2 whole realms between the both of them. Wang Guzi tried to calm down. He bellowed in anger and his figure disappeared in a blur. This time, he was the one who attacked first. Huang Xiaolong rushed up to Wang Guzi, and the two collided again. Thunderous booms shook the battle stage repeatedly, as if it would never end. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Their speed had reached a certain threshold, where the peak late 6th Order Ancient God Realm Masters were barely able to follow their movements. Not just that, but even some 7th Order Ancient God Realm Masters could merely catch some afterimages. Under the impact of Huang Xiaolong and Wang Guzi's battle, the battle stage shook like a withered leaf in a thunderstorm. Everyone watched dazedly at the intense battle on the stage as waves of shock hit their hearts. Blood Knife Ancestor had a wry smile on his face. This kid is so ferocious. He hadn't expected in the slightest for Huang Xiaolong to fight equally with Wang Guzi. From the current situation, Wang Guzi was not gaining any advantage over Huang Xiaolong. Expressions of disbelief hung over Golden Brow Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and even Black Ice Ancestor's face. Li Lu and Wu Qian'er's beautiful eyes were wide in astonishment. The crowd watched with bated breaths. The square was silent, except for the sound of fists hitting flesh. Wang Guzi was astounded at Huang Xiaolong's strength. Like everyone else, in the beginning they were equally matched, but as time passed, Huang Xiaolong had slowly gaining the upper hand. Ah! All of a sudden, Wang Guzi bellowed in fury, as he was forced back by Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, a mesmerizing array of cyan swords flew out from his body. Each of these cyan-colored swords were half a meter long and identical in shape, and their bright green jade surfaces emitted a cold luster. There was a total of 999 swords. 999 cyan swords swished through the air, forming a big circle above Huang Xiaolong. The universe-crossing sword formation, someone in the crowd exclaimed. That's right. This 999 cyan swords formation was Wangu clan's most powerful sword formation, called the universe-crossing sword formation. This great universe-crossing sword formation circled rapidly above Huang Xiaolong's head. With every turn, the swords shot out 999 sword lights. At the same time, the universe-crossing sword formation emitted ripples of Buddhism luminance. Huang Xiaolong noticed that these Buddhism luminance ripples did not only increase the power of the sword lights, but also suppressed and weakened the entrapped person's strength. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. Unfortunately, Wang Guzi met me. In an instant, the mulberry sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, images of wooden swords appeared. They deflected the cyan sword's lights, while they attacked and flew towards the cyan swords. The number of wooden swords images matched the exact number of Wang Guzi's 999 cyan swords. Sword lights ricocheted everywhere when the two opposing sides collided. The crowd felt a piercing pain in their eyes from watching the ricocheting sword lights despite the protective barrier over the battle stage. It seemed like Huang Xiaolong and Wang Guzi's sword lights' power could penetrate through the barrier and take their lives at any moment. Huang Xiaolong and Wang Guzi's sword lights' power had exceeded the limitation of the protective barrier space. The two on the stage had exchanged several hundred moves in the blink of an eye. Initially, it was Wang Guzi who attacked first, while Huang Xiaolong defended, but later on, Huang Xiaolong gained the upper hand and attacked while Wang Guzi defended himself. From attack to defense, their roles switched back and forth more than a few times. Their movements and speed were faster than before, akin to two sharp sword lights crisscrossing on the battle stage. The entire space of the battle stage was filled with alarming sword lights to such an extent that no place seemed safe. In the end, Huang Xiaolong and Wang Guzi's figures seemingly disappeared from the crowd's sight. There were countless colliding sword lights on the battle stage, which bloomed like flowers, then boomed like thunderclaps, and swirled like a hurricane, or blew like a soft breeze brushing across the ground. Everyone was astounded at the scenes on the battle stage to the point of forgetting to breathe, as if they were a part of the sword lights on the battle stage, immersed in the world of swords in front of their eyes. Sky Sword Ancestor couldn't help but sighed. A peerless sword genius, ah! No one knew if he was talking about Huang Xiaolong or Wang Guzi. As if influenced by Huang Xiaolong and Wang Guzi's sword fight. As the time passed, suddenly sword lights enshrouded Sky Sword Ancestor's body like a watery mist that does not scatter, extremely illusionary. Myriad Flames Ancestor and the others who noticed this were shocked at this sight. Huang Xiaolong and Wang Guzi's sword fight could actually enlighten Sky Sword Ancestor. Sword Chi flooded the battle stage as the fight continued. High-level Ancestor God Realm Masters could see that the sword lights filling the battle stage area had started changing. Had the power of Wang Guzi's universe-crossing sword formation begun weakening, whereas Huang Xiaolong's mulberry sword's sword chi grew increasingly stronger. The high-level ancient god realm masters soon noticed this as the battle progressed and were extremely shocked. Wang Guzi even displayed his universe-crossing sword formation, yet he was still suppressed by Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, the cyan sword lights exploded and the air reverberated with booming explosions. Right at this time, the Qilin flames on Wang Guzi's body flew out to attack Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sneered seeing this. Now that Wang Guzi's universe-crossing sword formation had failed, he had finally fallen back on his Qilin flames. It seems like Wang Guzi has reached the end of the line. Otherwise, he won't use his Qilin flames despite knowing his frigid god force could suppress it in this situation. Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead spun, transforming the darkness element god force into frigid energy, and met Wang Guzi's Qilin flames attack head-on. All the vigorous sword chi on the battle stage disappeared in that instant, and was taken over by flames that soared to the sky, whereas the other half of the stage was covered by ice. Wanguzi, a peak late 6th Order ancient god realm as well as Wangu clan's #1 genius disciple, with an outstanding talent and strength, was just the right candidate for Huang Xiaolong to assess his strength. Hence, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to defeat Wanguzi. Huang Xiaolong had gained a better understanding of his true dragon physique's potential after the purely physical power battle earlier. The subsequent sword fight between them had significantly deepened Huang Xiaolong's understanding towards his own sword skill. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong wanted to carve into Wanguzi's soul. Regardless of the form of competition, he could completely defeat him. He wanted to use this method to make Wanguzi unable to make any excuse for his loss by making him feel despair. Roughly an hour later, the crowd was staring dumbly at the disheveled appearance of Wanguzi and his distorted face which had bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. For some reason, this sight filled their hearts with mixed and complicated feelings. At this point, even a blind person could see Wanguzi was bound to lose. Just a moment ago, Wanguzi was sent flying by a punch from Huang Xiaolong and had rolled to the edge of the stage after crashing into it. Wanguzi was actually going to lose? None of them had ever imagined that a peak early 6th Order ancient god realm Wanguzi, who had successfully cultivated the crystal beast body, the frightening technique of the universe-crossing sword formation, and his Qilin flames that were evolving into black Qilin flames, would lose. Moreover, he would lose to Huang Xiaolong. This was the farthest thing on their minds before the competition. Huang Xiaolong. Wanguzi got up to his feet. His blood-red eyes were filled with hatred and fury as his deathly stare was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. His mouth curved into a warped smile and he said, "Do you really think you can win against me?" At this moment, the flesh under Wanguzi's skin stretched irregularly like something wanted to break out from his body. It seemed like he was about to use another ancient divine art. In the last 1 hour, Wanguzi had continuously displayed more than a dozen ancient divine arts. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but admire Wanguzi's many fortuitous adventures and the ability to successfully cultivate all of them. This was because every divine art Wanguzi had used had a great reputation. As Wanguzi's flesh rippled, Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a flicker. When he appeared again, he had reached where Wanguzi stood. Circulating the god force from his 3 supreme godheads, he punched out with both fists. A heart-wrenching scream rang on the stage as Wanguzi's chest exploded. Flesh and blood splattered into the air and onto the stage. Wanguzi was helpless despite his crystal beast body. The grotesque sight left the crowd in astounded silence. "Tell him to admit defeat," Wangu clan patriarch Wangu Rue ordered with a sullen face. "If the situation on the battle stage continues, Wanguzi will end up being crippled by Huang Xiaolong." According to the 4 mainlands competition rules, only the participant had the right to admit defeat and no one could do so on their behalf. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong swung another punch. This time, his punch was integrated with the Azure Dragon Divine Fire's power. The crowd saw a stream of fire transformed into an Azure Dragon, punching a hole through Wanguzi's body as Huang Xiaolong's fist landed. The Azure Dragon wound around Wanguzi's body, burning away Wanguzi's flesh. His screams pierced the square. Yet there was no mercy on Huang Xiaolong's face as he said, "I repay this to you on behalf of my brother Luo Yunjie." Then, his fist pierced another hole through Wanguzi's body, smashing Wanguzi's heart to a pulp. "This is my gift to you." Huang Xiaolong raised his fist for the 3rd time, as he planned to shatter Wanguzi's internal organs, but Wangu clan patriarch Wangu Rue, who had barely spoken, suddenly said, "Brat, you should stop before going too far. Do you know the consequences of doing this?" The crowd was surprised by Wangu Rue's interference and their attention quickly turned to Huang Xiaolong. When everyone thought Huang Xiaolong would not dare to attack Wanguzi anymore, Huang Xiaolong's fist punched down without hesitation. Wanguzi's screams once again reverberated in the air. "Pardon me, I really don't know what these consequences are," Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently from the stage. "Pardon me, I really don't know what these consequences are?" Everyone in the crowd was flabbergasted, staring at Huang Xiaolong. It had never crossed their minds that Huang Xiaolong could disregard Wangu Rui's words. Not only Huang Xiaolong attacked Wangu Zi, but also threw out a bomb of a sentence. Wasn't this too reckless? Does Huang Xiaolong think he can disregard Wangu Rui because he has the fortune gate backing him, and that Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor are his masters? Cold gleams flickered across Wangu Rui's eyes at Huang Xiaolong's retort, and a terrifying pressure surged out from his body. In an instant, the crowd at the square felt as if it was the end of the world. All of them felt Wangu Rui's terrifying killing intent. Exactly at this time, Golden Brow ancestor harumphed coldly. Radiant golden lights burst out from his body like thousands of golden spheres were exploding at the same time. Wangu Rui's momentum shattered like layers of ice. As Wangu Rui's momentum was shattered, the crowd felt as if they had survived a catastrophe and could breathe again. Wangu Rui, are you planning to interfere in the competition? Golden Brow ancestor went on coldly. How dare you threaten my disciple, right in front of me? My disciple does not need you to teach him how to do things. A light flickered in the depths of Wangu Rui's eyes, but his expression remained calm despite the astonishment in his heart. Before Golden Brow had reacted, Wangu Rui had thought that he could deal with Huang Xiaolong. But this changed when he realized that Golden Brow was stronger than he had estimated. Could it be that Golden Brow has broken through that legendary realm? Wangu Rui merely snorted in response. Golden Brow ancestor smiled warmly at Huang Xiaolong. Truly my disciple. Don't worry, on the battle stage, you can do as you like, and I want to see who would dare to do anything to you. His words clearly indicated a certain person. Blood Knife ancestor laughed sonorously. That's right. Fuck him up, as long as he doesn't die. Nevertheless, it was unexpected for the two ancestors that Huang Xiaolong could defeat Wangu Zi. Both were happy inside, thinking that Huang Xiaolong had almost won the first place in this term's Four Mainland's new disciples battle. Neither of them took to heart the consequences of Huang Xiaolong crippling Wangu Zi. Hearing Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor's domineering words, a warm feeling filled Huang Xiaolong's heart, but at the same time, there was a wry smile on his face. Blood Knife ancestors fuck him up was vulgar. Too vulgar. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had no interest to fuck up Wangu Zi. A while later, a barely breathing Wangu Zi was smashed out of the battle stage by Huang Xiaolong. The crowd could barely recognize Wangu Zi in that beaten-up condition, as not a single spot on his body was uninjured. Huang Xiaolong had never shown mercy to his enemies. Had his strength been weaker than Wangu Zi, the tables would have turned and Huang Xiaolong would have been the one to lose instead. And Huang Xiaolong knew very well that if that were the case, Wangu Zi would have been more cruel in dealing with him. The competition rules strictly prohibited the participants from killing each other, and that was the only reason why he spared Wangu Zi's life. Huang Xiaolong didn't put too much thought on Wangu Rui and the Wangu clan's revenge for this. In the lower realm, there had been simply too many enemies who were after Huang Xiaolong's life. Whether it was the deity's Templar or the Azure Dragon Institute, or even the Devil Son from the ancient Devil clan. But most importantly, did he not survive all of them and arrived at this point based on his own strength? There were already Wangu clan Grand Elders waiting to catch Wangu Zi before he crashed and carried him back to the Wangu clan's viewing stage. Wangu Rui and several others swiftly helped Wangu Zi to heal his injuries. The killing intent in Wangu Rui's heart soared seeing how serious Wangu Zi's injuries were, as he tried to heal Wangu Zi. There was almost no chance that Wangu Zi could be as good as before even after he was completely healed. Wang Shi looked on and announced the results with very complicated feelings, as Wangu Rui and other Wangu clan experts made every effort to heal Wangu Zi. When he announced Huang Xiaolong's victory, the entire square was in a furor. Huang Xiaolong then collected the golden beads as well as those chaos spiritual liquids from Wang Shi. Looking at the jade bottles containing the chaos spiritual liquids, he couldn't help smiling. Now, he only lacked the metal essence chaos spiritual liquid for repairing the pill blending tower. He would receive these upon the conclusion of the new disciples' battle. Huang Xiaolong returned to the Fortune Gates viewing stage without a look at Wanguzi. Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor and the rest were naturally generous in their praises for Huang Xiaolong, except for Black Ice Ancestor who looked very sullen. Only she knew what she was pondering about. Zhou Su and Tan Lin both didn't dare to look at Huang Xiaolong as he stood beside them. In truth, their bodies quivered for a second when Huang Xiaolong stood close to them, as if Huang Xiaolong was a ferocious giant beast. Li Lu flashed Huang Xiaolong a bright smile. Wu Qian'er leaned closer to Li Lu and whispered something into her ear, causing her to blush. "What are you talking about?" Huang Xiaolong asked curiously. The redness in Li Lu's cheeks deepened at Huang Xiaolong's question. Instead, Wu Qian'er had an impish smile on her face as she answered, "It's a secret." The competition continued. The last match was Huang Xiaolong against Wangu Dongchen. However, Wangu Dongchen had already thrown in the towel, even before he went up to the stage, but no one was surprised at his action. With that, the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle came to an end. Huang Xiaolong won first place. When Huang Xiaolong went up to take his rewards, the various forces experts watched him with envy and jealousy, while some cheered loudly. The Golden Wheel City. Inside the Sea Tribe's city Castellan Manor, Guogang stared at the subordinate who had just reported to him about the battle with an incredulous expression. "You just said Wanguzi lost? Lost to Huang Xiaolong?" On top of that, he was crippled by Huang Xiaolong. Guogang asked several questions in a row. Before the competition had begun, Guogang had met with Wanguzi for cooperation. He had told Wanguzi to cripple Huang Xiaolong on the battle stage, while he promised to provide the Wangu clan with enough golden beads. He had been waiting for Wanguzi's good news at the manor, but who would have thought that this would be the result? "Yes, young master," the subordinate honestly reported. "It is said Wanguzi even used the universe-crossing sword formation and his ancient crystal beast body, yet he was no match for Huang Xiaolong." Guogang was so furious that he smashed the cup in his hand to the floor. Fart of a Wangu clan #1 genius disciple. Simply a waste. He couldn't even deal with Huang Xiaolong. The subordinate quivered in apprehension. "Huang Xiaolong, consider him lucky this time. I'll wait and see if he's just as lucky the next time." Guogang sneered. "Young master, the city Castellan has cautioned you not to go outside during these few days, since the god of the sea grand ceremony is of utmost importance." The subordinate carefully reminded Guogang. Guogang impatiently waved his subordinate away. I know, scram." The subordinate quickly left in a fluster. God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. Guogang was irritated thinking about the god of the Sea Grand Ceremony. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had left the mountain peak following Golden Brow Ancestor and other ancestors after he received his rewards. The Fortune Gates group had returned to their residence in the Golden Wheel City. Experts of various sects gradually dispersed from the square, as the 10,000 Elephant Mountain Peak once again returned to its peacefulness. No one noticed the elephant carvings on the four sides of the battle stage glimmered in a reddish-golden glow, as if they were coming alive. The reddish-golden glow from the elephant carvings emitted a bright light that reached all the four corners of the square. At the same time, there were faint sounds of undulating cries, as if they were coming from the devils in hell or a sea of ghosts. Surreal images of hell flashed above the battle stage consisting of devils, asuras, and ghosts. But these images disappeared moments later. So did the faint cries, and the reddish-golden lights shining from the divine elephant carvings. The square's surroundings once again returned to their calmness, as if nothing had happened. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong's group had reached the Golden Wheel City. Once the group was back at the Golden Wheel City's residence, Huang Xiaolong was summoned by Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. When he reached their courtyards, he noticed that Sky Sword Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and even Black Ice Ancestor were also present along with his two masters. "Darling disciple, you won the first place in this term's Four Mainland's new disciples battle. Tell your master what reward do you desire." "Master will promise whatever is within my capacity," Blood Knife Ancestor stated crisply. Clearly, Blood Knife Ancestor was in a joyful mood, as he was calling Huang Xiaolong his darling disciple. Huang Xiaolong could only smile as he was speechlessness. Golden Brow Ancestor also joined in the fun. Even if you want all of the beauties from Vientiane world, your master blood knife will grab them for you. Blood Knife Ancestor was dumbfounded for a second, then laughed loudly and agreed. That's right, that's right. Sky Sword Ancestor and Myriad Flames Ancestor also laughed at Golden Brow Ancestor's joke. As usual, Black Ice Ancestor wore her deadpan sullen expression on her face. Cold sweat trickled down Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Thankfully Li Lu and Yao Qi were not there, or he'd probably be kneeling on Giant as a punishment. Your disciple would like to enter the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library. Huang Xiaolong made his request after pondering. Since Blood Knife Ancestor and Golden Brow Ancestor had offered, wouldn't it be a waste of their love if he did not request anything from them? The Fortune Gate had another library, but the technique manuals kept inside it were more common. Whereas those kept inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library were more profound and consisted of techniques cultivated by generations of Fortune Gate ancestors and gate chiefs. Moreover, it also consisted extremely precious records of cultivation insights written by generations of Fortune Gate ancestors. However, the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library was only accessible to the Fortune Gate's ancestors and the gate chief, or genius disciples who had greatly contributed to the Fortune Gate and were permitted either by the ancestors or the gate chief himself. At present, those that could enter the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library were Gate Chief Zhu Yi, the 7 ancestors, and also Wang Wei. Even Zhu Feng and Li Lu weren't permitted to enter. Golden Brow Ancestor and the others were surprised at Huang Xiaolong's request to be permitted to enter the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library, and exchanged a silent glance. We will talk about this with the Gate Chief when we return to the Fortune Gate, and we will inform you about our unanimous decision thereafter. Golden Brow Ancestor answered seriously. Although Huang Xiaolong had brought glory to the Fortune Gate by winning first place in this term's 4 mainland's new disciples battle, this merit still fell a little short for him to enter the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library. Also, Disciple wants to bring his mount into the Fortune Divine Kingdom, Huang Xiaolong added. Even though Zhou Su and other Emperor-rank Godhead disciples could stay inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom to cultivate, the Fortune Gate rules prohibit disciples from bringing their mounts inside. That little azure cow? Blood Knife Ancestor asked in amazement. He was aware that Huang Xiaolong had an azure-colored cow mount. This is a small matter, we just need to mention it to the Gate Chief. Golden Brow Ancestor thought for a moment and said to Huang Xiaolong. There was a reason why Huang Xiaolong wanted to bring the little cow into the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Maybe she knew about the origin of the Sans Devil Steel. Subsequently, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and others talked about Huang Xiaolong and Wang Guzi's battle from earlier that day. While the several ancestors were full of praises for Huang Xiaolong, they were also feeling dubious of Huang Xiaolong's strength. When Golden Brow Ancestor asked Huang Xiaolong the question that was on everyone's mind, he contemplated for some time and then answered, Some years back, Disciple found a source of Grand Mist Aura by luck in the extraterritorial Devil battlefield. What? Grand Mist Aura? Golden Brow Ancestor and other ancestors all jumped out from their seats in excitement and astonishment. Even Black Ice Ancestor could not maintain her cold deadpan face anymore as she too jumped out from her seat in shock. Several pairs of eyes, filled with disbelief, were staring at Huang Xiaolong. What was the Grand Mist Aura? As Fortune Gate ancestors, they all knew very well about it. Yes, after years of refining the Grand Mist Aura, this disciple managed to completely refine and integrate it with his own god force right before the day of the competition. Huang Xiaolong nodded as he explained. Golden Brow Ancestor and the others' reaction was exactly as he had expected. He believed anyone that knows about the Grand Mist Aura would react similarly after hearing what he had said. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had foreseen that his ancestors would ask him questions after the competition. Thus he had prepared to use the Grand Mist Aura as an excuse in advance. With this explanation, his future heaven-defying performances could be attributed to the Grand Mist Aura once and for all. Heaven-defying luck! Heaven-defying luck! Ah! Blood Knife Ancestor was the first to laugh ecstatically as he walked to hug Huang Xiaolong. Excellent, excellent. My Blood Knife's darling disciple indeed. Good disciple. Darling good disciple. Blood Knife Ancestor's words were beginning to sound incoherent. Huang Xiaolong had actually found the Grand Mist Aura and had completely refined it. What does this mean? What potential does this represent? None of the ancestors knew, as none of them had ever refined the Grand Mist Aura. But Blood Knife Ancestor was certain that Huang Xiaolong's future achievements were going to be unimaginable. Golden Brow Ancestor and the others were extremely excited as well. Watching Blood Knife Ancestor, Golden Brow Ancestor, and the other ancestors' excited faces, there was a wry smile on Huang Xiaolong's face. Luckily, he had said that he had found the Grand Mist Aura, instead of the Purple Grand Mist Aura. Had he said that he had refined Purple Grand Mist Aura, these ancestors would have probably danced around due to their excitement. However, Huang Xiaolong also knew very well that Black Ice Ancestor's excitement was purely due to the Grand Mist Aura, and it had nothing to do with him personally. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong finally left his master's courtyard under their reluctant gazes. The Fortune Gates group stayed at the Golden Will City for another 5 days before heading back to the Fortune Gate. During these 5 days, Huang Xiaolong was summoned by his 2 masters daily for no other reason than they wanted to see their darling disciple every day. Huang Xiaolong didn't know whether he should have laughed or cried about this. Since he wasn't a legendary beauty, what was there to see about him every single day? Huang Xiaolong took this opportunity to ask Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor many questions about cultivation, and learned quite a lot within these 5 days. When the Fortune Gates group left the Golden Will City, Luo Yunjie had healed considerably. Well, at least the burns on his face had healed and he could fly on his own. However, his internal injuries needed more time to heal. The group was back in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City a few days later, and they rested there for the night. From there, they went through several transmission arrays until they were finally back to the Fortune City. Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi had led the Fortune Gate Grand Elders, and more than 20,000 disciples to welcome them back. Amongst these tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples, there was a particular female disciple who was craning her neck excitedly. There was also uncertainty and disbelief on her face when she saw Huang Xiaolong, who was walking behind Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. This female disciple was none other than Chang Susu, whom Huang Xiaolong had once rescued from the Soul Tribe. In the last 3 years, Chang Susu had been exploring outside the Fortune Gate, and had just returned to the Fortune Gate earlier on the day when the Fortune Gates group returned. Therefore, she wasn't aware of the All Islands Great War and the 4 mainlands' new disciples' battle results. Even though more than a decade had passed, Chang Susu recognized Huang Xiaolong immediately. However, it was a big surprise to Chang Susu that Huang Xiaolong was following behind the Fortune Gates ancestors. What was going on? Chang Susu pulled a female disciple standing beside her and asked urgently, "Junior Sister Zhuwei, can I ask who that black-haired young man is? That one behind Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor." Chang Susu never thought Zhuwei would look sideways at her like she was an idiot as she replied, "You actually don't know who he is?" Glittering stars shone in her eyes as she looked at Huang Xiaolong again. "He's Huang Xiaolong, my precious little darling." Precious little darling? Chang Susu looked at the female disciple's dark freckled face and her completely out-of-shape body, and suddenly a wave of nausea hit her. But she managed to endure it and urged, "I know his name is Huang Xiaolong, but I am asking about his identity to be specific." Afraid that the female disciple would misunderstand, she quickly explained, "I have been training outside for the last few years, so I don't know about the current events and other things, including some people's identities." The female disciple finally understood Chang Susu's curiosity. She answered, "No wonder you don't even know my precious little darling Long Long. Then you also must not know that my little Long Long is our Fortune Gates All-Island Great War first place. Do you, precious little darling Long Long?" But the latter part of Zhuwei's words sounded like a thunderclap in Chang Susu's mind. What? All Island's Great War first place. First place. More than a decade ago, when Huang Xiaolong had saved Chang Susu from the Soul Tribe, she was not very confident that he could even enter the top 10,000 rankings. Yet the same Huang Xiaolong actually had won first place in the All Islands Great War. The female disciple continued, "Later on, our little Long Long was accepted as a personal disciple by Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Accepted as a personal disciple by Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Another thunderclap shook Chang Susu's mind. No wonder Huang Xiaolong could follow behind Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. All of a sudden, Chang Susu thought of a very important question and blurted out, "Does that mean he is an emperor-rank godhead genius?" "Of course, it's a given," the female disciple affirmed proudly. "My little Long Long has the high emperor-rank 5 elements godhead. Moreover, it is a variant 5 elements godhead." Her facial expressions were proud and smug, as if Huang Xiaolong was hers. Furthermore, in this term's 4 mainlands new disciples battle, little Long Long not only defeated the Dark Elf mainland All Islands Great War's first-place genius Yu Wuxin, but also defeated the Eternal mainland All Island Great War's first-place Wang Guzi, and won first place. The female disciple added, "Look, even our gate chief personally came out to welcome them back." Chang Susu was dumbfounded with her mouth agape. A variant high emperor rank 5 elements godhead. The Dark Elf mainland and Eternal mainland's All-Island Great War first-place genius disciples were defeated by Huang Xiaolong. By now, her mind was scrambled into a paste, and there were mixed feelings in her gaze as she looked strangely at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, who was walking behind Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, was surprised as he spotted Chang Susu in the crowd. He then nodded and smiled at Chang Susu. It had been 3 years since he became a Fortune Gate disciple, but this was the first time he had come across Chang Susu within the span of these 3 years. The female disciple beside Chang Susu covered her mouth with her hand and screamed sharply when she saw that Huang Xiaolong was smiling and nodding in their direction. "Heavens, my little Long Long looked at me just now. He looked at me. He looked at me and smiled." She was so excited that her fleshy body was quivering. Other female disciples around Chang Susu were also shrieking and screaming. Huang Xiaolong quickly looked away, frightened, as he hadn't expected such a reaction from these several other female disciples. Li Lu's lips pressed into a smile. "It seems that you're quite popular." Huang Xiaolong smiled. "I think you are more popular than I am, right?" His gaze fell on the male disciples who were staring fixedly at Li Lu. Their eyes almost fell out from their sockets. Li Lu wanted to refute him, but the expressions on those male disciples made her unable to refute. "Several ancestors, welcome back." Zhu Yi greeted Golden Brow Ancestor and the other ancestors. The news that Huang Xiaolong won first place in the 4 mainlands new disciples battle had already reached them, and Zhu Yi was extremely happy. Zhu Yi also praised Huang Xiaolong with a few words in front of everyone. Then after a moment, he led everyone to the Fortune Gate Great Hall. A feast was already prepared in the Great Hall. The protagonist of the celebration banquet was not Zhu Yi, nor was it Golden Brow Ancestor. It was, of course, Huang Xiaolong. Zhu Feng and Wang Wei sat across the table from Huang Xiaolong. Both of them watched the Grand Elders and Elders enthusiastically raising their cups to toast Huang Xiaolong with flattering praise, just like the stars around the moon. But on the surface, both Zhu Feng and Wang Wei's faces seemed calm, and no one could tell what they were actually thinking. During the celebration banquet, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor mentioned Huang Xiaolong's request to enter the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library, as well as his desire to bring the little cow mount into the Fortune Divine Kingdom. When they mentioned these matters, the joyous atmosphere in the Great Hall came to an abrupt halt. At this time, Zhu Feng and Wang Wei's calm faces finally changed. Zhu Feng's furtive gaze fell on Grand Elder Li Cheng a few times. Sensing Zhu Feng's gaze, Grand Elder Li Cheng responded. He stood up from his seat and respectfully said to Zhu Yi, "Gate Chief, according to our Fortune Gate's rules, only Emperor-rank genius disciples with great contributions can enter the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library. Although Huang Xiaolong has won first place in the 4 mainlands new disciples battle, in terms of contributions, his contributions are far less compared to our young lord." The underlying meaning of his words was very clear in everyone's mind. Even their young lord Zhu Feng did not have permission to enter the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library. Then Huang Xiaolong, you are much less qualified. Several other Grand Elders also stood up, voicing their agreement with Grand Elder Li Cheng's opinion. These grand elders were part of Zhu Feng's faction. Zhu Yi frowned slightly. Then he turned to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor and asked in return, Golden Brow Ancestor? Blood Knife Ancestor? You see this? Golden Brow Ancestor stated nonchalantly. Since there are objections, we will discuss again in the future. What about the matter of Huang Xiaolong bringing his mount into the Fortune Divine Kingdom? Zhu Yi was secretly relieved that Golden Brow Ancestor did not insist on permitting Huang Xiaolong into the Fortune Divine Kingdom's library. Thus, he happily agreed with the latter question. That is naturally not a problem. The banquet lasted for 3 hours before everyone adjourned. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu and the others followed the 5 ancestors back to the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Back in his own Cosmos Palace, Huang Xiaolong did not cultivate in his secret chamber as he usually would, but pondered how he was going to get his hands on the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone from the Shao family's elder Shao Teng in Clear Spirit World. Time ticked away, but he still couldn't come up with a plan. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong decisively threw the matter to the back of his mind. A bright light flashed and 2 fist-sized ember-red fire crystals appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. These 2 fire crystals were the Phoenix fire crystals that he had gotten from the Immortal Phoenix Palace at the extraterritorial Devil battlefield. He had not yet refined them, hence, he decided to refine them before heading to the Clear Spirit World, to further enhance his strength. However, sensing the terrifying amount of energy within these Phoenix fire crystals, he decided to use caution when refining them. Therefore, he put them away into his spatial ring once again. He needed the little cow's purple lightning force to support him when refining them. It was much safer that way. Early the next day, Huang Xiaolong left the Fortune Divine Kingdom and arrived at his Myriad Gods Manor in Fortune City. Upon his arrival, Huang Xiaolong saw that the little cow was basking in the sun with her butt in the air. Huang Xiaolong was speechless at the sight of the little cow's tail swinging left and right as it basked comfortably in the sun. As if sensing his gaze, the little cow turned its head and saw Huang Xiaolong staring at its butt. It shyly shifted its butt away while saying, Xiaolong, you are so hateful. Why are you staring at my butt? Huang Xiaolong nearly vomited all the divine pellets he had eaten in the last few days at the little cow's words. What is this? Even if he really wanted to do something, he won't be interested in a cow for a partner. Moreover, it was a super ancient old cow that had lived for millions of years. But Huang Xiaolong didn't know how to refute the little cow. He was indeed staring at it, but just now. Xiaolong! Yao Qi happily called out at this moment, fluttering out like a butterfly from the main hall to rescue Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong inwardly sighed in relief and quickly turned towards Yao Qi. Huang Xiaolong returned to the main hall together with Yao Qi and sat down as they talked about the recent events of the Myriad Gods Manor. Huang Xiaolong informed Yao Qi that Grand Elder Li Chaoxing was going to officially accept her as his disciple in a day or 2. Yao Qi's eyes were red-rimmed when she heard that, and said, Xiaolong, thank you. You are my master. Why are you thanking your disciple? Huang Xiaolong joked. Who's your master, Umph? Yao Qi glared threateningly at him. Then who are you to me? Huang Xiaolong asked playfully. A hue of pink crept up Yao Qi's cheeks at Huang Xiaolong's question, and she raised her delicate fist as if she was going to punch him. Huang Xiaolong grinned as he dodged her attack. One ran and the other chased in the main hall. Yao Qi chased Huang Xiaolong in the beginning, but in the middle their roles were reversed and now Yao Qi was fleeing from Huang Xiaolong instead. Li Lu and Yao Qi had different temperaments. Li Lu was cold and proud, a pure ice beauty, while Yao Qi was elegant with a layer of charm. At times, Huang Xiaolong was more at ease being with Yao Qi. Early the next day, Huang Xiaolong brought Yao Qi straight to Li Chaoxing's Cultivation Palace on the Fortune Gate grounds. When they reached Li Chaoxing's Cultivation Palace, Li Chaoxing had just finished refining a batch of pills. He went out to welcome Huang Xiaolong, after a subordinate notified him of Huang Xiaolong's arrival. Disregarding everything else, just Huang Xiaolong's identity as Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's personal disciple was enough for Li Chaoxing to personally greet Huang Xiaolong. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong's unimaginable achievements in the future were based on his own talents. Brother Huang. From a distance, Li Chaoxing called out to Huang Xiaolong with a big smile. Li Chaoxing's enthusiasm had exceeded Huang Xiaolong's expectations, and he returned the goodwill. Elder brother Li. This must be brother Huang's wife? Li Chaoxing's gaze fell on Yao Qi, and added a word of praise. The two of you make a really beautiful pair. Yao Qi was a little nervous, but respectfully saluted. Greetings, Grand Elder Li. Li Chaoxing smiled. What Grand Elder Li? Call me Elder Brother Li, just like Xiaolong. But from tomorrow onwards, after the apprenticeship ceremony, you have to call me Master. Then he said to Huang Xiaolong with humor, wouldn't that mean that I'm a generation older than Xiaolong and I can take advantage of my seniority? The two men laughed good-naturedly. A moment later, Li Chaoxing led Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi to the main hall, and everyone took a seat. After some perfunctory words, their topic moved to Yao Qi's apprenticeship ceremony. According to Huang Xiaolong, it was unnecessary to hold Yao Qi's apprenticeship ceremony grandly, and a simple ceremony was sufficient. Li Chaoxing nodded as he listened to Huang Xiaolong's opinion. Yao Qi's apprenticeship ceremony was held the very next day. Li Chaoxing had invited several Fortune Gate Grand Elders who had good relationships with him to witness the ceremony. Merely a dozen people attended the ceremony, simple and low-key. Huang Xiaolong was naturally one of the attendees. Because of Huang Xiaolong's presence, the Grand Elders who attended the ceremony were overly enthusiastic towards Yao Qi, causing her to feel flattered and flustered. After the apprenticeship ceremony ended, Huang Xiaolong stayed a couple of days in the Myriad God Manor. Before he left, he reminded Yao Qi to cultivate diligently at Li Chaoxing's side. With that, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Fortune Divine Kingdom on the Little Cow. Back in the Fortune Divine Kingdom, his first destination was not his Cosmos Palace. Instead, he headed to the Sans Devil Steel Terrace at the Assembly Shrine with the Little Cow. Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the Sans Devil Steel, while the Little Cow craned its neck from left to right and from front to back as it studied the black steel. Throughout this time, it did not say a word, but Huang Xiaolong could notice that its expression grew increasingly solemn. This went on for half an hour. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking, "How is it?" Only then did the Little Cow stop and said slowly, "If I'm right, this should be the Devil World's Blood-Eye Devil Steel." Blood-Eye Devil Steel. This reminded Huang Xiaolong of the giant blood eye that had appeared when he had first attempted to refine the Sans Devil Steel. The Little Cow nodded solemnly. "Yes, I am certain this is the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. The Devil World has 6 great Devil Steels, and this Blood-Eye Devil Steel is one of them. There is a legend in the Devil World that these 6 Devil Steels were forged by Ni Wutian using countless Chaos Devil Crystals, and the person who gathers all the 6 Devil Steels could obtain the heavenless devil art that Ni Wutian inscribed within. 6 great Devil Steels. Ni Wutian? Heavenless devil art?" Huang Xiaolong's head spun at this barrage of information. The Little Cow laughed. "That's right. This heavenless devil art is the most powerful technique in the Devil World, whereas the Grand Mist parasitic medium that you are cultivating right now is the Divine World's #1 technique. These 2 techniques are equally powerful." This piece of information astounded Huang Xiaolong. Not long after the ancient Heavenly Emperor, the Devil World's strongest person, Ni Wutian, also disappeared. No one knows where Ni Wutian went. The Little Cow went on. There are suspicions whether the ancient Heavenly Emperor and Ni Wutian's disappearances are connected. Huang Xiaolong's tone also turned serious. Both the ancient Heavenly Emperor and Ni Wutian's disappearances around the same time was most likely just a coincidence and nothing else. There is no direct connection. According to the broken memories he had seen inside the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, the ancient Heavenly Emperor's disappearance was not related to Ni Wutian. Huang Xiaolong subsequently asked, "Do you have a way to suppress the Blood-Eye Devil Steel's weapon spirit?" He looked at the Little Cow nervously. Watching Huang Xiaolong's nervous behavior, the Little Cow harumphed. "You think I'm really that great, ah? This is one of the Devil World's 6 great Devil Steels. So do you think its weapon spirit is that easy to suppress?" Even though Huang Xiaolong had more or less expected this reply, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. In fact, this Blood-Eye Devil Steel is incomplete, the Little Cow said. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. What does that mean? This is only the upper part of the whole blood eye devil steel. The little cow went on. There is a lower part to it. If this is a complete blood eye devil steel, there should be 2 blood eye weapon spirits. Only 1 blood eye weapon spirit appeared the last time you tried to refine it. Am I right? Now that the little cow mentioned it, Huang Xiaolong remembered that there was only 1 giant blood eye weapon spirit at that time. If it wasn't for this steel missing its lower half, you'd have surely died when you recklessly tried to refine it the last time, the little cow emphasized. Since this blood eye devil steel is incomplete, and has suffered a great deal of damage right now, its power is less than 1/10 from what it used to be. Therefore, after you break through to Ancestor God Realm, maybe then you can refine this half part of the blood eye devil steel with the help of my purple lightning. Inwardly, Huang Xiaolong was glad, but at the same time he was also confused. Who could actually damage the blood eye devil steel to this extent? And where was its lower half? 200 million years ago, Fortune Gate's blue lion ancestor had found this upper half of the blood eye devil steel in a devil land. Could that missing lower half be still found there? Whether the lower half of the blood eye devil steel was at the same devil land where the upper half was found, could only be determined after Huang Xiaolong would refine the upper half of the steel upon breaking through to Ancestor God Realm. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow left the blood eye devil steel's terrace and soon arrived at the Cosmos Palace. The little cow took a stroll around the Cosmos Palace with her head shaking left and right as she commented, not bad, as expected of the benefits of an emperor-rank godhead disciple. Huang Xiaolong smiled. If they know your real talent, your benefits would be better than this. The little cow grinned. That may not be the case. Who can say they won't butcher and make beef noodles out of me? The little cow then changed the subject. Are those so-called Earth's beef noodles really that delicious? Huang Xiaolong had once mentioned to her about the Earth's beef noodles when they were eating barbecue meat. Of course. Huang Xiaolong nodded with certainty. In his past life, when he was 17 and a second-year student at the local high school, his favorite dish had been the beef noodles from the shop opposite his high school. That shop was named 100 Tastes Beef Noodles Shop, and talking about the beef noodles soup really made him nostalgic. More importantly, the 100 Tastes Beef Noodles Shop's owner had a daughter who was in the same class with him. She was the most beautiful girl in his class, and she was the most beautiful girl in their school. Seeing the reminiscent expression on Huang Xiaolong's face that was close to drooling made the little cow even more curious. The little cow inwardly decided to visit this Earth in the future and taste the beef noodles Huang Xiaolong had mentioned. The Cosmos Palace's surroundings were calm and quiet as the night deepened. Huang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged inside the Cosmos Palace's secret chamber as a fist-sized phoenix fire crystal hovered in front of him. Under Huang Xiaolong's influence, the phoenix fire crystal emitted an enchanting ember glow. Waves after waves of startling fire element energy filled the secret chamber. Watching this, he no longer hesitated. He began circulating his 3 supreme godheads' godforce according to the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium first stage method. The fire element energy from the phoenix fire crystal immediately surged out. Huang Xiaolong greedily devoured the fire element energy, like a giant whale drinking water. The 4 divine fires inside his body shone brightly, as the chaos spiritual energy fell from the void. The moon jade heavenly spiral shell and the purple grand mist aura dragon emitted a silvery light and a purple light respectively. Soon, Huang Xiaolong was completely enshrouded by the fire element energy from the phoenix fire crystal. As flames danced in the air, from afar he resembled a man who had caught fire and was on the verge of incineration. The little cow quickly blew out a purple lightning cloud over Huang Xiaolong's head to protect him. When the little cow blew out a purple lightning cloud to protect Huang Xiaolong, the chaos spiritual energy from the void, as well as the phoenix fire element energy from the phoenix fire crystal, rushed endlessly into its body. Ribbons of purple lightning crackled around the little cow, especially the lightning destructive force and vitality force interchanging at her tail. Time flew away. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The fire element energy inside the phoenix fire crystal did not diminish during these 3 months. Instead grew stronger and hotter, like a wrathful tsunami. Each wave of fire was stronger than the previous one as it roiled out from the phoenix fire crystal. Huang Xiaolong was beyond shock during this time. The amount of fire element energy inside this small fist-sized phoenix fire crystal had greatly exceeded his expectations. His body felt like a burning furnace, and he was on the verge of collapsing from enduring these endless waves of fire energy despite his strong true dragon physique. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong was even more glad that he did not recklessly refine the phoenix fire crystal. He couldn't even imagine the state he would be in by this point, if he would have refined the phoenix fire crystal without the support from the little cow's purple lightning vitality force. Another half a month went by, and Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached peak mid-fourth order ancient god realm, and there were signs that he'd be able to break through to late fourth order ancient god realm at any time. As time flowed, unknowingly, Huang Xiaolong had been in seclusion for half a year. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had already reached the late fourth order ancient god realm and was currently galloping towards the peak late 10th order ancient god realm. Yet the phoenix fire crystal remained as radiant as the sun, continuously releasing waves of fire element energy. Soon a year was gone. After a year of cultivating in seclusion, Huang Xiaolong finally broke through to peak late fourth order ancient god realm. In recent days, the fire element energy from the phoenix fire crystal had begun to weaken gradually. Another half a year went by. The phoenix fire crystal finally lost its brilliance, scattering into ash and disappearing from the secret chamber. The ember fire waves around Huang Xiaolong slowly disappeared into his body as they were swallowed by him. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Huang Xiaolong saw that the little cow was sitting in a corner with her eyes closed and shrouded in a purple lightning mist. It seemed like the little cow was on the brink of a breakthrough. Thus Huang Xiaolong quietly slipped out from the secret chamber without disturbing the little cow. Huang Xiaolong slowly stepped out of the Cosmos Palace and looked at the twinkling stars in the night sky above. Coming to a stop, he took a deep breath of the Thousand Spirit Mountain's rich spiritual energy, feeling refreshed and happy. Not only had he broken through to fifth order ancient god realm in his seclusion during this time, but he was also close to breaking through to peak early fifth order ancient god realm. Even Huang Xiaolong himself had not expected that he could reach fifth order ancient god realm in such a short time. I wonder how's Li Lu now? Huang Xiaolong looked towards the direction of the brimming snow palace. There was also Yao Qi. How was her cultivation progressing under Li Chaoxing's guidance? Still, the little cow's breakthrough was more urgent. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong decided to wait until she had successfully broken through before visiting the two girls, in case there was an accident. The secret chamber's door suddenly opened 5 days later, and streaks of purple lightning zapped through the air as the little cow trotted out with her tail swinging happily. Huang Xiaolong could tell from the way her tail was swinging that she had also benefited from the phoenix fire crystal and the chaos spiritual energy. It was obvious to him that the little cow was much stronger than before, but to tell the truth, her smugness right now was asking for a beating. The little cow suddenly looked bashfully at Huang Xiaolong as she came to his side. Her head gently nudged his arm, and she whispered in a low voice, "Master, why do you always stare at me like that?" Huang Xiaolong unconsciously quivered, and jokingly snapped at her, "Looking at your smug cow face." He leaped onto the little cow and urged, "Let's go to the brimming snow palace." Huang Xiaolong set off towards Li Lu's brimming snow palace on the little cow. But when he reached the brimming snow palace, there was not a single person in sight. Li Lu was not there either. Could she be at the pure snow manor at Fortune City? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. With that thought, Huang Xiaolong left the Fortune Divine Kingdom and headed straight to Li Lu's pure snow manor at Fortune City. However, the maid at Pure Snow Palace informed him that Li Lu had gone to the extraterritorial devil battlefield to train a few months ago. Huang Xiaolong left with surliness. From Li Lu's Pure Snow Manor, he went to Li Chaoxing's Perpetual Peak, but he was bound for disappointment, as Yao Qi was also not around. A Perpetual Peak female disciple told Huang Xiaolong that Yao Qi had gone to the Fortune Hall to choose tasks. As Li Chaoxing was also not there, Huang Xiaolong decided to wait for Yao Qi at her courtyard on the Perpetual Peak. Sometime later, Yao Qi returned, but Huang Xiaolong could see her sulking even from afar, as if she had suffered some grievances. As Yao Qi got closer, she noticed Huang Xiaolong. Her face lit up as she called out, "Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong asked playfully to hide his concern. "What happened? Who bullied you? Tell your disciple, and I'll go give him a good beating." "Give him a good beating?" A smile spread over Yao Qi's face hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, but she hesitated then denied, "It's nothing." Huang Xiaolong took half a step closer to Yao Qi and held both of her hands in his. He stared straight at her and demanded, "Tell me, or I really will get angry." He deliberately spoke in a heavy tone. "The consequences are very bad if I get angry." As he said this, he glanced at her voluptuous bosom and rounded ass. Yao Qi's face turned red instantly. Every time Huang Xiaolong had been angry, he'd spank her. Saying that he liked spanking her was an understatement, as her solemn objections were also of no use. After a second thought, Yao Qi said, "I went to the fortune hall to choose a task, but the elder in charge over there wants 10 great returning divine pills from me." Huang Xiaolong's brows wrinkled slightly. He clearly heard the underlying meaning of Yao Qi's words. He knew that all Fortune Gate disciples did not need to pay any great returning divine pills when accepting a task, yet this elder had demanded these from Yao Qi, which could only be described as a bribe. Not to mention, it was not easy for an outer sect disciple like Yao Qi to take out 10 great returning divine pills. The Fortune Gate gave allowances to all its disciples, and 10 great returning divine pills was half of an outer disciple's monthly allowances. Also, Yao Qi went on. He said that if I want to continue accepting tasks there, I can go to his cultivation palace to communicate with him, and he's only free at night, so it's best I look for him at night. Go communicate with him at night. It was obvious what this fortune hall elder's thoughts were. Without any further explanations, cold gleam flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes hearing her words. This elder actually dared to act so insolently in public? Even tried to take advantage of Yao Qi. "Doesn't he know who you are?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Even if that elder wasn't aware that Yao Qi was his woman, her identity as Li Chaoxing's disciple should have been enough to deter such incidents. Yao Qi shook her head. "He most likely knows. Come. I'll go over there with you right now." Huang Xiaolong pulled Yao Qi's hand, preparing to make a trip to Fortune Hall where disciples chose tasks, to see who that elder was. Right at this time, Li Chaoxing walked in from outside. "Brother Huang, are you going somewhere?" Upon returning, Li Chaoxing's subordinate had notified him that Huang Xiaolong was there. Therefore he came over to Yao Qi's courtyard to meet him. But just as he arrived, he noticed the murderous aura on Huang Xiaolong's face and was unsure about what had triggered it. At Li Chaoxing's inquiry, Huang Xiaolong said to Yao Qi, "It's better if you say it." Yao Qi firstly greeted Li Chaoxing, and then recounted what had happened when she was at the fortune hall choosing a task to him. When she finished, Li Chaoxing's face sank. It had never crossed his mind something like this could happen. Now, he could understand the murderous aura coming from Huang Xiaolong. Anyone would feel the same. "How does that elder look like?" Li Chaoxing asked Yao Qi. There were 3 elders in charge of the tasks. Yao Qi described the elder. "A little fat, not very tall, he has a big nose and always seems to be smiling." Li Chaoxing immediately knew who this elder was. After listening to Yao Qi's descriptions, a faint frown appeared between his eyebrows. "What is it?" Huang Xiaolong asked as he noticed Li Chaoxing's expression. Li Chaoxing explained, "That person is called Sun Yao, and he is in young Lord Zhu Feng's faction. At the same time, his talent is quite good. At present, his cultivation has reached peak late 3rd Order Ancient God realm. It is estimated that in 300 to 400 years, he's very likely to break through to 4th Order Ancient God realm. His strength ranks 3rd amongst our Fortune Gate elders." Sun Yao, a person in Zhu Feng's faction. Huang Xiaolong sneered. No wonder Sun Yao's actions are so insolent. "But, Brother Huang, don't worry about this. I will definitely bring this matter to the gate chief and request for an explanation." Li Chaoxing reassured Huang Xiaolong. "So what if it's Sun Yao? So what if he has Zhu Feng backing him?" He, Li Chaoxing, was not a soft persimmon that anyone could mold as they liked. Moreover, this matter was indirectly related to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded and agreed to let Li Chaoxing handle this matter. Even though Li Chaoxing was a Fortune Gate Grand Elder, he couldn't arbitrarily penalize an elder. Therefore, he could only bring this matter up to Gate Chief Zhu Yi. However, since Sun Yao belonged to Zhu Feng's faction, even if this matter was brought up to Gate Chief Zhu Yi, Huang Xiaolong believed that it would gather dust before there was any real result. Sun Yao. Huang Xiaolong repeated the name in his mind, committing this name to his memory. Huang Xiaolong accompanied Yao Qi for a few days, then returned to the Fortune Divine Kingdom. In these few days, Huang Xiaolong mainly gave Yao Qi some guidance in her cultivation. When he was free, he'd visit Li Chaoxing and inquire about some matters related to the Fortune Gate. Some things were difficult for him to ask Golden Brow Ancestor or Blood Knife Ancestor. When Huang Xiaolong and the little cow returned to the Fortune Divine Kingdom a few days later, he went to see his two masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. The moment Blood Knife Ancestor saw Huang Xiaolong, he laughingly reprimanded, "Brat, you slipped into seclusion for so long. As soon as you returned from the Four Mainlands' new disciples' battle, after you come out from your seclusion, you went looking for your woman first. It's so hard for us two old men to see your face." Golden Brow Ancestor smiled as he said, "Should we punish him to cultivate in your spiritual blood pool for a few years?" Huang Xiaolong was laughing as he agreed. "That's good. This disciple is willing to do that." Blood Knife Ancestor laughed, albeit feeling a little awkward. "If you cultivate for a few years in my spiritual blood pool, it will turn into a waste pool." Golden Brow Ancestor broke into laughter. "In the coming days, you don't need to go anywhere. Follow these two old men and stay by our side." Blood Knife Ancestor added, "Spend some days to learn my blood knife technique." Golden Brow Ancestor agreed. "At the same time, I will teach you about my metal domain cannon." Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic hearing both of the masters' words. He quickly thanked them. "Many thanks, masters. It seems like the trip to the clear spirit world needs to be delayed." Blood Knife Ancestor's blood knife technique and Golden Brow Ancestor's metal domain cannon were considered as two of the top divine arts in Vientiane world. Now that both masters were willing to pass on their knowledge to Huang Xiaolong, there was no reason for him to refute. Not to mention, he too was eager to follow his two masters and expand his knowledge of the divine world. Although the little cow had lived longer than his two masters, she was not very familiar with the current situation of the divine world. With that decided, Huang Xiaolong remained on the Thousand Spirit Mountain and followed Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor to cultivate the metal domain cannon as well as the blood knife technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During this time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation broke through again and again from the peak of early 5th Order Ancient God Realm to mid-5th Order, then late 5th Order, and just a few days ago he had advanced to peak late 5th Order Ancient God Realm. His Grand Mist Parasitic Medium cultivation had also improved significantly in these last 2 years, reaching the middle of the first stage. The purple Grand Mist Aura Dragon had reduced by half again. Considering this speed, Huang Xiaolong estimated that it won't be long until he refined the purple Grand Mist Aura Dragon completely. Huang Xiaolong's soul had also grown stronger with the help of the Moonjade Heavenly Spiral Shell. From time to time, he'd visit Yao Qi at the Myriad Gods Manor. However, Li Lu had still not returned from the extraterritorial devil battlefield, even after these 2 years. Occasionally, Luo Yunjie would come over to visit Huang Xiaolong and bring wine. Both would drink to their heart's content in each other's company. Luo Yunjie's injuries caused by Wangu Zi's white Qilin flames had more or less healed. Right? I have heard that the Wangu clan patriarch and Wangu clan ancestors combined their powers to perform a profound ancient technique and have completely healed Wangu Zi's injuries. Not only his injuries are healed completely, but his strength has also improved greatly. He advised, "You need to be careful around Wangu Zi." Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected Wangu Zi to heal completely. "His strength has improved significantly?" Huang Xiaolong asked Luo Yunjie. Luo Yunjie nodded. "A few months ago, Wangu Zi broke through to 7th Order Ancient God Realm." Luo Yunjie struggled internally as he repeated, 7th Order Ancient God Realm, ah. That's a high-level Ancient God Realm master. There were geniuses who were stuck at peak late 6th Order Ancient God Realm for several hundred years. Yet they had been unable to break through to 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Not to mention, there were also numerous cultivators who were stuck for 1,000 years, 2,000 years, and even 10,000 years. Therefore, it was unimaginable to even think of breaking through to the 7th Order Ancient God Realm at the rate with which Wangguzi had accomplished. Wangguzi actually broke through to 7th Order Ancient God Realm from the peak of early 6th Order Ancient God Realm in just a short span of few years. Huang Xiaolong couldn't hold in his laughter after hearing Luo Yunjie's lament. I didn't expect that would be a blessing in disguise for Wangguzi, as he actually broke through to the 7th Order Ancient God Realm. He should thank me for it. Huang Xiaolong didn't take the news of Wangguzi's breakthrough to the 7th Order Ancient God Realm to heart. Luo Yunjie could tell his friend was nonchalant about what he had just said. Hence he couldn't help repeating his caution. Brother, now that Wangguzi has broken through to 7th Order Ancient God Realm, his strength is several times stronger than before. On top of that, I have also heard that his black Qilin flames have reached minor completion. Luo Yunjie understood very well what it meant by the black Qilin flames minor completion, and because he understood that, he felt it was necessary to caution Huang Xiaolong. Even among the current Wangu clan's elders, there were only a handful of them who had successfully cultivated until the black Qilin flames level. Huang Xiaolong smiled at Luo Yunjie. Luckily, his black Qilin flames hasn't yet reached the major completion. If that were to happen, then it would be somewhat troublesome to deal with that brat if I were to run into him in the future. Luo Yunjie opened his mouth but closed it again in speechlessness. In the blink of an eye, another year went by. Huang Xiaolong had been cultivating by the side of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor for 3 years now. During these 3 years, not only had he cultivated both the Blood Knife technique and Metal Domain Cannon, but his sword skill had also greatly improved. During these 3 years, Huang Xiaolong had also developed a better understanding of the current divine world as well as Vientiane world surface. And because of this knowledge, Huang Xiaolong's future goal had become clearer in his mind. Huang Xiaolong arrived at Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's Cultivation Palace as usual, to learn the Metal Domain Cannon and Blood Knife technique. After a while into a lecture, Blood Knife said, "Xiaolong, there's something we want to discuss with you. It's about the Sea Tribe's God of the Sea Grand Ceremony." God of the Sea Ceremony? Huang Xiaolong repeated with confusion. Golden Brow Ancestor explained, "Yes, the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. This is the Sea Tribe's biggest sacred event, a little similar to our Fortune Mainland's All Islands Great War. In truth, it's all of the Sea Tribe's talented disciples from the younger generation competing with each other. So, it's like this." It dawned on Huang Xiaolong. But Huang Xiaolong was still a little confused, since the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony was the Sea Tribe's celebration. Seemingly, it has got nothing to do with him, right? Then why were his 2 masters discussing this with him? One look at Huang Xiaolong's face and Blood Knife Ancestor could see his confusion. He said, "The Sea Tribe sent an invitation to our Fortune Gate, the Wangu clan, and the Dark Elf Tribe. More importantly, they specifically requested us to bring you along with us." Blood Knife Ancestor's words made Huang Xiaolong frown. Specifically requested for Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor to bring him with them? Golden Brow Ancestor added solemnly, "The Sea Tribe's action is a little strange. Moreover, the Sea Tribe has not invited only us, the Wangu clan, and the Dark Elf Tribe, but has also invited the super forces from the Everlasting World, Vanquishing Tiger World, Disparate World, Origin Sea God Surface, and other neighboring world surfaces to spectate the ceremony." Huang Xiaolong was now genuinely surprised. "Although we don't know what the Sea Tribe's intentions are," Blood Knife Ancestor went on, "we suspect that after the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony ends, the Sea Tribe will send their young generation genius disciples to challenge you to a battle." Huang Xiaolong immediately understood what his 2 masters were implying. The Sea Tribe wants to use this chance to shake the human race force's foundation on Vientiane world. After all, he was the current term's 4 mainlands' new disciples battle champion, and many of the human race force's younger generations admired and worshipped him. If a Sea Tribe genius disciple were to challenge and defeat him, the Sea Tribe could shatter the human race's faith from this aspect and elevate their own prestige. Even though this is only our guess, it is very likely that this is the Sea Tribe's aim. Golden Brow Ancestor took over. Your talent is very good, but your current strength is insufficient compared to some of the Sea Tribe's top genius disciples. Golden Brow Ancestor said with obvious concern in his voice. Golden Brow Ancestor's words were unexpected to Huang Xiaolong. Even though he had held back from displaying his full strength, didn't he defeat Wanguzi? Yet Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor didn't have confidence in him? Were those Sea Tribe's geniuses so monstrous? I know you don't believe me, Golden Brow Ancestor explained. But according to what we know, the Sea Tribe has two monstrous geniuses who are almost heaven-defying. One of them is called Feng Yingying. No one knows the rank of her godhead, and even less people know her real strength. Yet she is hailed as the Sea Tribe's most talented genius in 10 billion years. There are rumors that claim Feng Yingying has inherited the ancient sea god bloodline. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel surprised and shocked. Surprised that the Sea Tribe's #1 genius disciple was actually a girl? Shocked was because this Feng Yingying has the ancient sea god bloodline. In the ancient times, the Sea Tribe's strongest person was titled as Sea God. This person was also the supreme leader of the Sea Tribe. But the Sea Tribe's last Sea God had fallen 500 million years ago. Since then, no one had inherited the Sea God bloodline. Thus the Sea God position was left empty. Now that it was said that Feng Yingying had inherited the ancient Sea God's bloodline, didn't it mean that she is the Sea Tribe's new generation of Sea God? The fact that Feng Yingying carried the Sea God's bloodline by itself said a lot about the extent of her talent. However, in terms of talent, Huang Xiaolong was confident that there were only a few that could surpass him. Perhaps only the Son of Heaven could have a higher talent than him. However, he couldn't gauge Feng Yingying's strength. And who's the other one? Huang Xiaolong asked. The other one is called Guojun, Guo family's disciple. In fact, he has some connections with you. Guo family disciple. Huang Xiaolong asked in surprise. He is Guogang's? He is Guogang's cousin from his father's side. Guojun is the current Guo family patriarch's eldest son. Golden Brow Ancestor said. No one outside knows the extent of Guojun's talent, and it's hard to determine his real strength. But 20 years ago he had killed a peak early 9th Order ancient god realm divine beast firmament bear with one move. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed as he listened. Killing a peak early 9th Order ancient god realm divine beast firmament bear with one move. Does this mean that 20 years ago, Guojun had the battle prowess of a 10th Order ancient god realm master? What about now, 20 years later? Other than you, Wanguzi, and you Wuxin are also invited. Blood Knife Ancestor added. Huang Xiaolong merely nodded. Roughly an hour later, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's Cultivation Palace with a heavy heart. 5 years. Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. He had learned from his two masters that the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony would be held in 5 years. Now, he felt a sense of urgency to go the clear spirit world. 5 years was neither a long nor a short amount time. It passes in the blink of an eye for cultivators. Within the next 5 years, if Huang Xiaolong wanted to increase his strength rapidly, to the point where he could defeat Guojun and the other Sea Tribe's genius disciple Feng Yingying, he needed to repair the pill blending tower as soon as possible. Recently, he had learned from the little cow that the pill blending tower was very precious and heaven-defying. In truth, even the little cow didn't know of the pill blending tower's origin, but she was certain that as long as he has the materials, the pill blending tower could refine any pills he wanted. Since he had successfully cultivated the first stage of the Grand Mist parasitic medium, his 3 supreme godheads were swallowing energy even faster than before. Even the 4 divine fires' chaos spiritual energy, and the purple Grand Mist aura dragon's purple Grand Mist aura were unable to satisfy them. As long as the pill blending tower could continuously supply him with chaos spiritual pills to satisfy his 3 supreme godheads' energy requirements, his cultivation speed would definitely advance faster than the current one. During these 3 years, he had finished refining all the golden beads that he had collected from the volcano. But now that he had advanced to the early 6th Order ancient god realm, the golden beads has lost their usefulness to him. Huang Xiaolong also informed his 2 masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, that he was going to visit the clear spirit world. Both his masters were surprised when they heard his decision. This brat wants to go to the clear spirit world? When they learned Huang Xiaolong was going to the clear spirit world for the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, Blood Knife Ancestor was the first to speak. How about this? I also feel like going out there, so why don't I accompany you to the clear spirit world? A warm feeling filled Huang Xiaolong's heart. He was well aware that Blood Knife Ancestor had used this as an excuse, as he was worried about Huang Xiaolong's safety. Master, this time, I'd like to go alone, and take this opportunity to train, Huang Xiaolong said, after a moment's deliberation. Even though he knew that having Blood Knife Ancestor to accompany him would mean there would be fewer dangers, it was still a little inconvenient for Huang Xiaolong due to the secrets he had. Not to mention, traveling with Blood Knife Ancestor would attract more attention. You really don't need me to go with you? Blood Knife Ancestor hadn't expected that his darling disciple would refuse. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and persuaded, Masters, you can rest assured. I will pay attention to safety. I'll be fine. Then he added jokingly, I'm someone with great luck. I won't die so easily. Both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor laughed hearing their disciple's words. That's true. Golden Brow Ancestor chuckled. You even refined the Grand Mist aura. He had never met anyone with this degree of luck. Even he and Blood Knife were a little envious of Huang Xiaolong. In the end, both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor stopped insisting on accompanying Huang Xiaolong. But they advised him over the things that he needed to be careful about when he would go to the clear spirit world. He memorized every single advice by heart. Huang Xiaolong departed from the Fortune Divine Kingdom the next day on the Little Cow and headed to the Perpetual Peak to see Yao Qi. He accompanied Yao Qi for a day before leaving the Fortune Gate. But soon he discovered a tail on him. Huang Xiaolong sneered mockingly. Needless to say, the person following him probably belonged to one of the four forces, Dragon Origin Sect, Twin Cities Sect, Zhufeng, or Wang Wei. However, Huang Xiaolong was not bothered by this at all. He strolled idly around the Fortune City and quickly altered his physical features as soon as the person following him was distracted. With this, he was able to walk past unnoticed right in front of the person who was tailing him and smoothly leave the Fortune City. Shortly after Huang Xiaolong had left the Fortune City, inside a luxurious manor in Fortune City, Zhufeng was glaring at the subordinate kneeling before him. What? You lost him? You, a 6th-order ancient god realm, can't even follow a 4th-order ancient god realm? What use do you have left? Master, have mercy. The subordinate kowtowed and pleaded fearfully. His head fell to the floor just as he finished pleading for his life and rolling back and forth. With a cold, indifferent flick, Zhufeng returned the long sword in his hand into its sheath. Why do you think Huang Xiaolong is going to the clear spirit world? Zhufeng asked the two elders by his side, Lu Tai and Sun Yao. Lu Tai said with a serious tone, It is impossible for Huang Xiaolong to go to the clear spirit world without reason. I think most likely he's going to the clear spirit world in search of something. It had to be said that this Lu Tai's guess was very accurate. Huang Xiaolong was mainly going to the clear spirit world for the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone. Sun Yao's fat face widened as he sneered, Young lord, do you want me to go kill that kid? He himself held a grudge against Huang Xiaolong. Due to Yao Qi's matter the last time, Li Chaoxing had reported this matter to Gate Chief Zhu Yi. Although Zhu Yi did not really penalize him, he was transferred away from the task hall to some miscellaneous job outside, which had greatly reduced his side benefits. After that, Sun Yao had investigated and found out that Yao Qi was Huang Xiaolong's woman. From that point onwards, his hatred towards Huang Xiaolong had deepened as time passed. In his opinion, he was transferred away from a comfortable position because of Huang Xiaolong. Zhufeng looked at Sun Yao from the corner of his eye and then looked away while saying, Huang Xiaolong is the golden apple of Golden Brow and Blood Knife's eyes. Therefore, if he were to die, not only you but even I won't be able to endure the two old men's wrath. But his tone changed here. Don't worry, there's quite a lot of people that want him dead. Even if Wang Wei wouldn't make a move, there's still Wangu clan and Sea Tribe's Guo family who would make their moves against him. Go. Spread out the word that Huang Xiaolong is heading to the clear spirit world to Wangu clan and the Sea Tribe's Gua family. Yes, young lord. Soon, Wangu clan as well as the Sea Tribe's Gua family got news of Huang Xiaolong's departure from the Fortune Gate for the Clear Spirit World. After Huang Xiaolong left the Fortune City, he headed to the 10,000 Elephant Royal City with the little cow, instead of rushing to the Clear Spirit World. Huang Xiaolong had inquired from Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor about the petrified divine elephant after they had returned from the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle. After learning that he would be the master of the 10,000 Elephant clan if he managed to resurrect the petrified divine elephant, he had decided to bring the little cow to help him with the task, despite knowing that it was difficult based on his current strength. The little cow trotted out from the 10,000 Elephant Royal City's transmission array with Huang Xiaolong on its back. As the little cow used an illusionary technique, no one could tell her original form. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong was not worried about someone recognizing Xianxia or him. How is it? Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow when they stopped in front of the petrified divine elephant. But the little cow didn't answer him. Instead, she walked 2 circles around the petrified divine elephant, while Xianxia. I didn't expect to see that guy Wan Xiang's descendant here. Wan Xiang? Huang Xiaolong asked confused. The 10,000 Elephant King? Was the little cow familiar with 10,000 Elephant King? The little cow nodded. The same 10,000 Elephant King you all mentioned. This petrified divine elephant has the 10,000 Elephant King's bloodline, but the blood purity is not very high, probably a 3rd or 4th generation descendant of that fella. Then, is the 10,000 Elephant King's blood the only way to resurrect this petrified divine elephant? Huang Xiaolong asked anxiously. The little cow shook her head. Not necessarily, even the blood of his 2nd or 3rd generation would work as well. Huang Xiaolong was like a deflated balloon as he grumbled inwardly. Isn't that the same? Where was he going to find the 10,000 Elephant King's 2nd or 3rd generation descendants' blood? But you don't need that old fella's descendants' blood, ah. The little cow suddenly dropped a sentence. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. This petrified divine elephant can be resurrected without the 10,000 Elephant King's blood? His blood rushed and his face was slightly red due to excitement. Does the little cow know of an alternative method for resurrecting this petrified divine elephant? The little cow nodded. According to what I know, your Grand Mist parasitic medium can resurrect this petrified divine elephant. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied for a moment. He was in disbelief, followed by an uncontrollable rush of joy in his heart. His Grand Mist parasitic medium could actually resurrect this petrified divine elephant? Does that mean that he could subjugate the 10,000 Elephant clan? However, the little cow's next sentence was like a bucket full of ice-cold water being poured over Huang Xiaolong's joy. But the Grand Mist parasitic medium cultivation needs to reach the 2nd stage, when you will be able to condense the Grand Mist worm. Only your Grand Mist worm condensed from your God Force can penetrate through the layer of stone. Huang Xiaolong's excitement died like 1,000 feet free fall. He really wanted to give the little cow a kick in the butt for making him happy for nothing. Currently, his Grand Mist parasitic medium was only at the peak of the mid-1st stage. How long would it take for him to break through to the 2nd stage? Huang Xiaolong did not stay longer than necessary at the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. He led the little cow to the Blood Sea after leaving the square, as he planned to explore the Blood Sea's seabed as well as the floating 10,000 Elephant Mountain with her. The little cow was surprised when she saw the Blood Sea's roiling blood-colored waters, and felt the heat coming off of the sea surface that emitted the exotic fragrant fumes. However, she was more baffled by the results of exploring the seabed, as they weren't able to find anything except the ruins of a city. In the waters above the city ruins, the little cow's brows were scrunched tightly together. These city ruins are likely the remains of a certain ancient sect. Moreover, the little cow also noticed that the pale white walls of the city ruins were the source of that exotic fragrance, but she was unable to determine its exact location. Huang Xiaolong also noticed this same problem, but regardless of his methods, he was unable to locate the source of the exotic fragrance. If they could locate the source, they could probably unravel the mystery of the Blood Sea's fragrance. Another thing is the color of the Blood Sea. Is it likely to be related to that exotic fragrance? There's no relation. The little cow debunked Huang Xiaolong's theory and added, but this blood sea reminds me of Hell's Blood Sea. Hell's Blood Sea? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow nodded. Hell's Azura world also has a blood sea that is boundless. The blood Gorfine tribe breeds there. This blood sea is giving me a similar feeling to Hell's Blood Sea. But the spiritual energy here is several times worse than the Hell's Blood Sea. Hell's Azura Blood Sea? A thought crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind and he asked, then, could it be that a blood Gorfiend master might have fallen here, and his blood formed this blood sea? The little cow was stunned by Huang Xiaolong's thoughts, and she sounded serious as she replied, this might be a possibility. The two of them explored a little more, but there were still no result. Therefore they returned to the blood sea's surface from its seabed, and headed towards the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. When they reached the 10,000 Elephant Mountain after a few days, the little cow was filled with astonishment as she blurted out, how is this here? Watching the little cow's expressions, Huang Xiaolong guessed that she knew something about the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. As he had expected, a moment later, the little cow spoke. This 10,000 Elephant Mountain is a divine artifact, and it was forged personally by that fellow Wan Xiong. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. A divine artifact forged by the 10,000 Elephant King himself? Huang Xiaolong had already heard from the little cow that the 10,000 Elephant King was one of the demon world's 4 kings. In other words, he was one of 4 strongest existences in the demon world. What grade divine artifact would he have personally forged? Even if this divine artifact was forged in his early days, yet it was definitely powerful. There was a feverish light in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he thought about this. But someone has sealed this 10,000 Elephant Mountain here. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's expression, the little cow went on. Not to mention this 10,000 Elephant Mountain already has a master, so you won't be able to refine it. Huang Xiaolong felt waves of disappointment striking his heart. Has a master? The person who owns this 10,000 Elephant Mountain was still alive? Does that mean that the master of this 10,000 Elephant Mountain is the 10,000 Elephant King? After all, that petrified divine elephant is the 10,000 Elephant King's descendant, whereas this 10,000 Elephant Mountain was a divine artifact refined by the 10,000 Elephant King. This was too much of a coincidence. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow subsequently reached the peak of the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Both stood in front of the battle stage that was used during the 4 mainlands' new disciples battle. This 10,000 elephant stage is also a divine artifact forged by Wan Xiong. The little cow recognized the battle stage at a single glance. Then she looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, similar to this 10,000 Elephant Mountain, this stage also has an owner. Even though Huang Xiaolong had expected this to be a possibility, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. And due to his disappointment, he lost all his interest in visiting the Golden Will City. Thus, the two of them left the mountain. 3 months later, 2 figures were flying at rapid speed in the vast space. These 2 figures were none other than Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. They first had to reach the Void Sky World to use the Void Sky World's transmission array in order to transfer to the Clear Spirit World. 3 years ago, it would have taken Huang Xiaolong over a year's time of flying to reach the Void Sky World. But as his cultivation had advanced, now he only needed roughly 4 months to reach the Void Sky World from the Vientiane world. In truth, Huang Xiaolong could have used Xieli to fly them. However, Huang Xiaolong was able to absorb the astral force in the space for tempering his body and soul, while flying in the vast space. This was also a form of training for him, therefore he didn't use Xieli, as it was not a necessity. One day, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow descended on a planet. They planned to rest there for the night and continue towards the Void Sky World the next day. It was a small planet of about the size of 3 to 4 green cloud islands. Barren hills, dried weeds, and wastelands was all that they could see in all the 4 directions. The shortest of these weeds were still a dozen meters tall, and the taller ones had grown 30 to 40 meters in height. If these weeds were to grow on Earth, they'd be categorized as giant weeds. Huang Xiaolong flew over a wasteland on the little cow's back as they were looking for a place to rest, and all of a sudden, they heard a sound of whistling winds coming from ahead of them. In a quick space concealment, both of them disappeared into a space pocket. A few minutes later, they saw 5 young men clad in golden brocade robes flying towards them. This group of disciples' cultivation ranged between mid and late 7th order ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong could see all of them were anxious and were in a big hurry to reach some place. After the group of disciples had left, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow once again reappeared above the wasteland. "Follow them," Huang Xiaolong said as he watched the group of disciples leaving. While the disciples were flying past Huang Xiaolong, he had heard one of them muttered the words, "the enigmatic young thistle." This had greatly piqued Huang Xiaolong's interest. Even after so many years had passed, the heart devil blood curse still remained in Yao Qi's body because they had not been able to find the 2 remaining chaos spiritual herbs, the enigmatic yang thistle and deep sea crystal. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow tailed the group of disciples, and after 3 hours of flying, they reached a mountain range that was burning red. Heat waves licked their skin the moment they entered the mountain range. The group of disciples searched through several mountains until they reached a spacious valley, where Huang Xiaolong and the little cow could hear the sounds of fighting. Huang Xiaolong looked towards the source of the fighting and saw several people in an intense battle. One side was wearing the same golden brocade robes as the disciples they had tailed, whereas the other side wore yellow robes with a striking emblem of a poisonous scorpion. On the battleground, ecstasy shone in the eyes of the disciples wearing the golden robes, as they saw that their comrades had arrived to aid them in the battle. Junior brother Chun, senior brother Liang. The 5 disciples who had just arrived immediately rushed into the battle. As soon as they entered the fray, the battle was equally matched and its momentum was changed immediately. Soon, the disciples wearing the yellow robes with poisonous scorpion emblem were at a disadvantage. If the disciples in the yellow robes continued falling under wind, they would be defeated in less than an hour. But Huang Xiaolong's attention was on the small crimson thistle growing out from the cliff wall, which was not far away from the battle. That small thistle was entirely crimson with faint flames dancing on its surface. An unusually shaped flaming red fruit grew at the top of the thistle. The enigmatic yang thistle. Huang Xiaolong couldn't hide the joy on his face as he stared at the crimson thistle. Clearly, the battle in front of him was due to this enigmatic yang thistle. Huang Xiaolong had been in search of the enigmatic yang thistle for many years, but he had never expected to find it on his way to the void sky world. However, just as Huang Xiaolong prepared himself to grab the enigmatic yang thistle, a piercing sound of whistling winds rang in the valley. In the next moment, a stalwart young man clad in an ink-black robe appeared in the valley. This young man wore an ink-black armor that had a distinctive golden phoenix emblem on it. The 2 battling sides paled slightly when they saw the young man's attire. "The Golden Phoenix Pavilion," one of the sides blurted out. The young man completely ignored these people, as his gaze was fixed on the enigmatic yang thistle. He laughed loudly, exclaiming happily to himself, "Haha! It's really the enigmatic yang thistle that I've been searching high and low for several millennia. Who would have thought that I'd find it here?" With that, his hand reached out to collect the enigmatic yang thistle. "Senior, this enigmatic yang thistle was first discovered by our poisonous scorpion sect." A yellow-robed disciple cried out anxiously. "I hope Senior will take into consideration the good relations between the poisonous scorpion sect and the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, and kindly help us. As long as we get to collect the enigmatic yang thistle, we will heavily thank Senior." The young man laughed sarcastically. "Help you? Your poisonous scorpion sect is nothing but a slave to our Golden Phoenix sect. Therefore, your sect is insignificant and not even worthy of having good relations with our Golden Phoenix sect." As he said this, he extended his palm to collect the enigmatic yang thistle. The young man admired the enigmatic yang thistle in his hand. The more he looked at it, the happier he felt. A moment later, he carefully placed the crimson thistle into his spatial ring. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The young man subsequently turned and asked the poisonous scorpion sect and golden lightning cult disciples. The poisonous scorpion sect and golden lightning cult disciples' faces turned white as they unconsciously retreated in fear. "Senior, you?" The poisonous scorpion sect disciples' faces tightened with an undisguisable fury in their eyes as they stared at the young man. It had never crossed their minds that this young man would want to kill them all. Since your poisonous scorpion sect is our golden phoenix pavilion slave, I will leave your corpses intact. The young man spoke as if he did not see the fury in the poisonous scorpion's sect disciples' eyes, and slowly unsheathed his long sword. The long sword was also as black as ink, and under the sunlight, it barely reflected a ray of light. It looked like all of the traces of light had disappeared within the black sword's proximity. The young man slashed out with the black sword and several rays of sword lights shot towards the poisonous scorpion sect's disciples. In the blink of an eye, all of them silently tumbled to the ground and no longer move. All of them were dead. With one move, the young man had killed 4 mid-7th and late 7th order ancient god realm poisonous scorpion sect disciples. Huang Xiaolong was shocked, but it wasn't because of the young man's strength. It was rather because of his sword skill. It was as if the young man's sword skill had reached one with the sword, able to attack instantly according to his thoughts, almost as if it was a part of his nature in itself. Its speed was so fast that Huang Xiaolong had merely caught its afterimage. The golden lightning cult disciples were deathly pale, after watching the poisonous scorpion sect disciples killed in the blink of an eye. All of them turned around to flee in fear. However, their feet barely left the ground, as they fell to the ground in pieces. Their limbs and torsos had gotten piled together in such a messy way that it was impossible to identify the owners of these arms and legs. The young man was cold and emotionless as he walked towards the pile of dismembered bodies and collected their spatial rings. There was a satisfied smile on his face as he checked the contents inside them. These people were both the poisonous scorpion sect and golden lightning cult's core disciples, therefore, there were naturally quite a few good things inside their spatial rings. Just as the young man was about to leave the valley, his face tightened suddenly as gripped his black sword. This was because he saw a black-haired young man standing in his path. When did this black-haired young man arrive in this valley? He hadn't actually noticed, but when he looked closely at the black-haired young man's face, he was surprised. He tentatively asked, "Are you Huang Xiaolong?" Huang Xiaolong was inwardly surprised as he realized from this young's tone that he knew who Huang Xiaolong was. Huang Xiaolong had done his homework on the Void Sky World and Clear Spirit World's forces before departing to the Clear Spirit World. Thus he knew that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion was one of the prominent forces of Void Sky World. But how did this young man recognize him? Given that he was from the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Huang Xiaolong wasn't so naive as to think that his reputation had reached as far as the Void Sky World. "I really didn't expect to run into you here," the young man said, and he grinned suddenly. "This is truly a pleasant surprise." His gaze changed as he stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong with bloodthirst swirling in his eyes. It was akin to the gaze of a hunter spotting his prey. "You find it strange, don't you? That I know who you are." "You're right," Huang Xiaolong replied as he was indeed curious. He was more baffled by the killing intent in the young man's eyes. Did he by chance have any past grudges with this guy? "My name is Chao Lung." The young man introduced himself. "Several hundred years ago, Big Brother Wang Wei saved our lives, and even our names were given by him." "Wang Wei." Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. So, it was Wang Wei. When Wang Wei had found out that Huang Xiaolong was heading to the Clear Spirit World, he knew that Huang Xiaolong would certainly pass by the Void Sky World. Thus, Wang Wei had sent Chao Lang to ambush him near the Void Sky World. Was it to kill him? Looks like Wang Wei, Zhu Feng, and others couldn't sit still in the end. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. Were they so anxious to kill him because he had defeated Wang Guzi? Had his talent become a threat to them? So, it's Wang Wei. There were no changes in Huang Xiaolong's expression. "Huang Xiaolong, it's time to die." Chao Lung's icy voice reverberated in the valley. A sharp sword light cut across from the distance at lightning speed and reached in front of Huang Xiaolong in an instant. But Huang Xiaolong was prepared. Blade lights flickered, stopping Chao Lung's sword light 3 inches from his forehead.